Like many male protagonists living double lives besides being an ordinary student, this young man also works as a part-time assassin. Last night, Kai stayed up all night to complete his quota of kills. Having to go to class early this morning left him exhausted. Kai strolled aimlessly into class as usual. His classmate Mitsuji smilingly approached to start a conversation with him. He is student number 35 in the class. He is the ace of the football club, as well as the exemplary class president. Kai responded indifferently, then pulled out a chair to sit down, quickly burying his face on the table to sleep, refusing all conversation. Mitsuji felt a bit disappointed. Right at that moment, another female student interrupted. She is Nagasrina, student number 22, a fashionable young lady who stands out most among the girls in class. With an arrogant personality, she told Mitsuji not to bother with someone as rude as Kai. Mitsuji only smiled gently and defended Kai, saying he was probably just too tired to respond. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom door swung open and Arashi Sasuke swaggered in. He is the embodiment of arrogance, student number 1. He is the leader of the most notorious criminal gang in the area. Whenever Arashi enters, his subordinates must bow respectfully. He glanced around, and upon seeing Kai fast asleep at the back of the class, he approached to pick a fight. Arashi closed in, but Kai didn't seem to care in the slightest. He was still deep in slumber. Infuriated, Arashi scolded, "Hey you delinquent, are you deaf or something? Didn't you hear what I said?" Arashi reached out to grab Kai's collar, but his wrist was immediately caught by Kai. Kai let out a long, wary yawn, stared straight at Arashi, and asked what he wanted. Arashi became even more frantic, screaming for Kai to let go of his hand immediately. Suddenly, he felt an invisible pressure weighing him down so heavily that he couldn't even move. Arashi trembled. Arashi clicked his tongue, jerked his hand back, and muttered curses about Kai being just a hateful eccentric. A voice rang out telling Arashi to shut up because he was being too noisy. It was Kanzaki Jin, student number 8, both beautiful and skilled in martial arts, the coolest beauty in the school. Arashi immediately shifted his target, grumpily asking what Reina was babbling about. Suddenly, the serious vice monitor discipline, student number 29 named Hashimoto Murray, stepped in to intervene and demand Arashi stop causing trouble. A young man with striking hair named Narumi Yoshida, student number 23, appeared shallow and indifferent as he advised Murray not to meddle, lest she get beaten up by Arashi. As for Kai, he had already lowered his head onto the table and fallen back into a deep sleep long ago. Arashi, seeing everyone's eyes fixed on him, sat down in frustration and propped his feet up on the table in an arrogant manner. Everyone had gathered in full to prepare for the start of the lesson. This is Shinzo High School 10th grade class 2. Today was originally a peaceful day like any other, filled with countless little stories. Kai was sleeping soundly when he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He saw a brilliant circle appearing beneath Mitsuji's feet. That circle kept expanding until it enveloped the entire classroom space. The students also began to notice the unusual signs and started to panic. Midu quickly ordered the class to find a way to escape immediately. However, through Kai's sharp gaze, the idea of escaping now was merely wishful thinking. That beam of blue light completely sucked all the class members inside. When they opened their eyes, the group found themselves lost in a strange land. Kai observed his surroundings to analyze the situation. It was a stone structure with massive pillars. There was only one single exit. It was hard to believe they had been completely swallowed by that white light. The entire class seemed to have been thrown straight into some unknown place. The students gradually regained consciousness, everyone looking around in bewilderment, not understanding who they were or where they were. Class President Midu reassured everyone to stay calm and check if everyone was unharmed first. Kai inwardly admired her. Midu's ability to stabilize everyone's spirit was truly commendable. Arashi, on the other hand, was someone who did not want to waste time. He called 2 of his lackeys to go with him to investigate the surrounding situation. Kai spoke up to stop Arashi because he heard footsteps approaching from behind the door. 2 people were approaching, a man and a woman. The students began to shift all their focus toward the door behind them. The door opened, and just as expected, the 2 figures that appeared were an old man and a noble lady. That noble lady excitedly welcomed the students in the class. As soon as the young students saw her, they burst into nonstop praise. Her beauty was so incredible that they thought she was dressed up as a medieval princess. Kai still watched silently from behind. That old man had the appearance of a swordsman whose power definitely did not match his looks. That white-haired woman, though a bit muscular, appeared quite ordinary at a glance. She began to introduce herself as Leonora, the Archbishop of the Holy Kingdom of Daguerres, and the old man beside her as Gaius, a knight and trusted guard. Arashi tilted his face defiantly as he had never heard of that nation, while Leonora continued to smile calmly as she understood their doubt. Class President Midu took the initiative to ask for clarification, and Leonora began to explain their current situation. It was she who had summoned all the class members to this parallel land. They were seen as humanity's last ray of hope to confront the Demon Lord as hero candidates. The students were still dazed, not understanding what kind of meaningless philosophy that woman was rambling about. Gayet, standing nearby, growled a warning to Arashi to mind his mouth and not speak so insolently because Leonora was the noble saintess of this country, but Arashi didn't care, retorting sharply for the old man to shut up before he got angry. Despite his age, Gayet was still very sinewy, and he was ready to draw his sword to determine who was superior. Leonora advised Gayet not to act rashly, but he adamantly refused to listen, insisting on teaching Arashi a lesson in politeness. Arashi showed no reserve toward his elder. He immediately charged forward, determined to fight. Meanwhile, Kai watched quietly, secretly admiring Arashi's stubbornness for daring to directly confront someone carrying a weapon at their side. Arashi was so confident because he had experience encountering weapon users. He believed that as long as he avoided the first strike and closed the distance, he would have an advantage in hand-to-hand combat. The scenario he envisioned was very smooth, but reality proved to be worlds apart. Before Arashi could even touch a strand of Gayet's hair, the old man had grazed his forehead with a slash. Blood began to trickle out, and he stood frozen, breaking into a cold sweat because he hadn't seen the blade move. Gayet picked up a lock of Arashi's hair as a stern warning to the other students in the class, not to be foolish enough to misbehave. Leonora spoke up, telling Gayet to put his sword away because that much intimidation was quite enough. She apologized on his behalf for his rude behavior and asserted that they had no intention of harming anyone. Leonora began to recount in detail everything about this world as well as the reason the students were here. She slightly opened her eyes, swept a contemptuous gaze over the students, and ordered everyone to be silent immediately. Leonora apologized to the class for Gayet's hot-headedness. She began to explain the current situation, stating that due to the Demon Lord's invasion, humanity in this world was at risk of extinction, just as everyone had heard. Their kingdom of Diggerist had continuously fought back but still lacked enough strength to completely stop this disaster. The only thing remaining and humanity's final hope were the students, the future hero candidates. Only now did the whole class realize with shock that Leonora wanted to rely on them to destroy the Demon Lord. Some students expressed reluctance. Being reincarnated into another world was fine, but forcing them to take up weapons and fight was something none of them had ever tried. Not to mention, many girls in the class burst into sobs, wanting only to return to their original world. Gayet immediately dashed their hopes, saying they should not dream of returning unless they defeated the Demon Lord. The students were so terrified that they were completely paralyzed. Hiding behind a pillar, Kai continued to quietly assess the situation, setting aside the truth of the information. Perhaps Gayet was deliberately saying that to provoke them. However, people used to living in peace like his classmates would not be able to suddenly become killers, therefore they would need experience and, more importantly, innate talent. Despite just taking a slash, Arashi still hadn't learned his lesson. He continued to glare at Leonora and Gayet. He didn't hold back, hurling insults at them, calling them bastards. They arbitrarily summoned everyone here and then demanded that they be silent and obey. Arashi resolutely refused to accept such an imposition from those four-legged beasts. Gayet glanced at Arashi appraisingly. The fighting spirit in the boy's eyes was still extremely intense. Both a useful card and a potential threat. He drew the sword at his hip with the intention of sending Arashi to heaven right then and there. Conversely, Leonora was extremely gentle, using healing magic to mend the wounds on Arashi's face. She appeared deeply remorseful for Gayet's actions. The wounds on Arashi's face gradually closed, leaving the other students in utter amazement. Leonora explained that the power she had just used belonged to the elements, an ability bestowed by their creator, Digers, and a new phenomenon in this world. In other words, it was magic. A thought flashed through Kai's mind. Leonora seemed familiar with their culture. Perhaps this was not her first time summoning people from another world. Leonora approached Midou and placed her hand on the student's shoulder. Immediately, the boy's hand glowed and a mystical sword appeared in his grasp. Leonora explained that those chosen as heroes can harness the power of these elements and awaken the latent abilities of guardians. Leonora clenched her hands and sobbed, appearing pitiable. It was she who had suddenly summoned everyone here, and now the students were unable to return. Recognizing it was a selfish request, Leonora bowed her head and begged the students to lend her their strength. Midou, who had just received his power, remained hesitant. No matter how much power Leonora granted them, they were not yet ready to fight immediately. Understanding this, Leonora reassured the students that they would certainly need time to train, and throughout that period, her country would take care of them. Midou agreed and turned to address the class. He knew everyone was afraid, but for their survival here, information and protection were their first priorities. He believed guardians would be helpful in times of trouble, and thought they should follow Leonora and Gayet's words for the moment. After hearing Midou's thoughts, many students in the class expressed their agreement. Leonora bowed in gratitude and smiled affectionately before bestowing a guardian upon each member of the class. Disciplined Vice President Hashimoto Murray received a remote-controlled guardian. Arashi received a guardian with explosive powers. Many other students in the class were also granted their own guardians. Leonora scanned the room, asking if there was anyone left who had not received a guardian. At that moment, Guy slowly stepped out and raised his hand to signal that he did not have one yet. Leonora touched Guy and bestowed a guardian upon him. Guy felt a strange vibration and his vision gradually began to shift. As Leonora stood before him, a personal status board appeared above her head, and Guy's eyes suddenly turned a glowing red. Leonora realized this was an appraisal guardian, quite rare, which allows the user to see a target's information. After hearing Leonora's explanation, Guy began testing it on himself. As expected, his personal stats were clearly displayed. Guy began to grasp how these guardians operated. They were like status screens in a game, yet surprisingly easy to understand. Suddenly, Guy spun around and jumped to the side to dodge. The one who had just attacked him was Arashi. Confident with his explosive guardian, Arashi had not hesitated to test its power on Guy. Arashi and the arrogant group of students looked down on Kai for receiving a worthless gift that did nothing besides turning his eyes red. Kai didn't care. He just chuckled at his classmates' overconfidence, for they were far too naive to distinguish what was truly useful, let alone the fact that the guardian spirit was merely borrowed and could be revoked at any time. Kai wasn't worried in the slightest. He originally possessed countless different methods to take a life. After finishing distributing the guardian spirit gifts to everyone, Leonora waved them off to disperse and go to sleep, preparing for the ordeal ahead tomorrow. As night fell, the hero candidates were led to their individual rooms to rest. Kai waited patiently until deep into the night, then quietly hopped over the windowsill to sneak out. He needed to gather some useful information before getting some sleep. Stalking 2 patrolling guards to eavesdrop, this was already the 3rd squad he had encountered. It seemed security in the castle was tighter than usual. Kai silently activated his divine eye, curious to see the abilities of the guards. However, it seemed their only expertise was some mediocre swordsmanship. He had assumed they would have magic sensing abilities or something similar to catch him. But it turned out not everyone in this world could use magic. Kai waited patiently for the 2 guards to pass, then vanished with incredible speed. He had essentially memorized the layout of this castle, a solid defensive fortress surrounded by towering walls. Standing before the castle's main hall, Kai was immensely curious about the hidden secrets inside, yet the area was too heavily guarded and the structure too secure to infiltrate. Kai figured that was enough for tonight. He would come back to investigate further another time. Just as he was about to return to his room, he spotted his classmates wandering on the lawn. 3 girls were out there to secretly practice their guardian spirits. Kai ducked into a corner to observe the 3 girls training. Having always been curious about the so-called guardian spirit bestowed by God, he decided to stay and watch for a while. Suddenly, Kai noticed something unusual. A sound came from the other side of the lawn, and the 3 girls were startled to see a monster reveal itself. The 3 girls were terrified out of their wits. Kai remained silently hidden in the bushes. He had never seen a creature like this mutated lizard before. He activated his appraisal skill. This lizard was a lizard vo, and its stats far surpassed those of the 3 girls. The lizard inhaled and roared fiercely, causing the 3 girls to flee in terror as fast as their legs could carry them. The ferocious beast closely pursued them from right behind. Kai vaulted onto a large boulder to see clearly. This lizard species was inherently aggressive and would not hesitate to devour a human. Although its 4 legs allowed it to move very quickly, it could only run straight ahead. Its mind seemed rather simplistic. Its hide looked quite thick, so he didn't know yet if his own attacks would have an effect. Kai gently drew a knife from his sleeve and tested it against its hide. The lizard roared and came to a halt. Quick as a flash, he ducked behind a tree. It seemed the knife throw had worked, even if it only caused a small scratch. The 3 poor girls over there continued to run for their lives without daring to stop. While walking normally, Rena suddenly tripped on a stone and fell flat on the ground. Just as she struggled to sit up, she saw the silhouette of a monster looming right behind her. Just as the lizard swung its leg to attack, a knife flew in from somewhere and plunged into its head. The monster dropped dead on the spot. 2 friends rushed over to help Rena up. No one dared to linger for a second longer. They frantically searched for a way to retreat. Kai hid behind a tree trunk and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had no responsibility to protect them, leaving them like that would have made his conscience feel uneasy. He stepped forward to pull the knife out of the lizard's carcass and thought to himself that this world was truly dangerous with monsters like that everywhere, and things did not look like they would be easy. Suddenly sensing something was wrong, Kai jumped away from the monster's carcass and scanned his surroundings. Someone was lurking here, so it would be best for him to slip away soon. Kai immediately vanished in the blink of an eye. In fact, the person he had been sensing was hiding behind a nearby rock. He was wearing a cloak that covered him completely, and as he approached the lizard, he crushed its skull with a single stomp. Blood splattered onto the stranger. He looked bored seeing how weak the apprentice heroes were, but perhaps the one who had just thrown the knife was no pushover. He wiped a streak of blood off his face and tasted it, feeling extremely exhilarated. The next morning, the carcass of the lizard was finally found. Everyone was silent and pensive while a particular schoolgirl was in tears out of fear. The sorceress Steady performed an examination of the corpse, and after a few minutes of inspection, she gave her assessment. She discovered traces of a curse, suspecting that mid-level demons were crawling in to probe the strength of the hero group. Kai stood huddled in a corner to eavesdrop, wondering to himself whether there was any difference between curses and magic. Midu spoke up to ask Steady to confirm whether this monster had been manipulated by demons. Steady praised him for being very sharp-eyed. Indeed, powerful demons have the ability to use spells to command weaker creatures. Steady explained thoroughly that monsters are essentially creatures mutated from mana, while mana itself is the power created by demons, so it is understandable how they easily overpower humans. Gaios's head throbbed as he listened. He grumbled at Steady to stop and dragged her away, while Kai thought he could extract more information from this person. The more nagging problem was the fact that this monster was actually being controlled by another force. So it turns out the individual he encountered earlier was actually a demon. It must be very strong because Kai could hardly sense it at the time. If it were still lurking around here, it would be difficult to detect. As the thought flashed through his mind, Kai suddenly felt an invisible pressure weighing down, as if eyes were fixed tightly in this direction. Arashi picked another fight with Gaios, declaring he did not want to stay in this damned world any longer if they couldn't destroy the demon lord soon. Kanzaki nodded in agreement. This was the first time she found Arashi's words so agreeable. Midu also shared the thought that the only way to return home was to stand up and fight those monsters. The delicate girls in the class were sniffling and crying again, sobbing because they were so terrified. Kai glanced at his classmates. Perhaps they finally realized this wasn't some virtual game, and that combat anywhere is a matter of life and death. so they had better hurry up and train their survival skills. Leonora gently comforted the students to ease their worries. It was simply because they weren't used to using their powers yet. The only thing to do now was to practice diligently. Summoned from another world as hero candidates, the growth rate of these students completely surpassed that of the locals. A week of training passed in the blink of an eye. While the rest were busily practicing, Kai remained rooted in the library, intently flipping through documents. He was now literate and fluent. It was funny how the whole group had been chatting away with Leonora and Gaius from the start despite knowing nothing of the local language. Kai looked out the window to where his classmates were sweating through their training. He was labeled as possessing a useless appraisal skill unfit for actual combat. As a result, he was sidelined from the training sessions but was granted free access to the library in return. Kai stood up. He had already thoroughly read the history and culture books of this land, and finding no information about demons, he decided to head outside. Tucking himself into a corner to watch the group train, Leonora's observations proved true. Their rate of progress was dizzyingly fast. The most prominent among the elite ranks were the trio Narumi, Arashi, and Kanzaki, along with Hashimoto and Nagas. However, the prodigy with the most terrifying growth rate was Midu. In the blink of an eye, his swordsmanship had already left the instructor in the dust. Kai immediately activated his ocular skill to check Midu's status window. He recalled that last week, most of his stats were sluggishly low, lingering around D to F. Such rapid advancement would be hard for even a genius to explain. Perhaps the divine protection also affected other external aspects. As soon as the training session ended, the students filed out together in a long line. Passing by where Kai was standing, they began whispering and throwing mocking remarks. Kai was too lazy to argue. Their minds were as dim-witted as ever, and those around them also cast contemptuous glances in his direction. Now that they had a bit of power, their arrogant and shameless natures resurfaced. One guy in the class aggressively reached out to grab Kai's hair, but before he could touch him, he was suddenly slammed into the ground, sprawling out due to some mysterious force. Kai feigned bewilderment as if he had nothing to do with it, asking why the guy had suddenly tripped like that. The one who had just hit the dirt was still dazed, completely clueless about what had just happened. Arashi saw the embarrassing scene and told him to stop the clowning because Gaius was approaching. Leonora and Gaius were walking briskly toward them. Leonora seemed very pleased with the students' spectacular transformation. The group's unexpected and immense progress led her to decide to accelerate the plan's progress earlier than expected. Leonora announced a monster combat training session, making all the students break out in a cold sweat from anxiety. The students followed Leonora and Gaius into the forest, where the first drill was about to begin. This place is full of lurking dangers, so students cannot simply travel in a large group. Gaius suggested that each group consist of 2 or 3 people, so the students began to quickly divide themselves. Nagash, Midu, and a girl with shiny golden hair formed a team together. Arashi stood side by side with his biological brothers. Narumi and Hashimoto also chose to form a team together. The remaining students also found teammates for themselves one by one. Only 2 names remained without a partner, Kanzaki and Kai. The 2 of them were forced to reluctantly pair up with each other. Perhaps out of fear or dislike for her, no one wanted to partner with Kanzaki. She is confident and somewhat indifferent. Additionally, the fact that she called him inside her shows she will not let anyone stand in her way. After all the students had finished choosing their teams, Leonora happily announced that this was a special occasion, so the team that defeated the most monsters would receive an extremely attractive gift, and the training match officially began. Kai and Kanzaki stepped into the forest. Kanzaki proudly told Kai not to get in her way, saying she didn't need any help from him as long as he stayed out of her path, because her guardian spirit was far stronger than the others. Kai had no desire to compete for credit, and he left almost everything up to Kanzaki. Kanzaki tossed her hair, pouted slightly, and muttered that Kai had no self-respect at all. Kai intended to carefully observe Kanzaki's combat abilities first. He suddenly sensed the presence of 4 strangers nearby, who were silently surrounding the 2 of them. Suddenly, a demon appeared and blocked their path. It swung its mace and lunged to attack. Kanzaki immediately ordered the monster to lie down through her guardian deity. The monster obediently burrowed into the ground. Kanzaki's guardian deity truly possessed formidable dominating power. This is an ability that can force opponents to follow orders. Kai looked around and said it seemed there were still a few monsters lingering nearby. Kanzaki continued to order the demon to throw away its weapon and put its hands behind its back. After only 2 commands, sweat was pouring down Kanzaki's face. Using her guardian deity for too long was exhausting her. Kai understood that overusing power would consume a lot of mana, so he told Kanzaki to quickly destroy the demon because others were approaching. Upon hearing this, Kanzaki trembled. She had never killed any living creature, and furthermore, this demon looked quite human. Kai glanced coldly. So what if they looked human? Those monsters had just attacked them and were mortal enemies. There was no reason to show them any mercy. Kanzaki stuttered back that she understood, while Kai tightened his grip on the stone fragment in his hand. Although Kanzaki possessed special power, she was still just a fragile schoolgirl from a peaceful life in Japan. The core issue was simply whether she had the mettle to make sound decisions in the face of danger. More goblins swarmed in, roaring and brandishing weapons as they charged straight toward them. Kanzaki immediately used her guardian ability to order the newly arrived goblins to submit and lie down. Kai calmly asked what she planned to do next. Kanzaki panted and grumpily told him to stop just standing there and to help her. Kai acted indifferent. Hadn't she been the one who adamantly claimed he didn't need to involve himself earlier? Kanzaki was speechless, so she reluctantly had to take action herself to handle the situation. She was forced to order those monsters to take their own lives. Overpowered by her command, the goblins began to massacre each other on the spot. Kai noticed that Kanzaki could execute difficult orders, though he knew that the more complex the command, the more fragile the success rate became. Kanzaki started feeling sick. Facing bloody corpses was beyond her limits, and she had been naive to think everything would go smoothly. Kai wasn't moved at all to him. They were enemies trying to harm them, so their appearance didn't matter. To survive, you must eliminate the opposition. Kanzaki was astonished by Kai's terrifying composure, considering he possessed no special abilities at all. Kai approached the goblin corpses to look for clues, then turned to ask Kanzaki what she wanted to do next. They could continue their journey or turn back if she was frightened. Kanzaki puffed out her chest, tossed her hair decisively, and of course the answer was that they would continue. Though Kanzaki was forcing herself to appear brave, Kai understood her true feelings. However, her character wasn't so bad, and they could coordinate in battle. Over by Narumi's group, they were being chased for their lives by a monster. Initially, they thought the monsters here were easy targets and intended to toy with them, but they were soon pushed into a corner and forced to run for their lives. Narumi and Hashimoto realized they couldn't keep running forever, so they decided to stop and combine their guardian powers to strike back. The combined attack of whirlwinds and rubble was like a mere scratch to the bear. It remained unaffected as if nothing had happened. Kanzaki silently strengthened her resolve that she must return to the real world. She hadn't yet repaid her grandfather for his care. She truly wanted to stand before him to prove she had matured and make him proud. While she was lost in thought, Kai interrupted by asking if she was afraid of getting lost. Kanzaki confidently replied that they couldn't get lost walking in a straight line. Kai thought differently. If she continued to be so overconfident, she was truly underestimating this bizarre forest. Kanzaki was furious at Kai's constant fault-finding. She snapped at him to shut his mouth, saying she'd never seen anyone so arrogant. As they moved forward, they suddenly heard a piercing shriek. Kanzaki recognized it as Hashimoto's voice, and Kai quickly asked what she planned to do. Kanzaki demanded they go to the rescue without hesitation, leaving Kai surprised by her sudden kindness. On Hashimoto and Narumi's side, Hashimoto had been severely wounded by a swipe from the beast and had collapsed to the ground. She urged Narumi to escape first, telling him it was fine to leave her behind. Narumi was not the type of selfish coward to do such a thing. He was determined not to abandon Hashimoto in her time of peril. While the two were still pushing each other to leave, the ferocious beast swung its claws, preparing to pounce. Fortunately, Kanzaki appeared just in time and immediately activated her Divine Guard to force the monster to freeze. The beast struggled wildly, and Kanzaki, knowing her own strength was limited, shouted for Narumi and Hashimoto to quickly escape. Kai was quietly tailing them just as he had anticipated. Since the effectiveness of Kanzaki's skill varied depending on the target, he asked if the two, Narumi and Hashimoto, were still breathing. Noticing that Narumi appeared to be completely unharmed, Kai immediately urged him to hurry up, carry Hashimoto, and retreat from this dangerous area. Although he really wanted to stay and provide support, seeing Hashimoto's serious injuries, Narumi had no choice but to carry her and flee first. Once he saw his teammates retreat safely, Kai activated his appraisal Divine Guard to analyze the opponent before him. This monster belonged to the iron-armored bear species. All of its stats were superior, especially its defensive capabilities, with fur as hard as cold-forged steel. Kai's weak attack power did not seem sufficient to penetrate that defense. Kanzaki was breaking into a cold sweat. She was nearly exhausted. Kai urged her to let go and run away quickly. Kanzaki wanted to run away too, but her legs had completely given out on her at that moment. Due to exhaustion, her lower limbs were weak and trembling as if she had just been drugged. The beast broke free and lunged straight toward Kanzaki. Backed into a corner, Kai had no choice but to take a desperate gamble. Pulling out a smoke bomb, he kept on him and throwing it right into the beast's face. He took the opportunity to scoop Kanzaki up and hide. As they both hid behind a tree, Kai told her to stay silent so the monster wouldn't discover them. Only then did Kanzaki take notice of the situation around them. She curiously asked him about the hazy smoke from earlier. He explained that it was a homemade smoke grenade he had made while everyone else was busy training their abilities. He said that to sound impressive, but in reality, it was just a collection of assassin gear he had brought with him before being summoned. Since the supply was limited, he was extremely frugal with it and dared not waste it. Kanzaki suddenly felt extremely regretful. She wanted to reach out and help others, but instead she had unintentionally dragged them into danger. Kai dismissed it and said that what he needed was a thank you. Kanzaki blushed and whispered a thank you, only to be hit with a bucket of cold water by Kai, who told her that if she had acted this sweet and gentle all along, she would have already won everyone over. Kanzaki blushed deeply and spoke up in frustration, but Kai quickly told her to stay quiet so the monster wouldn't discover them. Only then did Kanzaki notice the situation, wondering what they should do now and whether they should run away. Kai reassured her that it wasn't necessary, because at that very moment Midu's group had arrived in time. Midu swung his demon-slaying sword ready to face the fierce creature one-on-one. Midu and the bear plunged into a fierce battle. A single slash from him wounded one of the bear's arms. However, its armor was so thick that the wound Midu caused was insignificant. Nagas told Midu to step aside and unleashed a fire attack toward the bear. The bear was engulfed in flames and roared in pain. Nagas triumphantly thought the battle was easy. But before she could gloat for long, The bear quickly brushed off the flames. It was completely unharmed and even seemed more energetic than before. Nagas cried out in panic, but Midhu told her to stay calm. That last attack definitely had an effect, as the bear was now moving noticeably slower. He encouraged the other two to stay focused so they could work together to take down the monster. The two girls complied, and the three of them coordinated their attacks on the bear perfectly. In a hidden corner, a suspicious man in black clothing was lurking. He was the cold-blooded assassin, the demon Delphus, and he was silently observing everything unfolding. The armored bear might not have finished off all the students yet, their quick adaptability and calmness were truly astonishing. Delphus felt a special admiration for Midhu, who possessed extraordinary bravery at such a young age. Although this was initially just a reconnaissance mission, it was time for him to change his plans. He would finish off Midhu's group right there. Meanwhile, the three of them coordinated their attacks, causing the bear to suffer heavy injuries. As Delphus drew his sword to deliver the decisive blow, he suddenly felt something cold against the back of his neck. Turning around, he saw Kai, who had somehow managed to hold a knife to his throat without him noticing. Kai looked at Delphus with murderous intent in his eyes. "You'd better keep your mouth shut. Did no one teach you that a person's biggest mistake is attacking someone else?" Delphus dropped his weapon and raised his hands in surrender. Cold sweat broke out on him as he couldn't figure out when Kai had snuck up behind him. Delphus secretly plotted an escape plan. But the moment the thought crossed his mind, Kai severed Delphus's legs. He fell sprawling onto the ground. Kai held a knife to the man's throat and warned him not to scream, as neither wanted to be detected by Midhu's group. Kai began the interrogation, promising to set Delphus free immediately if he confessed truthfully. However, Delphus was stubborn and adamantly refused to cooperate. Kai continued negotiating, claiming he belonged to the underworld and came from an entirely different place. Whether the eerie feeling he sensed yesterday came from this Delphus guy, he wasn't sure yet. Kai glared threateningly at Delphus, asserting he knew well that his accomplices had been monitoring the group of students for a long time. Even though they hid carefully, he still used Midhu's group as bait to lure them out, leaving Delphus stunned because everything was within Kai's calculations. Knowing his knowledge was limited since he had just arrived in this world, Kai demanded that Delphus reveal everything he knew about demons. Delphus sneered. He was stubborn and steadfastly refused to say a word. Without hesitation, Kai swung his knife and severed the man's hands, causing Delphus to vomit blood in agony and choke with resentment. He was choked with bitterness for being easily manipulated by such a young brat, and could only grit his teeth in fury. Suddenly blood poured from his facial features. Delphus had chosen suicide by poison, making Kai sigh in wary frustration. To carry poison on a mission meant they truly planned everything meticulously. The Demon Lord's army appeared even more mysterious than he had imagined. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound on the other side. Kanzaki appeared and trembled as she looked at Delphus's corpse lying on the ground. Kai pressed her on how long she had been lurking. Kanzaki shyly replied that she had only been watching since Delphus collapsed. Kai explained that Delphus was an assassin from the Demon Lord's army. That fierce bear monster had been nothing more than his pawn from the very beginning. Even the incident where Nagas and the others were attacked by monsters was entirely orchestrated by him. It was clear that the Demon Lord's Legion was plotting to assassinate the hero candidates. Kanzaki realized the truth, curious about how Kai detected the tale when no one else could. Thinking there was nothing left to hide, Kai decided to reveal his true background, telling Kanzaki that his whole family worked as assassins. Thanks to that, he could easily identify anyone who carried the same scent of an assassin as himself. Upon hearing this, Kanzaki was startled. She simply could not believe it. Kai briefly explained as much and told her she could believe it or not. But the corpse on the ground was real. Kanzaki nodded slightly in agreement. She knew well that Kai wasn't that kind, nor did she think he was the type to worry about his classmates. Kai turned and walked away. His classmates were not like him, as they had never known the feeling of true combat. Kanzaki's domination magic would likely prove very effective later on. They both hurried back to rejoin the class where Hashimoto was being healed by classmate number 34 Onoshiri using magic. The magic took effect immediately. In an instant, the wounds on Hashimoto's body had completely vanished. Narumi was also very anxious for his friend. He heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing that Hashimoto would recover in half an hour. Narumi then turned back to shower Midhu with praise for being truly brilliant. Even such a ferocious bear was taken down. Midhu wasn't arrogant at all, humbly stating it was thanks to his teammates' collective support. Kai still played the part of the invisible man, standing tucked away in a corner. This time was different, as Kanzaki kept her eyes fixed on him thoughtfully for no apparent reason. Right at that moment, Leonora and Gaius approached. It turned out they had been quietly monitoring the students' battle all along. Narumi immediately questioned why they hadn't stepped in to help. Gaius replied in a cold tone, saying that if they were rescued every time anything happened, their training would never be effective. Pushing fate to the brink of death was the essential part of the practical training session. Gaius scanned the students and declared that from now on, that would be the mandatory way to fight, and they shouldn't complain pointlessly. Midhu sharply asked him why such a terrifying monster was there, given that he had guaranteed there would only be weak ones. Leonora interjected to explain that it was possible the armored bear appeared outside its usual territory due to a demi-demon assassin scouting the candidate's strength. Leonora announced that from now on they would significantly increase the difficulty of the exercises. With the current intensity, the students would all perish before they could even properly fight anything. The whole class began to panic, and their fighting spirit plummeted uncontrollably as a result. Midu stepped forward again on behalf of everyone to object. He couldn't accept such irrationality, arguing that since everyone was shaken after the first battle, the difficulty couldn't be increased now. Leonora smiled while staring intently at Midu, declaring that he would surely die if he did not obey her orders. Midu was left speechless, and the aggressive Arashi immediately stepped forward to demand answers. First of all, Leonora herself was the one who dragged them here, and now she was giving orders from a place of superiority. What kind of attitude was that? No sooner had he finished speaking than Arashi was met with containment from Gaius. He blocked his path, glaring threateningly, and said that since the students were just pawns for Leonora, they shouldn't dream of disobeying orders. Everyone in the class gasped in shock upon hearing this, while Arashi's blood boiled with rage. If Midu hadn't quickly stopped him, he would have lunged at Gaius for a full confrontation. Arashi irritably asked Midu how he could still maintain such composure. Midu advised him to think carefully. If they all resisted now, the entire country would become their enemy, and they wouldn't stand a chance. Gaius praised Midu, noting it was impressive how he kept a cool head to grasp the situation. He turned away, saying that as valuable chess pieces, they would be safe if they knew their place. Hearing the words of the dictator, Arashi grew even more resentful. Would this country also turn into their enemy? If they want trouble, then bring it on. I'll take on this entire country myself. Arashi activated his guardian and threw a powerful punch at Gaius. Caught off guard, Gaius was struck. Thinking he had succeeded, Arashi laughed triumphantly. You can rest assured that Gaius won't touch even a single hair on my head. He delivered a powerful punch to Arashi's face, sending him flying to collapse sprawled on the ground. Gaius looked down disdainfully. With such a pathetic skill level, it wouldn't make a bit of difference. Leonora and Gaius turned to leave, not forgetting to leave word that tomorrow's training would be even more grueling. The subordinates rushed over to help Arashi up, while blood continued to stream from his nose and mouth. Arashi was seething with resentment. He muttered curses at Gaius's entire lineage, unable to stomach this indignation. Exactly one day after the practical combat session, the students gathered in full at the rendezvous point. The one in charge of the class today was the monster research expert, Steady. She gently asked how the situation of yesterday's injured victim was. Hashimoto raised her hand to reply that she was fine. It was thanks to Hano's recovery magic that her life was saved. Steady nodded in approval. It was truly a great blessing to have someone in the squad possessing a precious recovery guardian. She began explaining the training content, leading the class into the research base for the youngsters to face the monsters directly. As soon as the door slightly opened, the students followed one after another inside. The space inside contained countless bizarre species of monsters, all of which were confined in iron cages. From lower species like imps or goblins to giants like the Oxford type, they were all present. All of them were raised by Steady to serve her personal research projects. This research institute was truly an ideal location for organizing practical training sessions. Steady looked extremely proud of her establishment. She was very excited for the opportunity to collect data from the matches. And so the combat drill officially began in a tense atmosphere. Kai maintained his old habit, quietly standing and observing from a distance. The whole class was strangely calm despite being thrust into a sudden battle. Surely yesterday's aftermath helped the children become more seasoned. Nevertheless, deep within them, vague fear still remained hidden. On the other side, Nagas had just been knocked to the floor by the massive monster. Midu flinched, frantically pleading with Steady to intervene quickly because the monster was too strong for Nagas. Steady remained indifferent, citing Leonora's words that they needed to be even stricter with the students. She believed that the monster wasn't too much to handle. As hero candidates, they were not allowed to lose to that level. Nagas managed to pick herself up. She began to get angry and unleashed fire techniques to burn the beast fiercely. The most crucial factor in determining victory is a steadfast will. After all, the students must see these matches as a small matter. The only reason they struggle is due to their anxious and hesitant mindset. Steady persistently continued to give a long lecture to Midu. As long as the students work hard to upgrade their guardian gods, a series of brand new variants will appear one after another. Having overheard a bit for a while, Kai approached and whispered into Midu's ear. Relying on his sharp senses, Kai was certain that Midu had just acquired a new guardian. The status screen right before Kai's eyes showed that he had just gained a level 1 suicide monster attack guardian. Wanting to test it immediately, Midu quickly asked Master Steady for his opinion and then entered the arena. He tried activating the numbing electric sword in combination with the monster's suicidal dash. Upon seeing the glowing sword in Midu's hand, the monster gaped in horror. Midu decisively swung the sacred sword, thrusting it forcefully into the monster. The creature fearfully raised its arms to shield itself in vain. One of its arms fell off, and Midu followed up with another slash that sent its head flying. The students below began to stir, enthusiastically cheering with all their might. Kai remained silently observing as an outsider. He assessed that Midu was now more than capable of crushing the armored bear's defense, and secretly wondered if his hypothesis could help him create a superior guardian. Looking around, Kai shrewdly noticed that several others had also just activated new guardians. Even that annoying Arashi had too, but he wasn't going to waste his breath giving him any tips. Drawing conclusions from the information gathered, Kai understood that they could level up their guardian powers. He told himself he couldn't keep relying on outdated martial arts in this world and had to quickly become stronger. As darkness fell, Arashi and his group of allies began meeting to discuss strategy. Arashi's scheme was to defeat Gay at first, then tie up Leonora and force her to reveal the path back to their old world. The two lackeys were overjoyed to hear that as they were about to escape this hellish world, They weren't even afraid of being summoned again if they finished off Leonora too. Arashi tried to persuade Narumi to cooperate, but he remained hesitant, unsure if their side had a chance of winning. Narumi grit his teeth in a conflict of conscience. Although he knew it was the only way home, harming people was still morally wrong. In his mind, a horrifying image suddenly appeared of Hashimoto nearly dying under the sharp claws of the armored bear. Narumi finally made up his mind to form an alliance with Arashi. The next morning, the students continued to toil away at their training. Kai approached and asked Midu why he was working so hard today. Midu honestly replied that, because his own level was still too low, he had to give it his all to quickly improve his strength. Although Kai estimated that Midu was more than capable of crushing half of the knights in this kingdom, Midu himself still felt it wasn't enough. He still couldn't defeat Gaiet and wasn't strong enough to carry the burden of everyone's safety through every storm. Kai curiously asked Midu what he thought about Leonora and Gaiet. He shared that he well understood they only saw the students as sacrificial pawns in their war, but he believed they wouldn't do anything if everyone obeyed. Kai then followed up by asking if Midu was truly ready to bet his life on fighting until the Demon Lord was destroyed. Midu had finalized that plan, but he would be the only one to shoulder all the risks. He was about to become the savior of this kingdom and send the Demon Lord on his way. Therefore, he worked hard to make arrangements to ensure peace for everyone. Kai thought Midu's plan was decent but wasn't sure if Leonora would listen. However, Midu remained confident that he would use his sword to force her submission. Just as the students finished training, Leonora and Gaiet approached them. Steady came running over like a little puppy wagging its tail in joy. Nagus asked about their trip and Leonora responded without any hesitation. They needed to be away for a few days, so she entrusted Steady with the responsibility of looking after the children. After the announcement, the two of them turned away and Steady gave a subtle, sly smirk. Getting into the carriage, Gaiet expressed his doubt about Leonora's somewhat risky decision. Leonora feigned ignorance, so Gaiet went straight to the main point. He knew full well that Arashi was plotting something, yet Leonora calmly took a sip of her tea. She was clearly aware of the brewing rebellion, but she didn't consider the young students to be a significant threat. Nevertheless, Gaiet remained concerned as he saw the students' ability steadily improving. After all, they were still hero candidates. If they united in rebellion, the consequences would be dire. Leonora wasn't worried in the slightest. She was certain she still had more than enough power to crush them. She wanted to use this opportunity to re-establish a strict hierarchy. At that point, they would extinguish the seeds of rebellion and completely break the students' resistance. Although there were still some concerns, they decided to let things play out as they were for now. As night fell, Gaiet sneakily slipped out to play. He began his monster hunt without showing any mercy. It took only 13 seconds for him to successfully finish off a monstrous lizard. His plan was to evaluate and review his own actual stats. He thought he had leveled up after the battle with the assassin, but he still didn't know how to optimize his appraisal skill. Gaiet spun quickly to evade the monster's powerful punch. He leaped to the side and threw 3 knives in rapid succession at his target. Unfortunately, none of the 3 blades could pierce its skin, which was as hard as stone. As he dodged, he thought to himself that this was the perfect opportunity to test a new technique. He immediately activated his guardian skill to search for a weak point. He immediately spotted a fatal opening at the back of the monster's neck. Gaiet did not hesitate for a moment to hurl the knife straight at the target. The blade sank deep, causing blood to splatter everywhere, and the monster collapsed, meeting its end. Thanks to that finishing move, Gaiet's guardian has officially ranked up. This skill helps him see the fatal points on the monster's massive bodies. Although it's not too bad, he is still not satisfied. He needs to be even stronger to survive in this brutal place. Gaiet worked hard to train his ability to spot weaknesses. He swung his arm, throwing several knives in succession, cleanly taking down a whole group of goblins. The vital points of these monsters are located right in the brain and heart areas. Consequently, this technique doesn't provide much help when facing ordinary monsters. Gaiet suddenly thought he should find a larger monster to test it on. Suddenly, the sound of a stranger's footsteps reached his ears. He looked back and saw Kanzaki approaching him. He wondered why she had come to this place in the middle of the night. Kanzaki replied that since she didn't see him at the dormitory, she guessed he was here and came looking for him. Kai sighed and advised Kanzaki to head back because this forest is extremely dangerous after dark. He himself is used to the darkness, but she is not. Nighttime combat is much more difficult than during the day. Kanzaki snapped at Kai to shut up and asked what he was doing here anyway. Kai honestly replied that he was testing his new guardian. Steady once said new abilities would awaken when the guardian levels up. Kanzaki pondered for a moment and then asked about Kai's new power. He turned away sharply without answering, which made Kanzaki fly into a rage. She had gone to great trouble to come here out of concern, and this was the indifferent attitude she got. Kai, surprised, asked Kanzaki back if she was truly worried about him. Kanzaki's face turned beet red and she stammered, unable to find words because he had hit a nerve. Kai didn't want to hear any more. He told Kanzaki to go back so he could continue testing his skill. Kanzaki was just about to offer to join him when a column of pitch black smoke suddenly rose in the distance. Hideous monsters were flooding directly into the students' living quarters. Midu and Nagas were forced to stand and fight back, though they didn't understand the first thing about this chaos. Kai and Kanzaki hurriedly ran back for their lives when they saw the dormitory engulfed in flames. Kai urgently questioned a student about the cause of the incident. The student was also dazed and knew nothing, only waking up when he saw the fires and monsters appearing everywhere. Kai quickly asserted that everything was caused by outsiders, that the leader was surely somewhere nearby and that they needed to find and capture him immediately. Suddenly, a voice rang out praising Kai's excellent deduction skills. The one speaking was Steady, sitting perched on top of the wall. Kai wondered how these monsters had managed to infiltrate this place, but everything seemed to have become clear. These were all the monsters from Steady's laboratory. Steady did not deny it, stating that these monsters were all her adorable guinea pigs. Furthermore, she had given them some drugs to enhance their strength because they were previously too weak. Kai questioned Steady's true purpose, wondering how destroying these hero candidates would benefit her. Steady calmly replied that this was an order from her superiors. She had been assigned to eliminate the hero candidates, and even if she had to sacrifice what she had, she bore no ill will toward these students but would still wipe them all out. Kanzaki broke out in a cold sweat. An order from above. Could it be from Leonora? Steady stood up, denying any connection to that fake fox. She said this was an order from the Demon Lord. She was the one sent by the Demon Lord on this mission, and if she completed this task successfully, she would also be granted a position as a researcher at the place where the Demon Lord resides. Kai's face darkened. Had this woman sunk so deep into the darkness that the only thing she cared about was researching monsters? Steady was full of madness. She was truly obsessed. Human society can never fully understand the true nature of the mysterious creatures they call monsters. The dormitory was still engulfed in a fierce sea of flames. Steady stood proudly on the section of the wall. She ordered the entire swarm of monsters to attack at once. Kanzaki used a spell to immobilize all the monsters on the spot, and his main opponent right now was Steady. However, Kanzaki's magic was completely ineffective against her. The monsters immediately broke free from the restraint, leaving Kanzaki greatly astonished. Steady burst out laughing, declaring that as a scientist, she naturally knew how to deal with the monsters that were resisting. Subsequently, the lesser monsters also charged forward in droves. Kai told Kanzaki to fall back. He swung a knife, piercing through the enemies one by one. Wherever he went, the monsters were cut down. However, these were only a few typical individuals. Their numbers were still incredibly large. Whichever monster dared to jump out, Kai knocked it down immediately. Even the massive Oxford monster took a heavy blow and fell flat on the ground. The remaining monsters began to show wariness in the face of Kai's formidable strength. Witnessing the scene, Steady hurriedly spoke up. What on earth are you all trying to do? That person does not possess even an ounce of divine protection. Kai began to initiate the appraisal process. Subject Steady Archem, 28 years old. For a long time the world thought he was a woman, but in reality, he is a beautiful man. Attack, defense, speed, stamina, and mana are all rank F. Half-demon status. Possesses level 1 domination magic skill. Only then did Kai understand why Kanzaki's incantation was useless, is because the monsters were obeying someone with superior magical power. Powerful demons are fully capable of using domination magic to command herds of beasts. Steady whispered a call and then issued an order to someone. He declared he would end the charade before things got any worse. Immediately a massive fireball plummeted from the sky. Kai looked up and saw that it was a dragon. From its throat, a stream of flames continuously poured out. This was the famous fire dragon. Steady's secret trump card. Although he did not want to display his ultimate power so soon, the situation forced him to make a move. The fire dragon swung its tail hard into the smoke column, causing boulders to collapse onto the group's location. Kanzaki could not react in time, only standing there stunned like a statue. Fortunately, Kai was quick to pull her out of danger in the nick of time. The fierce dragon continued preparing its next attack. Kai urged Narumi to quickly get Kanzaki away from the danger zone. The fire dragon flapped its wings hard and dove straight at Kai. Thanks to his special skill, he quickly spotted its fatal weakness. It was the reverse scale located right on its neck. He swung his knife hard at that spot, but its hide was simply too thick. Kai's current attack power was not enough to pierce this solid defense. The battle gradually fell into an inescapable stalemate. Suddenly, Arashi appeared heroically on the roof and spoke up. Look, this size is the perfect prey for me. With those words, he lunged down and delivered a thunderous kick to the monster's knee. But that didn't bother Arashi at all. The fire dragon grew even more furious and unleashed a massive stream of fire. Arashi hurriedly rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames. Seeing this, Kai could only sigh helplessly. He had let his guard down. Even so, it had to be admitted that Arashi was indeed very strong. Kai slowly Now, both of them needed to join forces to have any hope of taking it down. Arashi brushed it off, saying he didn't need help. However, Kai insisted he had identified its weakness, but he lacked the strength to attack. Arashi replied to Kai's offer of cooperation, saying that if Kai wanted his help, he wouldn't work with amateurs. There was no more time for bickering. The fire dragon began swinging its tail to attack. Both men jumped simultaneously to avoid the terrifying strike of the dragon's tail. Next, the dragon breathed out another stream of fire. This flame was aimed directly at Arashi. Arashi gradually began to feel helpless. With his current strength, he could not defeat it alone. Finally, he reluctantly accepted Kai's proposal for cooperation. Kai pointed out that the dragon's weakness lay in its neck. Specifically, there was an inverted scale right on its neck. Kai would attract the dragon's attention. while Arashi would focus his attack on that specific scale. For Arashi, this task was entirely within his reach. Steady, standing high above, continuously urged them on. Why are you just standing there like statues? Kill the dragon quickly! Obedient to its master's command, the fire dragon further displayed its terrifying power. Just one roar was enough to blow everything away. Kai began to draw the dragon's attention, distracting it into chasing him. He dodged to one side, stepping to the side to distract the enemy while preserving his own life. At this very moment, Arashi lunged at the reverse scale and delivered a punch fueled by all his resentment. The fire dragon was hit in a vital spot, leaving it unable to fight back. It roared out in agonizing pain. The fire dragon was completely defeated, leaving Steady frozen in shock. Arashi looked visibly smug after just subduing a violent creature. Kai silently looked up at Steady, who had just lost his trump card. Do you want to persist any longer, or will you give up? Despite trembling uncontrollably, Steady still tried to boast loudly that he had countless other monsters. Unfortunately, his minions were all lying incapacitated on the ground. The student council had put those monsters into an eternal slumber. Terrified, Steady tried to flee but was blocked by Narumi, causing him to slip and fall. They would certainly never let him die so easily. Kai pressed the sharp tip of his sword close to his opponent's face. It is already midnight, and we have no more time to waste. Nevertheless, there are still a few things I need to clarify with you. Scared out of his wits, Steady hastily begged for his life and promised to confess everything he knew. However, a mysterious force did not allow him to return alive. A single blow cruelly took Steady's life. Something like a curse had just occurred. Kai had read several similar records while researching documents in the library. It could be understood that the mastermind had placed a curse to silence him. He would die the moment he tried to speak. Kai stood in silence, pondering how the Demon Lord's army remained an unpredictable threat to everyone. Everything took place exactly one day after the Steady incident. Leonora appeared saddened by the news, surprised that such a terrible thing had happened while she was away. Narumi questioned her, saying that since she was the one who assigned the task to Steady, shouldn't she apologize? A smile slowly appeared on her lips. Indeed, I sincerely apologize for causing everyone to misunderstand. Allow me to state it more clearly. I never imagined that such a weak minion turned monster would cause so much trouble. Everyone was frozen in shock at the words that had just been spoken. She meant that both of them knew full well that Steady was a henchman for the demons, yet they intentionally turned a blind eye and let him run wild. Leonora gave a faint smile as if it were nothing to worry about. I warned you that the exercises would become increasingly intense. Everything that just happened was only the beginning. Out of resentment over his friends' deaths, one student snapped and set everything on fire while everyone was fast asleep. However, Gayet immediately interrupted. Don't act so childishly. It's your own fault for not being vigilant during the night. Everyone was speechless and unable to refute him, though Kai was the only one who felt he had a point. They didn't discover the monsters until it was too late, but it was unreasonable to expect so much from ordinary high school students. Now, let's get down to business. Soon, you all will be visiting the royal capital. The main purpose is to announce the list of hero candidates. A large-scale parade will be held right in the royal capital. You will appear on the main stage as the central figures. Darkness had begun to fall. Gayet ordered his army to rest and recover their strength until dawn broke. Everyone gathered around the flickering fire to share their thoughts. Arashi estimated that there were probably only about 30 soldiers escorting them, and judging by their attitude, they didn't seem formidable at all. The subordinate boasted that his leader was more than capable of taking them out with a single punch. But he was harboring a different scheme. The golden opportunity has arrived. Usually the area was heavily guarded, but now only 30 men remained. In terms of numbers, their side currently held the advantage over those soldiers. It seemed those soldiers were being arrogant and looking down on Arashi's group. They couldn't have imagined in their dreams that these students would dare to rise up and resist. Arashi asserted that now was the time to act and quickly summoned Narumi's group. Kai dropped on the conversation and nodded in approval. Currently, the guarding force is very thin, and they aren't professionals at all. But the only reason for that was because Leonora and Gayet were overconfident in their ability to control these students. He needed more time to decipher why they were so confident. Kai approached Midu and suggested that the two of them needed to have a private conversation. Waiting until the off-duty soldiers had all crept back to their camps to sleep, Arashi and Narumi's gang finally began to move into action. Unexpectedly, they were blocked halfway by Midu's group. I heard a rumor that you were planning to finish off Leonora and Gaio. When questioned about where the information came from, Midu coolly replied that he had accidentally overheard it while walking by. Nagas flatly dismissed it, thinking the idea was too crazy. No matter how annoying those two were, they shouldn't be foolish enough to take a life. Arashi angrily argued back that they were the ones who were crazy, asking how much longer they would have to live like obedient dogs under her torment. Midu empathized deeply with his comrade's feelings, but such impulsive actions would ruin everything. There were plenty of smoother and wiser alternatives. Arashi dismissively brushed it off, considering those to be nothing more than empty promises. Midu's plan was to resign himself to being Leonora's pawn and then find an opportunity to eliminate the Demon King. In return, he would make her protect them all so they could be safe, but Arashi immediately snapped back, asking if he thought she would actually listen to him. Midu firmly replied that he believed once he was strong enough, he would have enough leverage to negotiate. However, the hot-tempered and stubborn guy still insisted on dismissing it as a pipe dream. Furthermore, he didn't care to ask such a weak person for protection. The conversation fell apart, and Arashi decided not to follow the same path as this group, focusing only on his intent to return home. Midu decisively declared that if he stubbornly continued to act recklessly, they would be forced to step in and stop him. And so, the two sides engaged in a fierce fight. Arashi's striking speed was undeniably lightning. It sent a shockwave that knocked Midu backward. Arashi, who was proud of his own abilities, also widened his eyes in surprise to see his opponent block the recent punch. Right at the critical moment, a pair of patrolling soldiers walked past. Midu quickly covered it up, saying that the group was just having a bit of a casual chat. The two guards heard this and didn't suspect anything at all. They just gently reminded them to go to sleep early to have enough energy to wake up tomorrow. Thus, Arashi's planned operation completely fell through. He was furious, gritting his teeth and muttering how annoying it was. I'm sick to death of these weaklings. Talking to you guys is a waste of breath. The next morning at the magnificent Digair sanctuary in the royal capital, all the students gathered together at this location. The surrounding scene was incredibly lively and bustling. Although it was crowded, it still wasn't as packed as Tokyo. Passers-by curiously watched the giant horse carriage escorted by a long line of handsome young men and women. Ott shouted loudly, telling everyone to clear the way so that Archbishop Leonora and the hero candidates could pass through quickly. The curious crowd huddled to both sides, firmly believing that the hero candidates were the ones chosen by the Supreme Being. The crowd appeared extremely excited at the appearance of the heroes. Everyone cheered as if they had just seen their idols in person. Midu also warmly raised his hand and waved back in greeting. Only the Arashi group had scowling, grumpy expressions as if they were suffering from severe constipation. It seemed that this crowd placed immensely high expectations on the hero candidates. They even believed that these heroes would save the entire kingdom. This situation inadvertently caused Kanzuki to feel uneasy inside. The man with the curly blonde hair was Holy Knight Zenith, who spoke as the representative, welcoming the heroes to the royal capital and inviting them to rest and recover their strength after their exhausting journey. Everyone enjoyed the soft comfort of warm mattresses after a long time of sleeping only on the dusty ground. Having been starved for so long, they were served food by maids who were frantically rushing around yet still could not keep up. Meanwhile, Midu continued to practice diligently without any rest. As for Kai, he quietly observed the surroundings to gather more information about this place. However, the guards here were stationed in high concentrations. It was too dangerous to keep loitering around the castle area like this. Suddenly, he spotted the knight who had led the group earlier standing and whispering with two soldiers. One soldier asked, Sir Zenith, where are the hero candidates currently? They are probably all resting in their rooms. He continued skeptically, I wonder if those kids were truly chosen by the god of creation in terms of power. These students are indeed superior to average teenagers. The soldier expressed concern about the Demon Lord's subordinates. Keeping the hero candidates in the capital would surely provoke them into action. The other soldier agreed, noting that the situation had become too volatile lately. I think it is best that we heighten our vigilance. Zenith replied with a bright smile, Don't worry too much, the heroes themselves will be the ones to protect this royal capital, will they not? It was time for practice, but now even more questions were arising in Kai's mind. He thought to himself that he should definitely sneak into town once, at a roadside tavern located deep within the town. Kai, fully bundled up, asked the host for a glass of beer and the best appetizer in the establishment. Nearby, a fat red-haired man and a blonde-haired man were whispering about the hero group. The red-haired man dismissively scoffed that they were just a bunch of brats, while the blonde man still firmly believed in the divine selection. Kai suddenly realized that the church seemed to hold ultimate power here, to the point where the people feared the church more than the king or the nobility. The beer glass was already set on the table. Meanwhile, he mentioned he wanted to ask the bartender a few things, and the man happily agreed. To be honest, I've just set foot in this land, so everything is still very unfamiliar to me. I've heard people mention the Demon Lord's subordinates quite often. Who exactly are they? The old bartender scratched his head audibly and replied, You know we're in a life and death struggle with the Demon Legion, right? Currently, the Demon Lord is the leader and also the most terrifying monster of all. Rumors say the Demon Lord's overwhelming power can blind people and force them into submission. Those are the Demon Lord's henchmen. They run rampant everywhere, and just a few days ago, they leveled a nobleman's mansion. From the description, Kai thought to himself that they were no different from a brutal terrorist organization. He slowly strolled around town while deep in thought. Since the students from the capital are hero candidates, they are easy targets for the subordinates. No wonder everyone looks so anxious. Suddenly, Kanzaki came rushing toward him in a frantic state.
I finally found you.
Where have you been all this time? Kai explained that he was gathering information since they were in such an unfamiliar place. Kanzaki understood, but she was still very worried because letting him go alone right now was too dangerous. Kanzaki even enthusiastically offered to support him with all her might. However, he coldly refused. I can take care of myself. Just stay quiet and go with the others. Kanzaki replied with dissatisfaction. You should be happy that I'm willing to help. Kai sighed in frustration, deciding to just let her help and get it over with. He asked her to look for information about the royal capital. Can you ask the townspeople for me? Kanzaki's face lit up and she nodded in agreement immediately. After that, she happily skipped away to carry out her assigned task. Nearby, a mysterious man completely covered up quietly observed their every move. He smirked slightly, wearing a sinister and calculating smile. After strolling through the town and returning, Kai ultimately failed to gather any valuable information. In return, however, he managed to sense the presence of a new threat. Suddenly, he heard a loud commotion coming from nearby. On such a quiet night, strange noises were coming from inside the room. When Kai stepped inside, he saw many of his friends gathered there. He approached to ask about the situation, and a female student said in a panic that Kanzaki had disappeared. Onya was the first to notice this because the two of them shared a room. Everyone was frantically looking for her without knowing where she had gone. Kai sighed. So that's it. No one realized that he had also been absent. It was understandable, as Kai didn't share a room with anyone. Kai kept it a secret that Kanzaki had snuck into town, nonchalantly making up a story that he knew nothing because he had been sound asleep. Midu then turned to instruct the group. Everyone listen closely to what I have to say. I'm certain she is no longer in the palace. Dawn is about to break, so let's hurry outside to find her. Although Nagas once thought Kanzaki should be left alone given the current situation, he had to follow Midu's advice. It was still pitch black at the time, and everyone in town was still sound asleep. Kai immediately began searching everywhere for Kanzaki. There was a high probability that she was just wandering around somewhere nearby. Suddenly, he spotted something peeking out from the ground. It was Kanzaki's student ID card. While he was still busy examining it, suddenly several cloaked men brandishing swords rushed out from all sides to ambush him. Kai dodged them effortlessly, as light as a feather. Then he grabbed one man's wrist and let them cut each other down. He ruthlessly took down every single one of them. The remaining man, witnessing his comrades die in a gruesome manner, was frightened out of his wits. He was trembling uncontrollably. Kai glared at him with murderous intent. Your skills are truly pathetic, whether you're a spy or a warrior. Furthermore, you look like a mere civilian, so what is your true purpose for sneaking around here? Despite being terrified, the man stubbornly refused to utter a single word. This made Kai even more furious. He declared he would force the man to reveal every truth he knew. Meanwhile, Kanzaki was being held captive at a mysterious location. Her hands were tied tightly to either side. The guards there mocked and ridiculed her incessantly. She firmly asserted that even if interrogated 10,000 times, her answer would remain the same. She had nothing to say to this trash. In reality, they were just trying to pry for more information about the hero candidates. Because of her resistance, 2 soldiers roughly tore open her outer clothing. Kanzaki blushed bright red with embarrassment but could do nothing. Despite the humiliation, she did not reveal any information about her comrades. Kai had actually been secretly present and observing for some time. He then activated an appraisal skill. These people were just mortals, so it was hard to believe Kanzaki had been kidnapped by them so easily. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately threw 2 daggers, sinking them deep into their temples with pinpoint accuracy. Immediately after, he finally revealed himself to unchain and rescue Kanzuki. She appeared extremely apologetic for being unable to help and only causing a heap of trouble. Kai didn't bother to care, merely reminding her to keep her mouth shut. Minor details could be dealt with later. The urgent priority right now was to get out of there quickly. However, before he could even move a muscle, the sound of leisurely footsteps echoed from a dark corner, drawing closer. Then, that person suddenly lunged toward them, delivering a thunderous strike onto the ground. Fortunately, thanks to his sharp reflexes, Kai managed to leap back just in time to evade it. It turned out that the one ambushing them was the Holy Knight, Zenith. He intended to personally eliminate all hero candidates following orders from his superiors. However, his true identity was actually a Grand General serving the Demon King's faction. Observing the situation, Kai understood all too well that the royal capital was completely besieged by the demon army. The nation's downfall was imminent. Zenith boastfully declared that he would accelerate this process by sending all hero candidates to their graves. As soon as he finished speaking, both sides immediately entered a state of readiness for a fight to the death. One brandished twin daggers while the other took a stance with a greatsword. Kai immediately analyzed his opponent's strength. Target: Zenith Walter, 28 years old, male, offense, defense, agility, endurance, and manner all rank B, status normal, possesses level 3 swordsmanship and level 3 fire magic. The fact that all his stats reached rank B showed that he was a well-rounded combatant who absolutely could not be underestimated. Zenith took the initiative and struck first. Kai quickly jumped back to evade. He raised his hand to draw a glowing red magic circle, roaring a command for fireballs to incinerate his target. Instantly, a series of blazing fireballs shot out continuously from the center of that circle. This was undoubtedly a fire magic technique. Kai had no choice but to leap into the air to dodge the lethal strike. He seized the opportunity while Kai was suspended mid-air and unable to dodge, intending to deliver a fatal blow to finish his opponent. Kai decisively threw a dagger at him, but the attack was easily neutralized. His blade suddenly burst into violent flames, transforming into a blazing fire sword. It seemed the battle was settled, with defeat almost certainly belonging to Kai. But unexpectedly, just as the man opened his mouth to boast, a bullet was planted right in the center of his forehead. In the end, that man kicked the bucket much sooner than anticipated. Kai pensively observed the gun. He decided it would be foolish to waste his scarce ammunition on such a difficult situation. Nevertheless, that man wasn't wrong. He should have stayed away from that troublesome pit from the start. To survive in this chaos, Kai was forced to train his close combat skills to face his enemies head-on. At that moment, Kazuki peeked out from behind the wall and asked if that thing was really a gun. This was standard equipment for assassins. Kazuki felt a chill down her spine realizing that someone in her class had been carrying a gun all along. Regardless, she needed to express her gratitude for him braving the danger to come to her rescue. Kai awkwardly brushed it off, saying it was all just a coincidence, as Kazuki hadn't been able to use her dominance ability at the time. She didn't know why, but magic was completely ineffective while locked in those handcuffs. Only after they were removed did everything return to normal. Indeed, these handcuffs possessed an incredibly bizarre function. Kai gently draped the enemy's cloak over Kazuki to make her feel less self-conscious, and then they both quickly retreated from the area. Kazuki hurriedly turned back to warn him that the group from earlier was plotting an ambush against all the members of their class. However, Kai had already vaguely guessed as much thanks to the information he extracted from the enemy he captured upon arrival. He was the sole survivor of the failed attack, trembling like a leaf and begging for his life. Whether he continued to draw breath or not depended entirely on the honesty of his testimony. He collapsed to his knees, pleading that he was only following orders, and that the hero candidates were a thorn in the demon lord's side that needed to be eliminated early. Kai interrogated him intensely about Kazuki's whereabouts, and the man hastily swore that she was still safe and sound. They were holding her as bait to lure in and kill the remaining hero candidates. That was exactly why he knew Kazuki's exact location where she was being held. Curiously, this man wasn't cursed to death like Steady, leading Kai to believe that this wasn't a plot by the demons. Kazuki felt saddened to learn that such wicked fellow countrymen existed. She had naively considered the residents of this world to be her friends. Kai sighed and advised her not to be so gullible. It was precisely because she let her guard down that they were able to trap and shackle her so easily. Kazuki argued back that anyone would have believed them since they answered every question smoothly, while Kai countered that danger doesn't just come from demons, but also from the unpredictable hearts of men. Kazuki turned away in annoyance, exclaiming that she was already deeply regretful. Was that enough? It was because she was too overconfident that she ended up in this mess. Just then, Midu rushed toward them in a panic. Thank goodness you're okay. I'm overjoyed to see that you're safe and sound. So Kai found you. But he didn't mention anything about it. He just wanted the two of them to have a serious discussion right now. Seeing the tension on Kai's face, Midu also began to sense that something serious had just happened. Kai began to recount in detail all the information about the demon-worshipping cult to her. They are a fanatical cult worshipping the demon lord with a plot to overthrow humanity, and the hero candidates here are their targets. Midu pondered, it turns out the biggest problem is that we cannot identify the hidden enemies, who are not easily distinguished like those hideous monsters. Therefore, every individual needs to maximize their own vigilance. Midu intends to present this issue to Leonora, hoping she will tighten security further. Kanzaki thought that was unfeasible, as she would surely just tell everyone to fend for themselves. First, it is necessary to summon all members to agree on the next steps. At this time, everyone is fanning out in all directions to look for Kanzaki. Suddenly, a massive explosion thundered from right behind the building. Many members of that crazed cult are besieging them from various directions. They brandish their weapons with the intent to devour all three of them alive. By this point, there is no longer anything left to doubt. It is true that their sole purpose is to take the lives of the hero candidates. All three immediately assumed defensive stances ready for a fight. Other groups of students nearby were also falling into a state of being besieged. Based on observation, all of the attackers were ordinary humans. They appeared with a total of 6 aggressive members. Although their stats were lower than Zenith's, because they were seasoned warriors, facing them was quite difficult. As soon as the leader gave the order to attack, they all charged in simultaneously like wild beasts. Kanzaki immediately cast dominance magic to force the enemies into a state of immobility. Right after, Kai hurled a series of daggers straight into the foreheads of the enemy. Midu expressed concern because they were humans, not demons, and shouldn't be dealt with so ruthlessly. But as for Kai, he fundamentally made no distinction between human and demon, simply because they were still enemies to be eliminated even in human form. While the two sides were still arguing, one person sneaked around the back for a sneak attack. Midu hurriedly turned and used his sword to parry, still not wanting to kill in his heart. He even tried to use words to reason with the opponent. However, that man cared nothing for his own kind, screaming that it was all for his faith in his master. Kanzaki intended to intervene and help but was promptly stopped by Kai. He wanted Midu to take action himself to earn his chance of survival. Midu quickly snapped the sword he was holding in two. I will spare anyone who lays down their weapons and surrenders. Put your swords down. This is likely your last chance. Immediately after, he rushed forward frantically, grazing Midu's arm. He laughed triumphantly as if he had just conquered some great peak. At this point, Midu could no longer afford to hesitate. A decisive sword strike slashed across the man's body. The man writhed on the blood-soaked ground but still refused to yield. Kai spoke up, demanding that he finish the man off. However, Midu wanted to leave him there, letting fate take its course. But to Kai, it was essential to ensure that the threat had been completely eliminated. Midu wondered how Kai could say those things so calmly. Since the person before them was also a human, Kai replied that it was Midu's choice, and while they were hesitating, the entire class was being attacked. Midu, aren't you going to help everyone? You're the strongest in the class, after all. Midu was speechless. Kai continued, think about it, what is more important, the life of an enemy or the lives of your classmates? At this point, Midu had determined what was truly more important to him. He finished off the man decisively, then declared he would go save everyone. On this side, Arashi's group had also finished dealing with the ambushing squad. Arashi grabbed the last man by the throat and lifted him high into the air. Then he delivered a thunderous punch, sending him to his grave. He acted ruthlessly true to his nature. Meanwhile, the other students were still struggling in the battle. Fireballs incinerated everything, but the enemy forces were still too numerous. Nagash urged everyone to be strong and take them down one by one. However, the classmates hesitated to strike because their opponents were also human. Taking advantage of this hesitation, the cultists continuously attacked the girls. Witnessing this scene, Nagash could only watch helplessly. At this moment, Leonora appeared and spoke. "Should I let you all pass the course?" Leonora's appearance threw the crowd into a panic.
You bastards! You're a woman, aren't you?
"And you know that the hero candidates are all my subordinates. So, it's only natural for me to step in and help when they're in danger, isn't it?" That man continued to shout challenges, mocking how you dare try to save someone without a single knight to protect you, calling it a total farce. In Leonora's eyes, these people were nothing more than henchmen blinded by the power of the Demon King. From the very beginning, she didn't even bother to consider the people here as worthy opponents. That blatant contempt sent those people into a fit of rage. The entire crowd charged forward simultaneously, intending to attack her. However, they were all instantly enveloped in a brilliant golden light and turned to stone, rendered completely immobile. At a glance, this energy appeared very similar to Kanzaki's magic. Leonora immediately spoke up, demanding that her power not be compared to that person's. In terms of power, range, and suppression capability, she far surpassed them in every respect. Nagas was curious to know why she had stepped in to save everyone. "I did mention helping you all pass this exam, didn't I? However, I would have been more satisfied if you had handled this trouble yourselves. Just consider it the duty of a superior to protect their subordinates." One individual, still clinging to life, struggled to crawl over and grab the hem of Leonora's dress. "Don't abandon us. What on earth do you plan to do with us? Oh, I forgot you were still breathing. In that case, everyone, please finish them all off." That sudden command caused the entire group to freeze in their tracks. Immediately afterward, the students' bodies began to move involuntarily against their will. Every one of them was tightly clutching a sword in their hand. Then the blades automatically plunged down, stabbing straight into those lying dying on the floor. Despite the female students trembling in fear, the slashing strikes did not stop. Kai and Kanzaki were hiding on the roof, observing the entire sequence of events. He realized that this was precisely level 3 domination magic. Its power was many times greater than Kanzaki's control ability. Leonora's manipulation skills and range of influence were clearly on a completely different level. The group needed to quickly find a way to counter this formidable power. On that night, 12 hours after the raid by the Demon King's henchmen, the students were gathering together. The situation of the female students at this moment looked extremely miserable. They were indeed severely shocked. Narumi resentfully swore not to forgive that woman who dared to pull the strings and cruelly force others to massacre each other. Despite also being manipulated, Nagas only felt a bit of frustration in her heart. Knowing well that others would struggle if they encountered this, she took all the blame upon herself. Midu blamed himself for being too late and failing to prevent the tragedy. Everyone tried their best to comfort Midu because he had saved many lives. Kanzaki blamed herself, thinking that if she had arrived sooner, the situation would have been different. Kai bluntly remarked that arriving early would have been futile, as none of them were skilled enough to face Leonora. Previously, the trio had split into 2 groups after clearing out the minions with Midu, aiming to gather as many classmates as possible. Although they successfully rescued a few groups of students, they still couldn't arrive in time to support Nagas and the others. The encounter with the Demon Lord sect certainly won't end here, but the loss of General Janus will surely make them retreat for a while. Besides, there was still a bigger problem at this moment that required their focus. Kai then turned to ask Kanzaki, "Could you follow me for a moment?" He led her into an empty room and quickly bolted the door. This suspicious behavior immediately made Kanzaki blush with embarrassment. However, Kai coldly explained that he wanted to find a loophole in Leonora's dark magic. "I want the assistance of someone who possesses similar abilities to hers, like you." Kanzaki quickly brushed aside her embarrassment and asked if he had a plan yet. "Kanzaki, first try to manipulate me." One day after the hero candidates completely defeated the Demon Lord sect, the kingdom held a grand parade to celebrate their triumphal return. This showed that after demonstrating their strength against the forces of the Demon Lord sect, they were naturally welcomed with open arms by the people of the capital. Witnessing that boisterous and festive atmosphere, Kai once again felt a flicker of suspicion. Was this perhaps a scenario that Leonora had painstakingly arranged in advance? If that were indeed the case, then she was more dangerous than he had ever imagined. When the crowd had fully gathered outside the city gates, Leonora began her speech. "I am honored to welcome everyone who has gathered here in such great numbers. Now is the time for you all to return to the beloved Alpha Temple, a place where many students have been healed, a land that likely falls under Leonora's governance. Lady Leonora will not be accompanying you. She needs to resolve some outstanding business from yesterday, while the task of looking after the hero candidates will be handled by Gaios." Nagas spoke up, "I believe we can return to the site of the old burnt-down dormitory, you know." Suddenly, Nagas caught Naomi's worried expression. She approached to check on her, but Naomi only replied that she was doing fine. Even so, her appearance and facial expression revealed everything. Lady Leonora suddenly spoke up as something the matter. Her voice startled Naomi so much that she almost tripped. Fortunately, Nagus quickly ran over and caught Naomi. Afterward, she excused herself to take her leave first. Amidst the drizzling rain, Nami constantly urged her friend to stop. Lady Leonora faded from view with an inscrutable smile on her lips. It is truly good to hear that. I will see you all in the times to come. The other students did not seem very pleased with her attitude. But at this moment, no one could do anything about it. Darkness had enveloped the area. Everyone huddled around the flickering fire. That Arashi group still has not given up. They are still harboring intentions to carry out that plan. Kai realized that Leonora was not present and the military force had only 30 people left. Compared to the number of hero candidates, the enemy side is significantly weaker. Therefore, this is the most wonderful opportunity to kill Gaios. In this situation, there is no reason to stop them. Now, just sit still and wait to see the drama unfold. Narumi will be responsible for leading Gaios to a deserted place, according to the plan, because a monster that looks like a dragon has appeared. But when she arrived, she appeared confused. That's strange, I clearly caught a glimpse of it somewhere around here. This area lies right on the main road to the royal capital, and it would be extremely dangerous if a dragon truly resided here. Gaios intended to return to report this emergency and gather a team of hunters. Narumi suddenly pointed her hand straight ahead. This caused all of his attention to shift in that direction. However, at that exact moment, Arashi delivered a lethal blow from behind a terrifying explosion. This distance was indeed far too close. Luckily, Narumi managed to dodge in time, otherwise, she would have been caught in the blast as well. Gayet was wounded, with red blood drenching one side of his face. Arashi stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. Can't even my strongest flames finish you off. You really are as persistent as a leech. But dealing with those who cling to life happens to be my specialty. Arashi walked straight toward the heavily injured old man. You realize that we were the ones who lured you here, don't you? In that case, we have naturally set a deadly trap for you. You need energy to withstand it.
Oh, that's right.
But those attacks certainly left you with more than just minor injuries, didn't they? Gayet could never have imagined these kids would plot such a sophisticated ambush against him. Regardless of how he was judged, Arashi's only goal was to take him down, so he didn't care about tactical schemes. Ignoring any judgment, he realized he was being surrounded by other students. Gayet scrambled to his feet, gripped his sword tightly, and took a combat stance. Arashi immediately shouted for the rest of the students to charge, telling them not to hold back and to ensure he fell right there. Gayet understood there was no way to stop these impulsive students. Therefore, he decided to raise his gun and fire a flare into the sky. Kai and those around him saw it as well. He realized that things were becoming increasingly complicated. Arashi had unintentionally ruined all the plans. Nearby soldiers recognized it as an emergency distress signal. They began looking around and realized Gayet had been out of sight for quite some time. They started to suspect whether he might be in danger from someone. They all hurriedly discussed it and went to check the source of that light. However, Kai appeared and took down the soldier with a single lightning-fast knife strike, knowing that they had no grudge against each other. He didn't care about him at all, but fate intervened. As a minor character and a soldier, he was bound to leave sooner or later. Seeing that, the other soldiers joined in and rushed forward to attack. In the end, a tragic fate spares no one. One by one they lost their lives, causing the survivors to turn on each other. Why would a hero candidate do such a thing? Kai closed in and pressed the knife firmly against his throat. Do you really have time to be asking those questions? Retract those words. A knife stroke swept past. A rain of seraphim poured down. What about this side? Gayet was still surrounded by those students. These two young men charged at once, but he managed to block them just in time. Narumi unleashed a wind spear. Another student quickly empowered their teammate to boost their strength. Gayet was caught off guard, but his time hasn't come yet. He still managed to fly away to dodge the spear. Another student also rushed forward to attack, but compared to him that speed was far too slow. Gayet used his sword to counterattack, but it was useless. With the steel body guardian, his body was now as hard as concrete. This guardian ability actually cracked his sword. Next came Arashi's fire punch. Gayet was blown backward. He lost one of his arms. Blood poured out profusely, yet he still refused to die. This old man is incredibly resilient. Narumi suddenly realized that the light from before was a distress signal. He was trying to buy time for the soldiers to arrive. But suddenly, Gayet spoke up. No, it's no longer necessary. Leonora suddenly appeared from behind. You've been backed into a corner, haven't you, Gayet? Elsewhere, everyone was quite surprised to see Kanzaki using his power to force the soldiers to tie each other up. She was simply following instructions, you know. Everyone was astonished, not understanding why it was so. Usually, she doesn't care what others say, yet now she's listening to someone. Guy appeared and explained that Midu was only following my orders. Kanzaki has captured as many as 7 enemies, although a few of them might have partially escaped. But those who escaped were also neatly dealt with by Kai. Midu realized his friend had started killing again. Kai nonchalantly replied, "That's right, I killed them all, leaving no soldier alive except for those standing here." Midu wondered why Kai acted that way. Because I guessed Arashi and his group were busy with Gayet, I thought it best to clean up all these Tepsios. That is the reason why Arashi and his group were absent. Now Nagas suddenly realized this was the rebellion plan they had discussed before. Midu was completely shocked. He thought Kai was an ally, but who would have thought he would join forces with Arashi now? But in reality, Kai was just following his own will. And the most important thing right now is to find Arashi and his group, not to stand here and argue. Midu immediately ordered everyone to hurry and stop Arashi and his group, not letting them cause any more chaos. As for Gayet, he admitted this was indeed a shameful performance. He could no longer resist his old age. So Lenora has officially returned. Everyone began to feel confused, not knowing what to do next. For someone like Arashi, he surely would have no other choice. He would never accept running away in such a weak-willed manner. People suddenly realized the woman before them was the mastermind behind it all. Leonora said bluntly, "Of course, there must be conditions. If you want enough energy to fight back, then everything will be fine. But you, who always rely on the guardian gods and aren't used to controlling your own energy, are in a way just weaklings. That is why I can control all of you." Arashi found this woman despicable. He was certain she couldn't win if everyone fought with all their might. Leonora only laughed. It was indeed an interesting challenge. "Fine, I will deal with you alone. I will break all of those fangs." Hearing that, Gayet began to worry, fearing that Leonora would use her power to turn them into slaves, which would be too much. Leonora didn't care at all. She knew she was the saintess. God would surely favor you more than the people here. After those words, both sides immediately rushed in to beat each other up. Leonora immediately used the celestial wood technique. Earth and rock suddenly surged up and rammed hard into Arashi's stomach. Next was the celestial sky technique. Knife-sharp winds and tornadoes blew him away. Arashi fell to the ground unconscious. Celestial fire burned everything to ashes. The celestial water technique submerged the opponent in water to the point of suffocation. As a result, they passed out immediately. Even though he was being thoroughly pummeled, Arashi still tried to issue a challenge. "Do you think you've won for sure, you nasty old hag?" Midu's group arrived just in time to stop this battle. Arashi knew full well that this kid wanted to stop him, but to him only force would work. He absolutely hated Midu's peaceful ways. Even the friends in Arashi's group couldn't believe the people below. Yet Nagash completely agreed with Narumi's opinion. Instead of moping around and doing it all alone, wouldn't it be better if the whole group cooperated? Although there were still those who opposed violence, the situation left Midu deeply concerned. Leonora interrupted, asking why they were still arguing in a situation like this. At this moment, anyone involved in the rebellion must be held accountable. "Do you think I'll let it slide just because someone stepped forward to take the blame?" This meant Leonora would not show any mercy at all. She used the celestial wind technique to blow everything away. Narumi tried to resist, but it was in vain. Leonora's tornado naturally possessed far superior power. It began to force Narumi down. Then it swept the whole group away. The entire group suffered a painful, violent impact. Seeing this, Midu was worried sick, but Arashi reassured him that no one was going to die, so he should stay calm. Arashi shouted that if they wanted to protect everyone, they had to change, otherwise, the whole lot of them would end up dead! Clearly, there was no longer any way to retreat. Midu had no choice but to draw his sword, determined to fight a life or death battle. Nagas and her flames also excitedly joined in. Even she began to lose her composure. One by one, the fellow students reluctantly nodded in agreement, though they were not very happy about it. And so, Lenora would have to face the group of potential heroes head on. She was confident she would show those kids the true gap between the two sides. On this side was Kai's group, along with Kanzaki. Kanzaki wasn't sure what those two would do next. Kai maintained an unusually calm demeanor. He would act as soon as Leonora used her enslavement magic, and at that point, the only thing left to do was to trust them completely. As for Midu's friends, they were facing a relentless all-out attack from the hero candidates. Despite his aching body, he still stood up to shield the saintess, knowing full well he could hardly resist. But for now he was still Leonora's guard. Seeing that, Leonora moved to heal his wounds for him. Immediately, a new arm grew back. His other wounds also gradually healed. Gaius was as strong as he had been at the beginning. He was even much stronger, forcing Narumi's group to struggle to hold their ground. The entire team had exerted all their effort to eliminate him, so all that hard work was truly wasted. Nasa encouraged everyone, believing that with their current strength they could absolutely defeat them. Leonora remained nonchalant, looking forward to this battle. She told them to show what they were capable of. As for her, this was also an opportunity to test everyone. "But of course, if you cannot defeat me, you will never be able to become heroes." With those words, Midu charged forward. His fellow students stayed back to provide support for him. Midu's sword surprised the opponent as it could easily pierce through the other blade. Leonora transformed stone blocks into weapons as sharp as knives and launched them straight at the target. Those sharp stone shards hurtled straight toward Midu. Nagas used her molten flames to neutralize those stones. Leonora looked at them with contempt, asking if that was really all they could do. Despite his attempts to dodge and parry, the razor-sharp stones still grazed him, leaving several small scratches on Midu's body. Seeing her leader get hurt, Morel felt an overwhelming sense of rage welling up inside her. Quickly activate the teleportation skill. Narumi also cast a wind manipulation technique to slash outward. Both of these combined power streams vanished without a trace before they could even touch the hem of Leonora's dress. She boasted that she was protected by the gods, so those guardian skills had no effect at all. Hiding behind a rock to observe, he began to use his appraisal skill. Leonora Degris, female, attack rank A, defense rank D, agility rank D, endurance rank E, energy rank S, level 5 summoning magic, level 4 elemental skills, level 3 support skills. Although her defensive stats were quite poor, she hadn't needed to use them from the start anyway. Only a melee strike could break Leonora's armor, but Gaius kept blocking the path, and Arashi was pinned down in a fight with him. He seemed to be losing steam, constantly kicking instead of finishing the fight with a destructive blast. However, Arashi thought there was no point in wasting his ultimate move on a useless old man. With those words, he boldly declared he would send Gaius to his grave. Meanwhile, Midu took on the task of finishing off that woman. Midu nodded immediately. However, without the Guardian's power, this sword would never be able to pierce her. A comrade immediately threw him a spare sword. Midu caught it and quickly took a defensive stance, ready for battle. He was now fully prepared for a fair fight. Midu understood that many people were placing their full trust in him. Therefore, he had to take Leonora down at any cost. Leonora stood there indifferently, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. Midu swung his sword incessantly, slashing wildly. Once divine power became useless, the surrounding teammates were also helpless, with no way to support him. Due to the cramped space, they couldn't assist Arashi. Though extremely anxious and itching to join in, his classmates had no choice but to stand and watch. They would only be a hindrance if they tried to interfere in the battle now. Gayet delivered a slash. Arashi returned the favor with a punch. His lightning-fast attack speed even terrified Gayet, forcing him to retreat instantly. Arashi began to mock him. "Oh look, what's the matter with you? Why have you suddenly become so clumsy? Even though your wounds have healed, it seems you haven't quite recovered your form yet, have you? Gayet, that old man, is no pushover. He has started to fight in earnest, and as for you, kid, you have reached a state where you can no longer use your guardian spirit." Midu is also struggling just as much. Leonora continuously unleashes massive fireball. Midu can dodge them, but the situation is far from favorable. If this continues, she will crush him in an instant. There must be a way for Midu to defeat Leonora. Leonora praises Midu's ability, as few in this land can dodge her attacks like that. Midu admits that no matter how much he tries to dodge her attacks, at that distance, it is a one-sided battle. He needs to find a way to attack Leonora from afar or get closer. Because everyone's guardian spirits are useless and they are unable to help, furthermore long-range attacks are Leonora's specialty. Midu has no other choice but to charge straight at her with brute force, needing to be even faster than before. Even Leonora is surprised by Midu's speed. To prevent him from getting close, she makes the ground collapse. Then, flames erupt and burn Midu as he loses his focus. Even now, the boy is still channeling all the power in his body, and now is the moment he wants to use it to attack. Leonora has to admit that he is a terrifying talent. However, someone bearing the title of Saintess is still superior to a hero candidate. Midu is knocked unconscious. Meanwhile, Arashi is still facing off against the old man Gayet. With his current strength, he can no longer use the explosion technique. Defeating him will become extremely difficult, even hopeless. Seeing his opponent hesitate, the old man seizes the opportunity to lunge and attack him. Arashi immediately takes a sword thrust through his stomach, a tragic end for the stubborn young man. Gayet places his sword on Arashi's shoulder. "You are still just an amateur. This is what happens when you cannot rely on your guardian spirit." Arashi seems to have awakened. He does not need the power of the explosion technique. Just showing him how strong he is will be enough. Arashi forces himself up with all his strength, leaving Gayet astonished. Then, he pays him back in full with a massive punch. Gayet is sent flying backward, and lies motionless as if on the brink of death. Arashi has emerged victorious. On this side, Midu has also regained consciousness. Images of his friends flash through his mind, urging him to tell himself that he must protect everyone. His friends are suffering, and he does not want to see them like that. Seeing Midu suddenly reappear made Leonora frown. She couldn't believe that the brat was so tenacious. However, she remained arrogant, confident that no matter how battered he was, he had no chance of even touching her. Yet, the harsh reality was that Midu had already closed in right next to Leonora. He landed a clean, sharp slash directly onto her arm. Fresh blood began to drip. Leonora had completely let her guard down. While she was still in shock, Midu suddenly appeared behind her again. Leonora frantically spun around toward the large boulder. Midu followed up with another precise strike. Leonora realized something very strange was happening. It wasn't because she was careless, but because Midu had closed the distance in the blink of an eye. It turned out to be the shortening the ground technique. Possessing such a coveted power proved that he had received favor from God. But for Midu personally, he only yearned for enough power to protect those he loved. Yet no matter how strong he was, he still couldn't reach Leonora. The tip of his blade stopped just inches from her throat. The threat from Leonora made Midu freeze. At first, she didn't even bother using this move, but it was Midu who had pushed her into a corner with no way out. Kai stood silently in the distance, watching as the trump card was revealed. The decisive moment began. He tilted his head slightly to signal Kanzaki to prepare for immediate action. Leonora had never once thought about using dark magic to enslave others, but Midu had forced her hand. Midu was bound tightly, completely unable to move. Immediately after, the other comrades were also subdued. Leonora looked extremely smug at this display, declaring that she would let the whole group pass the exam. Leonora never thought Gaius would ever fail. But even if he were a skilled knight, he could easily be replaced. As long as she had a grip on the hero candidates, she had nothing to worry about. Narumi understood clearly that this was essentially a lost cause. But if they didn't find a way to resist, there was nothing they could do. Leonora revealed that the power to summon hero candidates belonged to her because she had the ability to control them all at any time. If she let her guard down even slightly, those young men and women would inevitably become an unpredictable disaster for the entire empire. Suddenly, 3 spears came piercing through the air. Leonora quickly used her divine eyes to create a protective shield. She knew full well that Guy had been hiding for a long time, and that he was the one who had finished off her precious slaves. Guy stepped out leisurely and said with a smile, "I'm a bit surprised. I didn't expect a nobody like me to catch the lady's attention." In fact, Leonora had suspected Guy from the start. Despite having a useless guardian spirit, he was always composed, which is not the demeanor of an amateur. To be honest, Leonora was somewhat disappointed in Guy. She did not expect him to throw himself into a battle he was certain to lose. Guy looked on with sharp eyes, declaring that the outcome of this battle would be decided by him. Leonora laughed, amused by the brat's confidence, and said, "Then go ahead and show me." Immediately, Guy was weighed down by the enslavement power of the guardian spirit. Leonora was extremely smug about her magic, believing that she could easily win any battle just by using this technique. However, before she could finish speaking, a bullet coldly struck Leonora directly in the shoulder. The culprit was Guy, but it was unclear how he had managed to free himself from those chains, especially since she had clearly cast the enslavement magic on him. Guy fired another shot, leaving Leonora terrified and puzzled as to what that strange weapon was that could not be defended against. Guy explained that this was the most lethal tool in his world, and since ammunition was limited, he really didn't want to waste it. Leonora tried to calm herself down. She could not understand why her dark magic was useless, so this time she decided to use heavenly fire to incinerate the enemy. To her surprise, she was the one who ended up being burned. Guy had suddenly appeared behind her at some point, pressing the black muzzle of his gun directly against Leonora's head. Just by watching Midu's match, he knew she wasn't good at close quarters combat, and her trump card, the enslavement magic, was completely harmless against Kai. Thousands of questions flooded Leonora's mind. How was this possible when this magic was clearly impossible to stop? In reality, it was a reckless gamble where Kai risked his life, but in the end, he won this game of chance. Going back to that night, Kai had mentioned that he had recently been focusing on researching various types of magic. He hadn't found any clues about the enslavement technique, but in return, Kai had discovered an extremely important rule. Whichever technique is activated first will always take precedence over the one cast afterward. This meant that if Kanzaki used her domination magic on Kai first, it would completely neutralize her own enslavement technique. That scenario was very likely, not to mention that the power of a guardian spirit is still far superior to ordinary magic. Kanzaki was filled with anxiety as her skill level was far inferior to the enslavement magic Leonora was using. Even so, technically speaking, all outcomes are determined based on the difference in skill levels. Kanzaki had to utilize first-tier domination magic to counter Leonora's third-tier enslavement magic. Kanzaki's anxiety persisted because if she struck first, she ran the risk of losing control over her own host. However, that possibility was extremely slim since Steady's domination magic had long since surpassed Kanzaki's. At that moment, Kai thought the demons would obey Kanzaki implicitly, but he was completely mistaken. To put it simply, Steady's magic had been activated even before Kanzaki had a chance to use her skill. To neutralize Leonora's enslavement magic, the same principle should perhaps be applied. This was indeed a risky gamble, as even Kai didn't know how he would be able to move while under domination. By now, Leonora had begun to realize that Kanzaki was providing help and that Kai was still within her control. Leonora gnashed her teeth in resentment, both from physical pain and out of contempt for these children's cowardly tricks. It seems everything has come to an end, O noble Saint Leonora. She couldn't use any of her abilities, because they had been sealed by those special handcuffs. Kai had borrowed them from the Demon Lord's followers, never expecting that this item could block a saint's abilities. Leonora appeared curious to know what Kai eventually intended to do with her. He bluntly replied that he would let her go if she agreed to return everyone to their original world. However, that was inherently impossible. Leonora could only perform summons and lacked the power to send people back. Kai understood that this woman wasn't lying. Furthermore, her records contained no mention of such an ability. He continued to question her. Then why did you promise that we could return home after defeating the Demon Lord? Summoning people from another world requires a great deal of energy. Leonora had to entreat the gods to help her complete the ritual. In other words, they were all summoned according to the will of the gods, and after completing their mission, they would perhaps be allowed to return home. Kai pressed her once more, asking whether the assertion that they could return was definitely feasible. Leonora confidently replied that she had summoned many hero candidates before, but not a single one had even managed to approach the Demon Lord. Kai had never heard her mention them, nor did he know what the fates of the previous heroes had been. Most of them were killed by the Demon Lord's army, while the few who survived went missing, and no one knew where they had hidden. Anyone would be discouraged after hearing these words, which was why Leonora had remained silent for so long. So do you want to stay here forever? Sooner or later, the demons will attack and you will be forced to fight anyway. This meant that everyone was left with absolutely no other choice. To win this battle, the kingdom's assistance was needed. Leonora promised to overlook everything if he would just let her go. But Kai would have none of it. He intended to send her to the afterlife immediately had Midyu not intervened just in time. Kai couldn't understand his friend's objection, thinking the other person had seen through it, but it seemed he was still immersed in those naive ideals. Midyu was determined to follow her words, believing she held the key to helping the group return home. Even though it was nothing more than a pipe dream, he still clung to that hero title. Yet, it cannot be denied that they were the ones who ignited this rebellion. Leonora quickly spoke up, "Midyu is not wrong. I admit I went a bit too far. Let's just pretend nothing ever happened." That might sound appealing, but this woman is extremely cunning. Capturing her again won't be easy. Leonora only needs to eliminate Kanzaki to secure victory, so it's highly likely she will play tricks as soon as she's free. Midyu was still terribly afraid that killing her would brand everyone as sinners who murdered a saintess. He thought all they needed to do was make her promise to treat them kindly, and then let her go. Morel also agreed with Midyu's viewpoint. Not everyone is a true warrior, and besides, if they were branded as criminals, how could they have the strength to confront the demon lord? Nagus also agreed, suggesting that finding a way to force her to keep her promise would be a win-win situation. However, Narumi shared Kai's view that this woman couldn't be trusted. Since they had already started, it was best to finish her off while they still could. In truth, Midyu was no different, but if they killed her here, everyone would have no way to turn back. Kai understood Midyu's feelings. The safety of the entire class was his top priority. Although Kai was confident he could survive, he couldn't act so carelessly. After all opinions were put forward, those who opposed and those who agreed created conflicting arguments. Despite all the discussions, Kai coldly gave Lenora a shot right between the eyes, stunning and terrifying everyone. Immediately after, he threw a smoke bomb and quickly escaped. Everyone began to strongly condemn Kai for unilaterally deciding to deal with Lenora without consulting the group, an unforgivable act. They believed Kai always acted only for his own self-interest. Only Narumi and Kanzaki remained rooted to the spot. She was stunned, unable to believe he had taken that woman's life. Everything had indeed happened exactly as he had said. Kai had once stated that the group's core objective was to control Leonora to find a way to return to their real world. If it was determined that she no longer had value for that purpose, Kai would absolutely not let Leonora survive. Even knowing that Midyu would still protect her even if all hope of returning had vanished, Kai had anticipated that. That was the moment Kai decisively pulled the trigger and retreated. He was ready to bear all the charges of killing the saintess by himself. That's why he deliberately let a few soldiers escape, so they would spread the news everywhere that Kai was the mastermind. If they considered him a sinner, then everyone returning would no longer be an issue. However, Kanzaki was still worried that things wouldn't be that simple. Kai, however, was very confident, believing that her power would prove effective. If something went wrong, she should use her diplomatic magic to negotiate with the kingdom. As for his own matters, he could handle them himself. Thus, all developments matched the plan, and Kai successfully escaped. At this time, in the towering castle, a mysterious figure with a long horn on his head sat upon the throne. He intently listened to reports about the hero candidates, lost ones from another world favored by the gods. His subordinates had repeatedly tried to eliminate the group of candidates, but the result was always a dismal failure. The leader of the Horned Squad advised not to worry, for we cannot act recklessly on enemy soil just yet. Just leave them be and they will reveal themselves soon enough. Everything is becoming increasingly dramatic. This man is the commander of the Demon Lord's army, one of the 4 legendary heavenly kings, King Winbok. 2 days flew by since that incident, and Kai continued his diligent trek through the forest canopy. According to the map in his hand, he was very close to a bustling city. The young man decided to climb to a high point to observe his surroundings more easily. Finally, the silhouette of the city appeared. It would probably take about half a day of walking to get there. As night fell, Kai had just managed to reach the foot of the city wall. As someone who had killed a noble woman, he could not simply walk through the main gate, as he was unsure of how he would be treated. Kai decided to use a rope to secretly sneak over the city wall. After successfully infiltrating, the first thing he needed to do was earn some travel money. Although he already had a few coins from the unfortunate soldiers he had dealt with, that amount was hardly enough. Right before his eyes was a small tavern. It must be an ideal place to find some income. Kai pushed open the door, entered, and ordered a glass of beer along with some food to tide him over. A drunkard sitting next to him started a conversation, asking where he was traveling from because his face looked unfamiliar and had never been seen before. "That's right, I had to leave my hometown to find a way to make a living. I am looking for a way to earn a living." The man asked if he was running away from the Demon Lord's army sweep. "I sincerely apologize for asking." Even though it was just a harmful misunderstanding, Kai found it convenient, so he asked if there was any work nearby that did not require disclosing his identity. The tavern owner set the glass of beer down on the table and suggested that, in that case, he should register as an adventurer. Adventurers can accept all kinds of tasks from the guild, most of which are usually about exterminating wild demonic beasts. If you lack combat skills, you will be easily dealt with by demonic beasts in an instant. Even so, the owner had a gut feeling that this young man was no amateur. Kai replied that if it was just demonic beasts, he was fully capable of dealing with them, then asked in detail about how to join the guild. The procedure to become an adventurer is very simple. Just go to the guild headquarters in the city center and register. They are desperate for manpower there, so they are not very keen on checking backgrounds. The reason the owner knew this so well was that he had also worked as an adventurer in the past, but he had to retire early due to a knee injury. That evening, Kai rented a room at an inn. It seemed he intended to stay there for a few more days. Although she had seen the new guest's face clearly, the inn receptionist remained completely calm. After all, this world lacked advanced recording technology, so he did not need to worry too much about his identity being exposed. Kai quickly made his way to the guild headquarters for adventurers. Inside, the space was filled with the sound of voices, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. He walked straight to the reception desk and expressed his wish to register as a professional adventurer. The staff member looked at him and announced that he needed to pay a 1 silver coin registration fee to have it approved. Kai quickly spat out all the money. When questioned about his identity and origin, Kai immediately created a false persona. He chose the name Siren, 17 years old, recounting that the demon army had flattened his hometown, forcing him to wander to this place. Kai didn't expect that the nickname he once used in the real world would coincidentally become his identity in this place. The receptionist began to record the information and then placed a confirmation stamp on Kai's file. Thus, he had completed all the necessary registration steps. The receptionist continued to explain the guild's operating mechanism. Based on their abilities, adventurers are ranked from A to F. Naturally, the higher the rank, the more generous the remuneration, and they are also prioritized for difficult assignments. Since Siren was a newcomer, he started at rank F. He could certainly be promoted after completing the required objectives. All job requests were posted on that bulletin board, and she advised him to start with an F-rank mission. Kai walked to the information board. The F-rank tasks included gathering herbs and eliminating flower goblins. Since he had never encountered magical beasts before, Kai decided to choose this job immediately. Just then, a one-eyed, dark-skinned man and his companions approached provocatively, saying, "I've never seen your face before, kid. Planning to hunt those demon goblins? I advise you to give up, because that's too much for a snot-nosed kid like you." Kai quietly wondered, what are these fools? Are they tired of living that they came here looking for trouble? Not wanting to make a scene, he gently replied, "Thank you for the reminder, but please make way for me." The troublemakers became furious at being disrespected by a mere kid. It seemed that bullying newcomers had become their favorite pastime. The blonde-haired man intended to teach Kai a lesson, but Kai was quick enough to block his filthy hand. The blonde-haired man frantically called out for his companions to rush in and help. The result was clear to everyone. The entire group lay scattered on the ground unconscious. Kai, meanwhile, calmly walked away with the mission paper in his hand. It turned out this was the strength of mid-level adventurers. Compared to the hero candidates, they were unbelievably weak. The immediate task was to quickly complete this mission. According to the notes, the demon goblins were hiding somewhere in the forest. Kai suddenly saw several footprints on the ground that still looked fresh. Kai began to follow those tracks, which seemed to belong to some kind of animal. He suddenly realized that something was here, and it was not alone. They were hiding extremely skillfully. Could these truly be the demon goblins? Just then, a bipedal wolf holding a sword suddenly lunged out from behind, and Kai quickly dodged the attack. The sharp weapon in that creature's hand appeared to be something stolen from humans. Another wolf conspired to ambush from behind with a wooden mace. Kai immediately scooped up a handful of sand and threw it straight into his opponent's eyes. He swung his leg, kicking the weapon out of the ferocious wolf's hand. He then picked up that very sword and plunged it straight into his opponent's chest. He finished with a clean knife throw, swiftly taking care of the two monsters. Once done, Kai immediately activated his appraisal skill. They were phantom goblins, 22 years old, male, attack power rank D, speed rank C, physical strength rank C, extremely weak magic, possessing a level 1 stealth skill. Realizing these creatures were harmless, Kai thought he could hunt more of them to earn extra money. After the hunt, he brought back a whole sack full of the creature's ears as proof for his reward. The receptionist's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe an absolute rookie had single-handedly dealt with so many spoils of war. Defeating them was very easy for Kai, but the tracking part took him too much time. Even with ample combat experience, his searching ability was still limited, proving that adventuring also had its hardships. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, did he defeat those monsters that easily? Or is he a high-level master from somewhere else, even though they say he's still a rookie? Due to the enormous quantity, it took the receptionist a while to prepare the reward. Receiving a heavy money pouch, he still couldn't believe he could earn such a lucrative amount just by defeating a few weak monsters. From now on, worrying about living expenses was the top priority. Kai decided to temporarily reside in this city to earn money as an adventurer. If he built good relationships with the guild, inquiring about information later would be more convenient. While deep in thought, a burly, sloppily dressed young man jumped out and blocked his path. Kai scrutinized him and realized this man possessed superior strength compared to others in the guild. The man with the bowl cut introduced himself as Lai, a rank B adventurer. He arrogantly announced that he was responsible for managing this guild branch. So that was it. It turned out Kai had embarrassed his trusted subordinates earlier today. Clearly they had started the trouble, yet those small fries were now loudly complaining that they had been beaten to a pulp by an unknown rookie. Without another word, Lai didn't hesitate. He loudly declared that he would teach Kai a lesson he'd never forget. He charged forward, throwing wild punches from all directions, but not a single blow connected with Kai. He gradually lost control, suddenly leaped up, and unleashed a lightning kick. But in the end, Kai tripped him, sending the man's sprawling face first onto the ground. His speed was quite fast, but his attacks were crude and his overly wide movements revealed countless openings. Being taught a lesson by a mere punk kid, Lai became even more frantic and wild. But within a few moments he was completely subdued. It seemed he wasn't accustomed to fighting humans hand to hand. After all, an adventurer's job mostly involved hunting monsters. Lai couldn't understand why Kai, possessing such immense power, would bother with his subordinates. Kai said it was just a terrible misunderstanding and told them to calmly sit down, have some cake and tea, and then he would explain everything. Eventually, the two sat down, sipped a few beers with shredded chicken, and listened to each other express their thoughts. After fully understanding the situation, Lai immediately gave his subordinates several head knocks for daring to deceive him. He admitted his mistake for trusting these three schemers too much, then made them apologize to Kai immediately. The three men hurriedly bowed their heads to apologize. Seeing that the conflict had been resolved, Kai didn't pursue it further, but he did have a few questions. Despite his rough appearance, Lai was quite reasonable. He laughed it off, asking them to overlook the recent disrespect, and said he was ready to answer any questions Kai had. Kai continued, I am just a solitary traveler. The reason I registered as an adventurer was to earn some travel expenses for my journeys, but honestly I have another purpose. Lai couldn't believe a young man with such terrifying power was facing difficulties. Although he didn't know what it was about, he still wanted to help. Kai calmly replied that he was diligently searching for a way to travel to another world. Immediately, the whole group gasped in astonishment and even panic, wondering how such a far-fetched thing could possibly happen. But didn't hero candidates often come from other worlds? Indeed, Kai was referring to the path that hero candidates used to return to their original world. Lai pondered thoughtfully. If they wanted to accomplish this, they would need magic, and his group knew very little about that field. Kai was well aware that extracting this information wouldn't be easy, but he still hoped everyone had some clue. After much deliberation, Lai finally remembered that there was only one person wise in this field, the sage Elbana. There was once an elf who used his wise counsel to help this nation overcome its hardships. Kai seemed to have heard this name somewhere before, an elven sage. That was exactly what he had read about in books. It was rumored that elves dwelled deep within the ancient forests. Their numbers were few, counted on one hand, and stories about them gradually became legends. They rarely left their abodes to interact with the world, but among those who did leave, one was known as the sage. The old man had lived for over 100 years, was incredibly learned and experienced. It was said he was a renowned sorcerer, very knowledgeable about all types of incantations. Elves have long been known for their ability to maintain close ties with spirits to receive assistance with magical power. Although no one knew how to return to their original world, if one possessed the specialized incantation, it would be entirely feasible. However, no one knew if the sage was still alive, as there were no rumors about him, and it seemed very few people had ever seen his face with their own eyes. Lai chuckled heartily, admitting that even he was completely clueless about these matters. He then turned to apologize for not being able to provide Kai with any valuable information. However, for Kai, what he had just heard was more than enough. Simply knowing that much made him very satisfied. Kai drained his glass of beer, then stood up and headed home to rest after a long day. Before Kai left, Lai still wanted to ask what he planned to do after finding a way to travel to another world. Kai merely turned his head, gave a knowing smile, and replied, "You guys can just imagine that for yourselves." Kai just stopped by the mission drop-off point to collect his reward as usual. A week passed quickly, and he managed to save a considerable amount. Kai's group started getting friendly and invited him out for drinks, but Kai flatly refused. He had uncovered secret information about the sage. His name was Ilbana Karek. 10 years ago, he served as a national advisor. Now he's retired in the western border region, right where the intense fighting is taking place. With no reason left to stay in the city, Kai decided to set out and meet this sage. Scene changed to Anfa, the city of the Holy Temple. It has been a full month since Captain Hirik of the Holy Knight Corps took over the candidate training position vacated by the deceased saintess. No one complained because Hirik was performing his role excellently. He felt a sense of satisfaction hearing these praises. After all, these young people are national treasures, and he was simply showing them respect. Everyone was pleased with the new supervisor. Although he was completely different from Leonora, he also possessed an air of mystery. Now, on to the main business. Yesterday's meeting finalized the plan to deploy all candidates directly to the front lines. The war at the western border continued fiercely. All of them would be assigned to a fortress stationed there. Hirik pledged to protect those who weren't strong enough for battle. His assertion relieved Midu and the entire group of their psychological burden. Nevertheless, they still had to work to earn their keep while waiting. Things were quite urgent, so the entire group might depart first thing tomorrow morning. Midu and Morel returned to inform the whole team of the situation. Morel breathed a sigh of relief because the leadership had conceded to the candidates' demands. At first, Midu had been very worried that her demands were a bit excessive. Both of them were constantly afraid they wouldn't be capable of managing the group without Leonora, which is why they maintained a humble attitude. Leonora's disappearance forced them to heighten their vigilance. Morel suddenly thought of Kai and wondered where he might be adventuring at that moment. Everything started when Leonora was murdered and Kai chose to leave. The subordinates were so stunned upon hearing the bad news that they froze. Nagas asserted that the culprit was Kai, one of the hero candidates from that year. Because he was a deserter and a traitor, Nagas believed Kai had made a swift escape. The guards began to murmur amongst themselves, thinking it was necessary to send someone to verify the incident as soon as possible. However, another man expressed doubt and demanded verification as to whether the saintess had truly passed away. The old bishop found this story extremely useful for the young people present there. This made Arashi furious. He said he didn't want to deny the account, but it was entirely possible that everyone had conspired to eliminate Leonora. Just then a soldier hastily interrupted, "That's not a bishop, I witnessed everything firsthand. The hero candidates here tried their best to protect the saintess, but they were suppressed by Shinjuku, which resulted in her death." Another soldier also interjected, "He's right, I also saw the whole thing with my own eyes." Thanks to the confirmation from Leonora's 3 knights, the old bishop finally had no lingering doubts. However, he was still curious to know how terrifying this person named Kai truly was. Midu asserted that he was very formidable, having hidden his true abilities all this time. After speaking, he invited a few people inside to report on everything in more detail. Meanwhile, Kanzaki was still lingering behind, employing an insight spell. It was unclear how they had managed to overcome this terrifying ordeal together. Now, Midu's mind was still in turmoil, worrying about Kai. Although Midu was determined to protect everyone, she understood that Kai had accepted self-sacrifice for her. He returned to inform everyone that they had decided to deploy the entire group to the front lines. Those capable of fighting should quickly prepare their gear to leave here early tomorrow morning. Everyone was uneasy upon hearing that the battle had broken out, but to be scared now was probably a bit too late. Everyone was assigned under the command of the 8th Night Legion and Captain Hirik. Kanzaki spoke up, asking if there were any clues about Kai's whereabouts. Midu could only shake her head. The army was offering a generous reward and intensely hunting for him, but he remained without a trace. Kanzaki turned away distraught, while Nagash didn't care in the slightest whether Kai had truly betrayed his comrades. However, if she were to encounter Kai, she would definitely burn him to ashes. Kanzaki felt hurt and lonely, blaming herself for why Kai hadn't taken her with him. The next day, they all set off together towards the front lines. The girls were currently very exhausted because it was the first time they had had to travel so far. However, it seemed they would still have to walk continuously until sunset. Doing nothing but walking for the past 2 days made the whole group start to feel wary and crave for something interesting to happen. Suddenly, Arashi raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. He had sensed the presence of monsters lurking behind the bushes. The commander cheerfully turned back to question them when he saw everyone suddenly freeze. Midu mentioned that she sensed the presence of monsters nearby. However, the leader still claimed there was nothing to worry about, yet everyone still had to follow his orders and do absolutely nothing until instructed. This frustrated Arashi, and he grabbed the man by the neck. Everyone worriedly advised him to stop. But Arashi replied, asking why they had to listen to this useless man. Just then, a cold chill swept past, forcing him to let go. It was a pack of blade rabbits. Everyone quickly got into their battle positions. The pack of blade rabbits attacked all at once. The swords in the knight's hands were also sent flying. Arashi immediately used an explosion to blow the monsters away. Then he quickly closed in and subdued them. It was as if he were dealing with the entire pack of blade rabbits on his own. Everyone had to admit that Arashi's strength was truly extraordinary, feeling much stronger than before. However, Arashi himself felt that it was still not enough. This power was nothing compared to that bastard. And of course, everyone knew that bastard was Kai. From the beginning, he had a bad feeling about Kai because Kai never showed any fear. More accurately, Kai didn't seem to react to Arashi at all. And as it turned out, Shinjuku Kai was indeed incredibly powerful. With the explosion ability Arashi possessed, he thought he had grown stronger, but the reality did not meet his expectations. Kai had poured a bucket of cold water over Arashi's head, snapping him back to reality, and Midu suddenly noticed that Arashi hadn't been very happy lately. But he denied it, saying he just disliked being ordered around by useless people. After a long journey, the hero candidates finally set foot on the front line, the area around the western border of the Holy Kingdom of Digaret, where the fortresses are located. Many soldiers were on duty standing guard. This short-haired girl is Captain Amelia of the Holy Knights. The 4th Night Order sent her as their representative to welcome the hero candidates, even though she had only been promoted recently. This was because the previous captain of the monitoring agency had passed away a week ago. Suddenly, a panicked knight ran over to report that the Demon Lord's army was approaching. Thus, there would be no time for rest. The hope of the entire border now rested upon the hero candidates. Everyone had mentally braced themselves, ready to plunge into a life or death battle against the Demon Lord's minions. The cavalry forces began to sound the alarm bells repeatedly, signaling that the demon army was advancing in great numbers. From the horizon, a multicolored horde of monsters was charging ferociously towards the city gates. The enemy forces were far more numerous than anyone had imagined. Hirik immediately commanded the entire army to unleash a volley of arrows simultaneously, determined to deplete their numbers before engaging in close combat. The mages also quickly formed ranks and chanted spells, praying for a holy firestorm to descend and annihilate this evil force. A rain of arrows and a storm of fire simultaneously poured down upon the heads of the enemies. Despite being riddled with arrows, the monsters stubbornly stood their ground, even becoming more ferocious and crazed. This alone would not be enough to defeat them. Amelia reminded everyone not to underestimate the monsters' persistent endurance, something weak humans could hardly compare to. Currently, the entire team needed to absolutely obey Hirik's command, while she herself would charge onto the battlefield to fight alongside Knight Squad 4. It turned out that some members who had gone missing earlier had secretly descended into the valley to engage in a fight with the grotesque creatures. That familiar face was none other than Arashi and his comrades in his squad. The demons couldn't believe their eyes. They thought this young man was too foolish to dare single-handedly charge straight into the tiger's den like that. Arashi paid no mind whether his opponents were half demons or any other strange creatures. The only thing he needed to do was wipe out every trace of these unsightly creatures. Another horde of demons had breached the protective wall to swarm into the city. With just one hand, they could send countless knights flying. One knight nearly bore the full brunt of the monster's swing. Fortunately, Midu timely appeared to rescue him. He activated his celestial sword, causing the blade to instantly grow larger and longer. With a single swing of his sword, he could sweep away countless monsters. Midu himself clearly felt an abundant source of power constantly welling up within him. He then turned back and called out to his comrades, "We are fully capable of winning this battle. Stand up and fight, casting aside all worries." Everyone simultaneously renewed their determination to fight. Midu knew that he absolutely could not hesitate, because if a leader like him wavered, his fellow students would immediately feel shaken and confused. Kai had taught Midu a valuable lesson about naivety. Morel also loudly urged her comrades not to stand around idly but to act quickly, while at the same time her spiritual guardian was manipulating large blocks of stone. Next came Naga's blazing torrent of fire, incinerating everything. Kanzaki's domination spell instantly froze all monsters poised to attack. The beast-riding warriors watching from above were also extremely astonished by the overwhelming power of the hero candidates, as they were completely suppressing the Demon King's army. Herrick immediately ordered the entire army to do their best to protect the hero candidates, determined to drive away the demons at any cost. They excellently defeated the Dark Lord, achieving a remarkably glorious victory. As the sunset gradually descended on the horizon, Midu just silently watched the sun fading away. Right then, Herrick stepped closer and asked, "This is your first time in battle, right? How are you feeling?" "I haven't been able to adapt yet. A clash of this scale requires great improvisation, and since my vision is too narrow, I couldn't make any accurate decisions." Herrick gently placed a hand on Midu's shoulder to encourage him for his excellent performance, while affirming that today's victory was largely due to the efforts of these new recruits. Even so, the whole team still needs to be highly vigilant, because the opponents they just faced were actually just low-tier or mid-tier fodder demons. Although they are not numerous, the high-ranking demons possess a source of power that is completely superior. Midu told himself to engrave this in his memory. When night fell, the demons were resting inside the barracks. The trembling general bowed his head to report that his legion had failed miserably in completing the assigned mission today. The decrepit, frail creature flying into a rage was Stone Gaia, one of the 4 infamous great heavenly guardian kings under the Dark Lord. The next morning, at the western side of the holy kingdom of Daigaret, where the great forest of Ichat is located, Kai only needed to take a few more steps to escape this gloomy forest, ending the long days of searching for the whereabouts of the legendary sage. Suddenly, a bright red streak rushed towards him at lightning speed. Looking closer, he realized it was a tongue. Those were the long dangling tongues of 3 giant monkeys. Kai immediately activated his appraisal skill to examine them. This group of tongue monkeys is 33 years old, male with stats of attack B, defense C, speed B, striking power C, and magic F. They are in a state of extreme hunger frenzy and possess the level 3 tongue whip special move. Kai set his backpack down and took a stance, preparing to go all out against the 3 ugly gorillas. Overall, the strength of these guys is nothing special aside from possessing a ferocious appearance primarily meant to intimidate people. One of them swung its tongue, which was thousands of feet long, to obscure Kai's vision, then seized the opportunity to rush in and get close. He immediately leaped high to dodge the attack. Right after that, another one took the chance to launch a follow-up tongue attack, but this time it was coldly slashed in half by Kai with one sword stroke. I winced just looking at it. And just like that, its head flew off. The remaining 2 immediately froze for 5 seconds, terrified into silence. In the blink of an eye, the pan-seared monkey meat was prepared. Although his travel speed is not very fast, the frequency of encounters with powerful magical beasts is becoming increasingly dense. It seems he is venturing deeper into the territory ruled by the Dark Legion. Perhaps thanks to its location far from urban centers, this area was quite devoid of knights and adventurers. The deeper he ventured, the greater the risk of encountering strange magical beasts, though fortunately Kai could still identify their age thanks to his appraisal ability. Now he needed to be doubly vigilant. Before long, Kai reached the Urugano mountain range, a natural fortress that helped curb the advance of the Demon Lord's army. The highest peak here was commonly known as Death's Peak, where the sage Elbana was rumored to have chosen to reside. If Kai's memory served him correctly, a small village once existed at the foot of Death's Peak. However, before him was the site of a completely burnt-down village, just as he had predicted, the result of the demon army's raid. Since it was quite far from the war zone, Kai needed to be more cautious on the upcoming journey. Absolutely no mistakes could be made. After setting the village ablaze, the purple-skinned demons like henchmen asked their leader Hector what the next step should be, as they were bloodthirsty and wanted to exterminate all the people here. The blonde-haired leader was Hector. He ordered them to stop and capture all survivors to be enslaved. Besides that objective, he also seemed to be hunting for information on the whereabouts of the sage Elbana. A subordinate reported that they had information the old sage was living on Death's Peak. Thus their intelligence had completely matched. Their top priority at this moment was the individual bearing the title of sage. After tonight, they would begin climbing the mountain, which was known to be the lair of the Death Wolves. Since these wolves could not be tamed, it meant that the demons would hardly achieve their goals unless they completely annihilated these ferocious beasts. Because when confronting magical beasts with superior intelligence, dominance-type magic became almost useless. One of the subordinates recalled that the 4 heavenly kings had once tamed a dragon, but given the current situation, that was too far-fetched. Even Hector himself was not particularly outstanding in the field of magic. After all, complaining about what they didn't have wouldn't solve anything. Their only option now was to purge those stubborn, ferocious beasts. Kai, standing on the rooftop, had overheard everything. These subordinates seemed very obedient, and he surmised that the blonde man was a high-ranking demon. Furthermore, Hector's stats looked truly formidable. Hector, age 25, a high-ranking demon, male, attack B, defense B, agility A, strength B, magic B, normal status, possessing dominant skill LV1 and sword skill LV5. He was truly one of the few high-ranking demons belonging to the Demon Lord's faction, so engaging him in direct combat would be extremely difficult. Suddenly, the commander felt as if he was being watched. He immediately ordered his subordinates to sweep the surrounding area, suspecting someone was lurking and hiding. It had to be admitted that this demon's senses were incredibly sharp. Quite unluckily for them, Kai was an expert in carrying out missions that required stealth. While hiding, he saw many villagers tied up by the demons. Kai pondered for a few seconds but then decided to turn and leave. He had no compelling reason to rescue the villagers here, as Kai's ultimate goal, just like the demons, was to find the sage. He had to reach the mountaintop before the Demon Lord's army could get there. Finally, Kai set foot on the summit of Mount Irugano, a perilous land also known as Deathly Langsun. It was rumored that traces of an exploratory path were here, so he decided to follow the tracks of fierce beasts. Kai's visibility was limited and the terrain was unstable. Even though he was in a hurry, he still had to be extremely cautious. The sensation of a presence nearby, though faint, was still very clear. Perhaps this was the mythical wolf rumored to be on the summit of Deathly Langsun. He even felt their numbers increasing rapidly, and although they were hidden, the pressure they exerted was incredibly heavy. At that very moment, the alpha wolf howled, and immediately the entire pack charged out to attack. Kai cleverly leaped onto a tall tree trunk. These were the notorious wolf beasts of Deathly Langsun Mountain. Many people had disappeared upon setting foot on this mountain. It seemed this was the reason Kai began activating his analysis ability. They are wolves, 20 years old, male, attack C, defense C, agility B, strength B, magic D, normal status, coordination skill level 3. A fierce wolf roared, breaking the tree trunk in half, causing Kai, who was standing on it, to sway precariously. While falling, he used a leaf. Then, he reinforced the leaf with mana, launched it straight at the wolf, and severed its neck. He successfully eliminated a death wolf. The other wolves charged forward. Although formidable with Kai's strength, they were merely like slightly higher level hunting dogs. Their numbers were still quite large. Strengthening his body with mana as he just did would be extremely effective if Kai could perform this consciously. At that time, Leonora had said that everyone always relied on the Divine Guardians, so their mana control ability was very weak. You are people who always rely on the Divine Guardians, not used to controlling your own mana. In a sense, you are no different from the weak. That is why I can easily manipulate you. Therefore, at that time all candidates could not resist Leonora's enslavement magic. Kai resolved to become stronger to overcome this weakness. If he could improve his mana control ability, he could use it to strengthen his body and simultaneously increase his resistance to enemy magic. Although not as strong as the Divine Guardians, he needed to be stronger in this world. He absolutely had to learn that skill. Kai aimed directly at the alpha wolf. It let out a majestic roar, but Kai effortlessly delivered a blow to it. As soon as the alpha falls, all of them will scatter and flee. After all, the alpha was the strongest. When the strongest one is defeated, the others will obviously not dare to fight anymore. It was indeed an effective lesson. Kai rushed through the wolf pack. He sensed something very strange about their movements. Clearly, he was predicting their movement trajectory. A phantom wolf emerged from the death wolf. It turned out that this was the wolf's movement predicted 1 second in advance. This allowed Kai to strike without being harmed, even if it was a surprise attack. Everything was completely under control when he had the ability to foresee the future in an instant. The remaining wolves in the pack began to cower in extreme fear. However, Kai had no intention of showing mercy. He invited them to participate in a real combat training session. With just a few lightning-fast knife slashes, the entire pack of death wolves collapsed at his feet. Kai took the opportunity to review his status board and his personal stats. Name Shinjikai, age 20, male, attack A, rank, defense B, speed A, strength B, magic C, status normal, skill divine protection, analysis level 3, weakness, insight level 1, vision level 1, assassination level 5, dagger level 5, throwing level 5, stealth level 5. It turned out this was the skill that allowed him to see into the future, and possessing the weakness insight helped upgrade his analysis ability significantly. This is actually a special skill that allows Kai to observe everything with clairvoyant vision. After the arduous mountain climb with a bulky backpack and the fierce battle, he was exhausted and decided to stop and rest near the summit. But it seemed that the heavens did not want Kai to be idle, forcing him to stay constantly on the move. Unusual sounds appeared around him, signaling that the Demon Lord's army might be approaching. Realizing it was not the time to rest, Kai resumed his journey. At the foot of the mountain, near the peak area of the Death Mausoleum mountain range, the monsters were aggressively surrounding and bullying a weak girl. This girl is a disciple of the sage, and she is trying to fight to the death against the monsters to protect her master's residence. The commander ordered his subordinates to attack simultaneously to take the small girl's life. The half-demon girl seemed to be exhausted and could only stand still, waiting for death. However, Kai suddenly appeared, performing an impressive hero saves the beauty act. The girl stared blankly at Kai with suspicion, seeing a human of flesh and blood. The monsters demanded to know the identity of the intruder, but Kai disdained them and did not bother to reply. He quickly identified 10 soldiers and their leader, who was a high-level demon. When the girl asked why she was saved, Kai ignored her and asked if she was the disciple of Sage Albana. The girl nodded, confirming that she indeed was the disciple of that sage. Thus, Kai's objective was clear: he needed to meet the sage to settle his business. Kai used his analytical power to determine she was from the half-demon race, and her status board also showed magic skills. Hector did not care who the stranger was. He only knew that anyone in his way was an enemy to be eliminated. The monsters still confidently rushed in the attack despite the appearance of an additional opponent. Saving this girl would help him earn a favor from the powerful sage. To achieve that, Kai had to wipe out the demon standing in front of him. By now, he was surrounded on all sides, and a monster was swinging its sword as it lunged from the air to cut him in two. Thanks to his ability to predict, he had anticipated every intention of his next move. He skillfully leaned to the right, neatly dodging the dangerous incoming sword strike. Immediately after, another enemy from behind suddenly jumped in to ambush him. Kai spun around instantly, blocking the attack with his bare hands, leaving the remaining monsters frozen in astonishment. Even though his weapon looks intimidating, using something that massive against a human might be a bit ridiculous. With just a few quick dagger strikes, some monsters lost their arms, some lost legs, and others had their heads severed. As long as his foresight remains active, he would never be defeated. Unfortunately, the duration of the ability is almost depleted. The boss ordered his subordinates not to rush in blindly anymore and to use magic to finish him off. The henchmen obeyed strictly, immediately chanting to create magic circles that fired a barrage of magic bullets. This is definitely the magic of legend. The elf girl suddenly spoke up: "O wind spirit, blow away the enemies." Immediately, a massive wind shield enveloped the area, completely blocking those magic bullets. From what Kai knew, that was a spell. It turned out he was borrowing power from spirits, a unique ability of the elf race. The elf girl said with a smile that, thanks to him, the spirits could take a brief rest. Hector realized the situation was becoming unstable. If it continued like this, the soldiers wouldn't accomplish anything, so he decided to enter the fray himself. Finally, the leader showed his face. He turned and told the elf girl to hold off the soldiers and not let them interfere. As for the ringleader, leave him to Kai. She pouted slightly in annoyance. "I can do it, but please don't call me that. My name is Me." Kai threw down his backpack and sped off like an arrow, putting his full trust in Me, known as the sage's disciple. However, it wasn't for nothing that he was called a high-level monster. He parried Kai's strike as easily as a feather. Kai decisively withdrew his blade and stepped back to maintain distance. The two opponents traded powerful blows, evenly matched, neither side has backed down. He was completely surprised to find that this young man could anticipate every single one of his moves. Nevertheless, Hector managed to land a fairly deep slash on the left side of Kai's abdomen. Truly worthy of a high-level demon's strength. If not for his foresight, he might have lost his life long ago. It was rare to meet such a satisfying opponent. He thought to himself that if Kai weren't human, he would have won long ago. Blood seeped continuously from the wound on his abdomen. He immediately activated his ability to evaluate the opponent. Opponent Hector S.Y. 25 years old, high-level demon race, male, attack B, defense B, speed B, strength B, magic B, status normal, magic domination level 1, swordsmanship level 5. In addition to the advantage of superior physical strength and demonic senses, he also possessed level 5 swordsmanship skills. Despite using foresight, Kai was still at a disadvantage. Sensing the critical situation, he decided to change tactics. Seeing his opponent suddenly stand frozen in place, he didn't miss the opportunity and took the initiative to strike first. Attacking with the ferocity of a bloodthirsty beast, Kai luckily dodged the first blow thanks to his ability to see into the future. He slashed and Kai dodged, but he still left a small scratch on Kai's arm. Knowing the future is useless if this body isn't strong enough to oppose him, the physical gap right now is too wide. Seeing this, he became arrogant and shouted, "Is running away all you know how to do?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he took 3 bullets head on, but he was fast enough to reach out and catch them. His reflexes were so fast that they could match the speed of a bullet. Nevertheless, those 3 bullets still embedded themselves in his arms and legs. He was in pain and didn't understand what this weapon was. Ignoring the bullets in his body, he rushed forward without a second thought. Kai pointed his gun straight at his head. But assuming a hit would land would be underestimating a high-level demon. He could see Kai's attack trajectory. Even after Kai emptied his clip, he could not inflict a fatal wound on his opponent. He continued by throwing 3 knives, but the guy remained unscathed. However, Kai was just distracting him. He quickly pulled out a grenade and threw it toward Hector. Before he could react, he was completely blown to pieces. The henchmen were terrified to see their commander explode. Mei, who was watching from the sidelines, was also amazed. Who could have the ability to overwhelm a high-level demon even as an ordinary person? That was the question on her mind. Currently, Kai was out of ammunition for his backup emergency pistol, and that had been his last grenade. As expected, these things alone were not enough to defeat a high-level demon. This incident only made Hector more furious. He was like a raging bull wanting to tear his opponent apart. He suddenly teleported and launched a barrage of attacks. In this situation, Kai decided to use a special skill. He needed to analyze his movements and then activate the weakness detection skill. His weakness was in his throat, so Kai used a blade to slash across his neck at that weak point. Foresight combined with weakness detection is truly powerful, but it also means consuming a massive amount of mana. When Hector was defeated, Kai had also exhausted all of his mana. The minions took advantage of his exhaustion to try to launch an attack. Mei was no better off. Her soul energy was almost depleted, even though she desperately wanted to help Kai because he had saved her life. At that moment, someone cast a spell, "Burn my enemies, O mysterious fire spirit." Immediately, the monsters were completely incinerated. Compared to Naga's fire, this firepower was on a completely different level. The person who just saved 2 lives is the sage Albana, who is also Mei's master. Contrary to the rumors about an old, frail person, she is actually a gorgeous elf girl. She approached to thank the young man Kai, observing the current situation and noting that it seemed he had stepped in to assist her favorite student. Kai replied that it was all just a coincidence, and he took the opportunity to ask directly if she was the renowned sage Albana. She acknowledged her identity but compared herself to nothing more than an old skeleton now, when compared to her appearance in the old days. Just as he had calculated, Kai's energy levels were too limited to activate his appraisal skill. However, his intuition told him that she was terrifyingly powerful. With his current modest abilities, he could hardly defeat his opponent, so he figured it was better to be honest. Kai stood up and expressed his intention to ask her for help. Albana also knew well that a young man wouldn't travel all this way for no reason, and she expressed her appreciation for his rescue of her disciple. She promised to answer Kai's questions as thoroughly as she could. Maya spoke up, urging the 2 of them to return home quickly because the strong stench of blood could easily attract a pack of wolves. Thus, Kai would have the opportunity to rest right at the sage's home. The current situation was quite favorable for him, as taking the risk to save her disciple had already built some trust. Albana lived in a small house located far away on a remote mountain peak. After being questioned about why she chose such a godforsaken place to live, Albana could only sigh. There was no great secret, it was mainly because she wanted to live in harmony with nature, adding that she had retired long ago, yet people kept bothering her with favors. That was why she chose such a deep, hidden place to live in seclusion for peace and quiet. Nevertheless, people with abilities like Kai still occasionally stumbled upon her, but Albana wasn't the type of person to coldly turn them away. The 2 of them began to sit down and talk with each other. Kai did not hide anything, frankly sharing that he was struggling to find his way back to his old world. Albana realized that this young man was someone who had arrived from another dimension. He was one of the hero candidates summoned with the mission to defeat the demon lord. She had heard rumors, but she had not expected the Empire to dare to do it for a 3rd time. Leonora had previously hinted at the earlier summons. Most of those unfortunate candidates had perished at the hands of the demon lord's army, and those who survived were nowhere to be found. The second summoning ritual took place 4 years ago, and the first one was about 10 years ago. Both generations of heroes arrived and met a tragic end. Since then, the summoning of heroes had been completely sealed because it was far too dangerous. Yet, Saintess Leonora still deliberately broke the law to call upon a 3rd generation. Albana had strongly opposed it, not for religious reasons but because putting the fate of the Empire into the hands of strangers was too risky. Kai confessed that he had personally taken care of Saintess Leonora, so there would be no one left to organize the summoning ritual. Albana showed clear surprise that a kid like him could have finished off the Saintess. There are countless tricks to deal with a mortal, but for someone bearing a divine title, much higher level skills are required. Albana believed that the young man was not lying. It turned out that the woman had been destroyed by her own pawn, and she also understood Kai's desire, as who wouldn't want to return home. As someone who was not one for many words, she stated immediately that she could not use magic to send him back to his old world. This declaration struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving Kai completely desperate. Although there was no proper way back, he still wanted to consult others. While magical summoning was feasible, sending them back was a different story because that knowledge had been lost, and he had no interest in seeking it out. Leonora confirmed the same, implying that the candidates had no choice but to eliminate that demon. Or perhaps if magical assistance were used, there might be a glimmer of hope. Kai immediately declared that he would look into magic further on his own. Albana felt guilty for not being able to help much, and furthermore, she still owed Kai a debt of gratitude for saving her apprentice, so she promised to send a message immediately if she found any new clues. As for Albana herself, she was convinced that if it were Kai, the chances of defeating the demon were entirely feasible. However, he had no interest in this mess. It was just that if there were no other choice, killing the demon was something he would reluctantly have to do. Albana could not help but be surprised at how different this young man was compared to the other candidates, as if he had grown up in the darkest and coldest of places. Kai stood up to prepare for his departure, not forgetting to express his thanks and instruct her to contact him via the Adventurers Guild siren if she had any interesting information. Only then did Albana begin to develop some faith in this strange boy. Maya felt truly refreshed after a clean bath. She turned to nag Kai about why he hadn't taken a bath yet, asking if he didn't feel dirty at all after climbing mountains and fighting the whole time. Now that she mentioned it, he realized he was indeed covered in dust, so he decided he needed to freshen up his handsome appearance immediately. Suddenly, Elbana spoke up and suggested that he take her apprentice along for company. Maya could not help but be astonished to hear her master's sudden decision. After considering Maya's personal goals, the master made this calculated offer. Kai immediately refused point blank because he had no desire to bring a noisy girl along with him. The next day, at the border between the eastern part of the demon kingdom of Valora and the front line of the holy kingdom of Degors. Even though he said he didn't want someone else's daughter following him, he ended up taking Maya along anyway. The weather here was quite pleasant, completely contrary to the harsh rumors about the demon territory. This place had only recently come under the control of the holy kingdom, so the weather in the kingdom of Fedora would certainly be many times more severe. To the west of the Urugano range lies the large city of Nutrat and several neighboring villages, which have now been occupied by the Demon Lord's army as a strategic outpost. That was the destination for both of them, and it was expected to take about 2 days of walking. Although he did not want to ask, he was still very curious about the fate of the people who used to live there. Maya recounted that half of the population had perished. The other half had been taken as slaves by the demon army, and a few lucky ones had escaped to the other side of the mountain range. Sure enough, this girl was very well informed. Bringing her along on this journey was indeed a wise move. After being bluntly rejected by Kai earlier that morning, Maya appeared extremely frustrated. Her master chuckled and told the boy not to speak so hastily, saying that since he was new to this world, he didn't know that Maya possessed vast knowledge taught by her own hands, which would be of great help to him. Kai wanted to clarify what benefits this girl would bring if she kept tagging along. Elbana explained that while the girl possessed vast knowledge, she lacked practical experience regarding how this world functions. Elbana actually really wanted to take this young student on adventures everywhere, but she couldn't help but feel restless at the thought of her beloved disciple having to make her own way in the world alone. So she had no choice but to place her full trust and entrust Maya to Kai, even though Elbana truly wished to do it herself, but her physical condition no longer allowed her to travel far. Ordinary people looking at her would have mistakenly thought Elbana was still youthful and full of vitality, but in reality her body's limits were already near. Just at that impasse, a young boy emerged from nowhere and timely rescued her young student. Kai frankly stated his goal of launching a direct assault on the demon faction's stronghold, a journey fraught with peril, so if this girl proved useless, he would unceremoniously abandon her along the way. Elbana then turned to Maya and said, "You heard that clearly, didn't you? The choice is yours, after all, this is your own life." Understanding her master's intention, the young girl immediately resolved to accompany Kai. Unfortunately, she had only leisurely walked for just 1 day and the girl was already complaining and whining incessantly. However, one cannot demand extraordinary physical strength from a sorceress, especially when Maya has had to strain her slender body to train diligently for so many years. Seeing that twilight was gradually falling in the distance, the two agreed to stop and camp there, waiting for dawn before continuing their journey. Maya blinked her big round eyes, looking at Kai with curiosity, and then asked earnestly, "Didn't you threaten to abandon me earlier if I became a hindrance? You always make up nonsense. These trivial matters are not worth much, why would I want to abandon you? Hurry up and pitch the tent," he said. Hearing that, Maya immediately complied obediently. That night, the two sat around the campfire sharing a piece of bread together. Kai still felt a tinge of worry, so he didn't forget to warn Maya about the lurking threats ahead. Nevertheless, his will was like steel. No matter how arduous the journey, he would absolutely not falter. Kai was extremely eager to find his way back to his old world. But where would Maya find a compelling reason to risk so much by accompanying him? Kai was sure that Elbana wasn't making things up. Clearly, Maya must be hiding something else. Maya was flustered, not knowing how to explain, as perhaps Kai had seen through all her thoughts. The elf village where she was born had been completely razed to the ground by the demon army. Rumors circulated that this conflict should have only revolved around humans and demons, but those cruel demons were ready to trample on any race that stood in their way. Maya's parents and her little brother had all been brutally murdered by them. She was lucky to escape death because her father had voluntarily acted as bait to divert them. At that time, she couldn't resist. When the remaining demon forces withdrew, Maya was left all alone, desolate. Fortunately, her master rescued her and took her as a disciple. Kai didn't care about Maya's past. What he truly wanted to know was only her motive. The reason Maya became a disciple, learned magic, and strived to become a sorceress was her longing for power to wipe out the evil demons. All the knowledge she had gained from her master through 10 years of diligent training was aimed at the goal of revenge. She absolutely had to personally take the life of the scoundrel who had murdered her family. And that culprit was one of the 4 great demon generals named Windbach. He was known as the Wind King and held a prominent position in the ranks of the Demon Lord. The reason she agreed to follow Kai was simply to easily get close to him. Her master had never allowed Maya to go exploring by herself, but as soon as Kai was accompanying her, she immediately agreed. She didn't know why her master changed her mind after meeting him, even though she was her only close student. Maya couldn't guess what she was thinking. That was why she accepted to follow all of Kai's requests during this time. Elbana had originally entrusted this student to Kai because she believed that he had the ability to guide the girl. He allowed his disciple to embark on a solo adventure, perhaps fearing that the girl would unjustly lose her life in her quest for revenge. Mae calmly reassured him, "You don't need to worry about anything. I don't want to drag you into my own quagmire of hatred." It seemed she wanted to handle everything herself, so the conversation concluded there, as both needed to rest to gather strength for the journey tomorrow morning. Maya meticulously followed instructions. She even carefully summoned guardian spirits around their sleeping area in case monsters came lurking. They could be dealt with in time. Kai tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep, his mind constantly fixated on the 4 heavenly kings within the Demon Lord's army. Kai's previous opponent was already a high-ranking demon, and now he was facing an enemy many times more dangerous. To win, he himself absolutely had to become even stronger. However, he suddenly realized that wasn't the urgent problem that needed solving right now. The next day at Digaret, a military base in the western border region of the Holy Kingdom, a strategic meeting was taking place among the commanders, including Midu. The bald old man proposed that this was a golden opportunity to launch an attack because they now had hero candidates at their disposal. The silver-haired commander understood the old man's hidden meaning, but the question was where they should launch their offensive. Amelia decisively pointed at the map and asserted that a surprise attack on Atlas Fortress was the perfect opening move. That was originally their army's old fortress, and recapturing it was the right thing to do. If they attacked this front-line base, the enemy would surely have to flee. Hirik, however, argued that no matter how one looked at it, this plan was too risky. Their side was currently on the defensive, and a sudden switch to offense would easily alert the enemy. The bald old man retorted gruffly, "What's wrong? Is the captain of the 8th Night Order really that scared? We already have realm-tier hero candidates for support." Amelia admitted that Hirik wasn't wrong, but because the enemy was being careless, they would certainly not anticipate such a swift surprise attack. She turned to look at Midu to check if his physical condition had truly recovered. He had fully recovered and was just waiting for the order to deploy so he could wield his sword and fight with full confidence. The meeting gradually ended, the plan was finalized for tomorrow, and Hirik could only sigh, as it was rare to see Amelia this fiercely resolute. This was a critical moment to act before the enemy could reorganize their formation, and Midu felt that this was by no means a wrong decision. Hirik worried that they were betting too much on Midu's abilities. Although the candidates were only performing well in defensive tasks, they also couldn't disobey orders from their superiors. Of course, Hirik's faction would still exert all its efforts to support the candidates, but this time Midu remained everyone's most crucial link. "Remind your teammates to take a nap and rest up tonight." Midu suddenly had a bad premonition, but he had no other way to change the situation. At dawn the next day, the hero candidates began to approach and raid the area near Atlas Fortress. Nagus couldn't help but wonder, why choose exactly when the rooster crows to act? Wouldn't night be more favorable for a surprise attack? However, demons inherently possess the ability to see through the night. Attacking in the dark would, on the contrary, put their side at a greater disadvantage. Midu wanted to confirm one last time the main objective was to take down the commander while the main force created a diversion, and it was highly likely that he was a high-ranking demon. When combat erupted, he would directly command, but if they were separated, everyone should just hold them off or find a way to retreat safely. The entire team clearly understood the plan of action. At that moment, the knight received a message from the main forces requesting the entire team to deploy the plan. The entire group immediately launched an assault on the fortress just as the enemy was completely unprepared. Outside, Amelia was tasked with holding back the weak monsters. Midu's group and Hirik took advantage of the opportunity to sneak deep inside the fortress. Clearing out the guards went smoothly because they froze for 5 seconds when they saw the enemy daring to charge directly into their stronghold. Even though defeating the soldiers was too easy, the entire team still had to maintain high concentration. There was still a risk that a formidable commander was ambushing inside the main hall. Suddenly, Midu's squad was surrounded on all sides by monsters and found their path blocked. Hirik and the 8th Night Battalion took on the task of clearing the chaos at the rear so the hero candidates could continue to forge a path forward. Nagus unleashed his divine power to incinerate the monsters into ashes. The remaining members also one by one eliminated the hideous monsters. After successfully passing through the gate, a high-ranking demon was already standing imposingly waiting. That was Sunagaya, a figure among the 4 heavenly kings under the Demon Lord. The crowd thought that title was merely a formality, but Midu for his part sensed an unusual pressure emanating from this man. He slammed his shield into the ground and then challenged the hero candidates to display their true strength. Midu immediately gave the order for everyone to enter combat stance. He reassured himself not to be afraid, because if they failed here, the sacrifices of the main forces would be in vain. Sunagaya placed his hand on the arena floor, causing a glowing magic circle to appear around it. Immediately after that, the ground violently shook and numerous slime mud monsters emerged. He loudly shouted an order for his minions to charge into a fight to the death. Narumi swung his blade, splitting the monsters' bodies in two to hold them back. Arashi also charged forward, unleashing a powerful destructive explosive. He was extremely confident because these slow-moving mud monsters were not formidable at all. But reality was harsh when the monsters, after being torn to pieces, began to irrationally regenerate. Their punches also became much more aggressive and formidable than before. The entire group simultaneously concentrated their attacks, but despite their best efforts, the situation was still completely disadvantaged. Every time they defeated one, they would incessantly regenerate. Kazaki also timely used his monster control ability to relieve his teammates. Everyone unleashed all their might, stabbing spears and swinging swords, slashing into their bodies. But all efforts were heavily repelled. Even Mirai's psychic abilities couldn't do anything against those mud monsters. A prolonged war like this would lead nowhere. Narumi had once read a similar scene in a comic book and had exclaimed as much. In this situation, the best approach is to defeat the one who summoned them. Just leave all those troublesome mud monsters for Narumi to deal with. As for Arashi and Midu, the two of them will focus on attacking the commander. However, that guy was a high-level monster and certainly wouldn't be easily defeated. Countless magic circles suddenly appeared on the ground and launched waves of large rocks straight towards Midu. He tried to defend himself, but now seemed to be completely exhausted. It seemed this was the plan Midu and Arashi had devised. Midu would play the role of attracting his attention while Arashi would launch a surprise attack from behind with a devastating blow. A horrifying explosion rang out. Everyone froze, unsure if he had been defeated or not. But the truth was entirely contrary. A shield made of mud had risen from beneath his feet, blocking the terrifying explosion. Afterwards, he delivered a powerful punch to Arashi's stomach, knocking him unconscious. He began to speak in a contemptuous tone. Is this all you can do, O hero candidates? While Midu and his teammates were struggling against Stonajir, one of the four heavenly kings, Shinju had also set foot in the hostile city of Neutrath. In a space shrouded in darkness, tiny water droplets dripped from the ceiling. A small flame flared up at the tip of someone's magic staff. Kai and Mayer were secretly moving within the underground sewer system beneath the city. A strong foul odor rose everywhere. Mayer covered her nose and complained, "What a terrible idea to have to infiltrate through the underground drainage system. This place stinks." Kai appeared very calm. He reassured her, "Just stay calm, we're almost at the city's underground pathway." He further explained, "Their eyes are very keen at night, and what's more, the city has many open areas, and most importantly, this is a frontline zone so security is tight, making entry through the main gate impossible." The two stood before an iron ladder. Kai looked up, then gripped it tightly and said, "We'll climb up from here." A moment later, in a small alley tucked deep within the city, the two emerged from the underground sewer. While Kai carefully hid behind the wall to observe, Mayer nonchalantly lifted her skirt and sighed. Finally, "We're out." His keen sense of smell helped him realize something was approaching. He hurriedly pulled Mayer behind a pile of rubble. "Someone's coming, let's hide here for now." Outside, two demon soldiers were approaching. The purple demon stretched and sighed, "I'm so tired." The blue demon turned with an annoyed look. "Being chosen as a witch's bodyguard is an honor, Mei Finanji." The purple demon replied, "This position doesn't depend on personal ability, does it? I have no motivation at all." They continued their conversation. The blue demon sarcastically remarked, "You have the skills but your personality." The purple demon interrupted, "But still, you shouldn't yell at me like that." Immediately after that, a pair of demon soldiers ambled past the gap where the two were hiding. A full month passed, and Mayer sighed, then turned to ask if they had all left yet. After hearing the conversation, Kai pondered, "A witch? She's the demon princess who rules this place, isn't she?" Mayer nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. People call her the space witch, I believe, and now she's your target." Kai recalled the words of the sage Elbana, "A space, manipulating witch is hiding on the city's front lines. She can help you achieve your goal." Kai immediately asked, "How do we approach the target? If we just rush in without planning, it's like walking right into a trap." The two stepped outside and Mayer asked, "What should we do now?" Kay replied, "First we need to gather information very carefully. Listen to me, absolutely do not act on your own initiative." She quickly nodded in compliance. In the city center, a very large number of demon soldiers were gathered. They were no different from humans, divided into small groups, chatting lively. Others were gathered in small groups, drinking heavily and getting drunk with their mugs of beer. Standing in a secluded room, the two quietly observed the demon soldiers through the window. Mayer spoke up, "From what I see, their lives seem too normal. This makes me feel quite disappointed." Kai replied, "That means they have the ability to communicate and possess intelligence, so living like normal people is understandable." He pointed down below, causing Mayer to freeze for a moment. Down there, some people were enslaved by the demons, silently toiling and carrying goods. They mercilessly beat them while shouting, "Don't be lazy.
Get to work, you lot!"
Witnessing that scene, Mayer exclaimed in shock, "Slaves?" Kai looked puzzled. "Why are you so surprised? You already knew that humans were being held captive as slaves by demons, didn't you?" Mayer leaned against the door and replied, "You're right, I knew it. But seeing this scene, I can't stay calm." After tormenting the poor humans, the demons stood there bursting out laughing, regardless of the victims writhing in pain. The expression on Mayer's face changed slightly. It seemed she was suppressing a fit of rage. Kai looked over and realized it. Perhaps it was the first time he had seen this side of her, so he felt quite surprised. Suddenly, he sensed strange changes occurring in the surrounding space. A demonic voice echoed, "You aren't demons, are you?" Right behind the two, a girl with sharp, pointed horns and an eerie aura appeared. Kai quickly turned his head to look back and thought to himself, "When did she get there?" He immediately drew his dagger in defense, having been completely unaware of her presence. The girl spoke to reassure them, "There's no need to be so wary. I didn't come here to start a fight." Hearing that, he became even more uneasy, secretly wondering what she wanted and how she had discovered their location. Seeing the girl's strangely calm demeanor, he was incredibly stunned. It was truly insane. How could he not have realized someone was behind him? She must be using magic. At this moment, the mysterious visitor spoke up, "I began tracking you the moment you crossed through my detection barrier." He was taken aback. "What barrier? I didn't sense any magical aura at all." A strange red glint flashed in the girl's eyes as she replied, Where is there a place I cannot see, with my space magic? He jumped in shock, recalling what he had overheard that morning. Space magic. Don't tell me it's her. He immediately activated his judgment ability. The screen displayed the information: name Isabel Valora, 15 years old, female, attack S, defense A, agility A, strength A, magic SS, status normal, skill guardian deity S rank, space magic S rank, all elemental magic S rank. At this point, the girl stepped forward and formally introduced herself. My name is Isabel, the 5th princess of the Valora Demon Kingdom. Facing his questioning, she issued a warning. If you do not report your presence, I will send soldiers. A human and an elf. What are you two doing here? You don't look like people from this place. He thought carefully. If a fight broke out at the enemy base, he couldn't guarantee their safety, so he had to negotiate peacefully. Then he spoke. I am very willing to explain, but it will be a somewhat long story. Isabel jumped onto a nearby crate to sit down and said, That's fine, I'm feeling a bit bored myself. After he recounted what had happened, she asked, I see, so you want to return to your old world. He looked at Isabel, becoming increasingly serious. I heard that is possible with space magic. Is that really true? She replied, The person who told you that was right. You can absolutely return to your own world. He asked again with great excitement, Really? He looked at the girl before him, feeling momentarily relieved. Thank goodness, he could finally talk to a space mage. She didn't look like the typical demons. He couldn't sense any contempt for humanity in her. Isabel added, But I need to know the coordinates of your old world. I don't even know where your world is, or what type it is. Her words were like extinguishing all the joy that had just sparked within him. Isabel looked at him seriously. Although it is entirely possible, if I don't know the coordinates, I have no way to send you back to your old world. After hearing those words from Isabel, the room suddenly became unusually quiet. The two looked into each other's eyes. One longed to go home, while the other possessed the ability to send them there. However, the most crucial element was currently missing: the coordinates. He asked Isabel if there was any way to find them. She replied, There are countless parallel worlds in existence. Finding your exact world is extremely difficult. All this time he had been secretly observing with his ability. Even with the eye of truth, it seemed she was not lying. His skill had improved significantly and provided some quite useful functions. Isabel added, However, there are also certain limits regarding your body. You arrived in this world using the guardian deity ability. Fundamentally, that makes it impossible. With my technique, I cannot penetrate that guardian deity ability of yours. Under the girl's gaze, he was surrounded by a faint, translucent white aura. He replied bluntly, Perhaps that is the will of the gods, so that we cannot find our way home unless we defeat the demon lord. Isabel appeared calm. Perhaps so. I cannot know anything beyond that. He sighed, thinking to himself, as expected, there are no shortcuts. Fine, at least now I know I have no other choice. A look of intense determination suddenly flashed in his eyes. He had to kill the demon lord. Isabel merely shrugged indifferently, as if she had made her final decision. Kai replied that the most fortunate thing now was to return home, even if it required relying on demon magic, but nothing was ever easy. Mayer looked at Isabel skeptically, as I had been wondering all this time why the princess of the demon kingdom would agree to cooperate with us. She waved her hand, opening a spatial gate, and as she stepped in, she said, Even in the demon kingdom there are factions, and I am pursuing my own agenda. Kai and Mayer immediately took defensive stances, gripping their weapons tightly to protect themselves. Isabel stepped through the gate, not forgetting to leave a warning to be cautious. Escaping this city is no joke. As soon as she finished speaking, her silhouette gradually vanished into thin air. In the blink of an eye, Isabel and the teleportation gate completely disappeared from sight. Mayer exhaled in relief, saying, I was so scared I thought my soul was going to leave my body. Kai sheathed his dagger and said, She is a descendant of the demon lord, extremely dangerous. Confronting her now would only lead to defeat. Mayer looked over and sighed with relief. Thank goodness she didn't intend to start a fight. Kai agreed that in such dire circumstances, misfortune often clings to one's heels. Hearing him say that, Mayer couldn't help but worry. Don't jinx it like that. The noisy sounds of demon soldiers echoed, making Mayer look down. Kai from inside asked if something was happening. A demon soldier shouted loudly, The spies have infiltrated this city, hunt them down quickly. Hearing that, Mayer panicked and asked, Has our identity been exposed? Kai thought to himself, This timing is too much of a coincidence with the witch's departure. Mayer frantically turned to him, Do you mean she betrayed us? It's baffling that she would play dirty right after making a promise. He turned towards the door and said, Her thoughts are unpredictable. It's best we get out of here quickly. A moment later, outside the rows of houses, Kai and Mayer were swiftly moving across the rooftops. Below, the demon soldiers were still frantically searching everywhere. One of the soldiers yelled, Still no sign of them. They must be hiding somewhere around here. Kai mused to himself, They're implementing such a tight military blockade, which proves they've realized there's an intruder and are on high alert. The power level of these guys is also considerable. As they moved together, Kai suddenly stopped, causing Mayer to crash into his back due to her momentum. She grumbled about the sudden stop, but Kai quickly pushed her head close to the ground, startling Mayer. He only had time to signal her to be silent and stay still. He held his breath, sensing it. This energy flow felt like the witch's, even more overwhelming. On the street below, a high-ranking demon stood imposingly among the soldiers. The one with the large horn on his forehead and the green aura of malevolence was one of the 4 heavenly kings. Mayer was stunned to realize that he was the butcher who had massacred her village and family Wimbok. Kai tilted his head and asked the girl, What did you just say? Mayor looked visibly excited. We finally made it here. It seems following you is the right choice after all. He turned to Mayor and asked, "Is she the one you want revenge on?" Mayor nodded. That's right, you're not mistaken. That's the Wind Heavenly King, one of Lord Wimbok's closest henchmen. Kai looked down, utilizing his analytical ability as information appeared. Wimbok, 40 years old, a member of the Speed Demon clan, possesses Wind element skills, level 5 demon magic, level 5 axe eyes, and level 5 swordsmanship. He realized that this opponent was extremely formidable. Then, he placed a hand on Mayor's shoulder to reassure her. Calm down. Fighting him right here would be truly reckless. Mayor sighed in relief, though she harbored immense resentment towards him. Acting now would be suicidal. She actually understood this well. Kai turned, ducked down, and warned, Wind Heavenly King, I've heard that wind magic is very useful for reconnaissance and tracking. We need to move very cautiously. Mayor remained sitting there dazed as Wimbok's aura blended with the wind. He walked calmly through the street, a large escort of demon soldiers on both sides. Wimbok then asked, well, is it true there's an intruder here? One soldier beside him replied, that's certainly true. He then let out a growl, adding, it's just a feeling, so I'm not entirely sure. Wimbok looked serious. If there truly are intruders, we will certainly crush them. He took the opportunity to remind his subordinates humanity's trump cards now are the hero candidates who have been discovered on the front lines. In circumstances like these, we need to maintain our position. This is a simple yet extremely crucial strategy. A purple demon beside him interrupted, forgive me for cutting you off, but is it really alright to withdraw to the rear like this? I believe Lord Wimbok would achieve more victories on the front lines. He calmly replied, this position is more suitable for me, leave such manual labor to other units. The auras he dispatched for reconnaissance, blended with the wind, had sent back a response. Wimbok smirked, they really are here? The purple demon quickly asked, have you found them, sir? He replied, the wind is telling me. The wind swirled around his hand. They are moving very skillfully, but they won't escape my control. A soldier exclaimed in admiration, by controlling the wind, you can detect everything. This is one of the most difficult skills of the wind element. No matter how many times I witness it, I'm still incredibly amazed. Wimbok now talk, prepare the pursuit unit. The demon soldiers quickly obeyed. Wimbok stood there and chuckled. I can't believe that fox let humans slip past so easily. How interesting, a fascinating drama awaits. In a small alley, Kai and Mayor were rushing quickly, trying to evade the demon soldier patrols and Wimbok's scrutiny. His eyes shone with sharpness and determination. We cannot afford to be caught in this situation. Suddenly, Kai raised his hand and told Mayor to stop. Outside the alley on the main road, demon soldiers were thoroughly searching. One of them shouted, go find them! They must be nearby! Kai hid to one side, poked his head out to observe, and said, they've already figured out our intentions, even though they haven't pinpointed our exact location yet. Mayor looked up at the sky and noticed a strange sign, immediately informing Kai. Meanwhile, the wind currents were moving extremely unusually, making the demon soldiers even more agitated. He observed Mayor's gaze. It seemed she was using a risky wind elemental tracking skill. She turned to Kai and told him she was capable of using magic to disrupt the airflow, but doing so would reveal them both. Seeing the situation was temporarily stable, Kai urged her to keep moving, telling her not to act rashly because the enemies hadn't located them yet, and confronting them now would mean being overwhelmed by their numbers. Time passed by and the demon soldiers diligently searched according to Wimbok's strict orders. As for the two of them, they chose to weave through narrow alleys and moved without stopping to avoid detection. But suddenly a demon soldier's roar echoed, I found you guys! Kai looked back to see the demons close behind, while Mayor was panting from exhaustion. He could only look at the girl and click his tongue. The two continued to flee headlong. Mayor apologized, but Kai brushed it off, saying it was nothing, and suggested they use the landmarks along the way to their advantage. He added, moreover, you should act as a decoy to lure them towards me. Hearing the words decoy, Mayor stared blankly at him, full of astonishment. Without waiting for her to react, Kai immediately pushed off the ground to gain momentum and jump. He then dashed up the walls, moving in a zigzag path to quickly climb onto the rooftops. Mayor stood dumbfounded on the ground and stammered, wait a minute, I can't climb like you can. Kai looked down and said, don't you want revenge? Standing there lamenting won't solve anything right now. Disregarding the girl standing rooted to the spot, Kai continued along his route and told her to quickly hide. Seeing herself left behind, Mayor stared after him bewildered but didn't dare to lose focus and quickly kept running. The demons behind them, chasing with weapons, shouted, they're splitting up. At the crossroads, the demon soldier formation split into two directions. One group followed Kai while the other rushed straight towards Mayor. At that very moment, she suddenly stopped and turned to face the enemy. She pulled out her magic staff and muttered, heavens, it turns out this is all it takes to get things done. As soon as she finished speaking, Mayor stood upright in front of the soldiers, and the staff in her hand began to burst into flames from salamander magic. The demons abruptly halted, their faces showing utter bewilderment. What is going on here? And then a loud explosion rang out, engulfing the entire narrow alley in a sea of towering flames. The violent explosion attracted the attention of all other demon groups in the area. They immediately obeyed the commander's orders and rushed quickly towards it, shouting, over there! Get there fast! A mysterious shadow landed neatly right behind their formation. A sharp sword stroke slashed across a demon soldier's neck, and blood splattered before it even had time to understand what was happening. The corpse collapsed to the ground, and the shadow glided away as fast as the wind. Kai's next target was precisely the two demon soldiers standing right in front of him. In the blink of an eye, no other sound escaped except for subtle wind slicing sounds. The leading demon commander suddenly started noticing something unusual. He turned his head back, puzzled by the sound he just heard. The scene before his eyes left him frozen. Seeing his henchmen strewn about, he stammered in terror, wondering what on earth was happening. In the blink of an eye, a cold, sharp blade was pressed against his throat, leaving him in utter shock. The terrified demons were struck silent, with only his own voice shouting in disdain, "Cowards!" No sooner had he finished the sentence than a stream of hot blood erupted from his throat. In another corner of the alley, rapid, heavy breathing echoed repeatedly. Mayer struggled as she fled, constantly casting magic with her hands to hinder the pursuit of the demon soldiers. She summoned the water deity, submerging the entire alley in a great deluge in an attempt to stall the demons' advance. Even so, the demons stubbornly waited against the floodwaters to keep pushing forward. A flicker of worry crossed Mayer's face. She told herself that although she was holding them off, the number of enemies was truly overwhelming. Suddenly, her eyes caught something unusual about them. In the rearmost group, columns of water occasionally surged up in a strange manner. Every time one of those water columns appeared, another demon would vanish without a trace. Mayer wondered to herself if the enemy numbers were truly dwindling. At the same time, the water in the alley began to turn a deep, crimson shade of blood. The ones in the lead only then looked back in confusion, asking one another what was happening. Before the demon could regain his senses, a dagger plunged into the center of his forehead, sending fresh blood splattering everywhere. The skillful strike Kai had just performed was affectionately nicknamed the Shinigami, the Death God. With cold, sharp eyes and a face splattered with demon blood, Kai embodied the true style of a professional assassin. He gently pulled out his blade and turned to say to Mayer, "You played the bait quite well. Thanks to that, my job was much easier." The two walked briskly through the small alley with Mayer following behind, grumbling, "I almost lost my life back there." On the other side, the sound of Winbook's hurried footsteps approached along with his blunt question, "Still haven't caught them yet." A demon soldier rushed forward and said, "I apologize, I will immediately send for reinforcements." He raised his hand to signal a stop. He then strode away, saying coldly, "No need, adding more people will only result in more deaths." Winbook smiled with confidence, "This time I will eliminate them with my own hands." As for the other two, Kai and Mayer suddenly felt as if something was blocking their path. A violent gale struck right in front of them. The wind blew back their hair and halted their steps, leaving Mayer stunned. The energy in this gust of wind is truly terrifying. It seemed they had been targeted, as the pressure of the wind began to condense into magical currents ready to strike. Sensing imminent danger, Mayer hastily called out urgently, "Oh, wind spirits!" She quickly cast a powerful magic vortex to push back the sharp wind currents. The aftershocks gradually vanished into the air and the surrounding atmosphere quickly returned to silence. Kai looked up and thought to himself, "Finally, they've shown themselves here." Ruling the skies, Winbook proudly controlled the wind currents as he pleased. He crossed his arms and smirked. "It seems you little rats aren't entirely cowardly after all, you uninvited intruders." "Master Han?" Mayer's face twisted with fury and hatred. She shrieked the name, "Winbook!" Kai both warned and provoked. "The chance for revenge is finally here. Are you ready for this decisive battle, Mayer?" She gripped her staff tightly and declared confidently with a sharp gaze, "For 10 long years, I have always been ready." Kai whispered a subtle reminder to Mayer, "This will be a protracted battle, and he's not to be underestimated, so we must give it our all to finish him quickly. Understood?" Mayer nodded decisively, then shouted, "Wind." Her eyes then blazed as she looked directly at Winbook. She plunged her staff forcefully into the ground to channel her energy. "Oh, wind spirits." Then she unleashed sharp air blades that shot forward. They were like invisible slashes tearing through the air, aimed directly at Winbook's floating position. He maintained an unusually calm expression, his face showing not the slightest disturbance. Immediately after, Winbook summoned a giant magic circle and roared, "Using wind magic against me, one of the 4 heavenly kings of wind. I can't tell if you're brave or just foolish." Next, from that magic circle, his wind energy seemed to multiply manifold and enveloped his entire body. Mayer's attacks struck the protective shield vortex and were immediately completely neutralized. Following the surging flow of the vortex, the air blades were blown back and far away, then vanished into nothingness. Kai continuously used his speed to move agilely on the ground, intentionally disrupting his opponent's line of sight. Suddenly, several wind spears poured down fiercely from above. Fortunately, thanks to his quick reflexes and extraordinary agility, he deftly dodged the attack by sidestep. Afterward, Kai looked upwards with a stunned and astonished expression. Winbook spoke, "Do you really think you can get close when I'm covering the entire surrounding space?" He twirled his fingertip, controlling the air currents, then sneered, "Do you understand the problem now? My wind magic won't let you hide." Kai felt a brief pang of anxiety and thought, "Damn it, even in a blind spot, his magic can still pinpoint me. This is truly the greatest bane to assassination skills." Mayer stood there, raising her staff high, and confidently replied, "Don't worry too much, leave that to me." As she finished speaking, the tip of her magic staff emitted a blinding green light, and fierce wind currents began to form. A tremendous gust of wind swept through and completely blew away the vortex shield enveloping Winbook. He showed extreme shock and exclaimed, "What is this?" Mayer told Kai, "His magic operates by controlling the flow of wind. If I can use my magic to disrupt it, I can stop him." Windbox felt a slight unease at this moment. That kid just dispelled my enchantment. It seems she's already figured out my fighting style. Kai remained highly focused on her opponent as expected. For her entire life, her mind had only harbored thoughts of revenge. Seizing the opportunity, she leapt onto the walls, using them as footholds to soar up onto the roof, aiming to close in on Winbox above. He glanced at the scene and laughed arrogantly. Do you think you can defeat me just by getting close? Kai lunged forward and unleashed a sharp, swift slash. However, thanks to the wind magic beneath his feet, Winbox gracefully glided away to evade. This move left Kai astonished. He hovered above, smirking, how amusing, I can inherently fly in this airspace. Kaitsuka-id, realizing this ability was no different from Narumiya's. Suddenly, Mayor's voice echoed from below, jump! A gentle gust of wind enveloped her feet, giving Kai additional propulsion to fly upward. The wind magic from below helped propel her closer to him. Winbox shrieked in alarm, how can this be happening? Kai utilized her perceptive eyes and sharp daggers, determined to finish him off while he was still stunned, thanks to her weakness-sensing skill. Thanks to that ability, Kai could almost predict Winbox's evasion routes and vital points. Everything was crystal clear within her sight. Nevertheless, the light streaks indicating his weaknesses were gradually fading. Kai noticed the sign and felt utterly astonished. Winbox placed his hand on his weapon's hilt and slowly drew it out. A long, powerful wind sword appeared in his hand. Winbox looked down with a solemn expression. That intruder, how dare you force me to draw my sword? Immediately, he plunged downward, aiming directly for Kai's face. The attack was so incredibly fast and powerful that she struggled to retreat, having to strain to block it with her 2 daggers. However, a few blade tips slipped through, slicing across her face, and blood began to trickle out. Kai worried silently. Even with foresight, this speed is still too fast. Seizing the opportunity, Winbox lunged forward, following up with another blow, giving her no chance to retaliate. He smiled, let me enlighten you. It was I who taught Hector how to wield a sword. Suddenly, the smile on his lips vanished, and he quickly glanced to the side. A gigantic rock came hurtling towards him, forcing him to hastily jump to evade. This situation also helped Kai escape being cornered. She landed and stood in front of Mayor, while the large rock embedded itself firmly in the adjacent building, and Winbox still hovered high above. Both sides remained highly focused, one holding a magic staff, the other wielding daggers, ready for battle. He looked down with a look of concern. Even with wind magic, deflecting such a gigantic rock is no simple feat. Winbox watched Mayor. That fairy girl also possesses earth magic. She certainly cannot be underestimated. He fixed his eyes on the girl lying on the ground, secretly thinking that those goblin villages should have been wiped out a long time ago. Suddenly, he remembered something and shouted, so it was you who killed Hector. Before Kai could speak, Mayo continued, exactly, it was me at the very least. You should taste the pain of losing a loved one. Winbox curled his lip in contempt. So you're the only one who survived that massacre back then? The fire of hatred flared up in Mayo's heart. For 15 long years, I have diligently practiced magic just to end your life with my own hands. Hearing those words, Winbox laughed gleefully. You've just brought back wonderful memories. That day was truly fascinating. His malicious gaze left Mayo stunned. The veins on his forehead bulged threateningly as he said mockingly, the screams of those goblins from that year always make me feel incredibly excited. Did they not care for their own lives just to protect others? Only one of them crawled over to beg for my mercy. He gently licked his lips, radiating an eerie aura. Its despair was so beautiful that it left me feeling completely satisfied. Mayo was horrified by those venomous words. She screamed and pointed her magic staff directly at him. Kai hurriedly stepped in to stop her. Don't let your emotions control you, Mayo. Then he looked at her with determination. I need to rely on your magical abilities right now. Regaining her composure after the reminder, Mayo suppressed her anger and replied, understand the situation clearly now. Kai focused intensely. He needed to assess the situation soberly because he was the one who would win. His attacks were too wide and powerful at both long and short range, making him very easy to hit. Winbox observed from above and reminded himself to be cautious. These two are really troublesome. Even though they are just humans, that kid was still able to get back up after my attack. He asked, are you perhaps hero candidates? Kai retorted with a cold, sharp gaze. It seems you are well informed about us, aren't you? He raised his sword confidently. I always keep track of the strongest enemies, and if your name isn't on the list, there's only one possibility you are an outsider. He glanced at the two of them and thought to himself, even though I have the advantage, I shouldn't be hasty. After all, my stats are still completely superior to theirs. As for Kai, he was calculating meticulously. His long-range vision effect had only 3 minutes left, and if he didn't resolve this quickly, there would be no other chance. Mayo's voice rang out decisively. Lend me your support, I have a plan. The young girl approached Kai and whispered a secret strategy into his ear. After hearing the plan, he replied, all right, just remember not to become a burden to me. Mayo's eyes widened in surprise at his attitude, and she immediately retorted, that line should be mine to say. Winbox stood high above, looking down impatiently. How much longer do you two intend to chat? Without bothering to reply, Kai focused his killer gaze on his opponent and commanded Mayo, let's begin. He gave a cold, challenging laugh, his eyes radiating arrogance as he looked at the two. Go ahead and attack. The coordinated strategy was activated, and a gust of wind from Mayo's magic pushed her upward to close the distance to Winbox. Afterward, she channeled her power into her magic staff and stomped hard on the ground. Quick as a flash, Meyer summoned fragments from the ground. They were not giant boulders, but small pebbles. She aimed her palms toward the lake, commanding the stones to soar into the air like homing bullets. Winbox hovered thanks to his wind power, his magic circle glowing behind him despite the onslaught of earth spirits. He swung his hand, creating a fierce gust of wind to break Meyer's attack. That gust blew away the earth spirits, pushing them far from his position. Having just removed the threat, his expression suddenly changed when he realized he was in a new target's sights. Kai held his twin short swords, lifted high by the wind before striking down. Wimbok had to quickly raise his sword to parry. Without giving his opponent time to recover, Meyer swung her hand decisively again. The game was far from over. The earth spirits from before immediately obeyed her, suddenly turning back to ambush him from behind. Wimbok glided like lightning. He intended to dodge the controlled stones but then changed his mind, deciding to erect a wind wall. Waiting for that moment, Meyer delivered a decisive blow by summoning a wind spirit. No sooner had she finished her sentence than a whirlwind from her staff swirled straight up. The vortex threw Wimbok into disarray, shattering his defensive wall. He cried out in shock and astonishment. Using that opening, the earth spirit smashed the magic circle behind him to pieces. Seizing the golden opportunity, her eyes flashed because she had finally found the enemy's opening. Blood seeped from Wimbok's hand, causing the sword to slip away. He realized in horror that the target was not his heart, but his weapon. Kai immediately jumped up, using his free hand to snatch his opponent's wind sword. He then performed a somersault and landed firmly on a large boulder. It wasn't over yet. Having lost his weapon, he turned back with a look of pure astonishment. The earth spirits lunged directly at his body. Now devoid of its protective windshield, Wimbok took the full force of the attack. He roared in fury. "How dare you break the defenses of a high-level demon like me? Did you think you could take me down?" Wimbok frowned and looked down, rage erupting at being humiliated by two people he considered weak. Kai looked up with a hint of dismay. The enemy seemed virtually unscathed. Kai continued to observe calmly, clutching the wind sword in his hand and thinking to himself that everything was still going according to plan. Remembering earlier, Meyer had whispered in his ear that although his wind magic was strong, it still had a fatal weakness. Her gaze at that time was extremely serious. This type of magic struggled quite a bit against heavy attacks, especially the earth element. Looking up, Meyer had calculated that even if she couldn't break his defenses, she could still use wind to disturb his airflow, reducing his power. Kai reflected and silently admired her. She had prepared meticulously for so long just to avenge herself and destroy this demon. She had put significant effort into crafting a thorough plan and developing the necessary skills, but it seemed that still wasn't enough. At that time, he had replied to Meyer, "Your plan is perfect, but remember to leave a gap for me to make my move." I decided to snatch his sword. It turned out all those plans were devised by Kai. Back to reality, what they had discussed unfolded exactly as planned. He mixed the wind current and then used an earth spirit to attack, snatching the opponent's weapon, but strangely he remained completely unharmed. Meyer looked at Kai full of concern. "What are you planning to do? Your opponent possesses formidable wind magic, yet you're only focusing on the sword." Wimbok stood there, his long tongue licking across a streak of blood. Then he growled, "You're neither a swordsman nor a hero candidate, Kai. Do you truly believe you can defeat me just by disarming me?" Kai answered frankly, "That's right, but something isn't quite right. The sword seems to be reacting to something." From above, Wimbok once again unleashed a volley of wind arrows straight towards him. Kai quickly used the dagger and the sword in his hand to slice apart all those arrows. Suddenly something darted very close towards him. Wimbok was using his bare hands to block the sword in Kai's hand. He began to panic and tremble, his eyes narrowed, and beads of sweat dripped. He thought to himself, "Why can't I keep up with its speed like this?" With the long sword in hand, closing in became easier. A horizontal sword swing made him stagger and forced him to dodge. As he parried, he was terrified. What the hell is going on? Why am I the one being forced into a corner? Seizing the opportunity, Meyer raised his magic staff to help. Now is the time for the wind spirit to mess with him. A strong gust of wind blew upwards from the ground, causing him to completely lose his balance. He fell backward and shouted loudly, "Impossible!" Then, he turned his gaze towards Kai and thought, "This guy is accurately reading my trajectory." He suddenly appeared in front of the opponent, raising his sword high, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. "Everything ends here?" Wimbok tensed his body, the horn on his forehead and prominent blue veins bulging all over his face. He roared, "Don't you dare underestimate me. You are just lowly humans." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp and powerful blast of energy shot straight from his horn towards Kai. A dazzling blue light erupted from that terrifying collision. Some distance away, Kai gently landed on the ground. And on this side, Wimbok's head had detached from his neck. He stood there breathing a sigh of relief, completely drained of energy. The head lying on the ground, though detached, could still speak. "I never expected to lose." He tried to ask Kai, "Why did you suddenly change your direction of movement like that?" It turned out he possessed the mimic guardian skill. Kai replied, "Thanks to these eyes, I can accurately copy all of my opponent's moves." He recounted, "In this battle, I secretly learned your swordsmanship skills thanks to that ability. Before, I wasn't good at using swords, which is why I always avoided using them." With blood pooling around his head, Wimbok gasped out, "The guardian of the hero candidate, so you are humanity's trump card." He looked at Wimbok coldly without hiding anything. "I gained this power after defeating your subordinate Hector." A status screen appeared. A name Shinjukwai, ag 17, gender male, skills Guardian Appraisal level 4, Guardian Weakness Detection level Z, Guardian Long Range Vision level 1, Guardian Mimic level 1, Assassination level 5, Dagger level 5, Throwing level 5, Stealth level 5. Understanding the reason for his failure, Wimbok slowly closed his eyes, not forgetting to curse Hector in his heart. So that was it. What a foolish apprentice, unintentionally strengthening the enemy. After defeating Winbok, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Kai sat there watching the head severed from the body, taking the opportunity to rest and recover his strength while analyzing the situation. Although he had finished him off, with the bloody head lying alone, Kai was also exhausted, he thought to himself, so this is how terrifying the level of one of the 4 heavenly kings truly is. There were still 3 other devils with power equal to his, and surely the demon lord himself was many times more formidable. Not to mention the demon lord also has descendants like Isabel for example, and even just one of his children possessed such terrifying power. Kai exhaled, whispering to himself that he was still too weak at the moment. While lost in a chaotic train of thought, he suddenly felt startled. Mare was gently approaching, her mood currently in turmoil. After all, this was the enemy she had been plotting to avenge for the past 10 years. She looked at the corpse and asked Kai if he was truly dead. He nodded in confirmation. Yes, that is for certain. Kai turned and asked her back how she felt now that her wish for revenge had been fulfilled. Contrary to her earlier agitation, Mare now replied calmly, "It is strange that I feel nothing at all. I bet my life to achieve this goal, yet it all ended so simply." Under the harsh sunlight she continued, "Even so, I feel a little more relieved, although I know that after his death, my parents and fellow villagers cannot come back to life." Mare looked up at the sky. "But I realize I have truly let go of the painful past." Kai looked at her sincerely. "I am really glad you were here. If not for your interference with Winbok's wind currents, I would have lost my way long ago." Mare turned to look at him. "That should be my line." The ruined landscape with rocks embedded in the ramparts stood as evidence of the brutality of the battle. Mare added, "I spent 10 years preparing just to kill him, but I still couldn't have done it without you." She smiled, serenity visible on her face. Mare looked at Kai. "Thank you for helping me fulfill my vow of revenge." He brushed it off a bit shyly. It was just a coincidence, nothing all that important. But it didn't matter anymore, they had traveled together for a while. She replied softly, "It's fine, I am very glad I chose to go with you." Mare smiled lightly. "If I had stayed back there, I wouldn't have been able to keep my composure. I might have run away and died in despair. I believe my master knew that too." Kai turned to ask her, "So, what are your plans for the future?" Mare turned to look into the distance, pondered for a moment, and replied, "I haven't thought of one yet. Right now, I feel a bit lost." He stood up and walked toward Mare. "There is no rush, you can take your time finding a purpose in life. Human lifespans aren't exactly short after all." Hearing this, Mare smiled mischievously. "Actually, I only have half human blood. I probably won't live as long as your master, but let's see what happens." She stepped up beside Kai and said softly, "For the time being, I will accompany you." He looked suspicious and asked, "Are you sure?" "My goal is to destroy the demon lord." Mare replied, "After you defeat him, there will be fewer people who have to suffer tragedies like mine in the future, so I think this is worth it." Not giving Kai a chance to refuse, she just walked on with a smile on her face. "Even if you say you don't need me, I will be selfish and tag along anyway." Unable to do anything else, Kai turned and scratched his head in confusion. The more allies, the better. Once their reinforcements arrived, things would get very complicated. The fact that Kai did not voice any objection was implicitly understood as his acceptance of this companionship, which made Mare feel incredibly happy. She followed Kai quickly in high spirits. Having exacted her revenge, she now wanted to help prevent other victims from falling into a similar tragedy. 2 small figures, an assassin from another dimension known as a hero candidate and a half-human demi-human brimming with magical power, strode forward side by side. Unbeknownst to them, a figure radiating thick bloodlust watched their journey silently from high above. It was none other than Isabel, who had witnessed everything firsthand but chose not to intervene in the fight. "They exceeded my expectations," she whispered herself. "Letting them escape will be much more beneficial. After all, they are still capable of defeating Winbok." Isabel flashed a calculating smile. "Now I can easily move on to the next phase of my plan." Afterward, they returned together, traversing steep passes and deep treacherous streams just as arduous as their initial journey into the demon lands. Shinju and Mayo went to visit Elbana, and both mentor and student expressed immense joy at their reunion. While sipping a cup of tea, Elbana spoke gently, "I am relieved that both of you have returned safe and sound." Looking at the 2 youngsters sitting on the chairs, she continued, "I never expected you to return so soon." Mayo was visibly flustered, unsure if her master was praising or scolding her. She stammered, "Master." The sage immediately patted her disciple's head. "I understand everything." Elbana snapped her fingers and gave a playful wink. "You want to accompany this boy, don't you? Just do your best to reach your goal." Kai was also slightly embarrassed and quickly took a sip of tea to avoid eye contact, while Mayo looked at him with blushing cheeks and whispered, "Yes, master." The sage turned to Kai and asked, "By the way, young man, do you have any news regarding the situation on the front lines recently?" He immediately turned toward her, puzzled. "Something happened, senior?" She calmly explained, "It seems your fellow hero candidates have all tasted defeat." Kai thought to himself that Midu must have lost the battle. He then followed up, "Who was their opponent?" Elbana replied, "That would be Stonagar, a high-ranking executive of the Demon King's army and one of the 4 heavenly kings who wields the power of the earth." Mayo hurriedly interjected, "Must be similar to Winbok, right? He must be a very formidable opponent." A flicker of worry appeared on Kai's face upon learning his friends had encountered one of the 4 heavenly kings. Having faced one before, he knew how terrifying they were. He asked, "Were they killed?" The sage replied, not exactly, it seems they survived, but I heard that after the battle their morale was completely shattered. Kai quietly set his teacup on the table. I understand the situation. He stood up abruptly and said, we need to go and see the actual situation for ourselves. He calculated his next move. His current plan was to eliminate the Demon King, and he wanted to wear down their forces bit by bit. The most optimal way was to use the hero's strength to defeat the Heavenly Kings. Mayo innocently asked, do those hero candidates possess strength comparable to yours? Kai replied, I'm not sure. But no matter how powerful they are, if they don't know how to utilize their strength to its full potential, it's all for nothing. Night fell over the fortress complex, long solid defensive wall built for containment and protection. Inside, many people were clinging to life while receiving emergency treatment for severe injuries, including the hero candidates. The groans of pain were constant and unrelenting. One of them had an arm covered in wounds. Even though it had been carefully bandaged, blood still soaked through the cloth. Shiori kindly asked Midu if he was okay and offered to heal his wounds. He smiled reassuringly and said, don't worry about me, Shiori-san. Don't overexert yourself because you shouldn't keep overusing your healing powers like that. The girl replied with clear eyes, I understand, but this is all I can do right now. So Shiori began to concentrate, channeling energy into his body to help Midu recover quickly. He recalled that if Hirik's army hadn't arrived in time with reinforcements, it would have been difficult for him to retreat safely. Midu looked around and felt pain to see his comrades suffering from severe wounds both physically and mentally. Reina, who was once a lively and energetic girl, was now sitting with her knees pulled to her chest, her eyes lifeless. The strong Arashi also lay there, resting his arm on his forehead in a state of helplessness and resignation. Even while being treated, he clenched his fists in fury, as if unable to accept the harsh reality. Midu reproached himself, thinking that everything was his fault. If only he had been able to defeat him back then. The scene shifts to Aklis Fortress, where the demon army under Stonegare's command is stationed. He was meditating alone on the watchtower, his eyes closed in the quiet space, where only the sound of the whistling wind could be heard. From a distance in the nearby forest, the towering fortress situated on a barren rocky peak was the enemy's hideout. He could observe every move the enemy made thanks to his special eyes. Mayer was extremely surprised to see this and asked, can you really see the enemy from this far away? Kai explained that his appraisal skill had leveled up, granting him several support effects including long-distance observation. The girl innocently praised him, saying that his skills were always so convenient. Kai didn't respond, focusing instead on gathering information about his opponent, knowing that understanding the enemy is the key to victory. The basic stats appeared: name Stonegare, age 75, race demon, gender male, attack B, defense S, agility B, strength S, magic S, status normal, skills earth demon, magic LV5, swordsmanship LV3, solid defense LV5. He continued to use his appraisal eye to examine the detailed stats. Kai saw the details of the solid defense skill, which increases the defense stat based on its current level. He realized that a level 4 appraisal skill allowed him to scrutinize the details of an enemy's skills, which provided a significant tactical advantage. In addition, he had also acquired a skill to detect the opponent's weaknesses. A while later, Stonegare was still sitting there in meditation, appearing quite unperturbed after the clash with the group of intruders. Since the weakness detection skill provided no feedback, Kai thought to himself that he was still too weak to see through the enemy's openings, while Mayer curiously asked if he saw anything. He replied that if the enemy showed a weakness, things would be much simpler. Kai added that he only knew the man was an expert in earth-type demon magic with decent swordsmanship, and that he possessed a special ability to reinforce his defense. Mayer suddenly realized that, as expected of one of the 4 heavenly kings of earth, this attribute is usually weaker than the water element. Hearing this, Kai asked about the elemental advantages, but she replied that it wasn't that simple since it also depended on the type of skill being used. Mayer turned to explain that although he used many earth-type demon spells, he was surely only proficient in a few main techniques. If she knew what they were, she could deduce his weakness. Kai suggested an idea. I think it's best that we visit them. What do you have in mind? In the fortress area, Midu was standing quietly on the battlements, gazing out into the distance. His old wounds still seeped blood, matching the anxious look clearly visible on his face. Midu suddenly thought of Kai and wondered to himself if only Shinjuku were present right now. But he immediately brushed that thought out of his head. He told himself, Midu, you are not allowed to be a coward, you must be strong, Susie. Before he could finish his sentence, his group of friends was already standing behind him. Rina spoke up. You're planning to take everything on yourself again, aren't you? She waved her hand and continued, I'm just guessing. But do you always want to shoulder everything alone? Catching sight of his friend standing there, Midu was slightly stunned and exclaimed, everyone! Narumi winked teasingly, don't look as gloomy as a wilted bun. It's not like everything is over yet. Mirai added, exactly, Midu-kun, you are not alone in this fight. Hearing that, he hesitantly asked, do you guys really still place your trust in me? Rina stepped closer and asked back, are you saying that you don't trust us at all? Then she walked past Midu and reproached him for being a fool. Narumi also approached and put her arm around Midu's shoulders intimately. She turned to him and said, it means you should lean on this group more, right, Rena? Midu gazed blankly at her back while Rina remained standing silently without a word. Then he smiled, really on you guys? I never thought I would see such a moment. Narumi spoke up, you know, everyone is improving every day, insisting on carrying it all alone will only cause you more pain. While everyone was encouraging each other, a familiar face stepped up and said, I finally found you here, Midu. It was none other than Arashi and his teammates. The whole group was also riddled with injuries just like everyone else. He grimaced, pointed his finger and said, "Why do you look so pathetic? Are you going to give up and not fight that guy Stone anymore?" Midu's eyes widened in amazement. He was truly surprised to see him appear here. Arashi clicked his tongue. "It's so annoying. Our side alone doesn't have enough power to take him down." He stepped forward and proposed, "Give us orders, Midu. We brothers will crush that guy Stone together." Arashi has finally agreed to join forces with Tsujikiya, while Mirai chuckled, "Must be pouring rain today for this to happen." Arashi turned beet red and shouted, "Shut up right now, or I'll show you what I'm made of." Midu regained his spirit and spoke firmly to everyone, "Let's unite to destroy that demon." Arashi smiled, "Your spirit looks much better already." Jin watched silently from a corner. After all, at this time, she was still an undercover agent for Kai. She thought to herself that it was great that everyone was working together, but we still haven't come up with a plan to defeat that Stone guy. A sudden voice rang out, startling Jin. It had been a long time since he last saw Kanzaki. She quickly turned down but signaled not to make any noise. "I don't want to be noticed." Hearing this, Jin quickly covered his mouth, trying to remain calm. Kai spoke up and asked, "You guys lost to the 4 heavenly kings of Earth, didn't you?" Jin confirmed yes, and then hurriedly added, "What kind of demonic magic did he use?" Jin looked down, recalling what happened during that raid so Kai could get a clear picture of the situation. Kai suddenly understood and asked, "So he created mud monsters and then controlled them?" Jin nodded. "That's right, his skills probably only revolve around that." Kai blurted out just as Mayo predicted. Hearing Mayo mentioned, she turned down and asked insistently, "Who is Mayo? Is it that girl?" Kai didn't want to go into detail about that, so he shifted the focus. "It's nothing. Thank you for providing the information." Jin asked, "So do you plan on helping us, Shinjuku-kun?" Looking at the crowd that seemed united, Kai replied, "I intended to participate as well, but it seems everyone has handled it themselves. If I interfere, I'm afraid it will only cause unnecessary trouble." Kai looked at Jin with his usual sincere gaze and said, "I will always be by your side as always." The scene shifts to the monster standing high up, seriously guarding the stronghold. A gloomy fortress stood tall in the air. Below, 2 monsters were patrolling closely. In the dense forest, the group of hero candidates is gathering, preparing for a new attack. Kari excitedly said, "With Jumi here, we basically have strength equivalent to 100 soldiers." Reina happily agreed, "You're right, I'm glad you're okay." At this moment, Jumi looked a bit shy. She pinched her own cheek and said, "Thank you, I'll do my best." She is candidate number 9, Kinoshita Jumi, who has just transferred from the non-combat team to the combat team. Reina suddenly asked, "Is there a reason you decided to join us so abruptly?" Jumi hesitated for a moment and then replied. Then, Jumi gave her reason with a bright smile, "I heard everyone was having a hard time." Kari laughed out loud in praise, "You're truly a hero," while Reina remained silent. Jumi forced a smile, thinking to herself, "Is everything okay, Shinjuku?" 5 days ago, Jumi was leaning against a door in a maid outfit. On her face was a look of exhaustion. She sighed, "I'm so worn out today, too." Kai suddenly spoke up to say hello. "It's been a long time since we saw each other, hasn't it, Kinoshita?" Jumi hadn't noticed anything unusual yet, so she replied, "Yeah, long time no see." Then she was startled and pointed wildly, "Wait a minute, what is this? What on earth are you, and how did you sneak in here?" But a moment later, Zumi regained her composure and asked, "Are you really Shinju in the flesh?" Kai replied bluntly, "Finally your brain has decided to restart." She asked in a panic, her face turning crimson, "Why did you suddenly barge into my room?" Kai didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Right now, Midu and the team are in deep trouble on the front lines. To turn the tide, we need your water manipulation abilities, Kinoshita. That is exactly why I had to come here." Zumi, stunned, pointed to herself, "But I'm part of the non-combatant squad." Kai calmly brushed it off. "Don't worry, you are more than capable of joining the battle lines. Go cooperate with Midu's group and support them." But Zumi's mind was now filled with doubt. "How can you be so sure?" Kai nonchalantly asked, "Isn't it true that you also long to fight?" Then he added a piece of shocking news for Zumi, "Lenora, the one who sowed terror in your heart, has been finished off by me." Kai calmly continued, "Now there is no one left strong enough to block your path. Surely, after all this time, the scars in your soul have finally healed." The image of a clumsy Zumi flashed through Kai's mind. "This is no time for you to play waitress and break people's dishes." Zumi's face turned bright red with embarrassment. "You saw all that. Actually, that was just an accident." Kai looked straight into Zumi's eyes and questioned her, deep down, "Haven't you always wanted to support Nagas and Shinami all this time?" Zumi observed him in silence for a long moment. A while later, Zumi gave a wry smile and confessed, "It turns out you've seen through everything. I'm a bit surprised. I didn't expect a classmate to pay this much attention to me." Kai coldly revealed his intention. "I'm just looking for a chess piece that can be utilized." Suddenly, Zumi had a question. "By the way, Shinju, you're a wanted criminal, aren't you? Are you really joining the combat unit?" He calmly replied, "How could a wanted man possibly join the Holy Kingdom's army?" Zumi said awkwardly, "In that case, Vena is going to be absolutely furious with you." Before leaving, Kai pulled down his hat and looked back. "I will act as the shadow behind you. I only came here to activate a pawn like you." Returning to reality, Zumi clenched her fist and told herself, I will do my utmost to prove that my abilities are not useless. Jin, hiding behind the foliage, had heard everything clearly and watched silently. A few minutes ago at the base of the wall, Kai stood below and asked Jin, that's the plan. Do you have any questions? She voiced her concern. I know we need Kinoshita-san to tear through the enemy lines, but are you sure that will be enough? Kai calmly answered, I'm not the only one fighting that demon. You guys surely have your own plans, so just adapt to the situation and do your best. A sharp look suddenly flashed in his eyes. I want to see how much you all have grown in my absence. Just pass that message to Midu. Jin finally stopped questioning him, turned to leave, and replied concisely, got it. Back in the forest in front of Fortress Aklis, a voice suddenly called out to her, Kanzaki-san. His tone was full of determination as Midu stepped forward and said, we need to coordinate our plan one more time. Afterward, Midu gathered everyone and declared firmly, we absolutely must not lose this battle. Jin immediately responded with a quick, yeah. In the middle of the deep green forest, the whole team huddled together to discuss their strategy and plan of action. Suddenly, a skeptical voice rang out, will this actually work, everyone? Hiding in a bush with a piece of bread, Mayor asked curiously, you've surely prepared a better plan than that, right? Kai replied slowly, if everyone only knows how to follow orders like machines, they will never become wiser. He believed that while the current goal is to destroy the Demon Lord, he must also properly train these fellow companions. Kai's gaze suddenly became sharp. They have the potential but do not know how to utilize it effectively. Looking at his comrades in front of him, he decided, I will guide them to progress bit by bit. He started by tossing them a few important clues. Kai also quickly saw through the issue, though he understood well that the most essential thing when entering battle is that each person must determine their own next steps. Standing before the massive iron gate to infiltrate the Atlas fortress, an army of monsters was standing guard strictly, with numerous sentries surrounding the heights. A mighty Imperial Legion suddenly appeared outside, ready to advance their formation to attack the stronghold. Amelia, looking majestic on horseback while commanding the Legion, shouted, the golden opportunity has arrived. Immediately after, Amelia drew her sword, pointed it forward, and yelled, all warriors charge forward! Upon hearing the command, the soldiers were instantly filled with zeal and rushed straight into the fray. The monsters on the ramparts began to laugh mockingly. The fools have come to throw their lives away again. They haven't learned a thing and dare to come back instead of running far away. Amelia, burning with passion, shouted aloud, no one is allowed to back down, we must clear the path for the heroes of the future. The monster side was no less eager as they charged down, vowing to annihilate all the invaders. A fierce battle erupted, with the group of young heroes led by Midu fighting their way through, powerfully breaking deep inside. He stared into the distance, his gaze full of determination after the humiliating defeat last time. Right before his eyes was a towering spire, flickering behind the window was a shadow that looked extremely familiar. It was none other than the old monster Stonegare, who was baring his yellow teeth and laughing sinisterly while looking at Midu with sarcasm. He frowned and secretly speculated, seems like he is actively waiting for us. Stonegare appeared interested and beckoned, come in, you apprentice heroes, don't make me feel too bored. A shimmering gold-covered door appeared, standing imposingly right before the group, and a heaven-shaking explosion shattered the door with broken bricks and stones scattering everywhere. Arashi and his friends marched inside with fervor. Their demeanor today was completely different from what it was in the past. The atmosphere around here gradually became thick with tension. Blocking the path was the Earthen Legion from Stonegare, with the one in the center gripping his sword and shield tightly. Midu shouted loudly, officially launching the counterattack. From the roof gutter, a rustling sound suddenly emerged. It turned out to be Kai and Mayor, who were hiding and waiting for the right moment. He observed calmly and said, very good, show me your true talent now. On the ground below, the warriors had taken up defensive positions following Midu's order using their old strategy. The earthen monsters began to move and attack. Midu looked truly imposing as he pointed his sword straight ahead. Then he roared, let's move, and as soon as he finished speaking, the whole group charged forward together. Reina kindly asked, are you still okay, Jumi? She replied with a look of anxiety, don't worry too much, actually this is my first time in battle. Instantly Jumi used her magical powers, summoning a large stream of water. The jets of water were controlled skillfully by Jumi to lash directly at the monsters. Stonegare frowned in annoyance as he witnessed this awkward scene. The earthen monsters froze amidst the cool water from Jumi. Arashi immediately threw a powerful punch toward them. A loud explosion echoed, leaving the enemy bewildered before they were shattered. Midu was not to be outdone as he cleanly sliced a monster in half. Kenta flew quickly and stabbed a knife into one of them, saying, taste this! Asushi used his special move to punch them right in the gut. Akira deployed a protective barrier for all of his teammates. Thanks to that, they could rest assured and fight with all their might. Meanwhile, Satoshi and Haki were also eagerly breaking through the enemy ranks. Just a moment later, the earthen creatures collapsed and crumbled. Suddenly, a streak of magic enveloped the remains of the monsters. Immediately, their bodies became whole again. However, strange changes began to occur on their bodies. Their entire bodies started to melt rapidly. Finally, they collapsed and turned into a pile of mushy mud. Rina cheered excitedly. Finally, I did it! Stonegear stroked his chin thoughtfully. Reinforcements had arrived even though she wasn't there last time. It was definitely thanks to the water. Stonegear was standing in the middle of a battlefield strewn with dust. Regardless, he still kept a few earth monsters around him as shields. Looking down from above, Mayor nodded in agreement that everything was exactly as she had anticipated. Mayor hadn't expected the plan to be such a complete success. Wetting the stone joints to make it harder for them to control the mud worked far better than she had hoped. Midu seized the opportunity and shouted, "Look everyone! The wet mud monsters can't regenerate anymore, just focus all your strength on attacking." Zumi responded immediately, "Alright, I'll continue to use my water element ability to suppress them." In the blink of an eye, a large wave from Zumi's hand crashed straight toward the monsters. The fierce torrent of water swept all of them away. The entire group charged forward in unison. Everyone chipped in to smash every monster blocking the path. Stonegear still sneered dangerously, intending to clear out my subordinates. It seems these hero candidates have a decent strategy this time. Stonegear slammed his hand down onto the ground. Brilliant red magic circles appeared simultaneously. The mud monsters began to emerge, but he was ready to sacrifice them as disposable pawns. Fragments from the monsters' bodies hovered in mid-air. Stonegear thought triumphantly, "Let me show these hero candidates what the true power of the earth element is." Instantly, countless blocks of mud and soil flew toward the hero candidates. Morel immediately extended her arms, using her control ability to stop that counterattack. Thanks to her psychic power, she began to take control of the stone blocks and made them stand completely still. Stonegear exclaimed in shock, "What's this? My ability to control stone is being completely overwhelmed." Din seized the opportunity and immediately activated his dominance power. Stonegear was paralyzed by the attack, with blinding bolts of lightning imprisoning his limbs and body. Stonegear's face contorted until it was completely unrecognizable. His hands stopped mid-air. He hadn't expected them to possess such bothersome containment skills. Aracey jumped up nimbly to deliver the decisive blow. Stonegear thought in panic, "I must build a wall immediately," as rocks and soil from beneath the ground began to rise for protection. A violent explosion spread after Aracey's powerful punch combined with special effects. It was all because Stonegear had timely erected a stone wall to absorb the impact. He laughed arrogantly, "How could such meager strength be enough to break through my solid defense?" Arashi's fist remained deeply embedded in the rigid wall. A special ability had just been activated to teleport instantly. Midu swiftly closed in right behind Stonegear with a razor-sharp blade. He swung a sharp slash toward the target. Stonegear braced himself and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. He easily blocked Midu's sword strike and sneered, "Even though I'm being restrained, is this the only cat and mouse game you brats can come up with?" Morel persistently maintained her extrasensory perception ability. She immediately counterattacked Stonegear by shouting, "I'm returning this pile of rubble to you." Narumi began to use magic to manipulate the currents of wind. A powerful attack using wind spears was launched. Stonegear was startled to realize he was being surrounded by a series of relentless attacks. He growled inwardly at being blindsided from all sides and shouted, "Even so, you little brats can't penetrate my defenses." Instantly, stone walls were erected and expanded to their maximum extent. Giant drills sent Midu and Arashi flying away from their previous positions. Zumi, appearing anxious, sprayed streams of water and said, "This is for you." The rushing water poured heavily into the opponent's earthen drills. Stonegear jumped in surprise as he saw his stone walls beginning to soak up the water. He felt anxious and thought, "This is bad. If it gets soggy, the protective layer won't be solid anymore." Just as the rocks controlled by Morel came rushing in, Midu shouted furiously, "It's time to end this." At the same time, Arashi angrily threw a punch. "Get lost and out of my sight!" In just a split second, the sturdy stone barrier was shattered into fragments by the group of warriors. Stonegear began to show clear signs of terror through his bitter growls. He scrambled backward in a panic but tried to reassure himself, "I still have the strength to hold out a little longer." Stonegear was forced to retreat as the attacks continued. He thought to himself, "At this rate, my defense will definitely collapse." Suddenly, Stonegear's eyes flashed with ferocity as he gambled everything by shifting all his energy into offense. A series of magic circles appeared simultaneously to convert his magical power into an offensive state. However, before he could cast it, a sharp gaze spotted his fatal weakness. In the blink of an eye, a dagger was plunged into the center of his forehead, and blood gushed out, leaving one of the 4 heavenly kings in a precarious life or death situation. Stonegear screamed in pain and his body convulsed, his white eyes slowly fading as his life drained away. Finally, his massive body collapsed onto the ground before the eyes of everyone present. Everyone was in shock mixed with extreme excitement. Then they joyfully cheered that we had really achieved a miracle. Midu and Arashi stood before the corpse amidst the crowd's cheers for having subdued Stonegear. However, Midu understood the nature of the matter very well and thought to himself that they were wrong. Arashi also realized it as he carefully observed the body. It wasn't us, but something else that had intervened at the last moment. At that moment, Arashi turned his attention to the weapon that had finished off this high-level demon. He picked up the short sword and examined it meticulously. Then he spoke, "Could this knife possibly be?" Seeing Arashi hesitate, Midu also looked in the direction from which the knife had been thrown. He discovered stagnant water marks at the foot of the wall. Midu blurted out, "It turns out it was Shinjuku-on." Arashi grimaced and swore, "Damn it, that bastard." Narumi strode closer and smiled. Our plan was a total success. Midu narrowed his eyes and smiled back. "That's right, we've completed our objective." He said to himself, everything happened exactly as planned. Midu looked toward the girls' group. "Thanks to Kinoshita-san, we were able to get this far." Yet, at the last moment, Stonegear released a massive source of power from his body. He realized their plan was too naive. That's why Shinjuku-on had to watch and step in just in time. Mireille approached Midu and said with a smile, I don't know why you have that look, but now is the time to celebrate. He hesitated to explain, but she quickly cut him off. If you want to talk, save it for later. Looking at the sprawled corpse, Murray continued, we just defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings. That's enough for today, she said while pushing Midu's back into the crowd to celebrate, leaving him no time to react. Standing among the people, a barrage of praise arrived. Well done, Midu, you're wonderful. Our team spirit is truly valuable. For a moment, Midu was a bit dazed, but he immediately regained his composure and offered a friendly smile to enjoy the shared joy. Arashi also understood the situation, so his mind was surging with countless thoughts. The teammates approached. Asushi praised him highly. Well done, Arashi-san. While Kenta was excited, I was so nervous, I want to learn from you for the rest of my life. Arashi sighed heavily. Be quiet, I'm not the one who took him down. His 2 friends immediately lowered their voices. I'm sorry. Cao folded his arms, looked over, and said, Arashi, I understand why you feel so bitter. Tightening his grip on the dagger in his hand, he asked Cao again if he saw it. Cao nodded, saying that since he was standing very close, he saw it clearly, then told him not to worry because he would handle the ending. Arashi tightened his grip on the dagger in his palm even further. Cao's voice continued, affirming that it was him and Midu who truly backed the 4 heavenly kings into a corner. Hearing that, Arashi felt relieved and said nothing more. A moment later, Midu stood there silently to regulate his breathing. He shouted down from high atop the fortress wall, we have finished off the 4 heavenly kings of the land of
Stonejewel.
He held the head high and demanded that the lackeys drop their weapons and surrender immediately. Witnessing that horrific sight, the demon soldiers were terrified, dropping their weapons to the ground and trembling in fear because Stonejewel-sama had been defeated. Amelia raised her sword high and shouted that this was their victory, and the surrounding soldiers cheered enthusiastically in response. Hirik smiled slightly. At last they had succeeded. Inside the fortress built of stone blocks, there were now only the cheers of celebration from the soldiers. Standing inside and looking through the window at the ground below, Kai thought with relief that everything was finally over. Mayor appeared a bit skeptical because the number of troops on both sides was still roughly equal. Kai turned around and explained that the Demon King's army was led by those with prestige, so when the leader fell, they no longer had the spirit to continue resisting. Mayor suddenly realized, saying, now that you mention it, I notice a similar case happened when we defeated Winbox. Not a single demon pursued us anymore. Kai took a sip of hot tea and added, that is inherently one of the fatal weaknesses of the Demon King's army. She turned to look at him with confusion. But will doing that truly be alright? Mayor continued, the one who struck down Stonegai was you. I thought your main goal was to train your friends. Kai replied, I clearly sensed a terrible murderous intent radiating from Stonegai when he transformed. I didn't want my friends to be killed before they could mature. While slowly drinking his tea, he continued, though that is also the primary duty of an assassin, I hope at least they understand this intention. Mayor smiled, saying that he was overprotecting his friends and asking if he realized that. Placing the teacup on the table, Kai gently replied, I've been on leave for a few days now. When do you plan to call me by my name?
I am Shinjuku-ai.
Hearing that, Mayor blushed slightly in embarrassment, saying it wasn't like that. She just didn't know how she should call him properly yet. A week had passed since the day the earthly heavenly king was defeated. The atmosphere across the kingdom brightened thanks to the army's resounding victories. Everyone was joyful when reading the news. This victory boosted the knights' morale, giving them a chance to relax after long days and hold lavish feasts with food and song. At the same time, the names of the hero candidates spread further. They became the hope for humanity, welcomed and praised enthusiastically on the streets. In the grand hall, the king solemnly declared, for the achievement of subduing one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King's army, I extend my highest praise to you. Below the sanctuary, Midu was kneeling to perform the ceremony. He continued to announce, Midu, you will be granted the title of Lord as a royal knight. He bowed his head and answered yes, but his expression did not look as comfortable as expected. After completing the ceremonial procedures at the royal palace and the lengthy rewards ceremony in the main hall, returning to his room now left him with only weary sighs. The group was gathered around a tea set, and Midu frowned and complained, I'm so exhausted. Morel smiled and turned to ask, could it be that you too can get tired, Midu-kun? He replied, who do you think you are? Amelia held her teacup and spoke up, tired already? Is this a sign of old age? You are the captain of the 4th Night Legion, after all. Hirik spoke up in defense of Midu, who wasn't raised with aristocratic etiquette like we were. Amelia. I had to instruct him all night on basic protocols before the knighting ceremony. He did his best for the first time. Midu gave a strained smile. The pressure back there was immense. If I had been negligent or showed disrespect to the king and been accused of an offense, our standing would have been disastrously ruined. Hirik winked teasingly. It would be better to be reprimanded for a slip-up than to shoulder the countless nameless pressures of resolving the kingdom's problems. Amelia turned and said, you were just knighted as well and you will soon face similar responsibilities. Midu immediately asked, being an aristocrat is quite troublesome, isn't it? Hirik calmly sipped his hot tea and replied, it's not that I want to show off, but you don't need to worry about me. Amelia leaned back in her chair and continued, regardless, the church holds the true power in this kingdom. We holy knights are also under their management. The title you received this time was also designated by His Majesty at the Pope's request. Hirik added, consider yourself officially a member of the Imperial Knight Legion from now on, as the captain of the 11th Legion. A place known as the Heroes Legion, where you will directly command the most elite assault squad, composed entirely of hero candidates. Midu wondered, if the knightly order is all under the control of the church, what is the point of granting me this title? Hirik retorted, there are too many complicated issues surrounding the relationship between government agencies and the church. Do you really want to know everything? Hearing that, Midu immediately gave up the intention of digging deeper. Hirik spoke in a serious tone, regardless, you are now sitting in the same ranks as us. High status always comes with responsibility, keep that etched in your mind. A beautiful morning with a clear blue sky, in the forest located right next to the citadel. Kai turned to Jean and asked, I heard Mido was just promoted to captain. She nodded in confirmation. Yes, Mido himself requested to hold a position with real authority within the state apparatus. Mido smiled, I'm not quite sure, but isn't that a good thing? Kai argued, the kingdom wants to use Mido as a symbol. Granting him power is their way of proving to the world that the hero candidates are under the control of the royal court. Midao appeared confused, scratching his head in hesitation. All in all, isn't that good news? He continued to explain, our goal is to defeat the demon lord and return home. They are using that as an excuse to exploit us, so it is best not to get too immersed in this game. Kai thought of Leonora. Ultimately, this kingdom's way of dealing with us is no different from Leonora's schemes. We are merely pawns that can be sacrificed at any time. Jane agreed, that's right, we need to be more cautious. She blushed slightly and asked, one more thing, who is the person standing next to you? Kai was startled and turned to introduce her. This is Mido, she is a demi-human and a mage. Mido waved cheerfully, it's a pleasure to meet you. Jane also politely replied, it's a pleasure to get to know you as well. She then pointed and wondered, wait, what is your relationship with this girl Shinjuku-kun? Mido replied calmly, I am just his traveling companion on this journey. What about you? What is your relationship with Kai? Jean started at hearing such an intimate name from the other, then awkwardly replied, I'm his friend. Kai immediately changed the subject. You're really something, you're Iker's friend? Then he turned to introduce her to Mido. This is Kanzaki Jean, she is my capable partner. Jean blushed slightly the moment the title, partner, was spoken. Mido winked mischievously and asked, have you two been inseparable like Siamese twins since the old world too? He replied bluntly, I haven't even had a single conversation with her, and Jean nodded in confirmation, that is exactly right. Kai waved his hand, never mind that, you once said your goal was to defeat the Demon King, didn't you? Jean nodded slightly in agreement. He continued, just like the Stonegear battle, I will shadow you Kanzaki, please act as a liaison for me and the others. John hurriedly interrupted, what, can I go with you? Kai asked in surprise, you want to accompany me? He saw through the thoughts of the two girls in front of him. His lips twitched slightly, and he let out a sigh. Jin was waiting expectantly while Mayer maintained her innocent and pure expression. His shake of the head served as his answer, no, I'm afraid I have to refuse. Without you, I wouldn't know how to contact everyone. He looked straight into Jin's eyes, stating quite seriously that they didn't like him, and that her position was very important, a roundabout way of confessing, indeed. Hearing this, Jin blushed slightly, clearing her throat to hide her embarrassment before replying, I guess I don't have any other choice then, do I? Remembering Narumi and Midu, she added, but many people still hold you in high regard, especially Midu-kun. He closed his eyes and sighed. Midu is probably finding her own way to fight without relying on me, and that's good. She needs to develop her thinking to finish off the Demon King herself. Jin asked Kai, do you really want to make everyone stronger, Shinja-kun? He sincerely confessed, I don't have the strength to annihilate the Demon King's army on my own. Meyer and I once took down one of the 4 heavenly kings, but we almost lost our lives. The situation back then was extremely tense. Upon hearing this, Jin was astonished. You defeated another one of the 4 heavenly kings, just the 2 of you. Meyer smiled. It was dangerous that time. We eliminated Windbach, the one known as the Wind Heavenly King. Jin looked at Kai and fell into deep thought. The whole group working together was only on par with Stonegear, yet these two. She looked at Meyer, and furthermore, this girl whom Shinju trusted did not look like an ordinary person at all. Jin clenched her fists. Compared to her, she truly felt useless during the recent confrontation with Stonegear. Kai remembered Sina's warning about creatures even more terrifying than the 4 heavenly kings, so he said to Jin, our current strength is still not enough to complete this mission. He brushed past her and whispered, stay highly vigilant about the movements of our classmates in the kingdom. I will keep in touch with you frequently. Jin turned around and replied, understand? Kai strode away, not forgetting to ask, I am doing my best in my own way to take down the Demon King. Tell Midu that for me. Then Kai called out, let's go, Mayor, and the girl hurriedly ran after him, not forgetting to turn back and wave goodbye to Jin. After the defeat of Stonegear, one of the 4 supreme commanders of the Demon Realm, the Holy Kingdom's army immediately launched a large-scale general offensive. Thanks to the support of the renowned 11th Night Legion, the soldiers' fighting spirit was higher than ever. They seized this golden opportunity to push forward with full force. As a result, the Holy Kingdom's army successfully recaptured a series of vital fortresses surrounding the Urugano mountain range. Nutris City was also liberated, and in this glorious campaign, Midu played the role of the vanguard. This resounding success was not only due to defeating Stonegear, the local demon commander, but also thanks to Kai's silent hand working in the shadows unknown to the army. As the smoke and fire cleared, victory celebrations began with the presence of numerous nobles and kingdom officials. Narumi held a giant mug of beer in his hand, tilted his head back, and downed it in one refreshing gulp. He laughed heartily, saying this victory was truly worth enjoying, while Morel frowned and asked why he was drinking beer like it was plain water. Narumi winked and replied that in this world, 15-year-olds are considered adults, so he had the right to enjoy a few drinks. Without a word, Morel tapped him lightly on the head and scolded him, saying they would have to return to their old place soon anyway. She snatched the beer mug away and walked off, leaving Narumi sitting there, dazed and regretting the loss of his drink. Everyone around them who witnessed the scene burst into happy laughter. Reina turned to pat Midu on the shoulder, telling him not to push himself so hard, and that today he should just let loose. Morel caught a glimpse of the glass in her hand, and immediately asked in a stern voice if that wasn't alcohol. Reina nonchalantly took a sip and explained it was just fruit juice, which made Midu, standing nearby, skeptical as well. However, I still find it hard to believe that everything went so smoothly. A voice rang out, causing Midu to turn his head. Heiki chatted with Satoshi about how the enemy's chain of command was in disarray, wondering if the loss of just one heavenly king could really have caused such a collapse. Hearing this, Midu was suddenly startled. He had indeed been suspicious of this point, and upon reflection, the demons were strangely weak. He turned back and told them he had been wary that it was a trap, and that both Amelia and San shared the same thought. But in the end, there was nothing amiss. Reina asked curiously if he was being too overcautious, Suji, since the Demon King's soldiers were just a bunch of fools anyway. Midu mused, replying that perhaps Shinju was acting secretly as their shadow. Reina pouted and dismissed it, asking how he could possibly defeat such a formidable opponent all by himself. Jin, having just placed her glass on the table, spoke up to confirm that everything was as Midu had said. She looked around and revealed seriously that while the rest of them were busy fighting, Shinju had snuck in and wiped out the enemy's defenses. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. No one could believe their ears upon hearing this shocking news. Jin smiled brightly and said that was right, adding that he had also conveniently taken out another heavenly king nearby, and that the collapse of the defenses in this region was entirely his doing. Heiki asked in astonishment if Shinju had really finished off one of the 4 heavenly kings all by himself. Midu could not hide his admiration, saying that was truly the style of Shinju-kun. Narumi, now slightly tipsy, chimed in, saying he wasn't just acting like a shadow, he was truly a monster. Reina immediately retorted, "Why do you believe such things? It is clearly a lie." Then she called after Arashi, who was in the distance. "You see it that way too, don't you, Arashi?" He was in the middle of chewing a roasted chicken leg when he turned back and asked, "What was that?" Remembering the dagger at that moment, he didn't know what else to say. Then he turned away to continue gnawing on the chicken and replied, "I don't care." Reina grimaced, "How can you be like that?" Mireille slammed her beer mug down on the table and shouted, "Even so, I will never forgive him." Reina turned to her and asked, "You understand me, don't you?" Meanwhile, Midu whispered to Jin, "Where is Shinju-kun right now?" She hesitated a bit. "I'm not quite sure. I only heard him say he was going his own way to eliminate the Demon King. At the western territory of Neutrath City, an area under the control of the Demon Kingdom. Right in the middle of the deep forest, Kai was being surrounded on all sides by green-skinned demon soldiers. With a hideous face and a giant axe in its hand, it let out a scream and swung down violently. He gracefully dodged to the side to avoid the blow. Immediately another demon soldier rushed forward to attack him. Before it could even swing its weapon, Kai quickly grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it directly into its face. The dust flew everywhere, leaving the demon soldier temporarily blinded. Seizing the opportunity, Kai held out his hand and chanted a spell, "Lightning, destroy my enemy for me." Upon his words, an electric bolt flared up in his hand. Suddenly, an arm of a demon soldier reached out near him. Kai jumped in surprise and cried out, "What's going on?" For some reason, it had slipped around to his side and was about to strike him.
Suddenly a voice, "Salamander!"
Instantly, a massive fire erupted fiercely, incinerating the surrounding demon soldiers. They were charred black and collapsed all around him. Kai grumbled, "Don't do such unnecessary things, Mayor." She jumped down from above and replied, "If your magic had been obedient, I wouldn't have had to intervene." He looked at his palm and said, "It's baffling. I thought I had controlled the energy, but I can't even manage a basic move." Mayor began to explain, "Your magic factor is very rare, the element of lightning. Although powerful and swift, it's too wild, making it extremely difficult to control." She added, "The fact that you were able to use it even a little in such a short amount of time is already extraordinary. You must understand that if you used the same guardian element as your classmates, everything would have been much easier." He clenched the lightning in his hand and asked, "Lightning is only elementary magic, and I used it fine during practice. Why do you think it failed to activate just now?" Mayor explained, "Because you were too distracted in front of the enemy. You need to visualize clearly when chanting. Because magic and spells are linked, you must create a concrete image of the phenomenon you desire." She further explained that this was precisely why magic was rarely used in hand-to-hand combat, but Kai quickly interrupted, "Even so, I'm still forced to use it in melee battles like this, otherwise, when will I ever have the chance to use it?" He continued to focus on Mayor's long-winded explanation. "I admit this isn't easy and you understand that too, but why have you suddenly become so interested in learning magic now?" Kai immediately replied, "I just need to add some new moves. My current strength isn't sufficient to take down the Dark Lord. To be honest, I'm not that fond of this kind of power either. Thanks to your profound magic theory, I've been able to master this top-tier skill. You truly are a student worthy of the great sage. Hearing his flattery, Mayer's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. She gave a bright, bashful smile. Of course, because that is my specialty. Suddenly something unusual caught Kai's attention, making him look back. A troop of demon soldiers suddenly appeared and quickly surrounded the two of them. Every monster's face looked fierce, they radiated intense killing intent and fixed their eyes firmly on him. The two immediately stood back in a defensive stance. Kai looked extremely excited. Perfect timing, I needed some guinea pigs to test my new moves. Mayer chuckled and asked, "Are you sure you can handle all of them alone?" The demon forces this time seemed significantly larger than before, and their levels also appeared to be quite a bit higher. Not bothering with the enemy's numbers, and with the mindset of taking them all on himself, Kai bravely charged straight into the middle of their circle. Gathering a stream of lightning between his fingers, he aimed directly at the minions and activated the Thunder Shock skill. A series of blinding lightning bolts struck down, causing the demons to howl in pain as they were paralyzed by the electric current. The remaining monsters looked around in a daze, some of them only had minor singes on their skin and were unharmed. Kai silently pulled out his dagger and assessed, "I finally have the chance to use this item in a real battle, though destructive power is still not quite enough." Taking advantage of an opening, a demon soldier closed in and swung a wooden club downward with great force. He nimbly pushed back with his feet to successfully dodge the blow. Immediately after, Kai jumped onto a nearby tree branch. Then, utilizing his incredible speed and familiar lightning raid style, he rained down attacks below. The monsters standing below looked up in confusion, completely unable to grasp his movement trajectory. Sharp daggers were thrown directly at the demons. All of them were hit in their vital spots, blood gushing out before they fell down dead. A few imps that hadn't been targeted yet foolishly stood there waiting for their end. Glancing at them, Kai thought to himself, "For now, it's best to channel magic into the dagger and then throw it. Its accuracy and destructive power will certainly be higher. I need time to clearly visualize and chant, but once mastered, it will be a fantastic skill." The monsters didn't back down. Another one lunged forward, swinging its sharp claws in an attack. With one clean horizontal slash, its head was severed from its neck. Next, he used his hands to climb a tall tree, hanging there while looking down. Kai suddenly realized something. Another troop of demon soldiers came marching in. Kai jumped down to the ground with his weapons ready in his hands. He dashed forward at lightning speed, weapons held ready in his hands to suppress the monsters. Then Kai agilely climbed up to the high tree canopy, continuing to keep an eye on the surrounding situation. Suddenly, the tree trunk shook violently beneath his feet. Directly below, a bright red demon soldier was wildly swinging a club at the base of the tree he was standing on. Kai looked down and clicked his tongue in frustration. As he had predicted, their numbers were truly vast. As the ancient tree snapped and fell, he used the momentum to spring downward. He narrowed his eyes to observe the demons. Behind that swarm of minions was one significantly larger. It possessed long horns and appeared strangely calm, with a physique twice the size of the others. He used his guardian eyes to inspect. It seemed the boss was present here. "Excellent, you will become the perfect test subject for me." With a blade in each hand, Kai was enveloped in a soaring murderous intent. This was indeed a rare chance for real combat. Mei sighed warily. They were as numerous as ants, and their numbers barely dwindled no matter how many she fought. She frantically unleashed firepower, incinerating the demon soldiers that were charging toward her. A moment later, Mei called out, "Hey Kai, let's retreat. It's no good being stubborn like this." He nodded instantly. "Understood, we've caused enough chaos for today." Kai prepared to leave behind him a battlefield strewn with demon corpses. The two of them sped out of the forest, Mei gasping for breath from exhaustion. He remarked that besides their large numbers, their skill levels were quite high. It was no place for humans to dwell. Mei replied that because the demons are more than capable of commanding the lesser, intelligent monsters, they don't have a care in the world. Kai agreed. No wonder this barren land is reserved solely for the demons to inhabit. The pair stopped right before a gloomy and cold cliff. Below them, ranks upon ranks of demon soldiers were gathering. This is the true lair of the demon kingdom. This is going to be tough. A week had passed since Shinju began reconnaissance work. The city-state was marching in high spirits to invade the demon territory after liberating many lands. The army moved thunderously along the path through the ancient forest. A group of soldiers was surrounded when monsters suddenly appeared. The battle began to grow intense. However, the number and level of the monsters here were completely different from those in the city-state, even if they weren't a threat to the knights or hero candidates. But for the ordinary soldiers, they were gradually becoming easy prey for the monsters.
Amelia roared, "Absolutely do not falter. Hold your formation and fight back."
Hirik looked anxious. The monsters were so numerous that our troops were completely overwhelmed, and being surrounded and simultaneously attacked like this was truly alarming. Midu added, "Could it be that a high-ranking demon is the one behind this?" Appearing before them was a female demon with sharp horns, leisurely sipping a glass of bright red wine. Smirking as she savored each sip, she looked down from the city wall at the forest and declared, "I will not let any mistakes occur. I am Elsa, a high-ranking demon. Feel free to use as many monsters as you like. Crush their military power for me. Once they are completely exhausted, we will begin our general counteroffensive." The soldiers began to panic as they witnessed the demon lord's army of monsters descending upon them.
Midu looked back and shouted, "Melia, we must retreat immediately."
If we keep stubbornly pushing forward like this, we will only face death. She replied, I understand. Everyone, retreat quickly! Head back the same way we came. On the battlefield, soldiers' corpses lay scattered about as two large demon soldiers slowly approached. They kicked the corpses and laughed. An easy victory, isn't it? We overestimated them, even wasting effort using monsters to pin them down. Another one added, anyway, these were Elsa Sama's direct orders, and she is well known for her caution. The other chimed in, thanks to her, the victory was so swift. The enemy needs to understand the gap in strength between them and us. The demon soldier said disdainfully, by the way, we've already conquered the Beastman Alliance, right? High Command is truly getting serious about the war against humans. The gray demon soldier replied, victory is inevitable for us, but we shouldn't underestimate them. They have already defeated 2 of the 4 heavenly kings. Hiding in the bushes, Kai and Mare were still quietly monitoring the situation. Mare asked in astonishment, they conquered the entire Beastman Alliance? How is this possible? I never heard a word about it. Kai mused, it seems we've gained some interesting intel. Mare, please help me gather more information. Upon returning to the capital, the atmosphere was quite gloomy despite having previously achieved a series of victories. In the infirmary, wounded soldiers lay scattered everywhere and their groans of pain echoed incessantly. An emergency meeting was held, with the leaders gathered around a long table. Amelia spoke up, all human territories have been reclaimed, but sadly, as soon as we set foot in the demon world, we were soundly defeated. She looked around and asked, the current situation is very dire. Does anyone have any suggestions? The 2 old generals were deep in thought. One was at a loss for ideas while the other worried. If we don't find a way to counter the infinite wave of monsters, we will never defeat the demons. Another general interjected, I never knew from the start that the demons had such a trick for controlling monsters. This must be some kind of insidious magic. Hirik analyzed, previously, the Demon Lord's army attacked without any strategy and only suffered defeats, which is why they are finally starting to pay attention to us. Midu surmised, it is highly probable that a cunning mind is in command. These monster waves are the work of a high-ranking demon. The general announced with folded arms, scout reports show monsters are heavily concentrated in the forest. Once we clear that area, we can face them head-on. Amelia countered, that forest is vast and treacherous. Moving an entire army through it is impossible. Do you think the enemy commander will just let us do it easily? The white-haired general spoke up, I believe regrouping our forces right now is an urgent priority. He frowned and shared, although we have reclaimed many lands, the losses we suffered are too great, especially in the recent final battle. Another person added, first of all, we have achieved the goal of recapturing the lost territories. Madhu listened intently. He knew that although they once used a high fighting spirit to repel the demons, it was now almost impossible. Marae raised her hand to speak. May I say a few words? Isn't our primary mission to defeat the demon lord? The old generals replied, that is true, but if it were that easy, we wouldn't have struggled this much. Amelia turned and asked Hashimoto, do you have any good ideas regarding this? She smiled and scratched her head, suggesting, how about we just focus on increasing our troop numbers? Amelia dismissed the idea. It's not feasible. Adding more troops would only slow down our progress and bring no significant benefit. Madhu reflected that each individual possesses unique abilities and mobilizing more soldiers would only increase casualties when facing the monsters. He then spoke up, instead of spreading ourselves thin, we should focus all our resources on making our current forces more elite. Amelia agreed, exactly. Even if we searched the entire kingdom, it would be difficult to find a group of seasoned warriors like those standing here on the front lines. She continued, focusing on intensive training is more practical than increasing troop numbers, even though this plan will take quite a bit of time. The veteran general seemed satisfied and more at ease with this new direction. Madhu suddenly realized why he was restless. The goals of the two sides were too different. He wanted to kill the demon lord to go home, while the Holy Kingdom was only concerned with solving its own problems. Looking at the indifferent expressions of the generals, he understood why they weren't very interested in changing the status quo. Hirik seemed to have already noticed the anxieties weighing heavily on his heart. He turned and asked, Madhu, what are you thinking? Madhu spoke frankly, with this plan, it will take several years to defeat the demon lord, but I want to end this as quickly as possible. Amelia suggested, regardless, we still need time to forge an elite force. It will take about 2 years to restore our overall strength. Madhu paused for a moment. 2 years of waiting was far too long for his group. A general explained, destroying the demon lord early is obviously best, but the recent failure in enemy territory has made re-infiltration extremely difficult. Another laughed it off, based on current results, this is already a resounding success and it's all thanks to your efforts, future heroes. Madhu said thank you, but his heart was heavy. Was everything really decided then? He thought of his friends. They were all longing to return home as soon as possible. I'm certain many others share the same sentiment. I wonder if they will accept this decision or not. Both Hirik and Amelia keenly noticed Madhu's uncomfortable mood at that moment. A moment later, the meeting ended, and everyone began to stand up and leave the room. Hirik confided in Madhu, I understand how you feel, but Amelia is just making an assessment based on the kingdom's strength. We need greater power to turn the tide. He sadly admitted, it's hard to have everything go my way. You're right, I understand that clearly. Hirik spoke up, but I don't want you to feel pressured to make a decision in haste. He turned to question whether Hirik shared his point of view. How cunning. He said that you don't want your friends to die, do you? Being hasty only invites disaster, which is why I advised you to stay calm. Those heartfelt words truly made Madhu reflect seriously. Hirik cast his gaze toward the training yard below. He continued, saying that people down there are training diligently. Although the hero candidates show great potential, you still need to perfect your strength to prepare for defeating the demon lord. Morel turned to confess that, now that you mention it, although everyone longs to return home, this way seems safer than death. She wistfully recalled the moment when, if Hirik hadn't arrived in time to save us from Stonagai, then by now, surely all of us would have lost our lives. Hirik added that the nature of the demon world is to eliminate the weak, and there may exist entities even more terrifying than the four heavenly kings. He explained, I'm sorry to be so blunt, but we are placing our hopes in you. With your current power, defeating the demon lord is impossible. Midu grasped the situation and replied, I understand. I will call everyone together to relay this information. He had carefully considered everything Hirik had just advised. We are not allowed to be reckless. I will definitely ensure everyone's safety. Upon returning, Midu reported the situation to the group, explaining that although he wanted to eliminate the demon lord as soon as possible, our goals and the holy kingdoms did not align. Midu questioned whether you were intending to attack the demon lord's army all by yourself. Arashi stood up abruptly and retorted, Of course, the people in this kingdom aren't our allies. I have no reason to listen to them. Midu said sharply that doing so would only bring us trouble. We cannot fight alone and desperately need support from the holy kingdom. Arashi shot back, Isn't it true that direct confrontation isn't your only plan? We still have guerrilla tactics. Everyone listened intently as he continued, stating that the ultimate goal is not to wipe out the demon lord's army, but to kill the demon lord himself. Midu interrupted, I understand your point, but that is still too risky. If we do that, even if we win, we cannot avoid sacrificing our comrades. Arashi frowned irritably and snapped, I told you just killing the demon lord is enough. Anyone who is afraid can just sit there and wait to die. Midu shouted, I don't want anyone to die. That's why I insist this is the optimal choice for the group. Arashi lost control, lunged forward in a rage, and told him to stop being such a coward. Then he was about to throw a punch at Midu to teach him a lesson. He also immediately summoned his holy sword to face the challenge. Next, he activated the shield mode to create a solid defense in front of him. The punch was blocked, but it still created a powerful shockwave that heavily damaged the surrounding area. The dense smoke and dust left the others unable to react in time. From within the dust cloud, his voice rang out mockingly, Do you think you can defeat me with just that? Midu continued, We must defeat the demon lord because we struggled greatly after encountering just one of the four heavenly kings. Therefore, it is best to take this time to hone and upgrade our individual strengths. Arashi still held up a provocative fist. Do you think victory is already yours? Suddenly, chains appeared and bound them both tightly. At the same time, Jin's voice rang out, Don't move. Both turned their heads back in surprise. Jin shouted, Calm down, you two. Are you planning to destroy this tower and bring more trouble upon yourselves?
Midu, let go. I was wrong, Kanzaki.
Arashi strained to escape the restraint. He gave a powerful tug, snapping the chains. What a nuisance. Jin muttered, I had to expend a significant amount of energy to cast the domination spell. I didn't expect him to break it so easily. Arashi relaxed his hands and said, We need to temper ourselves through every battle. The more challenges we face, the more our strength will advance by leaps and bounds. He then asked Midu, Surely you understand what I mean, don't you? Murray stepped forward. I completely support Midu-kun's opinion. Reina added, Instead of rushing to our deaths in haste, isn't it better to choose the safer option? Heiki said that this world isn't so bad, while Satoshi turned and said, I don't want to lose my life just because of our own impatience. Kari gently raised her hand. I side with Arashi-kun. Reina asked curiously, why did Kari suddenly change her mind? She replied, I understand what Midu-kun is saying, but I really want to return home soon. Zumi looked at Kari and said, But then again, all of us feel the same way. The girl honestly said with teary eyes, I only have my mother at home, and her health is very weak. Thinking of her mother lying in a hospital bed, Kari confessed, I'm so worried about her. I used to be by her side to take care of her. But now she's all alone. Kao also agreed with Arashi. I concur, because I only have my little sister to rely on. He explained, Our parents abandoned us long ago, and we have no other relatives, so I want to return as soon as possible to take care of her. Shiori lowered her head sadly. My reason doesn't sound as convincing as yours, but I'm sure my family misses me a lot too. I can't bear to make them wait another 2 years. Those sincere words caused the surrounding atmosphere to turn somber. Midu observed his friends' expressions and somewhat understood their feelings. Narumi boasted, As for me, I have 3 girlfriends waiting, so I really want to go home early too. Maire turned and replied, You really are something else, daring to make a declaration like that in such a dire situation. Asushi smiled. As for us, we will certainly always be allies with Arashi-san, and Kenta added, Choosing to side with Arashi-san is a wise decision. It was Akira's turn. He seemed to hesitate. At least. Then looking towards the 2 leaders, compared to a Midu who is always hesitating, I think I should put my faith in Arashi, who has a more decisive manner. Arashi looked back. They have already affirmed it like that, Midu. He hung his head in silence, not saying a word, wondering to himself how he would manage. Arashi strode forward proudly. There is no need to discuss this matter any further. He stepped out the door and waved, I will settle this myself now. Whoever wants to meet their end, follow me. Those who had just spoken up in support of Arashi immediately followed after him. The number of people responding was quite large indeed. Kari also turned around preparing to leave this place. Reina and Zumi tried their best to hold her back and called out after Kari. The girl closed her eyes tightly, not knowing what to say, and let her heart lead the way. Kari followed Arashi's faction with a message. I'm sorry, Reina. Those who stayed behind watched with hesitant eyes, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Maire turned to ask Narumi if he wasn't going with them, to which he replied that they also needed someone to keep in touch. Jingsun wondered what she should do in this dire situation. She was also a foreigner and wanted to return home as soon as possible. She was torn inside as her emotions urged her to run after Arashi-kun. However, based on instructions from Shinja-kun, staying here still seemed like the right choice. Outside, Kai along with Mei and E returned to stand before everyone as curses resounded. What do you want, you bastard? The crowd that was about to leave immediately became restless upon seeing Kai appear. Shinju, how dare you crawl all the way here? Akira grumbled, telling them not to cause a scene here because it would attract unnecessary attention. Kao looked over and warned as a fist was about to fly. Arashi, calm your temper as well. He looked down and said they weren't in the mood to entertain him. Without a good reason, he would have to pay a high price. Kai solemnly replied that he was right. Honestly, I want to borrow strength from you all. Hearing those words, Arashi was briefly stunned and asked back, what was that? Before Kai revealed himself, a deep division had already emerged within the room. His group of friends began splitting into two distinct factions. At that time, both he and Mei and E outside had been listening and grasped the entire situation. She turned to wonder, your classmates are arguing over there. Are they really going to be okay? Kai replied that he didn't know either, however their reasoning sounded quite plausible. Just as Midu had analyzed, they could not do it alone. On the other hand, the Holy Kingdom's approach was too passive. Meanwhile, what Arashi said about waiting 2 years was also partly true, but it was certainly much riskier. Mei wondered how Kai would handle things if he were in your position. Kai raised his hand and presented 3 possible solutions for the current situation. First of all, we must change the mindset of the leaders of the Holy Kingdom. That is mandatory. Once this is achieved, they will influence their army. Whether I am criticized or exiled by the Holy Kingdom, I can return to my own world, and other matters will no longer be important. However, I fear that Midu will not agree to this plan. Mei immediately asked, what is the second direction? Kai explained, we will follow Arashi's words and apply guerrilla tactics instead of direct confrontation. Based on the information we have gathered, according to Aiza and Ben, the Demon Kingdom is divided. If we can sabotage their supply routes, there is a high possibility it will spark a civil war. Although I didn't believe Arashi could do it, because Mayor had witnessed his hot temper, he agreed that it was indeed impossible for Arashi. So, what about the third option? Kai smiled enigmatically. We will act based on the information gathered first. In the forest you once mentioned to Mayor, we will look for more information. He continued, if everything goes smoothly, we can gain support from many sides and eventually force the kingdom's army to act. Amidst the flickering flames in the dark night, Kai and Arashi's group gathered around the campfire for warmth. Arashi frowned in confusion. What on earth is this Catkin princess business? Kai replied, she is the daughter of the Catkin leader. It seems she was kidnapped by the Demon Lord's army. She is an extremely important figure for the beast folk. That is certainly true. He added, that is the information I extracted after torturing quite a few demon guards. Then this information is likely to be true. Hearing the word torture, the girls shuddered slightly, thinking to themselves that he was truly terrifying. Akira wondered who he really was and why he owned a pistol, while Anao noticed Meiho, thinking how cute she was and wondering who she could be. Arashi gnawed on a piece of meat and asked further, that's why I'm wondering about the so-called princess. Do we have anything to do with the beast folk? Arashi asked, they are creatures with ears or tails, right? Kent excitedly said, I really want to see for myself. They must be adorable. Arashi sat there feeling quite annoyed. You guys, hurry up and clarify it for me. Kai continued, now let's discuss the plan. First, do any of you know about the beast folk nation to the south of our territory? Akira asked, is that the Beast Folk Federation of Grandness? Kai confirmed, exactly. It is a neutral nation that does not take sides in the conflict between humans and demons. Arashi looked suspicious. Are you suggesting we seek help from them? They are just a bunch of cowards afraid of demons? Meiho interrupted, their soldiers are stronger than you think. She added, their physical abilities and senses are honed to an extraordinary level. They have repelled the Demon Lord's army attacks many times. He looked back and wondered why they were so indifferent. They could simply send their army to destroy the Demon Kingdom and be done with it. Mei smiled and explained that while they were strong, they weren't yet powerful enough to defeat the Demon Lord's legion. Furthermore, the demon's primary target has always been humanity. It was then that he pointed out the crux of the issue. If an alliance between the Holy Kingdom and the Beastmen became a reality, everything would be completely different. Akira spoke up in agreement, stating that this was exactly why the group needed the princess's help. Kari raised a question, are we going to rescue the princess, and then use her as a trump card to control the Beastmen faction? Kai confirmed that was exactly right. He had figured out their supply route and needed everyone to act as bait. His gaze hardened. The group just needed to create a massive explosion at that location while he acted in secret. Akira interrupted, still wondering why the Holy Kingdom hadn't proactively proposed cooperating with the Beastmen Federation from the start. Kai praised it as a sharp question, Nanomiya, noting that they naturally had a legitimate reason for this cold reception. Mei explained that the Federation had never liked the demons due to their brutal invasions, as the demons always looked down on all other races. However, for a long time humans had viewed beastmen as an inferior race and had gone to great lengths to oppress them. That is why the beastmen broke away to form the Grandanas Federation and developed a deep-seated hatred for humans. Kari worried that convincing them to join forces with them seemed like an impossible task. Amidst the tense atmosphere, he asserted that this was exactly why he needed a strategic bargaining chip to negotiate with them. Kai further revealed that the fact the Cat Tribe Princess was being held captive by the Demon Lord's Legion was a golden opportunity for the group. Mei smiled and continued, "Beastmen are famous for valuing their word. If we can rescue the princess, negotiations will go much more smoothly." Once the plan was laid out, the group fell silent for a moment to consider everything. Kai urged everyone, "Isn't this a chance worth taking? I bet none of you have a better plan right now." Arashi stood up abruptly, stepped closer, and demanded to know why Kai always appeared so mysteriously and gave orders as if he knew everything. Kai's voice hardened as he called Arashi's name, causing him to freeze in his tracks. He reminded the other man to think carefully, as this decision would directly affect everyone's lives. Arashi was still torn internally, his teeth clenched in frustration at Kai's attitude. The rest of the group sat in silence, waiting for his final decision. Arashi sat there with a scowl, struggling to choose between his personal grudge and his heavy responsibility. Finally, he clicked his tongue and made his decision. "Fine, we'll just do what you said." As dawn broke, Kai and Arashi's team began their journey. Kari asked, "We've been heading south this whole time. Is this choice actually correct?" Kai replied, "That's right. The Grandanas Federation is located to the south, while the demons are escorting their prisoners back north. Our objective is the path through the forest south of the Demon Kingdom, where there is usually no trade or traffic. Since the path is quite narrow, we will be able to easily track their exact movements." Akira added, "Do you mean we're sneaking into demon territory? Is there any chance we'll be captured by them before we even start?" Kai glanced slightly to the side. Then he reassured everyone, "Don't worry, I've carefully studied routes suitable for our numbers, even though the terrain might be rugged and full of monsters." Akira wondered if the carriage would be strong enough to make it through. Kai continued, "This is also extremely important. If we happen to encounter danger, can we place our trust in Sorero's abilities?"
Tomoko excitedly replied, "Certainly."
"My guardian is multi-dimensional space, which allows for the creation of storage for equipment and items. The number of spaces depends on mastery and consumes a certain amount of mana to maintain." She turned to Kai and asked, "It's been so long, but do you still remember my guardian clearly?" He replied, "It's because your ability is so unique and extremely useful in our current situation." Tomoko appeared delighted. "It feels really good to be praised like this." He turned to ask Kai, "Shinju, have you been infiltrating and hiding in the Demon Kingdom ever since that incident occurred?" He replied, "Not exactly. I've always been diligently searching for clues so that our group can find a way home." Shiori immediately asked, "So have you gathered any information yet?" Kai stated firmly, "Our only option is to eliminate the Demon Lord, so I have collected all the essential data needed to take him down." Akira wondered, "Your scouting found that the Beastman chief has been kidnapped. You really are impressive, Shinju." Arashi began to show impatience. "Hey, is it okay for us to just stroll along like this? We should have come up with a surprise blitz plan." Kai nodded in agreement. "You're right, we need to speed up. Let Sararu pack away the luggage and carriage." Upon hearing this, his friend was extremely excited. When night fell, the group changed direction and walked along a path through the deep forest. Arashi immediately spotted them and shouted, "Monsters appearing, everyone! Get ready for battle!" At that moment, they were completely surrounded by a pack of fierce night wolves. A sharp-fanged wolf from behind was waiting to pounce and attack Shiori. Cao immediately stood in front to block and protect her. The wolf bit straight into his arm, but it ended up with its teeth shattered. Cao smirked, "Sorry, but your attack can't possibly pierce through my steel." After he finished speaking, he threw a punch that sent it flying. Akari reminded everyone, "We are being surrounded. Support members, move into the center of the formation while the front line drives them back." Right after that, he cast a support command to enhance his teammates' strength. Those with combat abilities immediately obeyed and lined up to advance outward. Thanks to the strength buffs, they quickly overwhelmed and took down the wolf pack. Akari, with her control ability, shot out vines and shouted loudly, "Stop right now!" The wolf's legs were tied tight, so it could not manage another pounce. It then lost its momentum and staggered to the ground. It now rushed forward and delivered a finishing sword strike. "Take that." On this side, another wolf was charging straight towards Arashi. He calmly reached out and grabbed its throat. Then he grumbled that it was nothing to him. Immediately, he unleashed a move that made it explode into smithereens. The wolf's body was burnt to a crisp. Arashi flung it aside. He turned and asked everyone if anyone was injured. Kai observed and thought to himself that his teammates had done so well that he didn't need to worry anymore. Arashi also recognized the leadership qualities and told anyone who was scratched to find Hano for treatment. Just then, Kai noticed an approaching danger and quickly called out to Meiho. There was still one sharp-fanged wolf left. It appeared right behind Arashi, startling him as he didn't expect there to be another one. Meiho shouted loudly, calling out the fire salamander technique. Fierce flames erupted, incinerating the wolf into ash and dust. In just an instant, the target was completely defeated. Asushi exclaimed in awe, "This power is incredible," while Kenta exclaimed, praising, "It's burned to a crisp! She's even stronger than Nagasao!" Arashi clicked his tongue and said, "There's really no need for that, Shinju's girlfriend." That remark made Miho blush furiously in surprise. She angrily pointed at Kai and snapped, "Who's his girlfriend?" While he nonchalantly said, "Be grateful, she just saved your life." Arashi squinted, looking very suspicious. Miho watched Kai intently, waiting for some explanation from him. He strode away, saying he didn't care about these trivial matters, but the girls still refused to give up. Asushi was openly jealous, while Kenta wished he could also find a pretty girlfriend to bring back to their old world. Once everything was done, a few girls approached to get acquainted and Kari waved, asking, "Is your name Mayor? Do you want to chat a bit? Or are you his lover?" Mayor looked at Kai flustered, seeking help, but he appeared indifferent and said, "Why are you looking at me? Just be natural." Seizing the opportunity, the girl immediately gave a beaming smile and agreed. So the four girls chatted animatedly and Kai felt relieved as Mayor began to socialize. A while later, near the cliff, it still hadn't dawned yet. Kai stood observing his surroundings and found the place quite peaceful. Arashi sat there, full of uncertainty, wondering if they would truly pass this way, for he did not want to wait endlessly. Kai gazed down below, assessing the situation with a thoughtful look. From a distance, he observed tiny dots gradually drawing closer. Noticing the squad of demons approaching, Kai turned to reassure Arashi, "Don't worry, I have already spotted them." Kai used his guardian ability to scan the entire formation of demons. Through this, he determined that 3 low-level demons and 15 mid-level demons had appeared. And there were certainly several others hiding somewhere inside those carriages. Among them, there was only one demon with a rank of 36. He was Jaganar, 57 years old, of noble demon lineage with all stats at levels A and B, possessing level 4 sorcery, level 2 demonic fire magic, and level 2 demon enslavement abilities. Arashi asked anxiously if that high-level demon was the leader of the entire group. Kai replied, "Perhaps, but do not underestimate him. Although he is not as strong as Stone Guy, a high-level demon remains a formidable threat." Hearing this, he frowned with a determined look and said, "Leave him to me. If you get in my way, I will not hold back." Kai glanced over at him. He said, "I intended to leave him to you from the very beginning. Our tactics are quite simple. First, Arashi will use his blast skill to draw their attention. Once their formation is in disarray, we will surround them, and the others will coordinate in 3-person squads." Kai continued to assign duties. "Now in Janagi, you two must protect Hano," and they immediately acknowledged the order. "Next, Ozaki, your mission is to locate and support those who are wounded." And Sao replied with his arms crossed, "Just leave it to me." "Mayo, please support everyone from the rear." "Arashi, your goal is to confront the high-level demon directly. Absolutely do not let yourself be distracted by any other opponents. While you are engaged in battle, I will slip in to rescue the princess. Once the task is complete, I will signal you." Finally, Kai instructed, "As for the rest of you, act flexibly according to the situation. If we are at a disadvantage, we can absolutely retreat." Arashi appeared extremely confident and said, "Don't worry, once I take down their leader, the rest will scatter and flee immediately." Kai looked over and replied, "Very well, I will leave you in full command of this battle." Amidst the crowd, someone spoke up. "We knew from the start that we were here because you needed our help." Kenta shouted in agreement, "That's right, why are you acting so arrogant?" While Asushi pointed his finger sharply and added, "Don't you dare give orders to Arashi-san."
From behind, Arashi angrily shouted, "Shut up, you idiots!"
Then, he gave them both a sharp knock on the head. He stepped forward and commanded everyone firmly, "Hurry up and get ready, we will proceed exactly according to his plan." As for the demon army, the high-level demon Zaganda was scanning his surroundings. One demon in the group lamented, "I'm so tired. Boss, we've been walking like this ever since we left the land of the beastmen." He turned his head and shouted loudly, "We're almost at our destination. Don't lower your guard." Then he thought to himself, "I anticipated this situation, but it's really a nuisance." Zaganda closed his eyes tightly. His back was aching from riding all this time, but he couldn't let his subordinates see this show of weakness. An idea flashed through his mind. Perhaps he should find an excuse to check on that female prisoner. He turned to instruct the demon soldiers, "I'm going in to see how she is. You lot keep a strict watch, don't leave any openings." The demon soldiers obeyed promptly, but secretly felt contempt. This old man is just looking for a way to slack off. Inside the compartment of a carriage, a young beastfolk woman was being held there, her hands and feet tied tightly. She was Sina, the noble princess of the Beastfolk Alliance. Zaganda stepped inside and sat near the door, his face wary. "Finally, we have set foot here." He stroked his chin and looked at her triumphantly. "How do you feel, princess? You are nearly at your place of imprisonment. We are deep within the Demon Kingdom's territory. Reinforcements from your side will never reach you." She immediately grumbled, "What kind of carriage is this? It's so bumpy I feel like I'm falling apart." Hearing this, he was stunned, never expecting her to respond that way. Zaganda laughed disdainfully, "Don't worry too much. As long as the Federation submits to our commands, you'll be set free soon." Sina shook her head vigorously. "It's useless. Once you have captured me, the Federation will never bow their heads." He smiled coldly. "It seems you still don't realize your situation. You are the daughter of the Beastfolk leader." She continued to look directly at him firmly. "If you think using kidnapping to force them to submit will work, you are a fool." Zaganda fumed with rage, his expression darkening as he shouted,
"Shut your mouth, you wretch!"
Immediately after, he reached out and grabbed the princess's collar. He violently tore the fabric away, revealing patches of Sina's fair skin. He stuck out his long, disgusting tongue. "Let me taste you. I'll teach you what your true place is." The princess's gaze remained steadfast without even a single blink. Zaganda reached out his hand, preparing to commit an act of indecency. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion echoed from outside, fire lighting up the entire night sky. He stopped in alarm, hurriedly pulling back the curtain to look out and yelling, "What's going on?" The demon soldier reported frantically,
We're under attack.
"The enemy is humans." Zaganda looked worried. "Humans? If you said beast folk, I might believe you." A series of continuous explosions with terrifying power hurled the demon soldiers into the air. He hurriedly jumped onto his horse, gripping the reins tightly. Then he urged his horse forward, shouting, "Counterattack now! Do not fear those humans!" Thus, the two sides rushed into battle, and the remaining members of the hero's party also officially joined the fray. Asushi and Kena struck repeatedly, causing the demons to fall like mown grass. In this area, Cao and his teammates were also coordinating perfectly to carry out their prearranged plan. Zaganda scanned the battlefield with unease, wondering if he was losing despite his legion being composed of the most elite warriors. Arashi rolled his shoulders slightly and stepped directly in front of his opponent. "You are definitely a high-ranking demon, aren't you?" Zaganda summoned his weapon and growled back, "Who exactly do you think you are, kid?" Arashi clenched his fists and replied with a smile, "My name isn't worth wasting breath on trash like you, unless you're willing to put on a show for me." As a superior demon, being insulted, enraged Zaganda, he screamed in charge, "Shut up! Humans like you are nothing to me!" After speaking, he unleashed a powerful attack aimed directly at Arashi. Arashi leaped into the air and threw a punch at Zaganda, but the demon managed to block it with his spear. He shouted, "Do you think you could take down a high-level demon like me with such puny firepower?" A flash of tension appeared on Arashi's face. Zaganda thrust his spear relentlessly, forcing Arashi to jump and dodge in the nick of time. Arashi tumbled backward to maintain a safe distance. Arashi grimaced and thought to himself, "This guy is really tough, but he's still nothing compared to that other one." Then he tightened his grip and told himself, "I need to focus more energy and firepower to heal some wounds. With my current strength, I can only trigger 7 more explosions." Arashi lowered his stance slightly and placed his hand on the ground to set his formation. "If I run out of energy, my physical strength will drop. I need to create an opening and then strike his heart or head with all my might." On the other side, Zaganda was also wondering, these warriors are just mortals, so how can they possess divine protectors? I've never seen them before, but this strength is astounding. Could they be legendary heroes? He twirled the spear in his hand. If these are the ones who defeated Winbok and Stoneyjeer, I must be very cautious. He urged his horse forward, wondering how on earth they had found his location so quickly. He began to suspect as their purpose to rescue the Beastfolk princess. Fortunately, I've already stationed guards at the princess's side. They should be able to hold them off for a while. The army here is concentrating all its efforts on building a solid defense. Zaganda's gaze became resolute. In that case, I must deliver a decisive blow by taking down their leader. Having finished his calculations, he charged straight toward Arashi standing before him. He thrust his spear forward with a sinister smile. "I will end this battle with a single strike lightning thrust." The attack was too sudden, but Arashi luckily avoided it. He was shocked to see that the edge of his clothes had been torn away. He rolled to the left to dodge the blow, his heart slightly shaken by his enemy's terrifying speed. Arashi focused intensely, locking his gaze on the high-level demon standing before. The demon was urging his horse forward and had fallen perfectly into Arashi's sights. He smirked slightly, right in the center of his own storm. Arashi unleashed a lightning-fast technique and a violent explosion erupted, causing his opponent to cry out in panic. What was that? The sudden explosion frightened the noble horse, causing it to bolt. The flames lashed at Zaganda, causing a stinging pain. He thought to himself in distress, "This is truly a treacherous trap." He frowned and muttered, "Damn it, my vision is completely obscured." While advancing, Arashi calculated the mini-explosion was just a prelude, its power less than a direct hit. However, he had finally created a gap in his defenses, and this thick dust made it impossible for him to track his location. He appeared right behind him, his flaming hand ready to strike. Now, he just had to wait for him to turn around to deliver the finishing blast. But before he could strike, Zaganda's eyes flashed toward him. "There you are." Immediately after, a powerful blast of air like a whirlwind erupted from him, creating a terrifying force. Arashi raised an eyebrow. "Titch, I won't be able to dodge all of this." That force knocked him backward, slamming him hard onto the ground. Across the battlefield, his teammates saw this and called out Arashi's name in alarm. He struggled to his feet, clutching his stomach. "It hurts. Everyone, focus on the situation. Don't worry about me." Zaganda laughed arrogantly. "Do you not even have enough energy left to defend yourself?" Yet he was still a bit wary. He couldn't believe this kid could defend so well, with instincts as sharp as a beast's. He recalled how Arashi set that trap, but I've grasped his fighting style. He can create explosions by touching things. Furthermore, he can blow up everything he touches. Zaganda stepped forward confidently. "As long as I hold the spear firmly, I can win. By maintaining distance and staying focused, I can avoid his traps." Arashi looked at him with determined eyes, thinking to himself, "I bet that's exactly what you're thinking, isn't it?" Zaganda reached out, continuing to use powerful gusts of wind. Thin but razor-sharp air currents were unleashed, forcing Arashi to use all his strength to dodge. He smirked. "This distance is perfect. He won't be able to touch me from here." The spear thrust relentlessly at Arashi. He then asked him, "So, you figured out my fighting style?" Zaganda replied with a laugh. "Obviously, you're constantly changing your position." Arashi raised his hand to counterattack. "That's right, and the one letting their guard down is you." He unleashed the northern firestorm skill, firing a stream of flames directly at Zaganda. He stared in shock at the blinding glare of the fire. Arashi poured more energy into the shot, pushing its power to the limit. A terrifying explosion with devastating destructive power occurred. Only a deep crater remained at that spot, a testament to the destructive power of Arashi's strike. Zaganda lay there, his mouth agape as fresh blood gushed out. Arashi then straightened his shirt, standing there looking incredibly cool. The screen displayed the information: name Arashi Sunsuke, 17 years old, male, stats attack B, defense B, agility B, strength A, magic C, status normal, skills explosion guardian level 3, landmine guardian level 2, cannon guardian level 2, physicality level 4. Mei exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my god, he really took down a high-level demon all by himself." The demon soldiers cried out in panic,
Lord Zaganda is dead!
"Are we losing?" Akira shouted while encouraging everyone, "Arashi has defeated a high-level demon! Their defensive wall is about to break! Let's keep up the pace, then use buffs to increase our damage!" Everyone received the buffs. Their weapons were granted increased damage, and everyone immediately launched a full-scale assault. A moment later, the demon soldiers, having lost their commander, quickly broke ranks and were easily defeated. That person approached with 2 daggers in hand. Standing before a carriage, he looked at it and wondered, "This must be the one." The princess spoke up and asked, "Are you here to rescue me?" Kai looked at her and replied, "I'm wondering if that's really the case." He drew a dagger hidden in his clothes and stepped forward. Then he cut the rope binding Sheena. The loose rope fell to the ground. She raised her hand to wipe her face, then turned to ask Kai, "What are you after?" He replied coldly, "Something even demons crave. I've decided to use you to achieve my purpose." Sheena rubbed her wrists and looked at him calmly. "Quite straightforward, isn't it?" Kai looked straight back and replied, "There's no reason to be dishonest. Or would you prefer to hear that we came to rescue you without any ulterior motives?" Sheena let her hands hang, sensing the vital energy. "I cannot do that, but if so, you find it reasonable for me to resist you, don't you?" Instantly, those hands transformed into a beastly state covered in thick fur and sharp claws. Then Sheena's eyes turned cold like the claw-striking mighty god Abaskai. Then, a thick plume of white smoke rose from the sewer opening. He reacted quickly, springing back. Sheena growled frenziedly, baring her fangs and raising her claws to attack Kai. Sheena lashed out with her sharp claws, but he reacted in time to dodge them. Kai, weapon in hand, had to admit, "She's fast." Then the two began a fierce battle. This was the power of a beast human, and Kai easily neutralized Sheena's continuous scratching attacks. After fighting for a while, he grew tired and unleashed a powerful strike. Less than a second later, lightning bolt struck Sheena directly. She widened her eyes in shock. "What?" Sheena pressed her lips tightly, full of resentment, when she realized it was magic. Kai calmly stepped aside to dodge the attack. Sheena consequently fell face first to the ground with a truly painful thud. The moment his opponent was still distracted, Kai quickly closed in and neatly subdued them. He secretly thought that a bit of basic lightning magic wasn't terribly powerful, but it was incredibly useful for countering enemies. If used in close combat, the chance of victory would increase significantly. Sheena gritted her teeth and glared at him with hatred. It was hard to believe a human could possess such terrifying power. Kai narrowed his eyes and spoke, "Finally, you see the gap in our strength, don't you? You have 2 choices: 1, willingly follow me, or 2, force me to subdue you." Understanding that she was no match for Kai, Sheena sighed and surrendered. "All right, after all, being with humans is much better than being friends with demons." Arashi's group seemed to have the upper hand. Monster carcasses lay scattered everywhere, with only one remaining alive. It roared fiercely, but within that sound, there was a hint of extreme terror. The monster broke out in a cold sweat, looking at the scene before its eyes. "What kind of species are they? There's no way I can win. Clearly, they are the monsters." Arashi gave Kari an order she immediately understood and drew a magic circle. "All right, everything will be done soon." The vines on the tree trunk suddenly glowed and stretched out at an astonishing speed. They followed Kari's instructions, tightly wrapping around the monster's legs, preparing for a finishing blow. With just a slight tug, the monster tumbled to the ground and uttered a few incoherent sounds. Arashi slowly approached, causing it to be so terrified that its limbs went limp. He grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and lifted it up to easily interrogate it. Arashi squeezed hard and then challenged the demon lord. He roared, "We have no enmity with him, but I will definitely chop off his head." Not long after, everyone gathered in a circle around the flickering campfire. Arashi held a piece of meat in his hand, full of delight. "Their carriage sure has a lot of good food, huh?" He took a delicious bite and then chimed in, "Let's have a celebratory feast today." Kari suddenly had tears welling up, feeling uneasy as if she was no different from a looter. Her friend next to her burst out laughing. "Aha, aren't we doing exactly that?" At this moment, Sheena was still hesitant, sitting and observing without daring to touch her chopsticks. Kai spoke up to ask, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you eating?" Although her mouth watered with desire, Sheena still forced herself to go hungry. "Are you sure it's all right for you to feed me so generously?" Arashi tore off a piece of meat and said enthusiastically, "It's been ages since I had such a satisfying meal, but this food is nothing compared to the delicacies in our world." Kai took a sip of soup and then glanced at Sheena. "We still need your help with something, so if you drop dead, it would be quite troublesome. Just eat, don't be shy." Hearing that, Sheena no longer hesitated. She picked up the bowl and ate heartily, not forgetting to express her thanks. After just one spoonful of soup, Sheena's face clearly showed she was enjoying paradise. "Absolutely delicious." Witnessing that cute reaction made her friend proud. It's good, isn't it? Hano's cooking is always excellent. Being praised unexpectedly made Hano a little shy. I'm very happy you find it delicious. Mayor suddenly asked persistently, your name is Sina, right? Why did the demons capture you? Sina just remained silent and didn't respond. After a moment of contemplation by the dancing fire, Sina slowly recounted, I happened to encounter the demon lord's army while hunting deep in the forest. Sina recalled that horrific moment. At that time I was heading deep into the Federation's territory where demons normally never venture. Sina hesitated. That means they had been tracking my trail long beforehand. Kai calmly deduced, perhaps they have plotted to invade the Federation, and kidnapping you was just a part of that plan. Kari wondered about the reason. Why do the demons want to control the Beastman tribe? The friend next to her explained, because they want to annex the Holy Kingdom, and perhaps their ambition is to rule the entire world. Sina quickly agreed, that is truly the demons' conspiracy, but what do you people want from me? Kai spoke forthrightly, I need you to be a key player for us, because we want to join hands with the Federation to destroy the Demon Lord. Sina asked back in bewilderment, destroy the Demon Lord? Are you guys joking? Arashi quickly spoke up, we have our own reasons for doing this. While chewing meat, he explained, we can't return to our old world unless we defeat the Demon Lord. Sina finally understood, I see, it turns out you are the hero candidates. I once heard that humans summoned you to be their trump card. Kai suddenly asked, so what do you think? If you are willing to help, it would be a huge support for us. Sina nodded to show her sincerity, I understand. Anyway, I am indebted to you for saving my life. Kai nonchalantly poured cold water on her statement, but we didn't intend to rescue you in the first place. Sina was momentarily taken aback, but being naturally benevolent, she didn't mind. Regardless, you ended up saving me and even gave me hot food. Sina shared her perspective. Furthermore, to purge the demons within the Federation, I need help from a third party. That's just my personal intuition. Sina earnestly asserted, I believe there is a spy infiltrating our ranks, a high-ranking member of the Federation. The next morning, everyone hurried down the mountain to leave the forest. Sina, the cat beast princess, had been rescued and escaped from the Demon Kingdom's territory with the group. They resumed their journey and returned to the city of Neutrath. The group of friends had reached the city gates. In that room, soft sounds echoed. Sharp sword strokes tore through the air. Midu was still diligently practicing her swordplay alone. Suddenly, a voice called out, making Midu stop her movements immediately and turn to look in the direction of the sound. Seeing the person hurrying forward, Midu asked curiously, Rana, what's going on?
Rainer announced loudly, Arashi's group is back!
Moreover, they are nonchalantly walking through the main gate. Midu was startled and widened her eyes in astonishment. What? At the city gate, Arashi's group had just arrived but were blocked by a squad of soldiers. A soldier barked grumpily, you deserters, how dare you show your faces here so nonchalantly? You are violating military regulations. Arashi's roar truly incited a fit of rage, making him scream that he didn't care whether the laws could protect them or not, those bastards. The general, who had been scolded right to his face, remained expressionless, wondering, bastards you say? Arashi impatiently turned away, I have no obligation to deal with someone like you, Emiliato. The general ignored him, ordering his soldiers to surround them while mocking, do you think she would meet a scoundrel like you? Subdue them immediately and throw these deserters into prison. The situation grew increasingly chaotic. Arashi irritably ruffled his hair. What a headache. No matter how many of you gather, you won't be able to defeat me. Cao, standing nearby, calmly explained that his attitude was making them uncomfortable. If they were on Midu's team, they would be warmly welcomed even if considered deserters. At that moment, Jangsich suddenly appeared and bound all the soldiers, his cold voice ordering them not to move. Jin stepped forward and asked, you've returned earlier than expected, haven't you? The strange turn of events made the general shout, Kanjaki Jin, are you planning to betray us? Deactivate this skill right now. Narumi placed a hand on the soldier's shoulder and gave an affectionate wink, calm down. Arashi's team has no intention of starting a war, let us talk with them first. As soon as those words were spoken, the shackles were completely removed. The general had no choice but to reluctantly back down. Since Narumi, Dono has spoken, then so be it. Witnessing this, Arashi flew into a rage again, his eyes looking as if he wanted to eat his opponent alive. Why do you listen to him and not me? Akira laughed it off, saying it was always like that. Narumi calmly approached and inquired about the situation, so what's the word? Did you bring back any valuable information? Arashi, still disgruntled, demanded, leave that for later. For now, lead us to a decent place to talk. Not long after, in a luxurious room, everyone was sitting formally while Arashi had his feet propped up on the table. He maintained his defiant and unruly attitude. Hirik and Amelia could only shake their heads in wary helplessness. The group of generals, though furious, did not dare utter a single word. That uncouth behavior was more than Mirai could stand, so she spoke up, that's enough, Arashi. You're making the atmosphere far too tense. Being naturally hot-tempered, Arashi snapped back, what was that? Do you think this is some other world culture? You're always like this? Mirai questioned him in a sharp, firm voice. Isn't it true that we don't necessarily have to make things this tense? Besides, we have already summoned the people you wanted to see. Though still gruff, he eventually took his feet down and replied, fine. Arashi regained his composure and called out, Shinami, come in. Immediately, Kari led Sina in by the hand with a soft apology. Sina's presence left Hirik bewildered, while Amelia exclaimed in surprise,
Cat Beastmen!
Akira formally introduced her, saying her name was Sina, the daughter of the leader of the Gandana's Beastman Federation. The entire room was stunned by the news. The daughter of the Federation leader. Why is she with you? Sina admitted without hesitation. That's right. I am the biological daughter of the Federation leader, and I was rescued from the demons by them. Midu asked in disbelief. You were kidnapped by demons. Sina glanced at him and answered truthfully, yes, they were hiding within the Federation's territory, and I was rescued while they were transporting me to the land of the Demon Kingdom. Arashi quickly chimed in saying that they could use her as a bargaining chip to get the Federation to cooperate, as waiting another 2 years was impossible. Amelia seemed to have a moment of clarity. So that's how it is. I've grasped the issue now. Amelia seriously proposed a solution. We are also considering forming an alliance with the Federation. Let me report to my superiors. Once they have the princess, they certainly won't miss out on such a profitable deal. Arashi said suggestively. You're quite straightforward. Amelia replied bluntly without hiding her goal. Anyway, we don't want to lose half of our hero candidates. We are actually planning to approve a few requests if you all return. Harris calmly added, you all are the army's trump cards. This will surely have a major impact on the soldiers' morale. I am the one responsible for this, so this might be the only way I can avoid being fired. Hearing that, Amelia's voice lowered significantly. I understand what you want. Afterward, Amelia looked up resolutely with a serious expression. If we can cooperate with the Federation, we can continue the campaign to wipe out the Demon Kingdom. That's your goal too, isn't it? Only then did Arashi's mood gradually stabilize. Now you finally understand my point. Amelia looked straight ahead and said, in any case, this isn't a disadvantageous deal for us. Destroying the Demon Lord is the wish of the people, so we will certainly do our best for this goal. Sinha also showed determination to repay them. They saved my life and fed me. To return the favor, I want everyone to support me in exterminating the demons in the Federation. Midu quickly responded to that spirit. Of course, I will give it my all. Hirik suddenly spoke up, interrupting, may I ask you something? How did you get news about the princess being kidnapped? Accepting the question, Arashi looked to the side and replied, regarding that, we interrogated the demons we just captured. Hirik observed him intently and replied, I see. A week passed in an atmosphere of tense anticipation for everyone. Hirik walked into the room with Amelia, documents in hand, and announced, Than Kingdom has dispatched emissaries to the Federation to negotiate the alliance. The suffocating atmosphere that had loomed over them for so long was finally dispelled. Everyone appeared joyful and excited. At a small house located next to the city wall, Kai asked straight to the point, who will be setting out? Akira sat across and answered honestly, Midu, Nagash, Kanzaki, and Narumi, 4 in total. After listening, Kai took a sip of tea and remarked, I guess they would choose Kanzaki because of her brilliant leadership skills. Akira immediately agreed, because Midu and Narumi have a very keen eye for people, while Nagash, though a bit serious, has his own unique way of communicating. In another room, Hirik was still working relentlessly, unaware that Akira was mentioning him. The leader of the emissary group is probably Hirik, along with some soldiers and management personnel totaling 30 people. Mayor stood silently in a corner listening. He suddenly spoke up and asked, how has Arashi been doing lately? At this time, Arashi was enjoying the warm sunlight on the roof. Akira replied immediately, he wants to stay on the front lines because he's not good at negotiating. That's just how it is. At the training ground, Mireille was guiding Asushi and Kenta, unaware she was being discussed. And while Midu is away, Hashimoto will be the one taking over as substitute captain. Akira boldly predicted perhaps the journey will be very arduous because they need to closely monitor Arashi and his friends. Then Akira suddenly asked, what about your plan, Shinju? He stated frankly without hiding anything, I'm going to the Federation, however, I have no intention of joining the diplomatic group. Outside the city wall, Hirik turned back and ordered everyone, let's set off. The army and the heroes are marching straight toward the Federation. Along the way, Reina kept stroking her hair and cried out that she felt extremely tired. Midu smiled slightly and turned back to tell her friend, our journey will be quite long. Narumi spoke up excitedly. What a surprise, I didn't think Reina would be coming with us. She turned back abruptly with an annoyed look. What? You mean I'm not allowed to go? The other person quickly waved their hands. It's not like that. I'm happy to have you here. Reina pointed at Midu. If I left you guys alone, you would surely rush into danger, especially that one over there. The guy looked puzzled and asked, Mine. Seeing the two teasing each other, Narumi burst into laughter. Reina spoke up with a hint of displeasure. I mean, being friends with him is not reliable at all. Even going together won't change anything. Narumi sniffled and said, Hey Reina, why are you being so mean to me? Behind them, Jin was lost in thought for a moment. Jin thought to herself, they are so noisy, it would be much better if they were quiet. She wondered, Shinju said he was also on his way to the Federation. I wonder if he is somewhere nearby. Hirik glanced over, catching a glimpse of Jin's expression. The group continued to walk silently across the vast fields and steppes. Secretly observing them from behind some bushes, Kai turned to Mayor and said,
All right, let's go.
The two began to walk. Mayor asked, Are we just following them? He replied, Following them will probably be much easier. By the way, Sina is there too. May I ask her something? Back with our group, they were weaving through dense forests. Jin remained silent. She gazed at the surroundings and quite enjoyed the fresh air of the trip. Seeing this, Hirik asked, Why are you always looking around so intently, Kanzaki? Startled, she answered in confusion, I'm just keeping an eye out for monsters. Narumi winked, That's not necessary, after all Suji and Hirik are already here. Jin bowed her head slightly and replied, You're right. Hirik turned to Midu and said, I have something to ask you. It only took a few days for Arashi to return to us, right? He nodded, That's right. Hirik pondered, I'm wondering how they got the information about Sina being kidnapped. Jin cut in. Didn't he say he caught some demons and interrogated them? However, he still wasn't really convinced. I just find it a bit fast. They received information, processed it, and came back. It's hard to believe he did everything on his own. Usually Arashi would discuss such matters with us first. Midu turned back and asked, what exactly do you mean? Hirik's voice rang through the forest. I'm just speculating, he continued. Someone is operating in the shadows and gathering information themselves. As always, you're a terrible liar, Midu. The expression on your face says everything. Indeed, his face changed slightly when Hirik mentioned it. Narumi thought to herself that things were really dangerous. Although Shinju had secretly supported them a lot, to the Holy Kingdom, he was still a criminal. Shin himself appeared uneasy. If Hirik found out they were cooperating with him, there was no telling what kind of punishment they would face. Just then, Rina stepped forward to question him. What on earth are you rambling about? Hirik quickly raised his hand to signal and replied, it seems some people know, while others are still completely in the dark, aren't they? Your worldview in this place is still very narrow. As foreigners, you need people like us to build relations. That is the only answer. Shinjuku, Kai is the shadow accompanying you, the one who struck down the saintess. Midu frowned slightly with worry and pressed him. And if that is true, then what? Suddenly Hirik burst out laughing. I guessed correctly, I was just teasing you all. Narumi retorted, your reasoning is quite good, but even if we were involved, he would still help of his own accord regardless of our consent. Hirik smiled, don't worry, I won't punish you. I'm just curious, frankly, I even want to thank him for eliminating that woman. The soldiers were astonished to hear this. Narumi countered, what are you talking about? He waved his hand. Of course not, if it were discovered, my head would be on the line. He continued, furthermore, judging by Kanzaki's movements over the past few hours, I'd wager he is still nearby and following us closely, right? Upon hearing that, Midu immediately looked back and asked, is Kanzaki-san really here? The sudden question made her feel awkward, wondering to herself what she should do now. Jin was fearful. Am I implicating Shinju? I'm the one responsible for delivering messages to him. Kai's voice suddenly rang out as he stepped forward. Since you already know everything so clearly, there's no need for me to hide anymore. Seeing him, the soldiers cried out in panic. It's the assassin who killed the saintess? Sheena spoke up in defense. He is the benefactor who saved my life. Hirik turned his horse back while the soldiers pointed spears at Kai. He said, I only speculated based on the evidence I had. Kai looked at him and replied, you dared to draw a conclusion with just that little information. Hirik continued, of course, it doesn't compare to you, but we also have our own intelligence network. You're the Black Reaper, who defeated Windbox, one of the 4 heavenly kings, aren't you? Kai answered, I've never heard of that title, and besides, I didn't take him down alone. He glanced over at Mae, who was using magic, and remarked, it seems you have a quite formidable companion there. In the crowd, a woman called Kai's name, catching Mae's attention. Reina spurred her horse forward and shouted, after everything that's happened, how dare you show your face here? Midu quickly tried to intervene, please calm down, Reina, but she brushed his hand away and said, I can't possibly stay calm. Reina pointed toward Kai and said harshly, because you are kind-hearted, you forgive him, Suji, but he is clearly a traitor. She questioned sharply, do you have anything more to say in your defense? Kai maintained a calm demeanor, I do not intend to deny anything at all. Narumi narrowed his eyes and joked, just stay calm, Reina, Shinjuku-kun is always supporting us. Reina shouted furiously, shut up right now, I will finish everything here. Lord, please bless the fire in my palms, as a fireball flared up in her hand. Mayo marveled, the firepower is truly formidable, I wonder if we can withstand this attack. Kai glanced at Mayo, calling her name as a subtle signal. Kanzaki raised his hand to cast a blocking spell when Kai's voice rang out. He asked her to stop, while the fierce flames rushed straight at him. A horrific explosion suddenly shook the area. Narumi said worriedly, hey, are you really planning to turn him into ashes? Reina retorted, so what? If he loses his life to just that much, it is truly disappointing. It's not over yet. Kai's voice rang out along with his arm, reaching out from the smoke. He grabbed Reina's collar and pulled it down hard, making her jump and exclaim, what is this? By the time she regained her senses, Reina was lying flat on the ground. She hurriedly bounded backward to maintain a safe distance. Then she continued to summon fireballs to burn her opponent to a crisp. Kai immediately counterattacked, lightning pierced through my enemy. The bolt of lightning struck Reina's position, leaving her numb with pain. In the blink of an eye, Reina fainted. Kai stopped his hand, while Reina lay motionless on the ground. She opened her eyes slightly and whispered, what happened? Clearly, you didn't have such a great source of power. Kai looked at the sparks of lightning in his hand and replied, I truly have no innate magical gift, but with diligent practice, I can still use it even without talent. He looked at Reina mockingly, and you look how much that divine power has corrupted you. Did you actually bother to train properly? Narumi approached and marveled, wow, you took Reina down fast. That's amazing, Shinjuku-kun. Midu thought to herself, he is not only fast but also catches opponents off guard. He has gained new power. Compared to me right now, he is so different. Reina stood up, still persistent. I will never accept you. Kai replied calmly, I never needed your recognition from the start, and furthermore, no matter how many times we fight, the result remains the same. Seemingly still resentful, Reina screamed, shut up! Jane's voice rang out, that's enough, Naga-san. Calm down, as Sigma strings appeared and restrained Reina. That night everyone gathered around the flickering flames. After hearing the account of events, Hirik said, I understand. In short, you all have been pushed into a corner. He pondered thoughtfully, I now understand why you struck down Leonora back then, especially since your team was constantly being forced to carry out more and more impossible missions. Midu spoke up, noting that the situation at the time was chaotic, so Shinjuku-kun chose to take all the responsibility upon himself. Narumi added that some classmates still misunderstood his true goal. Reita replied hostilely, I don't believe the reason he gave is simply because we are classmates. Kai spoke while chewing dried meat. Nagasa's right. In short, it would have been troublesome to let her live, so I took her life. Narumi smiled and said he was too stubborn. Reina then gave a long, sharp look. No matter how he explains it, the decision whether to believe him or not still lies with me. Reina pressed further. First of all, about you saying you're looking for a way home for us. Is that actually true? She glanced over at Meyer, then wondered further who the pretty girl standing behind him was. Kai remained calm and replied, I haven't found anything yet, and as for her, she followed me of her own free will. Causing Meyer to cry out in alarm that he was truly cruel. Midu said, anyway, to catch the undercover agents in the Federation, we need you to cooperate, Shinjuku-kun, that's why I invited you to join us on this trip. Hirik happily agreed, I don't mind, even if I can't report back to the Empire, I'll just forge some documents and be done with it. The crowd began to turn their gaze toward Rena, who seemed to still be full of animosity toward Kai. She closed her eyes tightly and said, forget it, that doesn't change the fact that I hate him intensely. Kai looked at everyone and said, since our destinations are the same anyway, if you don't mind, I'd be more than happy to join your group. The group's campfire was still burning brightly. The atmosphere surrounding everyone at this moment was quite silent. A call to Midu from behind forced him to pay attention. Kai asked if it was all right to talk to him like that. Midu reassured him, you're referring to Leonora's death, right? It's fine because Hirik is a very trustworthy person. Kai spoke up in warning, no matter how much you trust people, you should still exercise some caution, but you've already let it slip anyway. Midu understood Kai's meaning and replied, I know, I'll take responsibility, besides Hirik has already seen through everything since the beginning. Kai asked, so hiding it further would be pointless, right? Then silently thought that the way Midu showed trust and shared information was truly his typical style. After that, the delegation continued their journey on foot for several more days. Hirik informed the group that they had reached the border of the Federation. Sina poked her head out from the carriage and suggested they stop at the town nearest to the border. Kai suddenly noticed a strange sign and said it looked like someone was waiting to block their path. An arrow whistled through the air and struck firmly into the ground in front of Midu, startling his horse into a panic. He tightened his grip on the reins and looked in that direction. The entire party had been surrounded by a group of beast people who were pointing arrows and weapons toward them. Hirik appeared quite worried, and the soldiers hurriedly formed a line outside for defense. A beast girl stepped out with great authority and asked loudly, you humans over there, what are you doing in my territory? The power gap between the two sides right now is incredibly vast. Midu stepped forward, spread his arms, and declared that they had not come to wage war but to establish an alliance with the Federation. The beastkin girl looked suspicious and muttered to herself about the alliance. The beastkin side protested fiercely, asking how they could dare say such things after all the sins they had committed. The gray beastkin pointed his finger, accusing humans of being the ones who had caused them so much suffering. Reina grimaced, saying that they neither knew nor cared, while Narumi smiled bitterly and asked her to please stop saying things like that. Sina finally poked her head out and called out, Rune, it's me. The beastkin princess quickly stepped down from the carriage. Many people from the crowd shouted, Sina-sama! The princess explained that these were the very people who had rescued her. Rune did not seem to care about listening. She signaled to the crowd and shouted, demanding the return of Sina-sama, to which Hirik replied in confusion that they wanted that too, so please stay calm and listen for a moment. She brushed him off, refusing to listen, and launched a series of attacks. Realizing the situation was turning sour, Hirik ordered everyone to counterattack but strictly forbade them from killing anyone. The two groups clashed in a fierce battle. The sound of clashing blades rang out sharply. Kai turned to ask Sina if there was any way to clear up this misunderstanding. The princess replied that since Rune was being so stubborn, she wouldn't listen to anyone. She added that they should knock her unconscious but not kill her, noting that the army was full of rookies and that if it were him, he could definitely do it. With her permission, Kai turned to tell Midu that it was time for him to shine. While busy defending himself, Midu replied that he understood. He immediately swung his sword, delivering a powerful horizontal slash. With just one strike, the gray beastkin was sent flying. Midu was surrounded by a flurry of attacks, but he deftly dodged them. He reached out and struck the back of the pink beastkin's neck, causing him to collapse. Watching his comrades fall one by one, the red beastkin could only gasp in shock. A sharp light suddenly flashed in Midu's eyes. In an instant, he teleported behind the red beastkin and took him down. He collapsed like a piece of dry wood, hitting the ground before he could even recover his senses. The remaining beastkin shouted in panic and fury. His target was the mages in the back. He would leave the front line to Midu. Jin agreed and immediately launched a long-range spell toward the ranks of the mages. The crowd was completely paralyzed, wondering in bewilderment what on earth was happening as their bodies could not move. The demi-humans stood along both riverbanks shouting loudly, Sina-sama, we are here to rescue you. Kai called out to Mayor, and the young girl raised the staff in her hand high, replying, "All right, all right." Immediately afterwards, she began to chant a spell asking the spirits to stop them without causing any injuries. As soon as she finished speaking, a strong wind immediately swept in and blew the beastmen away. Nagami was speechless with amazement, not expecting her to be an elemental mage just like herself. Kai hurriedly turned to call Nagas. She already held a fireball in her hand but received an order not to intervene. Upon hearing this, she grumpily shouted at Mayor, "Everyone is fighting. Why am I the only one who has to stand and watch?" While dodging blows, Kai explained that if she used fire to attack, they would be done for, unless she was confident enough in her magic control not to accidentally kill anyone. Seeing the logic in the argument, Rina lowered her hand and muttered, "All right then." Vun watched the battle with wide eyes and skepticism, doubting that humans could be so strong, while Hirik tried to explain that they only wanted to come here for dialogue. Midu stepped forward and asked her to put away her sword, because they had no desire to strike down her soldiers. Ignoring the proposal entirely, she continued to rush forward frantically to attack. Midu reached out and grabbed the sword to restrain his opponent. The beastwoman's eyes widened in total shock. The sharp sword had been caught cleanly between his two fingers. Her arms shook violently while a call echoed from the distance. Sina approached and asked whether she had calmed down yet. The princess tried to reassure her, saying, "Please, listen to these people." A moment later, in the quiet forest, the sound of the demi-human's sincere apology rang out. Vun and her subordinates simultaneously knelt down before the group. Midu, flustered, quickly waved his hands and said, "No, please raise your heads." Even while repeatedly kowtowing, she confessed that she had no idea they were the benefactors who had saved her life. "I sincerely apologize and am willing to give my life to atone for my mistakes." Hirik smiled while thinking of the future of both races and replied, "I understand why you did what you did." Vun kowtowed until her forehead bled, causing a look of confusion to appear in the other's eyes. The one standing by the carriage spoke up. "If you really want to change, then please become our guide." He looked at her and continued that they were discussing forming an alliance between the two races and wanted to meet the high-level leaders, and this was also Sina's wish. The princess nodded in confirmation. "That's right, I am indebted to them, so I hope everyone will treat them with great kindness." Ron nodded to show he understood. "I was determined to bring them to the capital city no matter what." Her eyes filled with tears as she turned to Sina. "Sama, I was relieved to see her safe and sound." The princess smiled gently. "Yes, I have finally returned home." From then on, Midu and his companions were treated with exceptional respect. To form an alliance, we must negotiate with the federal parliament. The parliament is where all tribal beastmen leaders gather, the supreme body governing this kingdom. And the parliament headquarters is located in the federal capital of Misli. Midu exclaimed in amazement, "So this is the capital of the Federation," while Narumi widened her eyes. "The scale is truly massive." Vun turned around and said, "I am very sorry, I can only take everyone this far. Nonetheless, I wish to offer my sincere gratitude for your help in saving Sinap Sama. However, the powerful figures who hold the country's decision-making power are the members of parliament." Midu calmly replied, "That is not a problem. From now on, leave everything to us." Misli, the magnificent capital belonging to the Beastman Alliance of the Grand Darnus tribe. Inside the central city, the beastfolk were passing by in a bustling and lively manner. Upon seeing the group, they began to chatter excitedly about this strange arrival. "Look at those humans, who knows what kind of scheme they are plotting." Ignoring those whispers, thanks to Vun and the princess leading the way, the group continued to move forward quietly. The stream of beastfolk remained noisy. They stood along the walkway watching us with scrutinizing and doubtful gazes. Midu also noticed the atmosphere becoming indescribably tense, causing everyone to fall silent. Kay spoke up to break the silence. "It seems they don't hate us as much as I was once worried about. It feels more like they are wary of us instead," he added. Narumi laughed. "That's true. Regardless of the race, ordinary people will feel uneasy when they see another country's army entering. I think that's normal psychology." Hirik lowered his voice and said, "After all, the people here are just commoners. I'm afraid we'll face more hostility from the tribal leaders, the very ones we're about to meet." While they were still busy talking, a voice loudly and clearly called out the princess's name. "Sina!" A beastman wearing a bright red cloak rushed forward. His face clearly showed anxiety as he spoke. "Are you all right, Sina?" The princess replied, "I'm fine, father, not even a scratch." "Look," as Vun nearby immediately knelt to pay his respects. He hugged his daughter tightly and sighed in relief. "That's wonderful. I'm truly relieved to see you out of danger." Sina laughed. "Father, it hurts? You're holding me too tight." He released his daughter and scratched his head. "Oh, I'm sorry, emotions just overcame me for a moment." Immediately after, he scanned the humans standing before him and asked, "So, these people are the ones who saved your life?" Sina turned back and replied, "Father, please treat them kindly." He chuckled heartily. "I see. Today, these guests will stay at my mansion." Then, he cheerfully introduced himself as Antu, the leader of the cat tribe and Sina's father. He continued, "Thank you for saving my daughter. I swear I will repay this debt of gratitude to you." Hirik also stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am the captain of the 8th Night Legion of the Holy Kingdom of Digaret. Lord Antu, may I make a proposal?" Anta signaled his agreement. "Of course, please feel free to present it." A moment later, everyone had gathered around a long table, with the representatives of the human race on one side. Opposite them was the cat tribe, while Sina remained standing beside her father. After the greetings, Hirik began, "This is our proposal as envoys from the Holy Kingdom of Digaret regarding an alliance between our two nations. Would you consider this invitation?" Anta replied firmly, "Since you saved my daughter, I will agree. Indeed, the threat from the Demon Kingdom is growing stronger." Iga, the leader of the werewolf tribe, added, "We have encountered the demons in a few minor skirmishes, but recently, their attacks have become much more frequent." Camilla, the chief of the bird tribe, interrupted, "An alliance with humans for just that reason? That's absurd. Have you forgotten how poorly they used to treat us?" Mac, the leader of the merman tribe, slammed the table and said, "Camilla is right. My father was once enslaved by humans until he died. That is a grudge not easily forgotten. We'll still appreciate you escorting Sina back safely and will send a fitting reward," Niels, the leader of the dog tribe, added. "However, we cannot forget the past," he said, his eyes clearly showing his dissatisfaction. Anta turned to look at Niels and called his name. He continued, "Didn't humans once discriminate against and drive us away? That's not something easily overlooked, yet now you want us to cooperate." Mac and Camilla also agreed with Niels, sharing the determination to oppose joining hands with humans. Amidst the noise from the Beastman faction, Hirik's voice rang out clearly, "We should not deny the past." He continued, "But don't we share the same goal of destroying those demon hordes?" Upon hearing this,
Max shouted harshly, "How dare you!"
"Even if it's about fighting demons, I would never join forces with you." Iga looked toward the humans and spoke up to stop him. "Calm down, Mac." He raised his hand to signal and asked further, "We have indeed heard news that you have turned the tide of the war. In what manner do you wish to cooperate?" Hearing the question, Hirik was lost in thought for a moment. Midu immediately replied, "We want to wipe out the Demon Kingdom once and for all and take the Demon King's head." That statement left the Beastman faction stunned and frozen for a few seconds. They were completely silent, unable to utter a word. Iga suddenly laughed out loud, breaking the suffocating atmosphere that hung over them. He looked at Midu appraisingly. "Your eyes don't know how to lie, do they?" "How interesting." Camilla asked, "What is it, Iga?" He replied, "You see, at first I thought it was strange, but if that news is accurate, then the humans hold a massive advantage." Iga smiled. They didn't look as if they were being coerced or backed into a corner to shake hands with us at all. Midu maintained a serious expression. "Our goal is to defeat the Demon Lord, and to fulfill that wish, we need your support." Anto's interruption made Midu look back just as Iga had previously assessed. He added, "I truly want to support them in destroying the demons. Initially, I was full of doubt, but I didn't expect this boy to be so sincere." Another hand was raised. Iga spoke up, "Also agree. If the demons are plotting grand schemes, the Federation will find it hard to withstand them alone." His gaze sharpened. "If the Holy Kingdom happens to fall to the demons, we will surely be the next victims, so we must take this opportunity to stand side by side with humanity." Upon hearing this, the members of the delegation all appeared very excited. However, Camilla reacted, "I understand your intentions, but I absolutely will not accept this." She looked at them with a scrutinizing gaze. "You cannot possibly know when humans will secretly stab us in the back." Matt also chimed in, "Regardless of the current situation, I will never cooperate with those I cannot trust." Niels shared the same view. "Me too. This alliance might just be a trap to turn us into sacrifices or bait, right?" At this moment, Sina, who was standing next to her father, spoke up, "Lord Niels, somehow you have completely changed." She continued, "After all, you used to be very supportive of relations with humans." Niels replied, "My mindset has changed a lot after experiencing so many ups and downs at my age." Anta raised his hand thoughtfully. "It seems we have quite a few people opposing this proposal now." Iga added, "Making a decision right now would be unwise. We should consider it further. I also want to look more closely into their proposal, so let them stay here for a while." Anta laughed heartily and agreed immediately, "Leave the guests' accommodations to us. After all, they are the benefactors who saved my daughter's life." Camilla replied haughtily, "I don't care about the rest of you. I won't change my mind," while her father added, "She has a point. I won't accept it either." Kai still sat there quietly without saying a word, using his bloodshot eyes to observe everything. His eyes were wide open, glowing with a brilliant red hue full of deathly intent. He was striving to read the heart and evaluate Niels, who used to have sympathy for humans. That day at Grandanas, the capital of the Beastman Federation, in Mensley, right inside the mansion of the Cat Tribe's chief, a sumptuous banquet had been prepared and was ready to welcome the guests from humanity. Anto excitedly raised his glass. "Thank you for saving my daughter. Please everyone, eat and drink to your heart's content." Midu also cheerfully expressed his thanks to him. Reina looked at the plate of food with discomfort. "What is this? Insects?" Jin could only give a wry smile and replied, "I'm stumped as well." Kai picked up a bug and broke it in half. Behind the hard, dry shell was meat that looked very rich and fatty. Immediately after, he put it in his mouth and enjoyed it with relish. In another corner, Mayo was happily snacking on fruit, her face clearly showing an expression of contentment. Narumi joined the feast, brimming with excitement, clinking glasses repeatedly with the beastkin, who stood up eagerly to praise him. "Drink up, brother. Your tolerance for alcohol is truly impressive." He smiled and replied, "Well then,
Let's keep this party going all night."
Although Sina was also eating, she did not forget her duty. She turned to nudge her father. "Father, please focus on the main topic now." Anto wiped his mouth with his hand before speaking slowly. "The thing is, we need to finalize our strategic directions for the future soon." Those sitting below fell silent immediately to listen. Anto continued, "According to news from my daughter, demons have snuck into the Federation and are hiding right in the heart of the capital. which means they are in possession of a massive amount of classified data. Sina added, if that's not the case, how else could they have known my exact location at that time to stage such a perfect ambush? A scared-faced Mel spoke up, if it were at the border it would be understandable, but security in the capital is notoriously tight. A man in blue agreed, he's right, if they had truly infiltrated this place, we should have been able to detect their scent by now. Hearing these words, Sina felt dissatisfied and furrowed her brow slightly. Noticing that look, the scarred man hurriedly explained, I didn't mean to doubt your word, princess, please don't misunderstand. Anta quickly spoke to ease the atmosphere. Indeed, we beasts can have an extremely keen sense of smell. It is illogical for demons to infiltrate the city without leaving behind their characteristic scent, unless... A voice suddenly rang out, there is a traitor in our ranks. The leader's declaration, followed by the stranger's voice, caused the banquet table to fall silent, with all eyes turning toward the person who had just spoken. Kai, while sipping his wine, said calmly, someone is shielding the demons, providing them with secret information and wiping away all traces. That is the only explanation for the current situation. The Mels reacted violently. Impossible, why make such baseless deductions? One of them stood up and shouted, don't speak nonsense! Are you implying that we are the traitors? Anto immediately stopped them. Calm down everyone, we are all just analyzing hypotheses. He then apologized to everyone. With a troubled face, Anta continued, I don't want to doubt my own people. But even after putting in my best effort, I still haven't been able to find any trace of the girl. He and his subordinates had searched all through that night and truthfully, he had had a bad premonition that the information was being secretly controlled by someone. Hirik warned, if the intelligence network is compromised it is very dangerous as there is a high probability that the spies are among the high-ranking leadership. Jin interrupted anxiously, is it possible that the topics we discuss in our secret meetings have all been leaked? Narumi added his own suggestion, could it be that among the clan leaders, there is someone selling out the Federation? Antu immediately dismissed it, I don't think so. The clan leaders are the partners who make important decisions and I don't want to cause internal division based on a few baseless speculations. The pink-haired cat person nodded in agreement, that's right, you are absolutely correct, the mere thought of it is unsettling. Anta turned to instruct his daughter, Sina, during this time you must absolutely not leave the mansion. The girl looked annoyed, that's so boring, I just got back. He replied worriedly, if you get captured again, all of our efforts will be in vain. Midu suddenly interrupted, by the way, how much have you all discussed the alliance? The atmosphere at the dinner table became somber for a moment. Anta scratched his head in embarrassment, regarding that matter I apologize, I thought they would accept the proposal more positively. Sina said sadly, currently only Iga and Papa have agreed, if we cannot convince the remaining three we will lose our advantage in the vote. This not so optimistic sign made Midu exclaim anxiously, there is no way that could be the case? Anta determinedly said, we must persist in convincing them. I want you all to join us for the next meeting, I'm counting on you. Hirik smiled and agreed, yes of course. That night at the residence of the Catfolk tribal leader, Kai was standing still, his eyes fixed below with many concerns on his mind. Sina approached and spoke up, what's the matter? Why haven't you gone to rest yet? Kai turned to answer, my mind is in a mess. I want to look for more information but cannot move around freely in this unfamiliar land. Sina understood the situation, right? The unique scent of your body would cause you to be exposed instantly. He nodded in admission, indeed your sense of smell is truly very sharp. Kai continued, Sina, there is something I would like to ask your advice on. Recalling the meeting, Kai had used his eyes to observe information about Niels. Mid-50s Canine race, male, status brainwashed, level 2 martial arts and level 1 beastification. He focused specifically on that brainwashed status. Sina gasped in surprise, a brainwashed status. Kai nodded in confirmation. Yes, my eyes have an appraisal ability that allows me to see through anyone's status, and only that man named Niels showed such a strange sign. He added, normally, beastfolk only excel in physical strength and keen senses, they do not know how to use magic like humans, techniques like demons, or spells like elves. Kai's gaze sharpened with determination, this is definitely a conspiracy by the demons. Sina recalled, now that you mention it, his words today were very odd, he once claimed his ideology had changed over time and always wanted to maintain good relations with humans. She shrugged and asked, should I report this to my father? Kai replied immediately, with my ability alone, the evidence is not yet sufficient. I know he suspects there is a traitor, but do you think your venerable father would believe me? Sina stepped toward the railing. If that is indeed the case, then it will be fine. She sat down and continued, Father has always favored humans, furthermore, since you saved my life he will surely place his trust in you. Kai felt relieved, I understand. In that case, let's go talk to him in a little while. Suddenly, a presence behind him caught his attention. Anta's voice rang out, you have underestimated our beastfolk hearing. Kai turned around and asked, so you've heard everything? In that case, can I get straight to the point now? He smiled, I do not mind at all, after all you are my savior. Anta further asserted, moreover I myself have been sensing very unusual things within the Canine tribe. He clenched his fist, I place my trust in you and will provide full support to build an alliance between the two empires. In return, I want you to help us uproot the demons hiding within the Federation. Kai agreed, fine, starting tomorrow I will begin tracking information about the Canine tribe. I'll need you and Midu to persuade the other tribal leaders to join forces. Anta smiled at him, I understand. The silent night enveloped the beastfolk capital, the space was quiet with only faint lights flickering from the magnificent mansions. At a grand manor, The large gate was guarded by a very strict army. Niels was kneeling on the ground very respectfully. Right in front of him, the high-ranking demon Bright was leisurely reclining in a chair, sipping a glass of wine. He looked down and said, "The current situation is indeed becoming increasingly troublesome." His gaze turned towards Camilla. "Just when I thought more than half of the tribal chiefs had been subdued and the Federation was firmly under control. My plan should have gone perfectly, kidnapping the princess to blackmail the leader of the cat tribe." Bright slammed his hand down on the table in anger. Who would have thought those puny humans would successfully rescue Anto's daughter? He grimaced and cursed, "Giganda is truly a bastard. To fail such a simple mission, it's a true disgrace for the high-ranking demon clan." Niels, still kneeling on the floor, spoke up, "Indeed, these humans are incredibly brazen." He frowned. "They are the ones who initiated this alliance, so I cannot accept such a ridiculous proposal." Bright smiled. "You are absolutely right, Niels. It seems they are at their wits' end. We must stop that intention before they can draw in other factions in the Federation." Niels stood up and replied, "As everyone, he has always been our sworn, irreconcilable enemy." The next day, at the mansion of the merfolk tribe leader, there was a giant pool for the tribe members, and the entire architecture was imbued with the deep blue color of the ocean. A meeting took place between the supporters of the alliance and Mac, the merfolk chieftain. Mac looked stern. "No matter how much you try to persuade me, my decision will not change." Midu tried to plead, "Can't you listen to our sincere words?" His eyes revealed unwavering determination and an earnest desire for an alliance. Witnessing that scene, Mac gradually relented and agreed. "All right, I don't mind. Go ahead and speak." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hirik spoke up on their behalf, "Then let me explain the current situation of the Holy Nation." On the other side, the remaining group was moving towards the mansion of the bird tribe leader, but they were stopped by guards right at the gate. The guard grumbled, "Don't you understand? I have conveyed the chieftain's opinion. She said there's no need to waste words on the likes of you." Narumi tried hard to persuade, "But we have come all this way." The accompanying cat person wondered, "What? There must have been a notification from Anta-sama about today's audience, right?" The soldier maintained an annoyed attitude. "Even if it's a request from the cat tribe's chieftain, the answer remains the same. Our leader does not want to meet any humans." Jin, standing nearby, secretly calculated, "I could use a mind control spell to subdue this guy, but when the effect wears off, he'll realize he was manipulated, and ultimately they will have no trust left in us." Narumi turned and walked away. "All right then, we'll just have to go back." Jin turned his head back in surprise. But he continued, "In the worst-case scenario, we might be forced to confront the entire Federation. We absolutely do not want that scenario to happen. This is not a simple matter like when we encountered Leonora." Hearing that, Jin immediately followed, "I understand completely." Kai was sitting in his room, contemplatively gazing at a sharp dagger. Suddenly, a knock sounded from outside and he promptly called out, "Come in." Sina pushed the door open and entered, just as you had reported, Kai. She turned and asked if he had uncovered any clues yet. The boy replied that he had visited the border of the dog tribe today, but had sensed an extremely unusual atmosphere. Kai listened intently as Sina recounted that they were clearly showing hostility towards humans, as if someone was deliberately trying to instigate conflict. She fell silent in thought, adding, "Not to mention, the soldiers are in an extremely uneasy state. It's possible they are plotting to eliminate you and the others." Hearing that, Kai's eyes hardened. "If that's the case, we cannot stand by. We must quickly gather solid evidence to turn the situation around." Another night passed in the capital city of the Beastfolk tribe. On the rooftop, Kai and Sina were silently observing the situation. He turned and said, "We need to conduct a very thorough investigation." The princess subtly reminded him, "Be careful. Never underestimate the keen senses of the Beastfolk." Kai jumped down and landed lightly, saying, "I know that well." Below, the guards were extremely vigilant. Thanks to the skillful footwork of an assassin, Kai moved without making a single sound. In an instant, both of them had infiltrated the mansion. Sina walked swiftly, whispering, "The tribal chief's room must be very close by." A door creaked open. She looked inside and then signaled, "There's no one here. Neil-sama must be in the bedroom." Then Sina entered, thinking, "But that's also good if we find concrete evidence." She used her keen nose to sniff the surrounding area. Then she suddenly realized that on the chair lingered the scent of the very people who had kidnapped her. Suddenly, a voice from outside echoed, asking, "Is anyone there?" Sina started and looked outside, her mind confused, not understanding what was happening. It was Niels. He bellowed, "Sina, even if you are Anto's daughter, don't dream of escaping punishment for daring to sneak in here." The princess awkwardly stepped back and said, "Neil-sama, please calm down." Hearing that, he raised an eyebrow in question. "Calm down." Sina looked directly at the man opposite her, trying to persuade him, "You are being manipulated by cunning devils. Don't you see that there's something illogical about all of this?" Neil snapped, "What nonsense are you talking about? We'll settle accounts later."
Now I'm gonna apprehend you.
Next, he shouted, "Orders, intruder! Quickly subdue that girl for me!"
The soldiers outside heard the commotion and rushed in, asking, "What's happening, Neil-sama?" Sina swiftly moved back. Then she placed her foot on the windowsill, preparing for her retreat. She smashed the glass and leaped out, looking truly menacing. The soldiers watched. She had escaped. Niels ordered, "Don't let her get away, everyone pursue her immediately." A moment later, a familiar hand once again cradled a glass of shimmering golden wine. Bright was pensive. A stranger had broken in, but why now? Hen swirled the wine glass in his palm, questioning himself, "Have they caught wind of me?" Then he took a sip. I have operated with extreme discretion all this time. That is why I am the only one who managed to infiltrate the inner city. Han drained his glass and thought, I believe others will certainly suspect the demons have infiltrated the Federation after the Sina incident, but I don't think they are smart enough to suspect the dog tribe. Unless someone discovers the brainwashing magic, then the situation would be completely reversed. Bright flashed a smug smile. Anyway, that would never happen. Just as his triumph began to bud, Kai suddenly appeared behind him, pressing a cold, sharp blade against his throat. Before Bright could steady himself, the razor's sharp blade had made a clean cut, and blood began to gush out. It felt as if his head were about to be severed from his neck. The silent night under the bright moonlight enveloped the majestic mansion of the dog people. Neil stood there fuming and shouting, search everywhere and catch the intruders at all costs. Sina had escaped through the window and was now sprinting across the rooftops. She looked back over her shoulder with a hint of unease. Seeing only the soldiers rushing about in search, she wondered, where has Kai disappeared to? Could he have encountered a demon? Suddenly, there was a soft call from beside her, Lady Sina. Rune was standing there with a group of soldiers, holding a lantern high to illuminate the princess's face. A flash of shock, hard to conceal, flickered in Rune's eyes. Sina jumped down and asked immediately, Rune, why are you here? Rune replied, I am stationed nearby on Lord Anta's orders. He instructed me to protect you from any mishap, Lady Sina. Mid-conversation, the dog tribe soldiers arrived, shouting, the cat person! She is the intruder! We must arrest her by Lord Niels's command. Sina said, what they say is not wrong. Rune looked at her anxiously. What should we do, Lady Sina? The cat princess raised her hand to reassure her. If they have approached, do not hesitate but be ready to fight. Perhaps they are very confused themselves, as they never originally intended to wage war against us. On this side, blood had spurted from Bright's neck, but fortunately for him, he managed to somersault backward in time. He glared at Kai and wondered, who is this brat? He immediately threw the dagger at Bright, determined not to give him a chance to recover. In a precarious situation where avoidance was impossible, he had to raise his hand in defense and took the full force of a knife wound. Bright stumbled and skidded across the floor, trying to regain his balance. He gripped a nearby tree trunk tightly and thought, now is not the time for distraction. I must quickly calm myself down. So he stepped back and grabbed Kai's weapon. The young man had already managed to split the stolen item in two, scattering everything around. Next, Bright hurriedly escaped through the window. Kai quickly chased after him, determined not to let him escape. The two once again leaped onto the rooftop, ready for an intense chase. Bright looked back, pondering that he didn't want to be exposed. This place would attract too much attention. His eyes narrowed, trying to connect with his loyal subordinate. He focused his mind, wishing to contact Niels. Answer me, Niels! Mortals are attacking! Quickly get me out of here! The only reply was the hesitant voice of the dog folk tribe leader. I apologize, Prince Bright, I truly want to help you, but... Ignoring the pleas, come up here quickly. Niels was facing a danger that made him turn pale. He replied, it will be very difficult for me to come to your side. The one blocking his path was Antu. He clenched his hands and said, it's been a long time since we've tested our skills, hasn't it, Niels? Niels pointed directly at Anto. Do you understand what you're saying? I cannot overlook your daughter's actions. This will be a war between our two tribes. Anta smirked. I won't let that happen. I will enlighten you, Niels. He continued to aggressively attack about the princess. Don't you understand what Sina has done yet? Anta shrugged in response. Is that so? I can sense an unpleasant aura emanating from you. Niels launched a punch. Nonsense! Unfortunately, I have other matters to attend to. I will crush you if you keep interfering. Anta showed no hesitation either and immediately charged forward to engage in battle. The punches of the two leaders were extremely powerful. The group of hero candidates was quietly observing from a distance. In the far distance, a pillar of light flared up. That was precisely where the two leaders were clashing. Narumi's eyes widened. It has begun. Reina quickly asked, is it all right for us to just stand here and watch? Narumi waved her hand. It's fine. The more we get involved, the more complicated the negotiation process will become. I don't want the Federation to see us causing trouble. Jin hesitantly asked Shinjuku. Narumi replied, he's probably hiding somewhere, searching for demons. That's why they seem to be in a hurry, causing all this commotion. Rina, still naive, asked, wouldn't it be better if we helped them? He shook his head. If we interfere, we'll only cause them more trouble. Besides, we're not familiar with this place. All three decided to stay put and silently observe the situation. Narumi looked down and realized that after all, there was still a possibility that someone would rush in unknowingly, and that figure was Midu. Kai's strides had not yet stopped. The intense chase after the demon was still ongoing. He observed and realized the demon was fleeing to a more secluded spot, which was convenient. Bright was bleeding incessantly from a deep wound, his arm unable to move freely. It was unclear if he could win against this kid in such a state. Two beast girls who were strolling nearby suddenly cried out in panic upon seeing Bright. What is that? He looked at him and began to calculate, strengthening his body with magic. Focusing all his power into his legs, a stream of white mana began to emanate from beneath his heels. In an instant, his speed exploded, and he darted off like an arrow. He brushed past Bright with a cold gaze. The demon turned back in shock and cried out, what? Kai swung the knife in his left hand, intending to plunge it straight into him, but Bright only smiled. However, what he received instead was a powerful kick right to the chest. It sent him flying violently against the wall. He looked down at Kai's feet, blood gushing from his mouth in agony, as he thought. So, it was all just an act. The heavy impact caused him to collapse and sit flat on the ground. A thought arose in his mind. Am I really gonna lose? Even if I'm not a combat-type demon, I'm still ranked among the high-level demons. Bright looked at Kai's current appearance and marveled, truly worthy of being a hero candidate. He coughed up blood and wheezed. How were you able to find my location? Kai replied without hesitation, my eyes possess the ability to analyze the status of any target. Bright burst out laughing, talk about bad luck, I've run into the toughest opponent right now. He was still plotting. I still have a chance to turn the tide if I can take down this kid. Even if I lose, I must use my final trump cards. Kai noticed something strange in his smile. This guy was definitely plotting something. In another direction, the armies of the two tribes were still engaged in extremely intense combat. A dog-man soldier wondered, Captain, why do we have to fight like this? The response was, this is an order from the Patriarch, there is no room for unnecessary speculation. Run shouted, if you find it confusing too, then stop, we have no intention of being hostile. Sina spoke up, you are Neil, Sama's soldiers, aren't you? Being so close to him, haven't you noticed he's been behaving very strangely lately? That question caused the dog-man soldiers to hesitate for a moment. The dog-kin captain froze, a flicker of unease appearing in his eyes. Sina reached out to question him, it seemed he was hiding something. The captain confessed that he truly couldn't fathom Lord Neil's thoughts lately, but his duty remained unchanged. The princess retorted, asking if that still held true even if Lord Neil's mind was being manipulated by a demon. The dog-kin resisted fiercely, claiming such an absurdity was impossible. The captain turned to warn the others not to be missiled, as they would still follow the Patriarch's orders. Sina thought to himself that he understood they were unshakable, truly brave warriors. He stepped forward to shield the princess and told her to stand back. Lady Sina, let me handle them. A streak of azure mana sliced through the air between the two front lines. A powerful sword strike split the ground below in two. The dog captain wondered in a daze what on earth was happening. Then, he turned his head to look behind him. The group looked up together and were stunned to realize it was a human. None other than Midu. He and another person plunged from the heights down to the ground. Iga stepped forward and shouted for both sides to stop and withdraw their weapons immediately. The one who stepped in to stop the battle between the two sides was Iga, the leader of the wolf tribe. On this side, Kai was quietly analyzing Bright. He was a 48-year-old high-ranking demon specializing in both level 4 brainwashing demonic arts and water magic. Kai used a special eye technique to evaluate the man in detail. An information panel appeared showing that brainwashing magic could control living beings by placing both hands on the target's head. Having identified that weakness, Kai told himself that as long as he stayed wary of that control skill, the man was no longer a threat, and killing him wouldn't be difficult. While he was observing intently, an incident occurred. A dagger hurtled down toward Kai's position, forcing him to dodge quickly. A horde of demons appeared right before his eyes. Bright stood up and laughed heartily. Thanks for coming, now my underlings can join the fun. Kai replied, so that's it. You deliberately lured me to a secluded place to gather your gang. The demons were extremely smug, saying, there's no escape for you, I'm not the only member of the Demon Kingdom's special forces. Kai let out a wary sigh, are you crazy? Hearing that, he flew into a rage and barked. What did you just say? He looked straight at them and said, of course I knew you were waiting for reinforcements. Dealing with you all one by one is too much trouble, so I might as well just send everyone off at the same time to make it quick. Hearing his bold declaration, the demon stood dazed, not understanding what had just happened. Bright roared that you are truly a scumbag, what can you possibly achieve all by yourself? The demons began to form ranks and drew their weapons, threatening that you won't be acting so arrogant for much longer, and we will certainly beat you to a pulp for daring to injure Bright Sama. Bright continued to glare at Kai, thinking that he was too naive. Even though his minions were just low-level demons, they were all battle-hardened warriors, nearly equal to him in strength. They charged forward in unison, shouting to each other to hurry up and kill that wretched human immediately. Kai stood still and began to chant, "Oh angels, please blow these pests away," and immediately a swirling surge of green wind erupted. The magical storm tossed the demons into the air and swept them away. The remaining demons on the ground looked up in horror, and Kai challenged them, asking if they really thought he was alone. High above, Mayor was casting magic, and Kai calmly said that because he wasn't yet sure how their brainwashing worked, he had prepared a backup plan. Bright maintained his arrogant attitude, claiming that even if the two of them teamed up, it wouldn't change the outcome at all. Mayor looked at the demons and gave the command to create many small stones immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, countless stones appeared, hovering in mid-air. Immediately after, they all shot down toward where the demons were standing. Several lead demons who couldn't defend in time were hit by the stones and severely injured. One foolishly yelled that they could block everything by using demon magic, but Kai seized the opportunity to close in quickly. He stabbed it right through the heart, leaving it stunned, for it was already too late, while they were busy focusing their energy on defense. You are very vulnerable if you get blindsided from multiple directions, Kai said as he pulled the blade out, causing fresh blood to spray. Bright worried for his troops and shouted at the idiots not to lose focus, telling them to treat both of them as high-level demons. Hearing this, the remaining ones picked up their weapons and began to attack seriously. One unleashed a shadow clone technique and goaded him, asking if he knew which one was the real body. The question had barely finished when he took a knife straight to the forehead. The demon collapsed in shock, gasping, "What is this? How did you recognize me?" Kai replied indifferently that it seemed they couldn't even share information with each other, despite being called elite troops. In the corner, another demon finished a magic circle and cursed, "You son of a bitch." He immediately launched a wind spear with a scream of "Dia!" However, that blade was neutralized by Mayer's wind and deflected back. High above, Mayer was always on standby to intervene in critical moments. She quickly summoned her weapon and commanded, "Oh angels, finish the enemy immediately." The demon stood with his mouth agape in fear, completely unable to react. Sharp arrows crystallized from the wind pierced straight into his body. Mayer turned around and let out a long yawn of contempt, as if she couldn't even be bothered to look at them. At this moment, Kai is facing off against the demons with support from the Mayor above. Bright retreated, forcing his henchmen forward to act as human shields in front of him. He trembled, gritting his teeth, secretly resentful at being cornered like this. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar, "What's wrong? You all look so pathetic." The Mayor, startled, turned his head and asked, "Who is that?" Kai also focused his gaze upwards, hoping to identify the newcomer. It was Camilla and her entourage from her birdfolk tribe, who had just flown in. Kai looked at her, utterly puzzled. "Chieftain of the birdfolk, I can't believe you're colluding with these evil spirits."
She shrieked, "That's right, because I loathe you humans to the bone!"
The Mayor leaned down and asked Kai as she brainwashed. He replied, "According to my appraisal ability, no, she is willingly conspiring with the demons." Piecing together the details, Kai realized many things. It turned out they had manipulated the chieftain of the dogfolk tribe, and the birdfolk tribe was now their ally. The situation was quite dire, with one chieftain brainwashed and another willingly cooperating. The catfolk chieftain had been taken hostage but was rescued. The wolffolk tribe remained neutral, and the fishfolk tribe was naive. They would use Sina to control the catfolk and then seize the majority votes in parliament. He suddenly recalled what the demons had whispered the other day, that the Federation would soon be completely in their grasp. The higher-ups would focus their efforts on the war against humans, so that was their true intention all along. Bright spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, saying with a resentful tone, "You're too late." Camilla maintained an arrogant demeanor. "Even as demons, you wouldn't be able to subdue these people without us." He sneered, well aware that he was at a disadvantage. "I have no complaints. Hurry and act, finish them off for me." Camilla flapped her sharp wings downwards and smiled. "Even an arrogant person like you has to ask for help. How rare. Are they really that tough to deal with?"
"All right, I'll help."
Kai clicked his tongue and calculated inwardly. About 30 bird warriors. Could it be that the entire tribe is submitted to the demons? The Mayor had now landed and stood next to him. She asked, "What do we do now, Kai?" He replied, "We must defeat them at all costs."
Camilla commanded her legion, "Capture them for me. Don't let the other tribes catch wind of this. Hurry up."
With that said, the bird tribe's contingent rushed down, ready for a lightning-fast attack. The scene shifted to another area where the furry fist of the catfolk chieftain was unleashed. He launched a barrage of attacks at the dogfolk chieftain, but the opponent managed to raise his hand to block them. The two sides continuously exchanged blows, one attacking, the other defending, causing boulders to shatter beneath their feet. The confrontation between the two chieftains was truly extraordinary. The shockwaves from them caused the surrounding glass panels to crack. The colliding spiritual energy flows created strong winds that swayed the trees. Anta launched an attack while laughing loudly. "Well done, Niels." The dogfolk chieftain still braced himself against the blows, then demanded, "What are you babbling about?" Niels seized the opportunity to land an extremely powerful punch on Antu. However, he didn't feel a hint of pain. On the contrary, he wore a calm smile. This left Niels utterly astonished. Anta continued to laugh and delivered an uppercut straight to Niels' chin. He was truly too weak. The vicious blow sent him reeling backward. Niels wondered what the strange sensation was. He wiped his mouth, telling himself that his mind was in a violent turmoil. Anta clenched his fists until they cracked, as if questioning whether he had misunderstood something. Anta wondered if this was the end. As expected, the only way to resolve this was to defeat the one casting the brainwashing spell. Under the crescent moon, it would be dangerous to leave Niels alone and allow the demons to unleash the power of the dog tribe. On the other side, Medu stood beside the werewolf chief Iga. He wondered if Niels was being brainwashed by the demons. Sinai replied, "That's right. That is why we broke into Niels' private residence to track down that demon." Medu hurriedly inquired, "Have we found him yet?" The only response was a shake of the head from the cat princess. She continued, "I'm not sure, but he suddenly vanished without a trace." Medu mused, "I see. Him not being here means he must still be fighting somewhere else." Iga looked overwhelmed, saying, "I can't keep up with these developments. Everything is happening too fast, but we must support your friends who are fighting against the demons." Run called out from above. "Even so?" Sinai interrupted urgently, "Run, what's the matter?" She shielded her eyes, looked into the distance, and announced, "I see a group of bird people flying toward the north." Iga looked quite surprised. Bird people moving this late at night. Sensing something unusual, Medu immediately rushed in that direction and shouted, "Let's go check it out, we might find some clues." The scene shifts to a rooftop where three people are silently observing. Jin wondered, "Is it really okay for us to just stand here and watch?" Narumi agreed that his concern was valid, noting that they would likely cause a conflict with the local residents if they acted rashly. After a moment of thought, she spoke up. Hey Narumi-kun, I want to ask you something. Jin continued. Your reasoning is based on the assumption that Shinja-kun will defeat the demons, right? He nodded in confirmation. Jin asked anxiously, what if he loses? Narumi replied hesitantly, I haven't thought that far ahead, but we will certainly be blamed if things take a turn for the worse. Jin turned and suggested, maybe we should lend a hand. No matter how reliable Shinja-kun is, he could still be defeated. Reina said in confusion, I understand your point, but how do we know his exact location? Jin saw the logic in that. His gaze lowered as he replied, you're right about that? Jin clasped her hands in front of her chest, as if praying, and thought to herself, I know I shouldn't, but I can't stop being selfish. I really want to become a source of strength for Shinju-kun. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in her mind. Could it be Kanzaki? Jin started and looked around in confusion. Seeing her expression, Narumi hurriedly asked, what on earth is going on, Kanzaki-san? Jin quickly asked, where are you, Shinju-kun? The other person's voice came through again. I'm the one who should be asking that. Now I understand. It turns out this is your new ability. Kai's words left Jin deep in thought. She said to herself, could this be a new guardian power? I can hear Shinja-kun's voice clearly in my head, as if it were Jin's own soul. Focusing all her mind, she asked Kai again, where are you right now? On the other side, Kai looked battered and covered in blood. He replied, I'm at the far northern end of the city, facing off against demons and the bird folk tribe. Kai continued, do you want to become my strength? Jin blushed with embarrassment. You heard all that? I didn't mean to say it out loud. On the battlefield, Kai continued to relentlessly cut down the bird folk and shouted, get over here, Kanzaki! I really need your strength. Hearing those words, Jin's eyes lit up with excitement. Narumi asked worriedly, who are you mumbling to? Reina also frowned, have you gone crazy? Jin replied immediately, I'm talking to Shinja-kun through a new ability. Hearing this, her two friends were stunned. Jin quickly stood up and declared, anyway, I know where he is now, let's head out, we have to go support Shinju-kun right away. Returning to the battle, Major was facing countless enemies from the vicious bird folk tribe. They immediately obeyed the order to attack, diving down simultaneously at a dizzying speed. Instantly, Major raised her magic staff, anxiety visible on her face. Oh spirits, do not let them come near us. As soon as she finished her sentence, a powerful gale blew upward, repelling the bird folk's advance. Not stopping there, Major thrust her staff firmly into the ground. A brilliant light radiated and debris floated upward. She was summoning earth spirits. Then she shouted an order, destroy them. Countless earth spirits charged straight at the enemy, striking them and making them howl in pain. A few in the back swore in frustration, damn it, at this rate we can't get close. Another turned and barked, what the hell are the archers doing? The bird folk archer squad flying above received the order. Understood, shoot them down once more! Waiting for just that, they released a barrage of sharp arrows aimed straight at Major's position. She raised her magic staff. This time, the mana radiating from it was a mystical green. Major summoned wind spirits to create a tornado that swept away all the incoming arrows. The bird folk became irritable. Damn it, what should we do now? If this keeps up, we won't accomplish anything. Another snapped.
That's enough.
He continued, an elf's magic is based on soul power. Sooner or later she will exhaust this ability. Major thought with a hint of worry, my weakness has been exposed. The spirits are reaching their limits. I need to deal with them using an element other than wind. The bird folk narrowed his eyes, looking down calculatingly. That brat is just trying to stall for time. I need to end this before other tribes take notice. Shifting to the melee combat area on the ground, a demon soldier was stabbed with a fatal wound to the heart, leaving it unable to utter a single word. The figure below glanced up and called out to Gustav. He caught Kai pulling the blade clean out of his comrade's chest. In the blink of an eye, he had moved downwards and delivered a precise finishing blow like a professional assassin. Unexpectedly, two other demon soldiers charged from behind to attack,
Yelling, you bastard!
This will be your last stop. At that moment, the demon soldier hastily created a magic shield in front of him to block the attack rushing towards him from the void. Kai performed a similar action, but he swiftly jumped up to dodge the blow, making the demon soldiers below watch him with hostile eyes. Camila, the chieftain of the bird tribe, called out to warn her subordinates to stop while simultaneously launching razor-sharp feathers from her wings. Kai calmly brought out his blade to block the wave of damage and knocked those feathers away. Nevertheless, the sheer number of feathers caused one to pierce his wrist, and fresh red blood began to seep out, soaking his sleeve. Kai nimbly moved aside in another direction while the screams of battle still echoed from afar, and he wondered how Mayer was doing now, as they had both been separated. While he was distracted, Bright appeared behind him and placed a shadowy hand on Kai's head. Feeling something was amiss, he immediately activated his electric shock skill. Before he could do anything to his opponent, he was paralyzed by Kai's electric current, making him feel utterly bewildered. He frowned, wondering, this guy uses lightning elemental magic. A demon soldier advanced towards him, swung his sword down with a roar demanding his opponent's life. Kai leaned back to dodge the attack, then slashed horizontally across his stomach, causing the sword in the demon soldier's hand to swing straight into the person standing behind Kai due to its momentum. He not only dodged the dangerous blow but also caused the demon soldier to fall, and simultaneously made that demon soldier inadvertently finish off their own leader, truly killing two birds with one stone. Kai cast a cold glance behind him, then thought to himself, is he trying to use brainwashing magic? I have no countermeasure, so I must be extremely careful. Suddenly, a familiar call echoed from afar. Shinjuku. It was none other than Jin running towards him, panting from exhaustion. Kai turned to look at her and replied, Kanjaki, you've arrived just in time. Reina stood there utterly stunned upon seeing the demons, while Narumi also cried out in horror that the situation had become too dire. With that said, both immediately yelled, "We'll support you!" then began to unleash their skills. The demon soldiers used a magic circle for defense and reminded each other to be careful because those were hero candidates. Kai then instructed everyone, "I'll handle the chieftain of the bird tribe and the high-ranking demons. As for the weaker ones, I'm counting on you all." Narumi clenched her fist in agreement. Reina further asked, "So, are those bird people our enemies?" Kai nodded and told Rena to burn them down with fire. Jin asked anxiously, "Shinjuku, are you still planning to fight alone?" He looked at her with resolute eyes recalling old memories, and said to Jin, "The situation is exactly like the battle with Lenora back then. So, use the mind control spell on me. They are using magic to brainwash their enemies." She immediately raised her hand and replied, "I understand perfectly." A brilliant pink stream of mana enveloped her body, followed by the activation of Dominion magic. The flow of energy shifted to Kai, wrapping him in a pale pink aura. He confidently asserted that he had erased his fatal weakness thanks to this. Upon hearing this, Camilla looked stunned and then snapped, "Are you guys looking down on our side?" Brad, standing below, warned loudly, "Camilla, don't be careless or you'll lose your life easily." Kai stared fixedly at the group with eyes of death, declaring that this was his own fault, but he would end everything soon. His entire body now radiated a dense bloodlust, his hands tightly gripping his pair of daggers. That look in the violent aura made both Camilla and Brad unable to hide their shock. For a moment, a look of fear appeared on their faces. The scene shifts to Mayer's location. She was facing the group of bird people above, where several had already been taken down. The bird people were stunned when they heard an echoing voice. "Oh, winged ones, what on earth do you think you are doing?" Mayer also heard the call and hurriedly turned around to look back. It was Midu leading the werewolf leader Iga along with Sina and Rune. Iga questioned them, stating that these were guests of the cat tribe and demanding a satisfactory explanation. The bird people buzzed with anxious talk. The werewolf chieftain. "They came so fast, what should we do now?" The leader glanced at them and reminded his comrades, "Calm down, we still have to follow Camilla's orders." Hearing this, the bird people soldiers remained silent and did not utter another word. Then they immediately complied, rushing toward the newcomers and shouting, "Kill all witnesses, including the werewolf chieftain." Iga was bewildered, not understanding what this crowd was babbling about anymore. Midu added that it seemed they were not interested in dialogue at all. Mayer called out loudly toward them, "Listen, the bird people are colluding with the demons." Everyone was simultaneously shocked by that recent information. She pointed her hand directly toward the alley. "The demons are in a fierce battle with Kai right over there." Sina propped her hand up, looked over and exclaimed, "So that's it, even the bird people are corrupted." Iga turned and said the situation was too dire, telling Midu to go help, but he refused. Midu told the werewolf leader that his friends were heading to Shinjuku, so he would stay to support Mayer. Iga placed his hand on his sword hilt, preparing to draw it, and replied, "I see, I never expected the demon's influence to have spread so far." He looked up at the bird people and said, "These soldiers are only following orders from their chieftain. If possible, I have no desire to strike them down." Iga flinched when he heard the sound of Midu's voice ring out. He smiled in response, saying he understood because that was his specialty. Returning to Kai's battlefield, he spoke coldly, "It's my fault, and I intended to end this very quickly." As soon as he finished his sentence, he stepped out of the rubble with eyes that had turned brilliant red. Upon seeing Kai, Camilla immediately widened her eyes in horror. Bright was no exception. He hadn't expected Kai to still be clinging to life. The horrific scene that unfolded immediately afterward left both of them frozen in shock. Camilla's face turned pale with panic, and she was left speechless. Because Kai's physique was currently becoming twisted and grotesque, before Bright could regain his composure, a razor-sharp blade was held close to his throat. Fresh blood immediately splattered into every corner, even though Bright had tried to pull back to avoid it. But the wound on his hand was still cut deep. He grumbled in frustration. "Its speed is so fast that I can't cope. Damn it, what's wrong with my eyes?" In the heat of the moment, Camilla hurriedly shouted, "Don't look into its eyes, Bright. It seems it's using illusion tricks." Kai couldn't help but be surprised. This girl was truly very observant. He had just acquired a new skill after defeating Winbox called Illusionary Guardian. This is the ability to manipulate illusions in living creatures, which strictly requires the target to look directly into the eyes. Kite had mastered this technique to fight monsters, making it an extremely formidable weapon in ancient Ligan. Camilla caught on to Kite's tactic. She quickly shook her head to avoid his gaze, muttering in frustration, "I don't know what kind of power this is, but it's so troublesome." At the same time, Bright was secretly calculating. "I have to face Kite but must absolutely not look at any point from the neck up." Thinking this, Bright lowered his gaze to look only at Kite's lower body, and as expected, the illusion completely vanished. Seeing this, Kite immediately closed in. Since he was no longer looking into his eyes, it was indeed the simplest way to deal with it. In the blink of an eye, Kite's figure suddenly vanished. By the time he reappeared, he was standing right next to Bright and said coldly, "Did you really think it would be that simple?" Hearing the voice, Bright's pupils instinctively contracted. Before he could react further, blood poured profusely from his forehead. Bright couldn't believe his eyes, whispering hoarsely, "There's no way that's possible." Kite narrowed his eyes at him and said coldly, You fool, an opponent's eyes provide a lot of data. Without that information, you are far from being able to fight. However, Bright had already collapsed in a pool of blood some time ago. Witnessing this, Kite curled his lip in mockery. It seems you no longer have the chance to listen to me speak. Camilla, seeing this from afar, couldn't help but curse. This guy truly is useless. Immediately, Kite turned his gaze toward her and replied in a cold voice, "Now it's your turn." Camilla did not flinch. She yelled aggressively, "I've tasted all sorts of tricks from people like you, so don't you dare look down on me." After she finished speaking, Camilla rushed forward to attack Kite, but he vanished in a flash, causing her sharp claws to slice into nothingness. She opened her eyes wide in astonishment, but Camilla quickly regained her composure and launched feathers toward Kite. Kite remained undaunted and responded very calmly, his feet gliding swift. It didn't take long for him to widen the gap between himself and his opponent. Kite narrowed his eyes to observe. She hovered in the air and avoided eye contact, making it troublesome to attack, but Camilla still improvised skillfully. Camilla suddenly laughed haughtily. "I am not like you. Thanks to the keen senses of the beast folk, I can fight perfectly well without using my eyes." Kite looked at her calmly and replied nonchalantly, "Are you going to keep flying around like this to fight me? That sounds a bit weak." Notably, the longer the battle lasted, the more Camilla fell into a disadvantageous position. Just as Kai had assessed, our side was effectively controlling the demons. Narumi's group coordinated rhythmically. They currently still held a significant advantage. Camilla looked at that scene and became enraged. "You humans are too much. This is the second time you've meddled in my business." Kai narrowed his eyes at her, his expression remaining unruffled. While screaming about wanting to annihilate everyone, Camilla immediately showed signs of an abnormal physical transformation. Kai frowned slightly and thought beastification. This was the exclusive trump card of the beast folk, releasing their inner wildness to unleash staggering power, but the price was losing their reason. While Kai was busy calculating, Camilla suddenly let out a powerful roar. Immediately after, she dashed like lightning around Kai so fast that she didn't even leave an afterimage. Kai frowned slightly. Her speed was truly remarkable. He quickly cleared all illusions and simultaneously activated his special vision. Camilla's position immediately appeared clearly in Kai's sight. At the same time, she had already closed in right in front of him. Kai still managed calmly. Though Camilla was fast, he was no pushover. At this point, Camilla seemed to have fallen into a frenzied state. She frantically launched a series of feathers toward Kai. Kai held the pair of daggers in his hands, gracefully dodging the feather attacks. Full beastification was only effective for a short time. If Camilla delayed too long, her beastly instincts would swallow her mind. If Camilla decided to sacrifice everything, Kai would likely soon be exhausted and unable to maintain his special vision. He had to end things quickly. Thinking of that, he immediately activated his weakness detection skill. At that exact moment, Camilla lunged straight at Kai with dizzying speed. The situation remained in Kai's hands, even though this skill carried the risk of potentially not activating accurately. If he could not use it at the decisive moment, all his efforts would go down the drain. Before long, Kai suddenly cried out, "O sacred lightning, strike down that enemy, let the bolts pierce her through." No sooner had he finished speaking than countless bolts of furious lightning rained down upon Camilla. A look of extreme terror flashed in her eyes. Kai narrowed his eyes to observe her, realizing this was truly a golden opportunity. And so, with a speed the naked eye could barely track, he lunged to attack, and fresh blood sprayed through the air. Camilla's body was now covered in wounds inflicted by Kai. She went limp, falling like a kite with a snapped string. Her body slammed against the ground, creating a shattering sound. Bone-deep pain left Camilla unable to suppress a moan. Then, she spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. And just like that, she completely collapsed. The battle thus came to an end. Kai narrowed his eyes at the two bodies, murmuring thoughtfully, "Now, the only task left for us is to deal with those mediocre soldiers, isn't that right?" After Kai and his allies had crushed the demon army led by the vicious Bright, along with the defeat of Camilla, the clash between Midu's group and the bird folk warriors also reached its conclusion, as a consequence of them hearing that their tribal leader had fallen in battle. When the high-ranking demon Bright was destroyed, the brainwashing magic controlling the leader of the dog folk tribe Niels completely vanished. The events that took place in the capital of the Grandanis Federation finally reached their end as the radiant dawn broke. A few days later, at the magnificent residence of the werewolf chieftain, everyone had gathered in full. Hirik glanced at Iga and asked softly, "How is the situation with the bird folk tribe?" Iga replied leisurely, "Only those close to Camilla knew about her connection with Aki. The other members of the bird folk tribe were completely unaware, so there is no reason to punish them." Midu frowned in thought, then continued to ask, "And what about the army that fought us?" Iga calmly replied, "They were simply following the chieftain's orders. However, they still need to be punished with hard labor, and that should be enough." At that same time, at the magnificent mansion of the cat folk chieftain, Kenlin asked, "What about the dog folk tribe?" Before him were Antu and his son, along with the presence of Mayor and Zin. Hearing the question, Antu slowly replied, "Naturally, their chieftain will have to face punishment, even if it was not his own desire. The fact that he committed treason is an undeniable truth." Sina, who was standing nearby, chimed in, "From the start, being manipulated by demons was Niels' mistake. If he must face harsh punishment, there is nothing more we can do." Mayor nodded slightly and said with a smile, "In any case, that event was not as bad as letting the princess get kidnapped by demons, was it?" Sina laughed in agreement upon hearing this. Elsewhere, at the majestic residence of the fish folk chieftain, Upon hearing the news of yesterday's battle, Mac exclaimed in shock, the dog folk chieftain was brainwashed by them while I was fast asleep. Furthermore, the bird folk tribe colluded with demons only to be defeated by humans. It is unbelievable. Run stood before Mac, nodded slightly, and replied, please forgive me. I know it is hard for you to believe, but this is the absolute truth. Mac sank into deep thought. A long while later he finally turned his gaze toward Narumi and spoke, hey human. Narumi was suddenly stunned and exclaimed in a panic, what? We didn't deceive you. But despite his utter astonishment, Mac rushed straight toward him. He held Narumi tight in his arms and said joyfully, you truly are a kind person, leaving Narumi completely blindsided and flabbergasted. Before he could even process what was happening, Mac burst into tears and sobbed, thank you for protecting this federation. He affirmed that he would never forget that noble gesture, and that the beast tribe would officially join hands with humanity. Hearing this, Narumi didn't feel happy at all. Confused, he asked, I'm very glad to hear you say that, but is it really all right for you to decide so quickly? Mac shook his head vigorously and decisively, then ground his teeth. We will not tolerate those demons. Every single one of them must be completely wiped out. The more Narumi listened, the more confused he became, muttering, really is someone who easily believes what others say. A few days later, at the Parliament Hall of the Grandanas Federation, the Beast Tribe chiefs and Hirik's entire group were all present. On behalf of everyone, Anta spoke calmly, thank you for protecting the Federation during the recent incident. This is a noble gesture that we can hardly repay adequately. Iga and Mac, standing beside him, also nodded repeatedly in agreement. Niels then spoke slowly, furthermore, after directly facing the threat of the demons, I believe we should form an alliance with humans to compensate for each other's shortcomings. Upon hearing this, Midu's group appeared extremely excited. Unable to contain his excitement, Anta raised his hand and shouted, we approve the formation of an alliance. The Grandanas Beastmen Alliance officially declares full cooperation with the Holy Kingdom of Digaret. As he finished speaking, many other hands were raised in unison in response. The negotiations eventually proceeded very smoothly and everyone achieved their objectives. Reina was so happy that she jumped for joy and hugged Midu, who was standing next to her. Hirik, however, calmly turned his gaze toward Kai. To reach this favorable agreement, the greatest credit must surely belong to you. A few days later at the Beast Tribe city gate, Hirik's group had finished packing their luggage to return. Midu looked around and asked, everyone, you didn't forget anything, did you? Reina gently shook her head, not me, while Narumi couldn't help but joke, to be honest, I feel quite a sense of regret leaving this place. The chief saw them off and Anta said warmly, you can visit any time from now on, we will stay in touch more regularly. At the same time nearby, May watched everyone with satisfaction, nodding slightly as she said, everything seems to have been settled. Then she glanced at Kai and asked, what do we do next? It seems like everyone is starting their journey back to the Holy Kingdom. Kai replied nonchalantly, the goal has been achieved. For now, let's just wait and see how things develop. While the two were still talking, Sina approached and asked hesitantly, hey Kai, are you planning to stay in the Federation? Nodding nonchalantly, Kai explained calmly, I plan to stay here for a while longer. After all, returning to the Holy Kingdom now would only mean being branded a criminal. It's much more comfortable here. Hearing this, Sina smiled radiantly.
So that's how it is. I'm just so happy.
May felt confused, not understanding why Kai had stayed while Sina was so happy. But Sina did not bother to explain and only turned to ask if Kai intended to continue on his path. Kai decisively replied that his goal was to destroy the Demon Lord to return home soon. So when the opportunity came, he would definitely seek out the enemy's lair. Upon hearing this, Sina hesitated briefly but quickly made up her mind and proposed that she wanted to stand by his side on this arduous journey. May was so astonished that her eyes widened, while Kai narrowed his eyes in scrutiny and suspiciously asked directly about her true purpose. Sina explained in a low voice that she was the only daughter of the cat folk chieftain, so she wanted to use this time to train and achieve great deeds before taking over the responsibilities from her father. Kai found her reasoning sensible, however, he did not agree immediately, instead replying in a cold tone that the upcoming battle would be extremely fierce. She might succeed, but she shouldn't expect public recognition. Sina calmly accepted this and stated that she didn't care much because if she contributed to defeating the Demon Lord, that would already be a remarkable achievement. Before Kai could respond, a man's voice came from behind, requesting that he take the girl along, making all three turn around in surprise. Seeing Antu approaching, he gently patted Sina's head and asked with a smile if Kai was afraid his daughter would become a burden hindering his steps. Kai hesitated for a long time before asking that since this journey was inherently dangerous, what would happen if she fell into the situation of being taken hostage once again. Sina did not waver in her intention at all, asserting that if war broke out, no place would be safe, so she could not grow if she stayed hidden in her comfort zone. Anta nodded in agreement and said he fully supported his daughter's decision. Even if she were taken hostage by villains like in the recent incident, he wouldn't mind at all. Sina looked at him with expectation and expressed that she truly wanted to accompany Kai on the upcoming journey. Kai raised his eyebrows and considered for a long time before slowly stating that if she were so determined, he would train her before setting off, and only if he found her truly useful would he allow her to come along. Sina did not hesitate at all and nodded in agreement immediately. In another secluded corner, the demon kingdom of Valora appeared with a gloomy atmosphere enveloping the space. A member of the demon race entered from outside and knelt respectfully to ask the princess what her instructions were. The woman standing there was Isabel. She coldly ordered them to relay the message to the brothers that the time for action was now ripe. Many forces were preparing their plots while Midu and other emissaries had successfully persuaded the Federation to join this alliance. Returning to the front-line fortress, the entire group had reunited with Iga, the representative from the Federation. Iga looked at Amelia waiting at the city gate and introduced himself as the captain of the Beastman Federation's warrior squad, while expressing excitement to meet everyone. Amelia nodded back, stating that she was the captain of the 4th Night Legion of the Holy Kingdom, the person in charge at this front line, and said she was pleased to meet him. Although the hero candidates held extremely important roles in the negotiation, they had not yet realized that significance. The alliance between the Holy Kingdom of Digoref and the Grandanas Beastman Alliance was creating a very powerful wave of influence. After a long tiring day, the silent night finally enveloped everything. Midu had managed to take a rather long nap in his private room. By the time the moon had risen high overhead, he finally woke up dizzily after his deep sleep. Midu forced himself out of bed, one hand holding his pounding head, and sighed, muttering that he didn't know why he had woken up at such an unusual hour. However, at that moment, Morel appeared in the room and teased with a smile that since he had spent the whole afternoon sleeping, he was awake now, likely because the long journey had exhausted his strength. The unexpected sound startled Midu. He hurriedly pulled the blanket over himself and suspiciously asked why she had suddenly appeared in his room like that. Morel calmly explained that he had fallen asleep in the lounge, so she had to use her power to bring him back. Midu nodded in understanding, then replied apologetically, "I see. I'm sorry I caused you trouble." "It's nothing," Morel said with a smile. "Your safe return means everything has worked out." Midu nodded slightly, then asked about the front-line situation. Morel calmly replied that the Demon Lord's army, despite continuously launching many attacks, had caused no significant losses. She genuinely admitted it was all thanks to Arashi, as he was truly exceptional. After hearing this, Midu grasped the situation and breathed a sigh of relief, saying he was glad they could rely on him.
And what about Iga?
He asked. Mare calmly said he chose to rest and recuperate today after a long journey. Tomorrow they will discuss plans. Mare then asked about the strength of the Federation's warriors. Midu slightly furrowed his brow in deep thought. "They are very strong, especially Captain Iga. He surpasses even me." "He surpasses even you?" Mare couldn't help but exclaim in utter surprise upon hearing this. Midu nodded slightly. "That's right, the remaining soldiers are all elite troops, so we can trust them completely. With this strategy, we can easily cross the forest, infiltrate the demon territory, and eliminate the Demon Lord immediately." Mare furrowed her brows doubtfully. "I know it's a bit late to ask this, but aren't you afraid?" As she said this, Mare's hand on her lap tightened. She pursed her lips and continued, "From now on, there will be dangerous battles. It's possible one of us will die." A flicker of hesitation appeared in Midu's eyes. He stammered in reply, "Of course I'm afraid." But Midu understood clearly that if he stopped now, their class would surely be separated once again. Once that happens, casualties would be unavoidable, and Kai had always encouraged him to keep going. Hearing this, Mare couldn't help but be stunned and asked in surprise, "Is Shinju really that kind of person?" Midu nodded slightly. "Shinju has always considered us close allies. Although he doesn't often show his emotions, that doesn't negate the fact that he always secretly helps us." Mare raised an eyebrow, stubbornly turned her face away, and replied coldly, "No matter the outcome, I still hate selfish people." Midu chuckled. "That's just like you. I've always been envious of the two of them, both Shinju and Arashi." Mare was momentarily stunned, then asked back doubtfully, "You're envious of them, but you already surpassed them, Midu." Midu slowly explained, "They are not easily swayed by external circumstances and always steadfastly move forward without hesitation. That is the quality I've always longed for." Meanwhile, Midu only ever longed for everything to remain stagnant as it was now. After hearing this, Mare understood where the problem lay. She stepped forward and leaned both hands on the edge of the bed. She furrowed her brow and asked directly, "May I ask you something? Why don't you want to go home?" The topic being abruptly steered in another direction caught Midu completely off guard. The atmosphere in the room momentarily fell into a suffocating silence. After a long while, Midu finally forced a smile and replied, "It's because everyone else is already yearning to go home." Morel didn't believe it. Annoyed and wanting to scold him, she said, "Hey, Midu." Reina didn't wait for the other person to finish speaking before suddenly bursting through the door. Witnessing their suspicious behavior, her eyes flickered with doubt and suspicion. Reina immediately demanded to know what on earth the two of them were doing. Morel panicked and explained that they weren't doing anything and were just talking, right, Midu? Midu also hurriedly nodded in agreement. After hearing that, Reina didn't believe them at all and loudly criticized them, asking how they dared to say that after sneaking into a boy's room at midnight. Cornered, Morel felt a bit guilty and argued that she was only bringing Midu back to his room while he was sound asleep. Refusing to listen, Reina snapped that Morel always acted so dignified, yet she was now breaking her own rules. Morel irritably told her to stop with the nonsense, and the two began to argue heatedly. This left Midu stuck in the middle, not knowing how to interject. In the end, for some unknown reason, he burst out laughing, feeling strangely happy. The next morning at the training grounds, the two figures competing were Iga and Arashi. Arashi's expression was one of intense focus. A split second later, he lunged bravely toward his opponent. Arashi launched a relentless and frantic assault against Iga. It seemed he was determined to settle the score with Iga once and for all today. Arashi quickly raised his leg and aimed a kick straight at Iga. Unfortunately, he was a bit slow and Iga dodged it easily. Taking advantage of the opening, Iga swung his sword and closed in on his opponent. In an instant, the tip of the sword pointed straight at his forehead, startling Arashi. Arashi immediately flustered and took a few steps back. He narrowed his eyes to observe Iga, finding his opponent incredibly agile. While Arashi was still calculating his next move, Iga's sword slashed forward again. The surprise attack startled him into a hurried retreat. Iga smirked and said that this would be the finishing blow of the match. Hearing this, Arashi shouted, feeling belittled, "Don't you dare look down on me, you puppy!" As soon as he finished speaking, he blocked Iga's sword with his bare hands. This unexpected turn of events left Iga thoroughly surprised. Arashi was using magic to reinforce his hands, but Iga thought that no matter the enhancement, bare hands could hardly stop a blade. While Iga was momentarily distracted, Arashi knocked the sword away. Due to the force of the impact, Iga was also pushed back quite a distance. Arashi slowly twisted his wrist and pouted, complaining that it hurt so much. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out, requesting the two of them to stop, causing Arashi and Iga to turn around in surprise. Amelia appeared with a gentle smile and announced that it was time for the strategy meeting. Upon hearing this, Arashi cried out in surprise that it was right when they were in the middle of it. Conversely, Iga nonchalantly sheathed his sword. He smiled brightly in agreement and scheduled a rematch for another time, while expressing his joy at having him as an ally. Arashi smirked back, saying it turned out his recent strikes hadn't been in vain. Elsewhere at Grandana's, the capital of the Beastman Union, Miss Lee. Kai was also busy at the moment with his pre-scheduled tasks. He had promised to take responsibility for Sina's training. Mayor stood observing the two from a distance. A moment later, she spoke up to signal it was time to begin. Sina immediately activated her beast form, her sharp claws clearly revealed. Without any hesitation, she lunged straight at Kai. Kai stood there composed as if oblivious to everything. Just as the claws were about to strike, he vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Despite missing a strike, Sina calmly swung her claws once more. However, she was still easily evaded by Kai as before. After several brief exchanges, Kai remained completely. He narrowed his eyes at Sina and coldly reminded her that she must attack with the determination to kill her opponent as instructed. Sina calmly replied that she knew and quickly lunged forward like the wind. In the blink of an eye, she had reached directly behind Kai's back. Convinced that victory was hers, she swung her claws down with all her might. Yet, the sight before her eyes left her frozen in shock. Sina's claws only dug deep into the ground, leaving 5 marks, while Kai was nowhere to be found. Before the dust could even settle and as Sina's eyes were still stinging, everything was already settled. Kai's feet had landed a direct blow to her stomach. That kick sent Sina flying quite a distance. Seeing this, Mayor hurriedly ran over, asking with deep concern. Sina sat up from the ground while clutching her stomach, tearfully complaining that he was always so ruthless. Kai spoke nonchalantly. Since she still had a lazy streak, she needed to prepare herself mentally to withstand the opponent's attack. Hearing this, Sina frowned and hesitantly wondered, "So you're saying we still haven't achieved anything yet?" Kai didn't hold back and delivered the harsh truth. "Look at yourself. For now, you're still just a useless person." Sina felt downhearted hearing that. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Sina, do you always push yourself so hard with these grueling exercises?" Sina looked back and saw it was Run. She sighed and replied, "This is my goal, please don't interfere." Run narrowed her eyes to observe her, then laughed and said, "I was going to tell that boy to go easy on you earlier, but seeing your determination, I suppose I'll have to refrain." Kai seemed to sense Run's underlying meaning. He frowned and asked, "What exactly do you want here?" Run leisurely explained, "The Federation's main force is about to set out to join up with the Holy Kingdom. I'm just here to let you know." Hearing this, Kai nodded and smiled. Finally, this day has come, even though it was delayed much longer than planned. Run shrugged indifferently and pouted. What else could be done? Both sides wanted to negotiate with the alliance first, and it seems the treaty was passed without any trouble at all. Sina immediately asked out of curiosity, "Are you participating too, Run?" She replied nonchalantly, "I'm the captain of the Cat-Kin warrior squad, so of course I must fight alongside them." Meyer didn't dare offer further comment, only glanced at Kai and asked, "So, what should we do now?" Kai frowned and pondered for a while before slowly replying, "Let's just observe the situation for now. Besides, Sina is not yet skilled enough to follow me." A month passed on the vast grasslands of Grandanas. Currently, Kai was in a direct confrontation with a member of the demon race. The only difference was that this time, instead of using a knife as usual, he was holding a gun in his hand. He focused intensely, using the power of imagination to forge an energy bullet within his mind. Once the energy flow enveloped the gun, Kai quickly proceeded to load it. At that exact moment, the monster roared and charged straight at him. He stood his ground calmly, aiming the gun's barrel at the target. Then, a series of deafening blasts rang out as the monster's body was riddled with energy bullets. Fresh blood began to gush profusely from the wounds. Meyer, standing on a nearby ancient tree branch, witnessed this and clapped in praise. However, the monster had not yet yielded. Its injuries were still only superficial. Seeing this, Kai fired once again. Another burst of energy bullets was fired in rapid succession. This time, the monster had no chance of survival. It collapsed and met its end. Kai narrowed his eyes at the weapon in his hand and muttered in disappointment, "This firepower still isn't strong enough for these monsters." Mayer, on the other hand, laughed and said, "Taking it down in just 6 shots is already impressive." Kai lowered his voice and replied, honestly, I wanted to turn them into magic bullets. Meyer was puzzled by this, saying, I never thought that strange thing you built would make the bullets fly so fast. Kai explained calmly, the root of magic is imagination. Without a precise visualization, everything amounts to nothing. It's thanks to my memories of electricity from the old world that I was able to manifest lightning magic. However, even for a transmigrator like him, visualizing a real bullet was a great challenge. In this situation, Kai could only apply his knowledge based on existing techniques. It seemed this move was still quite effective. Mary nodded slightly with a smile and said, so your world looks like that. But just as she finished speaking, her entire body suddenly stiffened. She looked in that direction and muttered, something is happening. Kai also realized what was frightening Maya. He calmly said, don't worry, I see it, but guns and bullets won't do anything to it. Right behind Maya at that moment was a mutated tiger of colossal size. Immediately Kai rushed forward and shouted loudly,
Quickly, jump down!
Hearing that, Maya immediately leaped off the branch she was standing on. At the same time, a powerful electric current appeared in Kai's palm. Immediately after, a lightning spear pierced through the tiger's body, leaving it charred black. Kai also quickly caught and held Maya as she was falling. He glanced at the tiger's carcass and slowly said, I'm fine with mid-level lightning magic, but high-level spells are still not quite there. Nestled in Kai's arms, Maya looked up and asked, aren't you being too demanding? No one reaches this level this quickly. Kai said no more. He looked around and wondered, by the way, where is Sinna? Only then did Maya remember, and she hurriedly said,
Sinna is.
Before she could finish, her gaze shifted into the distance, to where Sinna was standing on the carcass of a monster. Seeing both of them staring at her, Sinna turned her head to look back. She hurriedly ran to Kai and excitedly boasted, I finally took down the beast you mentioned. Well, am I up to standard yet? Kai glanced at the monster carcass torn apart by Sinna's claws. Then he looked at the girl standing there waiting with a timid expression on her face. A long while later, he finally nodded slightly. All right, you've passed, Sinna. Upon hearing that, Sinna's eyes suddenly lit up like stars. Kai did not pay it any further mind and simply urged, now we should start marching into the territory of the Demon Kingdom. The Allied forces, consisting of the Holy Kingdom's warriors and the Federation's soldiers, began their march into the Demon Kingdom's lands. The overwhelming number and strength of the monsters in the Demon Kingdom inflicted heavy losses on the Holy Kingdom's army, especially in the Demon Forest at the gateway. While the Holy Kingdom's army was crossing that ancient forest, they constantly felt an atmosphere so eerie that it sent chills down their spines. Iga walked in the lead, utilizing his keen sense of smell to scout the situation. Very quickly, his face became extremely grave. He lowered his voice to warn that the monster's scent was strong and they were gathering on the right. This startled everyone. Narumi also looked in that direction in confusion, then frowned and asked, really, why can't I see anything? Indeed, just as Narumi said, before their eyes was only the gloomy shroud of night covering the demon forest. On the other hand, Midu seemed to have sensed something was wrong. He warned in a low voice, this is bad, the monsters are approaching. Hirik, of course, was not surprised either. His eyebrows knitted into a tight straight line. Before long, a pack of fierce monsters surged forward to attack. Iga ordered without hesitation, everyone charge and destroy them. The Beastman army immediately obeyed the order and charged straight ahead. Their skills were truly formidable. Every strike they unleashed took down an enemy. In just a moment, the air was thick with the heavy stench of blood. Waves of monsters collapsed to the ground one by one. Witnessing this, the Holy Kingdom soldiers couldn't help but admire.
How incredible!
It turns out the Federation warriors are this powerful. Very quickly, the entire horde of aggressive monsters was completely wiped out. Midu also couldn't hide his astonishment. These monsters were cleared away so easily, it's really beyond my imagination. Hirik slightly raised his eyebrow, and after a long while he spoke slowly. We humans utilized all our senses and still couldn't detect those monsters. The support from the Beastman army is truly an invaluable gift to us. At that moment, Iga calmly sheathed his sword into its scabbard. He flashed a confident smile and affirmed, just trust us with the task of scouting for monsters. As long as we are still standing here, the monsters shouldn't hope to ambush you. Exactly as Iga said, thanks to their keen senses, the Beastmen promptly identified the monster attack waves. Because of that, the Allied army had enough strength to repel every encounter with the monsters. As a result, the strategy of the high-ranking demon Elsa was significantly weakened. With guerrilla tactics and low visibility deep in the forest, the reason the kingdom suffered heavy losses before was the inability to predict the enemy's attack direction. However, thanks to the reinforcements from the Federation warriors along with their top-tier monster tracking abilities, every monster ambush was extinguished in the blink of an eye. At the same time, in the distance, a few individuals were lurking and watching this scene, so angry they punched a tree trunk hard. Hun grit his teeth and cursed, damn it, the plan was to use a massive monster army to crush the enemies amidst the chaos, but who would have thought they'd remain unharmed? An accomplice asked doubtfully, how much longer do we have to keep tailing them? The other shook his head and replied, we haven't received the retreat order from Elsa yet, there's no choice but to keep waiting. However, before they could slip away, Iga's cold voice rang out from behind them, do you think I'll let that happen? The two were startled and turned around in a panic, stammering in terror,
You bastard, it's you!
But before they could finish their words, both were finished off on the spot by Iga's sword. In another development, at Elsa's residence inside the demon castle, Elsa stood on the balcony looking down, sighing in frustration. The situation is starting to turn bad. At that same time, a monster subordinate from below hurried up to report. Han rushed in to report that the squad sent into the forest had been completely wiped out. It seemed the beastmen were more troublesome than expected, and Elsa frowned with annoyance upon hearing this. A few drops of blood seeped from around her seat, but she soon bit them away completely. Elsa gritted her teeth and growled, "I knew it. It's so hard to accept having to clean up the mess left behind by Bright." The monster quietly muttered, "I understand your feelings, but given the current situation, how should we proceed? The people from the Holy Kingdom will have no choice but to land and attack this castle, no matter what. Fearing a sneak attack from behind, they will certainly be forced to launch an assault." Han pressed to ask whether they had any chance of winning at all. Elsa gently swirled the wine glass in her hand and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, we are backed into a corner now, but don't misunderstand. It's not because I am weak or solely reliant on my own strategies." By now, the liquid in the glass had all been spilled out by Elsa's shaking. She smirked arrogantly, "But regardless, it is easier to defeat the enemy if you know how to use your head. After all, my ultimate goal is just to send them to their graves, right?" Upon hearing this, the other immediately bowed his head in obedience. "Yes, Elsa." A few days later, Midu's group appeared right in front of Elsa's castle. Iga announced in a serious tone, "I have dealt with their 10th squad. There are quite a lot of monsters gathered here." Amelia nodded slightly and added, "We cannot afford to ignore this castle. We must capture it to avoid the risk of being attacked from the rear as we push further in." As soon as she finished speaking, a rider quickly approached. It was Arashi, who retorted with a look of dissatisfaction, "How troublesome? Why don't we just charge in and attack to get it over with?" Hirik nodded in agreement. "I agree. We shouldn't let the enemy have any more time to plan. Let's launch an attack on the fortress right now." Hearing this, Arashi clicked his tongue and laughed loudly. "I see you're starting to understand things now, aren't you?" And so the massive army immediately surged straight toward the castle gate. A fierce battle broke out shortly thereafter. The monsters on the ramparts were no pushovers, putting up a desperate fight. However, it wasn't long before the gate was breached, and the soldiers poured inside. Arashi took the lead, using his flames to incinerate the monsters as was his usual habit. He shouted impatiently, "You pieces of
Trash, come and face me!
Behind him, Iga reached out and patted Midu firmly on the shoulder. He smiled and suggested, "Let's go, Midu, let's wipe out those high-level devils together, shall we?" "I understand," Midu said, dazed for a moment before snapping back to reality, nodding and running after Iga. At the same time, in the heart of the castle, Elsa was still calmly enjoying her wine. She paid no mind to the violent slaughter raging below. Just then, Elsa's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. The large outer door had just been pushed open. Iga and Midu slowly stepped inside. Seeing the two of them appear, Elsa smirked disdainfully. "So you finally crawled your way here." While speaking, Elsa stepped forward to face Iga and Midu directly. Feeling the aura radiating from her, Midu couldn't help but shiver. This energy was truly terrifying. Iga, standing beside him, spoke up in warning, "Make no mistake, this woman is definitely a high-level monster." Ignoring her opponent's attitude, Elsa summoned a long whip from her hand that resembled a tentacle. She smirked triumphantly, "A beastman leader and a hero candidate. It seems you are quite cautious, but I have no intention of failing." With those words, Elsa immediately swung her whip to attack them both. Midu dodged frantically as the ground was instantly pulverized by the vicious whip strikes. However, what truly shocked him was still waiting further back. Rows of razor-sharp spikes suddenly burst forth from the ground. Elsa laughed mockingly. "I wouldn't dare underestimate you. Traps are always ready to skewer beastmen and leave them for dead." Midu couldn't stay suspended in the air forever. He was gradually falling toward the lethal spikes below. Without a moment's hesitation, Midu immediately activated his sword's first stage, a weapon capable of flexible transformation. The sword quickly transformed into a vine, gripping tightly onto the chandelier hanging above. Witnessing this, Elsa's eyes instinctively narrowed in shock. Using the momentum from the chandelier, Midu landed safely. Elsa squinted at him and muttered coldly, "A weapon capable of changing shape at will, is it?" Midu didn't bother to reply, for he was only worried that his companion had fallen into the spike trap. Thinking this, Midu rushed to the edge of the pit and shouted,
Iga!
Before he could even finish, Iga leaped up from the pit. He landed firmly right next to Midu. He let out a sigh of relief. "That was close. I almost bit the dust. I was nearly skewered there." Seeing Iga unharmed, Elsa frowned in surprise and muttered in disbelief, "That guy isn't injured. How is that possible?" Iga casually shrugged and replied, "Easy, it was just a double jump." Hearing this, Elsa grew even more infuriated. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "What kind of ridiculous physique is that? Are all beastmen like this?" Iga clicked his tongue and smirked. "Well, I'm a bit different. Now, it's my turn to make a move." With those words, he dashed forward as fast as a whirlwind. "Don't you dare underestimate me," Elsa shouted aggressively, swinging the whip in her hand to attack once more. Midu used his instant movement technique and appeared right behind Elsa. He smirked triumphantly, "Got you," and as soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword down. Right at that moment, Elsa suddenly pulled out a strange object. From the ceiling, a sharp object suddenly thrust downward. Not daring to be careless, Midu quickly raised his sword to block the attack. However, taking advantage of this opening, Elsa swung her leg and kicked Midu hard in the hip. The kick sent him flying. Witnessing the scene, Iga panicked and shouted Midu's name. Elsa gave a cold snort. "That was close, this brat. It seems that power is currently beyond your reach." Midou struggled to get up from the ground, clutching his stomach as the pain surged through him. Elsa narrowed her eyes at him and coldly questioned, "Hero candidates from another world, what exactly are you fighting for?" This question made Midou hesitate, unsure of how to respond. Hearing this, Iga cried out in alarm, "Don't believe that monster's words, Midou." Without letting him finish, Elsa immediately lashed her whip toward Iga. But Iga didn't flinch. He calmly blocked the blow and shouted,
This is our chance! Let's go!
"Got it," Midou quickly replied, and together they charged toward Elsa. She continued to swing her whip, blocking every attack from the two of them. Just as Midou closed in on Elsa's position, she suddenly muttered with tears in her eyes, "Stop, I'm sorry, please save me." Those words stunned Midou, and the arm holding his sword trembled slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Elsa swung her whip and laughed coldly, "You just let your guard down." Midou couldn't react in time, and his ankle was tightly ensnared by the whip. Elsa smirked and said,
Don't be so careless during a fight.
Just like that, Midou was lifted high into the air. Immediately after, Elsa repeatedly slammed him against the wall. Seeing this horrifying sight, Iga was struck with utter panic. Elsa was surprised his reaction and smirked mockingly, "You're worried about a human. Your sense of camaraderie seems deeper than I thought." Iga was momentarily confused, having no idea what she meant. While he was still dazed, Elsa laughed and said, "In that case, I'll give him back to you." As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her arm and threw Midou toward Iga. Elsa's impact was powerful. A thunderous explosion tore through space and the wall ahead collapsed, creating a massive hole. Elsa frowned slightly as she calculated the opponent's morale was gradually depleting, and she was more than capable of handling that beastman on her own. However, at that very moment, Elsa's pupils suddenly constricted. Because from up ahead, a black wolf was slowly emerging. Elsa wondered where this wolf had come from. However, she quickly realized that this was a transformed beastman. Elsa swung the whip in her hand forcefully, slamming it onto the ground. At the same time, Iga, in wolf form, let out a fierce roar. That sound made Elsa tremble slightly, a flicker of unease appearing in her eyes. Iga immediately lunged in front of her, swinging sharp claws in a relentless attack. Fresh blood instantly splattered, dyeing the entire air red. At the same time, at the third prince's mansion in the west of the Demon Kingdom, Vidora, Natasa of the Heavenly Kingdom Aqualian was showing a clearly scowling face, because she had just used her special ability to monitor the situation across the Demon Kingdom. A scene appeared before Natasa's eyes. Iga had killed Elsa as originally planned. The warriors of the Alliance were truly a nuisance. That is why she always wanted to control them. Uganda.
Right, Elsa.
The capable subordinates under Natasa's command had all been eliminated. It seemed as though she was being backed into a corner. Suddenly, the surrounding space shook and a voice rang out asking if she was all right, Aqualier. Instantly, a towering figure appeared before Natasa. Upon seeing him, Natasa exclaimed, "Leonhardt, do you really worry for me?" And Leonhardt smiled, nodding as he replied, "Of course, because you are my fiancé." The title of fiancé made Natasa blush slightly. It took a long while before she nodded and softly replied, "Thank you, I am still fine." Seeing this, Leonhardt suspiciously asked for more news about Elsa's death and the Alliance's march on the city of Follett, questioning whether she was sure of her victory. Natasa hesitated for a moment and then honestly replied that she was more accustomed to working in the shadows than in actual combat. This would be a tough battle since the enemy had already defeated Wimbuk and Stungaya, and Leonhardt nodded in agreement, stating that the assassins of the Demon Kingdom were advancing toward Follett. Hearing that, Natasa frowned and muttered questioningly about the assassins. Leonhardt calmly explained that they were anonymous elites specializing in covert work. They were the assassins of the Demon Kingdom and the trump card he would grant her command over. Natasa momentarily became overjoyed and exclaimed, "Is that really true?" Leonhardt smiled calmly and replied, "Of course it's true. I need you to hold this place until I return my beloved Aqualia." Natasa was moved by those words. She smiled and replied, "Yes, Leonhardt, please entrust everything to your fiancé." "I place my full trust in you, Aqualia," Leonhardt said, leaving only those few words before vanishing from Natasa's sight. Natasa narrowed her eyes, watching the figure that had just faded away within the crystal, muttering that the management of the Alliance had completely collapsed, yet he still offered such deep sincerity to someone at their wits' end like her. Immediately, she rushed to embrace the object and sobbed, "I will surely repay your affection." Elsewhere in Eisenhart, the capital of the Demon Kingdom, the demon inhabitants were completely unaware of the fires of war raging outside. The crowd continued to casually enjoy their normally peaceful daily lives. Within the majestic palace, a figure was slowly striding along the corridor. It was Isabel. A subordinate saw her and asked suspiciously, "Isabel, where do you plan on going?" Isabel maintained a calm expression as she replied, "I am going to visit Alice." A short while later, in a secret room deep within the palace, a heavy stone door slowly opened. Isabel led her subordinate inside. The room held a little girl with snow-white hair. She was Alice, the fifth princess of the Demon Kingdom. Upon seeing Isabel, Alice exclaimed joyfully, "Sister!" In contrast, Isabel kept a cold face without any expression. Alice did not mind. The little girl rushed to embrace her sister and excitedly said, "You finally came." Isabel, suddenly being held tight, blushed, awkwardly turned away, and whispered, "I didn't exactly come to visit you, I just happened to stop by in my spare time." The subordinate nearby heard this and burst out laughing mockingly, "You lie so clumsily," causing Isabel to give a dissatisfied glare and scold, "Shut up." Alice didn't pay it any mind, a radiant smile still on her lips as she said, "I'm so happy." Isabel looked intently at the little girl and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Alice picked up a flower wreath and excitedly showed it off. I'm weaving this wreath, see if it's beautiful, sister. As she spoke, the little girl placed it on her head and giggled. What do you think? Do I look pretty? Isabel smiled slightly and nodded. It suits you very well. Sensing a somewhat superficial attitude, Alice pouted. You're just saying that to get it over with, aren't you? Without waiting for Isabel to explain, Alice turned and ran off. Then the little girl picked up another flower wreath and smiled. I also made one for you. Isabel took it and asked suspiciously, for me? Did you perhaps have a feeling that I would come here? Alice laughed happily. Well, it's not like you had anything better to do anyway. I also want to go outside to explore the world, but I am always forbidden. Hearing these words, Isabel was briefly flustered and softly called out Alice. Alice looked up at her sister with clear, questioning eyes. Is something the matter? Isabel looked at the wreath in her hand and then at Alice, then she could only shake her head. It's nothing. As soon as she finished speaking, she placed the flower crown on her head and turned to ask, how do I look? Seeing this, Alice couldn't help but giggle. You are truly so funny. Isabel felt a bit flustered and muttered, isn't it because you gave it to me that I'm wearing it? Alice smiled gently, then suddenly remembered something and asked suspiciously, right sister, when will we begin the evil god summoning ritual? Hearing this, Isabel's face suddenly darkened. She didn't know how to respond appropriately. Alice didn't notice the awkwardness in those eyes and continued excitedly. I heard that I will be offered to the god. I'm really looking forward to it. Isabel looked at the innocence in those eyes and hesitated for a long time before saying, yes, me too. I'm not clear on the details, but that day will surely come soon. Upon hearing this, Alice beamed. I understand. When that day comes, I will definitely be able to go outside, right? Isabel did not answer, just stood there lost in deep thought. Seeing this, a subordinate reminded her Isabel. She pursed her lips and muttered, I know already. Immediately after, she turned and walked away. Alice saw this and asked sadly, are you leaving already? Isabel didn't even bother to turn back and replied nonchalantly, I will visit you again later. Remember to be good. Having said that, she strode away without looking back even once. However, as she stepped outside, Isabel's face looked full of concern. Before long, a stranger appeared behind her with a gloomy tone. Hey, Isabel. She startled slightly and turned around to look. It turned out that the person who arrived was the third prince of the demon kingdom, Leonhardt. She coldly addressed him by his full name. Seeing that expression, Leonhardt crossed his arms and smiled meaningfully. You are acting distant again. Wouldn't it be better to call me brother like you used to? Isabel coldly shook her head. No, I have no authority to do that. Leonhardt pouted and replied, you are so rigid. Have you met the girl Alice? Isabel nodded in confirmation and replied calmly, I have. Leonhardt then fixed his gaze on the room inside. After a long while, he muttered, it's not good for her to keep herself locked up in there forever. After all, she will soon have to serve as a sacrifice to the evil god. Saying this, he turned to look at Isabel with a mocking expression. Who knows, she might have already lost her sanity during this time. Besides, being a sacrifice to the evil god is a great honor. I'm truly jealous. What do you think, Isabel? Isabel bit her lip in anger and replied in a low voice, that is indeed the case. Excuse me, I must be going now. No sooner had she finished speaking than she walked away quickly, as if she didn't want to breathe the same air as Leonhardt for even one more second. At the same time, in the demon kingdom of Valora, in the territory of the third prince, the city center was extremely bustling. Even though night had fallen long ago, the demons were still out, joyfully roaming the streets. Weaving through the crowd, a pair of thin legs were slowly walking. That person was wearing a black cloak, silently venturing deep into the darkness. A short while later, at a small inn by the road. This place was still open to welcome late-night guests. Inside, the lights were still bright and the space felt incredibly sparkling and warm. The innkeeper stood behind the counter, leisurely reading the newspaper. As soon as he saw a guest enter, he eagerly welcomed them back. The guest who had just arrived was the mysterious figure in a jet black cloak. The lazy innkeeper asked what he thought of the city of Follett, and the other person nodded slightly, saying that this place was decent enough, though the atmosphere was a bit stifling. The innkeeper rested his chin on his hand and let out a long sigh, complaining that they could not stop the human invasion. The city had now become a front line, leaving the populace in extreme panic. The mysterious person replied nonchalantly, telling him not to worry because Aqualia, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the water element, was already guarding this place. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper felt reassured and nodded in approval, though he still worriedly mentioned that Stonegeyer and Wimbuk had been wiped out. It turned out that the cloaked figure was none other than Kai. He had disguised himself as a demon to infiltrate the place. He frowned and whispered about the formidable hero candidates who had sent the Demon King's 2 guardians to their graves. At the mention of this, the innkeeper showed clear irritation, admitting it was absurd that they were being attacked so incessantly, and worse, the supply of slaves had recently dwindled significantly even though they were desperate for labor. No sooner had he finished speaking than he pointed at a slave chain nearby and shouted, telling the wretch to get to work properly. Kai also glanced over in feigned hesitation, remarking that losing slaves was a big problem. The innkeeper nodded in agreement, expressing his pleasure that Kai understood, and explained further that they needed slaves to handle the heavy lifting. If there were no slaves left, the business would be completely ruined. As he handed the room key to Kai, he rambled with a hint of jealousy, asking if Kai's slave was old enough for marriage. Kai took the key and replied indifferently, I have no idea. The old innkeeper chuckled, admitting he shouldn't pry into a guest's private life, and wished him a good night's sleep. Yeah, thanks. Kai nodded perfunctorily and left the counter. A moment later, inside Kai's room, the two girls, Mayor and Sina, were already waiting in the guise of submissive slaves. Seeing Kai's demeanor, Sina burst out laughing and remarked, "Just as I thought, you look really funny." Kai reached up to remove the fake horns from his head and offered a wry smile, explaining that if he hadn't done that, everything would have been ruined. He had to disguise himself thoroughly to hope to move around freely in this devilish territory. Sina was confused and asked about his peculiar lips, but Kai calmly explained that while beast-kin might notice, demons were clueless, and as long as one disguised oneself cleverly, one looked no different from one of their own. Mare immediately interrupted, complaining that no matter what, she felt resentful being treated like a servant like this. Kai could only sigh wearily, clarifying that because the two of them drew too much attention, posing as demon slaves was the safest plan. Besides, demons capturing non-demon slaves was an everyday occurrence here. Hearing this, Mayor narrowed her eyes skeptically and pressed him on whether they were truly that noticeable, and whether his disguising skills were enough to fool everyone. "Because you are too beautiful." Kai bluntly interrupted before she could finish her sentence, warning that once she caught a demon's eye, they would scrutinize and expose the disguise immediately, leaving Mayor stunned for a moment. It was a long time before she gasped, "Beautiful." Kai raised an eyebrow, looked at her, and asked blankly, "You really didn't realize it yourself?" Mayor blushed in embarrassment and stammered, "Perhaps that's true." Observing her flustered attitude, Kai again blankly asked why she was getting all worked up. Mayor quickly explained she hadn't expected him to utter such a compliment, and he just shrugged nonchalantly, saying he was only stating an obvious fact. While Mayor was still stunned and speechless, Sina leaned over and asked Kai what about her. Kai pointed at her head and pronounced, "You are the same as Mayor. But how can those cat ears be hidden?" After hearing that, Sina pouted with a look of dejection. She quickly hid her two cat ears, sighed, and said, "You're right." The mayor anxiously spoke up, "If they find out we're forcing Sina into slavery, the Alliance will surely fly into a rage." Kai seemed unconcerned and calmly explained that they were only disguised to blend in with the demon territory. In reality, this was just a play with participants ranging from demons to slaves. The mayor nodded in agreement, but then hesitantly and awkwardly said, "Because we're playing the role of your slaves, we don't get separate rooms." Kai casually replied, "That's precisely why I rented such a large room. Is there a problem?" Seeing Kai's attitude, the mayor showed extreme displeasure. However, there was only one bed. Upon hearing this, the mayor couldn't help but whisper in a choked voice, "That's so embarrassing." Kai, hearing this, got a lot of question marks above his head and asked blankly, "What did you just say?" The mayor didn't answer. Isabel cut in, "Kai, please understand us. What the mayor means is..." Before she could finish, the mayor quickly covered Isabel's mouth and vehemently denied everything, leaving Kai completely confused. In another development, in the demon kingdom of Valora, the land of the five princesses, the city of Studbrook. Inside the majestic castle, a separate dimension was just opened. Isabel stepped out from within that dimension. Seeing her appear, the surrounding subordinates respectfully greeted her. "Welcome back, Isabel." She simply nodded calmly in response. The subordinate then inquired about Alice Sama's condition. Isabel let out a sigh and replied, "She's fine. She even gave me an accessory made of flowers." Hearing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. "We're so glad to hear that." Isabel shook her head with a wry smile and said in a low voice, "But the reason she's being treated so kindly is because she's about to become a vessel for the demon god. Trapped in that room, Alice must feel so lonely." At that moment, the subordinate suddenly lowered his voice and reminded her, "Isabel, our comrades are gathering underground." Hearing this, Isabel straightened her posture. A moment later, Isabel entered the secret basement. There, numerous demons had gathered and were waiting. She narrowed her eyes, surveying the crowd, her gaze seemingly harboring deep calculations. After a moment of silence, her thin lips parted slightly, and her clear voice echoed throughout the basement. "Thanks to Wimbledon's death, the number of followers watching me has decreased. Now I can act much more freely. Currently, the remaining ones are still engrossed in battling humans, so they have no intention of worrying about internal affairs." Hearing this, one demon couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Isabel, what do you mean?" Isabel confidently asserted, "The time to rise up is near. I will defeat the demon lord and reclaim my rightful throne." As soon as she finished speaking, the demons below simultaneously raised their hands in spirited response. The entire crowd excitedly shouted, "We've waited a long time for this revolution. Thanks to meticulous and thorough preparation, we are sure not to be discovered." Some even affirmed that once Isabel became the demon lord, everything would surely be better than it is now. Witnessing the fervent scene, Isabel remained speechless. She truly wanted to end the war with a revolution, and that was absolutely not a lie. Above all else, her priority remained protecting Alice. To achieve this desire, Isabel was ready to betray the entire kingdom. Shifting focus to Fallet City, located within the territory of the Fedora Kingdom and governed by the third prince. The demon aristocrats were going about their daily lives as usual when they suddenly cried out in astonishment at the sight of a high-ranking figure approaching. As they spoke, they pointed toward the distance, where a demon was escorting a group of slaves. The figure walking in the middle of the procession was a count named Cacho. As soon as the surrounding crowd saw him, they parted to both sides and knelt down in deep respect. However, Cacao's mood at that moment did not seem particularly pleasant. He grumbled as he walked, "I'm truly fed up with this. She dared to mobilize troops on her own without consulting me. Even if she outranks me, I am still the governor here." At this point, Cacho's voice dropped as if he were pondering. She must be afraid of the threat from humanity. The deaths of 2 of the 4 heavenly kings have left her unable to sit still. The subordinate walking beside him nodded in agreement. That's right, Aquilia is known for being cautious, and her combat ability isn't as superior as the other heavenly kings. Kachao frowned slightly, scanning the people lined up along both sides of the road. Then he whispered, "Look, even the city's citizens are feeling uneasy because of her impulsive actions." Hidden within that crowd, Kai was quietly watching Kachao's every move. It turned out this man was the noble managing Follett. He seemed to be enforcing a strict city control policy under the third prince's orders. He had heard that the demon world was a place where the strong preyed on the weak, and the nobles here were all high-ranking demons. However, it seemed they had overestimated the abilities of high-level demons, resulting in training outcomes that fell short of expectations. Those slaves were likely soldiers from the Holy Kingdom. As night fell in a luxurious and magnificent castle. Inside Kacho's bedroom, he had been stabbed through the chest with a knife, his blood staining the mattress crimson. The one who had done it was none other than Kai. He wiped the blood off the blade with a cloth and curled his lip. "You were too careless." After speaking, he casually pushed the door open and stepped out into the hallway. There, Sina had already been waiting for some time. She informed him that she had finished dealing with all the demons in the mansion. Then, she looked at Kai timidly and asked in a low voice, "No one will find us, right? Did I do a good job?" Kai reached out to pat Sina's head in praise. "Well done, but there were some strange noises. It would be troublesome if we woke the Count up." Sina giggled and replied, "Even if he woke up, you could still kill him instantly." Kai sighed. "That's not the point. Never mind, we have many other targets to handle." Immediately after, they both moved toward the slave detention area. Upon seeing Kai, the people there immediately grew wary and asked, "Who's that?" "A human." Kai replied calmly, "That's right. Let's discuss things for a bit. Once we're done, I'll take you back to the Holy Kingdom's army." A short while later, Kai and Sina managed to sneak into Kacho's office. Kai had grasped the entire situation from the other two's account, and he nodded in satisfaction, realizing that his decision to save them was indeed a brilliant move. Kai had originally only hoped that the Count's slaves would provide some information about the Demon Kingdom, but he never expected the intelligence they brought to be this valuable. One slave spoke up quickly. "We didn't want to be errand boys for them, so we tried to gather as much intelligence as possible. In case we ever escaped, it might prove useful." Sina, hearing this, curiously interjected, "Had you two never thought about escaping?" The male slave shook his head dejectedly. "This collar contains terrifying magic. If I resist or try to run away, it will burn me to ashes. These cruel toys are widely used throughout the Demon Kingdom to oppress and force slaves to work for free." Sina was shocked and turned to look at Kai. "Then why did Kai put this on us?" Kai replied calmly, "That is just a replica with no magic at all." The slave continued, "Regardless, it is better to live like this than to be burned to death and never see tomorrow. We have been slaves for him for nearly 2 years. Those days were nothing short of a living hell. Whenever he was in a bad mood, the whole group would be dragged out to be tortured." Kai frowned thoughtfully and asked, "Who was it that held you two captive?" Based on their current demeanor and ability to adapt, he realized immediately that they were highly capable personnel. The female slave immediately explained, "We belong to a special unit under the command of the third prince, Leon Hart, who is often referred to as the assassin of the Demon Kingdom." The male slave added that it was a formal army that gathered the most outstanding and ruthless individuals of the Demon Kingdom. This unit operated separately from the regular army. The two of them were ambushed while transporting supplies, and despite being experienced, they were completely overpowered by their opponents. After listening, Kai pondered and asked, "Do you know why that unit was not officially recognized?" The man slowly replied, "I heard whispers that it was a gathering place for notorious criminals." Kai seemed to realize something. He lowered his voice and asked, "So they gathered all the bad actors in one place to make them easier to control?" The man nodded in confirmation. "Perhaps it is due to the third prince's authority. I once witnessed a meeting between Kachat and Leonhardt in the past. When they faced that prince, they understood they didn't have a single chance of winning. Even though the heavenly king Natasa was terrifying, she was nothing compared to him." The female slave beside him nodded in agreement. "Perhaps you have also realized that this area is under the direct management of the third prince." Kai heard this and asked, "Is he currently in this city?" The man shook his head and replied, "No, according to news from Kachat, he is at the palace. The army guarding this place is currently under the command of the heavenly king Aqualia." Kai continued to press, "What is the relationship between those two?" The female slave answered slowly, "She is his fiancée and also a key pillar of the third prince's faction." Factions. Kai frowned and muttered, speaking again a moment later, "I heard the Demon Kingdom wasn't very united." The man nodded. "The prince's and the princess's factions are still vying for power." He said that even the Demon Lord implicitly allows this to hone the strongest successor. Kai asked again, "What is the situation of the factions in the Demon Kingdom now?" Both slaves replied in unison, "The prince's faction was once very powerful, but since the death of their leader Winbach, their influence has weakened significantly." A similar scenario happened to the second princess's faction after Stone Gaia fell. Seizing that opportunity, Aqualia quickly rose to expand her influence. Kai had grasped the situation. He slowly stated, "The 4 heavenly kings truly have a great deal of influence." The man agreed, "They are the top figures who command the armies." The more Kai heard, the clearer it became. He nodded and said, "I understand. The Demon Kingdom could completely collapse due to internal strife. What about the final heavenly king?" The man hesitated for a moment before sharing. The Fire Heavenly King Framarus has declared a neutral stance, ready to serve whoever becomes the Demon Lord, mostly due to the bond between the current Demon Lord and himself. The female slave chimed in. Recently, a wave of public opinion has emerged suggesting that this is not the right time for civil war. Kai understood the issue clearly. He nodded slightly. The demons were trying to join forces to face the threat in Central Asia. It seemed the monsters had smelled the scent of death as well. After speaking, he stood up to leave. Thank you for this useful information. As for Sina, please take them to see the Alliance. At that moment, the female slave suddenly spoke up. I've heard of Aquilian, famous for being a cunning old fox in tactics. She specializes in ambushes and dirty tricks. No wonder the Third Princess faction is infamously notorious. Kai didn't seem to care at all. He walked past the two of them and replied indifferently. Pass that information along to the Alliance forces. I have no interest in fighting the Heavenly King of Water. Upon hearing this, the male slave asked in alarm, so what do you plan to do? With your ability to take down Cackle so easily, could you be the rumored hero candidate? Kai calmly replied, I plan to go deeper into the demon kingdom. Perhaps a nudge is needed to cause chaos. I will find a way to make them destroy themselves from within. A few days later, in the forest adjacent to Fallet City, the alliance between the Holy Kingdom and the Beastman army was steadily marching toward the city. Midu sat on horseback, gazed into the distance, and spoke target-sighted. Before their eyes stood the towering fortress of Fallet. Amelia said sternly, this place holds the commercial lifeline connecting the east and west of the demon territory. If we take it down, we will lift a massive weight off our shoulders. Iga, standing nearby, added calmly, the enemy is surely on tight guard. It wouldn't be surprising if one of the four heavenly kings appeared during this critical time. Exactly. Midu nodded slightly, her eyes gleaming with vigilance and iron determination. The demon kingdom of Valora, an important stronghold of the third prince. The smoke of war had already enveloped the area of Fallet City. Initially, the alliance under Midu's command had gained the upper hand. However, because Fallet was a key strategic base, the situation was not as easy as expected. The demons had deployed 80,000 soldiers with fierce morale. Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom's army had only 40,000 men plus 20,000 federal warriors. The total alliance troops numbered only 60,000. Moreover, except for the hero candidates and the knights, the remaining warriors' strength was still far inferior to that of the demons. In the current situation, the alliance army was in a deadlock, backed into a corner. Midu, while swinging her sword to slay demons, growled, if only they would split their formation, defeating them would be much easier. If only he had the ability to tactically lead an elite army, how great that would be. Iga understood Midu's heart and hurried to comfort her. Don't worry, Midu, just let us handle this. As soon as he finished speaking, he focused his entire mind on the battle. Then he raised his face to the sky and let out a roar that shook the earth and heaven. The powerful roar quickly reached the ears of the beastmen participating in the fight. At that moment, the other beastmen also roared fiercely in unison. In the blink of an eye, they completely transformed into their beast forms. The demons witnessed the scene in shock, wondering what on earth was happening. Before they could recover from their surprise, they were torn apart by the beastmen charging in a frenzy. Midu stood watching the scene with shock, muttering in confusion, is this the power? Iga calmly explained that my roar was meant to terrorize the enemy's spirit, while simultaneously boosting the strength and morale of our allies, which was easy enough. Immediately, the soldiers of the Holy Kingdom seemed revitalized, becoming more fierce as they charged at the demons in a frenzy. Iga noticed that scene and paused for a moment. Then, he looked at Midu with sorrowful eyes and reminded him, Midu, you are not allowed to be afraid, because your anxiety will negatively affect those around you. Hearing Iga say that, Midu nodded in thanks, thoroughly understanding what he needed to do at this moment. Iga's gaze now became resolute as he shouted bravely, we only need to boost our spirits. If we face them head on, our side will definitely not be at a disadvantage. Everything happened just as Iga had predicted. The tide of the battle began to turn in favor of the alliance. Initially, the alliance forces were at a disadvantage because the Demon Lord's army was too overwhelming in numbers, but the hero candidates quickly displayed their superior strength. Most notable was a comrade like Arashi. He clenched his fists, delivering tireless blows one after another. Arashi gave a haughty sneer, these demons are all weaklings, or have the truly high-level ones hidden themselves? Upon hearing that, the demons froze, bewildered and not knowing how to respond. Seizing that golden opportunity, Amelia shouted her command, everyone focus your strength and finish them off. It seemed as though the battle's outcome had been settled, or at least, that is what they thought. Because just as Midu's group was putting all their effort into mopping up the remaining troops, suddenly from behind a terrifying surge of murderous intent came rushing toward them. It caused Midu to startle and turn his head sharply to look. He hurriedly swung his sword up to parry the strike. By the time he composed himself to look closely, a mysterious figure had appeared before Midu. This person wore pitch black clothing and a mask completely covered his face, making him entirely unidentifiable. Midu narrowed his eyes to assess his opponent, thinking to himself that he was truly too strong, and wondering if he could be a high-level demon. At the same time, Arashi also took notice of this mysterious newly appeared character. Without any hesitation, he charged straight toward him to deliver an attack. Unfortunately, the man in black easily neutralized every strike. Arashi was not discouraged, instead replying with a calm smile, finally, I've found someone with a bit of skill. In another area, another fierce encounter was also unfolding intensely. Iga was also currently being blocked by a man in black. He narrowed his eyes at him and asked who he was and where he had come from. The man did not answer at all, he simply curled his lip into a cold smile. This unexpected situation caused the soldiers following behind to falter significantly. Amelia murmured in confusion, could something have happened? It seems our marching speed is being delayed. She hadn't even recovered her wits before a dark shadow suddenly appeared right behind her. The entire army was struck with absolute terror at the sight. The soldiers shouted tremblingly, "Who on earth are you?" No sooner had the question been asked than red blood erupted like a waterfall. The unfortunate soldier was killed on the spot. The shadow's lightning-fast strike left everyone stunned. Even Amelia couldn't react before her subordinate fell. She grimaced and gritted her teeth. "You bastard, how did you sneak in here?" The soldiers quickly lined up in front to protect her. Ironically, the man in black still charged forward madly regardless of everything. In an instant, he had closed in on Amelia, with a sharp blade pointed straight at her throat. The cold blade cut directly across her throat. Fresh blood instantly splattered into the air. She slumped and fell from her horse, leaving all the soldiers in shock. Midou, who was fighting in the distance, saw this and shouted in alarm, "Amelia!" Hirik could no longer hide his extreme panic at this moment. He immediately gave orders, "I will take over the battle. Get Amelia to emergency care right away and don't let that guy escape." But the Holy Kingdom soldiers were too slow to act. The man in black glided away like the wind, took them down, and vanished without a trace. Shiori quickly moved in to assist, trying to provide first aid to Amelia. The Holy Kingdom's army fell into disarray after losing their commander. In the end, they were forced to retreat from the battlefield. Since the Demon Lord's forces were exhausted, they chose to stop pursuing the allied forces. They quickly withdrew to their secret base. Night fell at the demon's lair. Inside a heavily guarded tent, Natasha narrowed her eyes to observe the person in front of her and asked suspiciously, "Couldn't you eliminate that commander?" The man in black nodded slightly. "Yes, however, we did leave her severely wounded." Natasha nodded in satisfaction. "That will have to do. After all, you did save us from a clear defeat." Not showing any arrogance, he calmly replied, "It will likely take a long time for her to recover. What should we do next?" The atmosphere suddenly became suffocating. Aqualia pondered for a long time. Finally, she spoke slowly, "The time is ripe now that both sides are at a stalemate. Let's quietly cut off their supply lines." The man in black bowed his head in obedience. "Understood." At the same time, in the territories belonging to the Demon Kingdom of Fedora, Eisenheit is undergoing a strict curfew and the gates leading into the city are being guarded extremely carefully by soldiers. Every carriage that wishes to pass through must undergo rigorous inspection. The number of soldiers on the city walls has also been significantly reinforced. Hiding at the edge of the deserted forest, Kai, Mayer, and Sina are quietly watching every move inside the city. Kai cannot hide his astonishment as he exclaims, "Just as expected, the defense system is truly too strict." Hearing this, Sina looks confused and wonders aloud how Kai could have such great foresight. Conversely, Mayer appears full of anxiety as she hesitantly asks, "What should we do next now?" Kai ponders thoughtfully before replying, "I'm afraid this simple disguise won't help us get through. Furthermore, in Neutrath previously, there was a specialized type of barrier used to hunt for strangers." The memory of the past incident makes Mayer's expression heavy, and she mutters in a low voice, "That was the fifth princess, Isabin." Sina is completely clueless about Isabin, so he asks doubtfully, "Who is she?" Kai calmly explains, "She is a descendant of the Demon Lord. She once erected a barrier that nearly caused us to be exposed immediately." Mayer pouts and retorts at this point, "If it were normal magic, I would have sensed the residue long ago, but back then, I didn't detect anything at all." Kai nods in agreement. The fact that she not only let us escape but also revealed information shows that she is definitely harboring some kind of scheme. Even without Isabin here, this place is still a stronghold of the Demon Kingdom. It would not be strange if a similar type of barrier were established here. Mayer is not discouraged and hurriedly suggests, "Give me some time to summon a spirit to investigate this magic screen thoroughly." Kai nods in approval. "We will begin infiltrating the capital at dusk. I am counting on you, Mayer." As the sun gradually disappears, the dark night has blanketed the entire city. Even so, the guard squads have not relaxed their patrol duties at all. However, just a moment later, the soldiers show clear signs of exhaustion and turn to leave. At that very moment, 3 agile figures head into the inner city. Having gone only a short distance, Mayer's ears twitch slightly and she immediately signals, "Everyone stop." The 3 of them stop abruptly. Mayer focuses on sensing and then speaks, "Although it is very faint, I can detect a slight trace of demonic aura remaining." Kai furrows his brow and mutters, "I don't see anything. It's true that you cannot use appraisal abilities on things that do not exist in material form." Mayer slowly explains, "This residue is truly very weak, so I cannot determine whose demonic aura trace that is. However, it seems to be spread out to cover the entire city. This is a type of wide area barrier magic. This is just a theory, but perhaps they are using it to hunt for intruders based on the lack of demonic aura, because after all, only demons possess this." Hearing this, Kai frowns in contemplation. That method is truly very effective. Perhaps they have placed this type of barrier in all cities to prevent any spies and strangers. Mayer reaches out to touch the barrier wall in front of her, and after a long while, she makes a suggestion. "I'll try to see if we can break through. It's truly rare for a demon to be able to utilize such complex spatial magic." Kalen looked at her with teary eyes, curiously asking if there was any way to bypass this defense. Mayer pondered for a moment and then spoke up, "I think we can deceive it if we have something called miasma in our systems. Hearing that, Kaylin understood, and she pulled out several items from her person, calmly declaring, I've gathered a few items from the master's mansion, just in case of an emergency where I needed money. Seeing them, Mayor excitedly exclaimed, that's a device containing miasma, and upon hearing this, Sina asked in confusion, what does miasma device mean? Kaylin calmly explained, to put it simply, it's a device that possesses magical energy operating similarly to the magic tools that humans often use. The only thing is the source for this device is miasma, not human magical energy. However, they sometimes need to be recharged with a few spells. They sold this device cheaply for a bit of money, and since I haven't used it, there's definitely still miasma inside. Mayor took the strange object from Kaylin's hand and cried out excitedly, this will work. Wait a moment, I'll infuse some energy into it. Kaylin looked at her with teary eyes and asked hesitantly, you can do this too. Mayor chuckled and replied confidently, I haven't just been sitting idly by while the two of you practiced together, you know? Right from the start, this knowledge was passed down to me by my master, you just need to envision the rest. With that, Mayor began to concentrate her mind, her hands moving as she continuously muttered incantations. In just a short while, a surge of energy appeared in her hands. And so Mayor successfully managed to break through that layer of defense. Seeing this, Kaylin's eyes gleamed with excitement. Sina also silently anticipated what would happen next. Before long, Mayor had completely entered the city. She cheered happily.
It's a success!
You two can come inside now. Kaylin and Sina immediately followed. Kaylin spoke with satisfaction. Good. From now on, everything will proceed as usual. We'll climb the city walls and sneak past the guards. Inside the city, a new day was beginning. The demons inside gathered once again to buy and sell throughout the streets. Everyone went about their business just like any other day. Kaylin and her two companions also successfully sneaked inside. Somehow, they managed to blend into the environment. Even when demons passed them by, they didn't realize they were strangers. The three of them were perfectly successful, moving freely within the city. Kaylin glanced at her two companions and then asked, this place is too vast, furthermore, there are so many demons living here. Sina let out a weary sigh, feeling that playing the part of a lowly slave was not pleasant at all, while Kai cautiously warned that the closer they got to the center, the denser the guards would be, so it was best for the group to keep a safe distance. Mayor, upon hearing those words, looked up at him in astonishment. Sina also asked in confusion, isn't our main goal to infiltrate the castle and assassinate the demon lord? Kai calmly explained that while that was obviously the primary objective, the group first needed to scout the situation inside the capital, and revealing themselves too early would bring unpredictable dangers, so they should act with extreme discretion. Exactly 1 week later, inside the castle. In Isabel's private workspace, Isabel was busily resolving dozens of important official documents. Suddenly, she sensed an unfamiliar presence, and without looking up, she smirked with interest, saying, it's surprising that you were able to get past my security perimeter. The person who had just appeared was Kai. It was unclear when he had stood tall right inside Isabel's room. He narrowed his eyes at her and straightforwardly clarified, it wasn't me, everything is thanks to Mayor's efforts. Nodding indifferently, Isabel nonchalantly replied, compared to our previous encounter, your abilities have truly progressed by leaps and bounds. Kai did not care at all for such hollow flattery. He went straight to the main point, we need a serious discussion. Isabel, is that possible? Isabel nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation. Kai, feeling somewhat surprised, joked that she was certainly a straightforward person. Shrugging indifferently, Isabel pouted and replied, regardless, I should thank you for getting rid of Windbox. Because he is dead, I am no longer under strict surveillance, so moving around is much more comfortable. Hearing this, Kai understood the situation and asked in a low voice, so it was all part of your calculations, wasn't it? Isabel sneered, it seems I underestimated you when I didn't believe you could take him down. Initially, I only intended to turn Kai into a pawn to use if you successfully escaped, but the results far exceeded my expectations. Now, Kai is no longer a mere pawn but an incredibly valuable ally. Kai narrowed his eyes as he watched Isabel, mumbling hesitantly about the revolution she had mentioned before stopping mid-sentence. Isabel smiled mysteriously, curling her lips as she said, you have passed my test. How about we find a more private place to continue our conversation? Isabel activated her teleportation ability. The surrounding space changed completely in a flash. Kai stood at a height, looking down at the panoramic view of the city below. After a long moment, he finally spoke, we just teleported from the capital, Eisenhart, all the way to your city in an instant. As expected, your magic is truly as amazing as ever? Isabel nonchalantly replied, this skill consumes quite a lot of energy, so I cannot abuse it repeatedly throughout the day, follow me. With that said, Isabel led Kai into her guest reception area. She gently took a sip of hot tea. Then, she slowly set the teacup down on the table. After a long while, Isabel slowly asked, by the way, how did you obtain information about the revolution? I need to have a plan to handle this issue soon. Kai did not bother to hide anything and answered frankly, we infiltrated the capital a week ago, and I gathered all the news from the slums. Although he intended to find information capable of igniting the flame of doom for the Demon Kingdom, he assumed the assassination targets were the princes, who were swirling in the vortex of the struggle for the throne. However, what made Kai feel most uneasy was the severe lack of information about Isabel, the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. Recalling their first encounter, Isabel once hinted at a different plan, suspecting she was hiding some conspiracy. Kai decided to tail her 3 close soldiers to dig deeper. The result was quite positive, as one of the soldiers unintentionally led him to a secret warehouse where Isabel was stockpiling weapons for the uprising. Understanding the issue thoroughly, Isabel nodded slightly in confirmation and glanced at her subordinate beside her, Smith, to give an order. Upon receiving the signal, Smith understood and replied, "I will quickly notify our allies so that everyone can be more cautious." Brushing aside trivial matters, Kai urged, "Let's get straight to the point so I can speak clearly with you." He asked if Isabel wanted to cooperate with the group of hero candidates like him. Hearing this, Isabel raised her eyebrows in scrutiny, her expression full of suspicion, not cooperating with the Holy Kingdom's army, but with hero candidate A. Kai calmly explained, "I don't have the ability to command or persuade the entire Holy Kingdom's army, but with the group of hero candidates I absolutely can. As mentioned before, we only wish to return home soon. To do that, we must send off the Demon Lord. And what happens to this world after I leave is not important at all." Hearing this, Isabel furrowed her brows and asked, "Does that mean I have the right to decide everything I want once you have eliminated the Demon Lord?" Indifferently shrugging, Kai replied, "There is no guarantee that we will be able to return home. Everything will only become clear after we try to carry it out." Isabel narrowed her eyes and observed him for a long time before speaking. "The hero summoning ceremony is based on a covenant with the god Digaret, and after completing the elimination of the Demon Lord, you will certainly be returned to your world." Kai raised his eyebrows in surprise and doubt. "How do you know those things, when previously you said you didn't know much?" Isabel calmly explained, "I found this in an ancient text. Furthermore, it sparked my curiosity after talking to you." Kai frowned and questioned the reliability of that document, while Isabel just shook her head slightly with uncertainty, saying it was just an ancient handwritten copy. Kai sank into deep rambling thoughts. Regardless, that content had similarities to what Leonora had once shared. Right from the moment they set foot in this world, they had all heard similar assertions. Comparing the words of Leonora and Isabel, Kai realized the information he held seemed much more credible. Thinking this, Kai said in a low voice, "If so, the fate of this world has nothing to do with us. Whether the Holy Kingdom is destroyed or peace is restored is not my concern." Witnessing that scene, Isabel could not help but smile sarcastically. She added flatly, "Our interests overlap. My revolutionary faction wants to put me on the Demon Lord's throne to build a world where humans, beastmen, and demons can live together in harmony." Kai frowned slightly and asked skeptically, "That sounds like a far-fetched fairy tale. Do you truly believe you can end the war immediately?" Isabel calmly replied, "As long as I defeat the incumbent Demon Lord and maintain the status of the kingdom, that is entirely within reach." Smiling faintly, Kai countered, "Do you think it would be better to join the fight for the throne instead of creating a risky rebellion like this?" Shaking her head warily, Isabel said bluntly, "My father, the current Demon Lord, is the strongest in history. Even if he cedes the throne to a successor, he still wields terrible influence and he hates humans to the bone. He would certainly discard Isabel because she craves peace with humans, and besides, none of the other princes and princesses care for that like she does." Speaking up to this point, Isabel confidently asserted, "It is true that the Revolutionary Army currently lacks the strength, but if we seize the opportunity when the kingdom is besieged by allied forces, I believe we will win. Even if they defeat the Demon Lord with the help of the allied forces, they would still suffer losses after the war ends. That is the reason why Isabel does not want to seek foreign aid." She suddenly spoke up, pointing at Kai and saying, "If the valiant heroes lend a hand, everything will be fine." Hearing that, Kai furrowed his brows in contemplation, not saying a word. Isabel nodded in agreement. "I accept. We, the Revolutionary Warriors, very much want to form a strong alliance with the valiant heroes." The negotiation was a complete success and Kai quickly took Isabel's hand. He smiled encouragingly. "We also completely trust in your assistance." Isabel nodded slightly, and after a moment of careful thought, she smiled and said, "I have something I want to share with you, sir." Kai listened with a frown, waiting for Isabel to continue. Isabel looked at the teacup on the table and seriously warned, "The plan to destroy the Demon Lord will be carried out this year. If we miss this golden opportunity, the hope of victory will vanish." Meanwhile, in the gloomy, monster-ridden forest, an army from the Holy Kingdom was slowly advancing. The one leading the vanguard was Captain Henry of the 7th Night Corps. He was leading the reinforcement army sent from the city of Neutrat, heading straight to the battlefield. Although the reinforcements were not sent directly to the front line, the Holy Kingdom still needed a unit capable of transporting food and essential supplies. To deal with the ferocious monsters, the 7th Night Corps, comprised of the most outstanding warriors, was chosen for this special mission. The monsters residing in the eerie forest were originally extremely formidable. However, the disappearance of the high-ranking demon Elsa had somewhat reduced the danger for the reinforcement army. That was what they thought, because the elite assassin squad of the Demon Kingdom unexpectedly appeared, just as the tide of the battle was turning in favor of the Holy Kingdom. Seeing these strangers, the soldiers couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Who are you?" However, those individuals did not reply. They still advanced closer step by step. Seeing this, the soldiers became even more cautious, hastily shielding Henry. "Captain, fall back, we'll handle this." However, in just a blink of an eye, dazzling flashes of light streaked past, and 2 of the soldiers were instantly decapitated. They are assassins acting with lightning speed, handling everything in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers became even more panicked.
Ben and Jack were instantly killed. Be careful, those are high-ranking demons.
At that very moment, Henry gripped his sword tightly and charged forward, shouting, "Assassins of the Demon Legion." With a single clang, his sword clashed with the weapons of the black-clad figures, but he was quickly pushed back. Henry did not flinch, still bravely shouting,
"Don't underestimate us!
"I am one of the captains of the Night Corps." But just as he finished speaking, his neck was pierced, and the strong smell of blood spread throughout the air. An arrow tore through the air and rushed towards him, ending Henry's life instantly. And so the eerie forest was stained red with blood. In the territory of the Demon Kingdom, within a desolate forest, at the ruins of Elsa's old castle, after the devastating defeat at Follett, the Allied forces decided to retreat and regroup at a sturdy fortress they rarely visited. Many soldiers were severely wounded, and among them was the commander of the Allied forces. Amelia lay there, her body still very weak, the wound on her chest wrapped in bandages. Saori was still trying her best to heal her. Midu stood close by and asked with deep concern, "How is her condition now?" Saori nodded slightly in confirmation. Her life is stable for now. If she continues to receive regular treatment, she should be able to walk on her own in 2 weeks. Hearing this, Midu's worry eased. He let out a sigh of relief and said, "I'm relieved now." Hirik also smiled happily. What a loyal friend. The other healers had already given up. Saori paid no mind to the praise and smiled sincerely. "This is all I could do." Just as they were talking, Amelia began to regain consciousness, muttering under her breath, "It's all my fault." Seeing this, Hirik reassured her, "It's best if you rest. Don't worry about us, I will temporarily take charge of the command." He explained that although they had to temporarily retreat, the enemy had also suffered significant damage and seemed to be regrouping, so they hadn't made their next move yet. Amelia replied weakly, "I understand, then everything should be fine." However, out of her sight, Hirik and Midu glanced at each other with deep meaning. A moment later, Hirik spoke up, "All right, I'm entrusting this matter to you, Saori." Saori nodded slightly in agreement. "Yes, I will look after her carefully." Shortly after, Hirik and Midu departed. After walking a short distance, Midu suddenly spotted a figure. It was Iga, walking towards them. Iga said seriously, "I'm sorry, but I overheard your conversation just now. I'm glad she pulled through, but it seems she'll need to rest for at least 2 weeks." Midu frowned slightly and asked hesitantly, "Hirik, was the reason you said it was fine because—" Hirik explained slowly, "I didn't want Amelia to worry any further. She should focus on recovering. As for the supply line being cut off, we will handle it ourselves." Iga also frowned, his voice deepening. "If we limit our daily rations, we can hold out for another week, but after that, I'm not so sure. We need to resolve this issue soon." Hirik glanced at the two of them and sighed, saying, "The entire 7th Night Squad has been wiped out along with the logistics unit. According to the accounts of those who were lucky enough to survive, the attackers were the same troop that defeated Amelia. Henry, the captain of the 7th Squad, was an honorable man who was respected by everyone." Hearing that, Midu muttered in frustration, "Those masked assassins must be high-level demons. At least 5 or 6 of them appeared at once. They might be even harder to deal with than the 4 heavenly kings." Iga agreed with him. "Exactly. I've fought one of them before. You can't let your guard down for even a second." The elite Birdman Special Forces unit that he had served as an envoy for had also just returned. It seems Neutrath is preparing a new logistics unit. Hearing this, Midu exclaimed joyfully, "Really?" Iga replied slowly, "Yes, but the problem is those assassins are still lurking in the forest and are likely to attack to cut off our supplies again." Hirik looked at them and proposed seriously, "I want you two to escort this logistics unit through the forest of fierce devils. In fact, this problem can only be solved once we eliminate those masked assassins. If they intend to flee, I want you to pursue and wipe them out completely." Upon hearing the order, Iga and Midu immediately nodded and accepted the mission. A few days later, inside the forest of fierce devils. Following Hirik's instructions, Midu led the logistics unit into the area. Naturally, Iga and the Beastman army went along with them. "A soldier just said that the horses are exhausted. We should stop and rest tonight." Before he could finish speaking, Iga suddenly drew his sword from its scabbard. He vigilantly shouted, "They've caught up!" But it was too late. Several people had already fallen under the swords of the black-clad assassins. Their attack speed was terrifying. Before our people could even recover, someone had already lost their life. Seeing this, Iga immediately shouted, "Everyone stand back! I'll deal with him myself!" At that very moment, another chaotic battle was also erupting, with thick smoke and dust obscuring all visibility. Arashi was throwing himself into battle against the mysterious black-clad man. He roared in rage, "You damn scoundrel! It was you, the one who caused trouble the other day! Come here and fight me to the death!" As soon as he finished speaking, Arashi unleashed a powerful punch towards his opponent. With a thunderous bang, a fierce shockwave erupted, accompanied by thick smoke and fire that enveloped the entire space. In another direction nearby, sharp sword strikes were continuously tearing through the air. Midu was currently struggling to confront the sword-wielding demon. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged countless moves. Midu defended himself while calculating, "Now is not the time to hesitate. I must quickly defeat the opponent to protect everyone's lives." Yet amidst the intense battle, a bright flame suddenly erupted. Their formation was surrounded by a sea of fire, causing the soldiers to panic intensely. The one pulling this trick, hiding far away, was the mage specializing in fire magic. He casually controlled the flames burning down our army's formation. Just at that critical moment, a resolute shout rang out, "I absolutely will not allow you to run rampant." It was Zumi. She immediately summoned water magic to stop the danger. With a whoosh, the aggressive flames were immediately extinguished completely. Zumi cheered delightedly, "That's amazing!" Their joy didn't last long. A panicked warning cry rang out, "Be careful, Zumi!" Unfortunately, it was too late. A fatal arrow had pierced Zumi directly. She collapsed to the ground in pain. Seeing this, Kari rushed over anxiously to check on her. But before he could even touch Zumi, 2 other arrows whizzed towards him with deadly intent. Kari was now completely terrified, unsure how to manage the situation. Just as the arrows were about to strike Kari, a large streak of fire suddenly appeared. Immediately after, the flame swept through, knocking the arrows far away. The one who stepped in to save the day just in time was Rina. Then she narrowed her eyes, gazing into the distance ahead. Suddenly, she caught sight of a dark figure perched on a branch of a nearby ancient tree. It turned out that the person in black was brandishing a bow in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the ancient forest echoed with the sounds of slaughter. The members of the hero's army were soon sent flying. The number of casualties continued to rise steadily. Meanwhile, the group in black continued their aggressive onslaught. At that very moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out, making the man in black flinch. Mireille was concentrating her strength to summon earth magic for a counterattack. A barrage of darts made of earth and stone surged wildly toward the target. Yet he nonchalantly shattered them with ease. This disadvantageous situation threw Mireille into a state of panic. At the same time, blades of wind also launched a relentless assault. However, everything remained the same. The man in black blocked them all and hovered in the air to face Narumi. Witnessing this, Narumi immediately cried out in horror. Is that person also a wind mage? The situation was dire. He couldn't let him continue to block the way any longer. Right then, Narumi's eyes narrowed as he accidentally caught sight of something. Down below, the man in black had slowly approached Mireille. Mireille sat trembling on the ground, stammering, "Everyone, I am so sorry." With a loud noise, the weapon in the man's hand swung up, intending to finish off his opponent. Mireille gave up, closing her eyes tightly to await her imminent death. At the critical moment, a resounding shout rang out, "I order you to stop," as iron chains tightly bound the man in black. The one who intervened was Jin. She was controlling the iron chains to restrain him while telepathically urging, "What are you doing? Hurry up and run." Mireille's legs had turned to jelly. She could only mumble, "My legs won't listen to me anymore." At that exact moment, the sound of something slicing through the air suddenly rang out. Narumi appeared out of nowhere, lunging forward to grab Mireille and flee. Looking at the person in his arms, Narumi finally felt relieved. "Thank goodness you're safe." He knew clearly that if Jin hadn't used her domination skill, Mireille would have lost her life. He had to hold on a little longer. While Narumi was preoccupied with his thoughts, a sudden windstorm swept in. At the same time, Narumi used his power to create a powerful vortex that swept up both of them. This unexpected scene left the black-clad enemies below feeling confused. Narumi spoke up irritably, "You guys are terrible. Your target isn't me, it should be him." Amidst the confusion, a voice echoed in their minds, "Everyone calm down, the enemy is trying to distract us." Hearing this, Narumi was extremely surprised. Arashi on this side also heard it, and his movements faltered slightly. Midu frowned slightly, reflecting on Jin's words. Ignoring everyone's thoughts, Jin continued to encourage them. "If we maintain our composure and coordinate smoothly, we certainly won't lose." Narumi was very impressed by this. He needed to keep himself alert. Immediately after, Narumi closed his eyes and focused on listening to the wind, allowing him to detect every incoming attack. Indeed, when an arrow shot toward him, Narumi dodged it with ease. This unexpected situation surprised the distant archer. Why has he suddenly become so calm? At that moment, Narumi unlocked another hidden power. He used telepathy to speak to Jin. "Kanzaki, can you hear me?" This ability was very similar to the wind-seeking skill of the Wind Heavenly King Windbob. Jin was immediately astonished to hear the voice respond. She asked back suspiciously, "What is it?" Narumi calmly replied, "Can you help me relay my words to everyone?" Jin nodded slightly and agreed, "I can certainly relay your message to everyone, just like how we are communicating now." Meanwhile, a blazing fire erupted. The flame shot straight toward the enemy archer in the distance. This forced him to flee for his life. Even though he had clearly used a concealment technique, they still found his location. On her side, Jin was still relaying Narumi's words to everyone. "The enemy is moving through the treetops." "Heading south?" Rina said angrily after hearing this. "Then I'll burn both him and this entire forest to the ground." Not only that, but the others also began to charge forward and attack together. Under Narumi's guidance, everyone quickly regained their balance. Akira also coordinated well with the teammates. With their powerful offensive momentum, the black-clad group began to sustain injuries. They didn't expect the situation to turn around so quickly. Midu's group restored their smooth coordination, forcing the enemy into a difficult position. Mireille spoke up at this moment, "Don't be careless. Though their attacks are powerful, there are large gaps between them." Hearing her words, the black-clad enemy narrowed his eyes and looked over. Just as he predicted, the first priority was to take down their commander, and that person was Mireille. So he immediately shifted his target toward Mireille. A deafening metallic clash echoed through the air. Blocking the enemy's blade with his metal hands, Cao smirked and said that such a mediocre weapon could never scratch his iron armor. Shocked, the man in black staggered backward. He could not comprehend how Cao had anticipated the sneak attack before they had even faced each other. On this side, Midu had also successfully defeated his target. Arashi was not to be outdone either, unleashing an explosion that incinerated the enemy. Without any hesitation, Iga quickly swung his sword, decapitating the man in black in an instant. After awakening his new ability, Narumi was fiercely clashing with an enemy. His windblade slashes held an overwhelming advantage, leaving countless wounds all over his opponent's body. While the enemy was busy calculating, Narumi quickly saw through his opening. The gently shifting wind was whispering to him his opponent's next move. Seizing the opportunity, Narumi immediately launched a fierce counterattack. The windblade was unleashed once more at wind-splitting speed. In the blink of an eye, the technique transformed into a spear that pierced the forehead of the man in black. Just like that, he fell by Narumi's hand. With only a few of the black-clothed group remaining, the leader, realizing the unfavorable situation, ordered a retreat and sent a message immediately. Despite suffering heavy losses, they had achieved their goal as the food carriage went up in flames. After the fierce battle, the group from the Holy Kingdom gathered to build a fire and rest in the middle of the forest. They gathered around the campfire, each of their faces showing a pensive expression. Iga announced in a low voice that about 80% of the food was lost, and the remainder was barely enough for the journey back. Midu mumbled in disappointment, "We have completely failed." Iga did not think so. Frowning, he said that regardless of the outcome, they had managed to eliminate those 4 demons. According to reports, a total of 10 masked figures had appeared. Frowning, Midu asked, "So there are 6 left?" Iga calmly replied, "That's right, and additionally the 2 snipers and the mace wielder are both heavily injured." He patted Midu's shoulder reassuringly, saying, "It's alright, we will definitely succeed next time." Despite Iga's words, Jin could not help but feel anxious. The morale of the Holy Kingdom's soldiers was plummeting due to the lack of supplies. That meager amount of food was certainly not enough to sustain them for long. The more Jin thought about it, the grimmer his expression became. If they failed again, they would exhaust their strength to fight, as even a single minor demon could cause such devastating losses. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her head, "Kanzaki, can you hear me?"
Jin gasped, "Haraji!"
Returning to the previous moment, when Isabel informed Kai that the plan to destroy the demon lord needed to be implemented urgently, or else the chance of victory would slip away. Kai asked hesitantly, "What is the reason?" Isabel explained slowly, "The evil god Anvaresta is about to be resurrected. However, I fear that someone from another world will not fully understand the severity of this issue." Kai frowned slightly but then urged, "I have heard that name before. If my memory serves me right, that is one of the 2 founding gods in the Book of Genesis." The Book of Genesis records the fierce battles between the gods from ancient times. It is said that this world was created and preserved by the primordial god, Digaret. In the distant past, humans, demons, and beastmen worked together to build and live in peace. But the evil god Anvaresta conspired to take over the entire world. He created the demons to invade this land. As a result, the world was engulfed in a sea of war. To confront the evil god who was using the demons to dominate the human world, the creator god bestowed divine power upon a few individuals so they could resist the dark forces. Eventually, they defeated the demon lord of that era and were subsequently honored as heroes. In those early days, the creator god was victorious while the evil god was imprisoned. That was the truth about the Genesis that Kai knew. Isabel listened to his detailed account. Kagert said, "Since you already know the story well, it will be much easier for me to explain. That creation story is mostly true. When the evil god was sealed, the power of the demons weakened significantly. However, over time, they have quietly grown strong again." Kai frowned slightly, looking skeptical. "Does that mean the seal is gradually weakening?" Isabel nodded slightly in confirmation. "That's right. There is a chance to release that evil god. My father, our lord, is urgently preparing a large-scale summoning ritual. Although it takes quite a lot of time, the preparations will be completed within this year." Kai felt the situation becoming increasingly grave. He continued to ask, "If they succeed in breaking the seal, what will happen?" She replied slowly, "The demons will become incredibly powerful. Once that happens, humanity will have absolutely no chance of winning." "I understand the situation." Kai nodded thoughtfully. Based on his ability to discern the truth, he found no signs of lying from Isabel. However, an assassin's intuition told him that this girl was hiding something. Even so, Kai didn't worry too much because, ultimately, they were just using each other. Thinking this, he spoke slowly, "So, what are the Revolutionary Army's next plans?" Isabel replied calmly, "We plan to support the Allied forces secretly. We desperately need them to weaken the Demon Lord's army. This is a task we cannot complete on our own." Hearing this, Kai suggested, "What a coincidence. Then let me borrow your strength. Let's cross through Fallout City together first." 3 days later, in a forest teeming with monsters, Isabel had used teleportation magic to bring them here. Besides her, there were Kai and her army. Because she had to transport so many people, Isabel panted and sighed. "Just as I predicted, using teleportation too much has exhausted me." Mayer could not hide his admiration at this moment. "Your mobility is outstanding. It shortened a journey that would have taken half a year to just an instant." Kai also agreed with that assessment. The tactical advantage lay in her ability to bypass spatial barriers, though utilizing this power also consumed a massive amount of demonic energy. Including Mayer and Sina, the Revolutionary Army now has 7 high-level demons. Although Isabel might soon become useless, this force seems quite sufficient. While he was busy calculating, Sina softly asked, "Kai, can we place our trust in them?" Kai calmly replied, "Don't be hasty in your decision, because we still have a chance to make use of them." "All right." Sina accepted the answer and nodded. She placed her full trust in him and followed his every decision. Immediately, Kai used his sound transmission ability to establish a connection with Jin. At that moment, Jin was resting when she suddenly heard Kai's voice echoing in her ear. She was extremely astonished. Kai calmly explained that he was just trying his luck, but it seemed this method actually allowed the two to communicate. Upon hearing this, Jin asked in startle, "Does that mean you are currently near this area?" Her shouting made Kai truly exasperated. She really was always excessively noisy. Kai let out a helpless sigh before speaking. "Yeah, I want to meet you." Jin agreed without a moment's hesitation. "I understand." And so, just a few minutes later, Jin followed the forest trail to reunite with Kai. However, when she saw the person accompanying him, her face immediately turned pale. The person Jin had just seen was none other than Isabel. She whispered tremulously, "A demon. Noticing her reaction, Kai hurried to introduce her. Let me introduce you. This is Isabel, the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. Isabel understood well that this was her current ally, so she spoke politely. Hello. Jin was still in shock after hearing that. She asked hesitantly. A princess? Mayor, standing nearby, nodded and smiled. That's right, it's her. Jin looked at Kai awkwardly and asked suspiciously, what on earth is going on? You've betrayed us, haven't you? Shrugging indifferently, Kai replied, I've never betrayed anyone. I never belonged to any faction from the start. These words caused Jin to glare at him with intense dissatisfaction. Witnessing the scene, Mayor couldn't help but chuckle and interjected, You're teasing her a bit too much. Kai stopped joking and said sternly, We have something important to discuss with you tonight. Gather Midu, Arashi, Hashimoto, Narumi, and Nanomiya, but remember to keep it a secret from those from the Holy Kingdom. By nightfall, following Kai's instructions, Jin had gathered the whole group in the forest. After recounting everything, Kai spoke nonchalantly. That's the situation. We all share a common goal of cooperating to destroy the Demon King. There's no reason to refuse them, right? Arashi frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, Why do you want to join forces with such suspicious characters? His point was clearly that he didn't place any trust in Isabel, a member of the demon race. Yet, Kai maintained a serious attitude as he explained, At our current pace, there's no way we can defeat the Demon King. I've already grasped the difficult situation you're in. He understood very well that Midu's group was struggling to defend themselves against assassins from the Demon Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Akira couldn't hide his astonishment and exclaimed, Assassins. If you're referring to those masked high-level demons, then that's them. Narumi also nodded and added, Right now, we are working very hard just to hold the line. Arashi added irritably, They're even willing to lose their lives to complete their mission. They risk death to stop Midu and me to burn the food supplies. We've taken down 4 of them, but I heard there are still 6 more. Isabel suddenly suggested that the group should find a way to deal with the assassins, as the revolutionary faction like them specialized in guerrilla warfare. Hearing those words, Narumi exclaimed in surprise, Can you really do it? Those are all dangerous high-ranking demons. Isabel calmly replied, I am originally the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. She wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to showcase the revolutionary army's capabilities, while also assessing whether Midu's faction had the stature to be a reliable partner. Those words caused the atmosphere around Midu's group to fall silent, as everyone contemplated deep in thought. After a moment of hesitation, Midu spoke up and asked, Can I know exactly what your true purpose is? Isabel did not hide anything but calmly explained, After receiving the supplies, I want everyone to eliminate Natasa. If we continue to delay, the 3rd Prince's army from the capital will soon intervene. She warned that if that situation occurred, they would be in big trouble. The assassins were intentionally stalling for time just to wait for the 3rd Prince's main army to Rendevis. Upon hearing this, Arashi frowned and asked, Is that prince really that formidable? Isabel nodded slightly in confirmation. He is very strong. Currently, you guys are not at the level to confront him head-on. Contrary to the concern, Arashi showed no sign of fear and instead shouted excitedly, Then let's go all out. Everyone was still hesitant. Morel looked over at Midu and asked, Midu, what do you think about this? Midu thought for a long time before deciding, I am very glad to have such powerful allies alongside us. Let's follow Arashi's lead. Once they had reached a consensus, the group ended the conversation, but before leaving, Isabel had an additional message. She mentioned that she would coordinate with the Revolutionary Army and would contact them again through Kanzaki, asking if that would be all right. At the same time, in a secluded corner deep within the forest, a group of people was gathering around a fire to rest. Masks were laid out haphazardly nearby. They were the assassins from the Demon Kingdom. The leader, the fire demon, was currently busy with some meat. His face looked extremely ferocious and hideous. He gritted his teeth and said, I didn't expect us to lose 4 lives for nothing, including the leader himself. Another blue-faced demon chimed in, Those kids are indeed quite formidable. It's a shame that my right hand can no longer move at all right now. An assassin named Fanko frowned slightly and asked, So who will be the one to step up and take command now? The fire demon quickly spoke up, That's right, I will be your new leader. Without my firepower, this campaign will surely fail. Any objections? After finishing his words, he swept his gaze around at each one of them, with an undisguised threat hidden within. Seeing this, Rocky immediately nodded in agreement, Not at all, I place my full trust in you. Another assassin named Fred also replied quickly, I also agree with that opinion. The fire demon saw this and said sternly, Very well. All we need to do is block their supply lines and starve them to death. The plan remained the same. They were not only looking for ways to sabotage the hero candidates, but also to cut off all sources of necessities. The fire demon instructed his comrades to be extremely cautious with Midu, and announced that the plan would officially begin in 1 hour. The remaining members immediately put on their masks and responded in unison to confirm. An hour passed, and the demon forest was now shrouded in a gloomy and haunting darkness. Marius, the professional assassin, was lying in ambush on the canopy of a massive ancient tree nearby. At this moment, he suddenly felt doubtful. Although he remained vigilant against any unexpected events, this place was a small camp hidden deep in the forest, so surely few people knew of their whereabouts. Even with such calculations, in the blink of an eye, Marius's pupils suddenly contracted in astonishment. He sensed several individuals approaching with highly skillful breathing concealment technique. Marius assumed they were not hero candidates because those candidates were strong but lacked stealth skills. He thought to himself while raising the bow in his hand. He smirked, seemingly having guessed the identity of the person rushing toward him. Before his eyes were originally just rows of gloomy trees, yet the next second an afterimage slipped past the ancient trunks. Without hesitation, Marius released the arrow because he believed that if he dealt with it cleanly, everything would go smoothly. The arrow tore through the air at a terrifying speed, then quickly vanished into the covering darkness. Marius frowned slightly in thought, unsure if he had taken down the enemy or not. At that very moment, the lethal arrow had been strangely intercepted by someone. It was Sina. She moved nimbly while holding the arrow firmly in her mouth. Marius was extremely panicked. He could not believe how she had caught it without a single scratch. The surprise was yet to come somehow. Kai had approached right behind Marius and he smirked, teasing that the man was moving too slowly. Marius turned around in horror. Unfortunately, it was too late. A gleaming blade slashed down and blood splattered everywhere. He could not have expected that a brat like Kai could ambush him from behind so easily. Watching Marius's body collapse powerlessly, Kai remarked sarcastically that one must always move after firing. That is the golden rule for a marksman. In another direction, Fire Demon was leading a group of assassins through the forest. He suddenly stopped, sensing someone's presence, and since Marius was on guard duty, Fire Demon hurried to order his subordinates to prepare for battle. The assassins following him responded in unison to confirm. Afterward, they tiptoed forward step by step. Unexpectedly, Smith suddenly appeared, blocking their path and shouting for them to stop. Fire Demon frowned slightly, skeptically asking if he was facing a demon. He further questioned whether the opponent was a messenger for Natasa Sao or not. Smith shook his head in denial and replied that he was with the Revolutionary Army. This answer left Fire Demon stunned, standing motionless for a long while without saying a word. Smith calmly explained that their goal was to destroy the Demon Lord to build a peaceful empire. The more Fire Demon listened, the less he understood. He shouted in frustration, asking that if they were not messengers for Natasa Sao, then how did they know about this place? Smith replied nonchalantly that their allies were everywhere and their mission was simply to cut off supply routes for that faction. Fire Demon furrowed his brows in thought, wondering if secret intelligence had been leaked. Smith didn't bother with that reaction and added, Isabel told you to abandon your mission and join our side. The Fire Demon was stunned upon hearing this. Isabel was the fifth princess. Clearly, they were targeting him. This meant the princess was cooperating with the allied forces. He had never dared to imagine they would conspire such a heinous plot. A skeptical assassin spoke up, Leader, what do we do now? After a moment of hesitation, the Fire Demon replied, if we betray the Demon King, it's certain death. Besides, how could the fifth princess possibly raise a revolutionary army? Witnessing this, Smith let out a resigned sigh. It's a shame to hear this, he said, then decisively swung his hand. Immediately, a formidable horde of demons appeared. Smith smirked, I am compelled to wipe out all of you here. In the blink of an eye, the assassin squad was completely surrounded by Smith's army. This made them panic and scream, we're surrounded! Damn it, these are all high-level demons! The Fire Demon remained calm, immediately chanted a spell and shouted, counterattack and retreat immediately! This news must be brought back! Smith's army heard this and disdainfully replied, did you think we'd just let you go? You criminals, I've found every single one of your faces annoying from the start. Immediately after that challenge, a fierce melee erupted. At the same time, Kai was quietly observing the battle from a distance. Isaben's revolutionary forces had repelled the troublemakers attacking Midu's group. They were so well trained that people marveled at their true strength. In another corner, Isaben had quietly appeared right below the battlefield. She didn't make a move, but simply walked closer to an assassin and spoke. You are the mastermind behind the ancient Autumn Civil War, aren't you, Fanko? Realizing that the person in front of him was Isaben, Fanko was somewhat stunned. He asked doubtfully, do you really intend to carry out a coup? Isaben didn't answer, but calmly said, in this place, you are the only one I wish to recruit. Do you still intend to fight for peace? Fanko considered for a moment before deciding to drop his weapon. He knelt before Isaben and respectfully replied, yes, I am willing. Witnessing this scene, the Fire Demon immediately roared in anger, Fanko, what in the world are you doing? Sadly for him, there was no longer an opportunity to intervene as the Revolutionary Army was still relentlessly attacking. The assassins quickly fell into a disadvantageous position and were gradually overwhelmed. Given this situation, it seems we are doomed. At that same moment, Kai suggested from afar, it seems Isaben has finished her task. We should also end this play. Sina, what do you think? The two Sinas replied in unison, all right. Thanks to the secret maneuvers of Kai and the Revolutionary Army, the assassin squad under the Demon Lord, which had caused so much trouble for the Beastfolk Alliance, was completely wiped out by Kai's group. With their superior skills, Kai handled them with ease. As a result, relief supplies from Neutrath City began to be safely transported to the frontline base. The morale of the soldiers significantly recovered after they had eaten their fill. Everything proceeded quite smoothly, yet Iga still felt that something was amiss. He muttered, feeling it was very strange that those mysterious masked demons had suddenly vanished without a trace. Midu clearly knew the reason but was forced to lie. Maybe they withdrew because we just defeated 4 of their comrades. Iga frowned and pondered for a while before speaking. Perhaps that is a possibility. Conversely, Hirik seemed to have guessed Midu's intention because he lied so clumsily, and Hirik also knew that Kai had taken action. Unaware that he had been exposed, Midu continued to suggest, more importantly, shouldn't we attack early? Everyone's morale is high now. Hirik gently shook his head in refusal. There's no reason to be in a hurry. Midu didn't know how to respond, stammering for a long time without finding the words. Just then, someone else walked in from outside, and it turned out to be Akira. He frowned and asked seriously, please excuse me, may I make a suggestion? Hirik nodded in agreement. I allow it. Akira slowly began to speak. First, as a premise, the commander of the army in Follett City appears to be Natasha, the Water Heavenly King, one of the high-ranking generals of the Demon Lord's army. Hearing that, Hirik nodded. That seems to be correct. The captured demons reported the same. Iga chimed in. So there is a Heavenly King guarding this place. They weren't very prominent in the previous battle, but before he could finish his sentence, Akira interjected. Natasha seems to specialize in covert operations rather than direct confrontation. The attack on the supplies by the masked demons was likely Natasha's strategy. He said he didn't want to give her more time to plot her next moves. Additionally, there are rumors that Leonhard of Follett is returning. Upon hearing this name, Hirik and Iga's expressions immediately changed. Iga muttered, in other words, the third prince of the Demon Kingdom, someone blood related to the Demon Lord. Akira nodded slightly in agreement. That's right. That is why I want to attack as soon as possible. If Leonhard joins the battle, our occupation of Follett will become much more difficult. These words caused both Iga and Hirik to fall into deep thought. After a moment of hesitation, Iga spoke up. This area was originally Leonhard's territory. It would be strange if he didn't return during this crisis. Seeing that everyone was starting to agree, Midu breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Akira was very reliable. Looking at his expression, Akira couldn't help but laugh. Midu showed his hand as soon as he started lying, making him very easy to detect. At that moment, Iga spoke up seriously again. All close relatives of the Demon Lord possess boundless power. I once encountered the first Prince Fokker, and I felt I had absolutely no chance of winning. Midu was inwardly shocked hearing that. Even Iga felt unable to match them. Akira nodded slightly. Sooner or later, we'll have to face them, but if possible, I want to defeat them one by one. Hirik wanted to ask Akira where he got this information, if it was also from Kai, but he couldn't find the words. Finally, he agreed. I understand. We will mobilize the troops immediately. Elsewhere, at Natasha's palace, she was currently in a state of total confusion. Natasha held her head and cried out, Impossible! How could 10 members of the army's shadow unit be completely wiped out? Her subordinate immediately nodded in response. That is correct. When he couldn't contact anyone, he had visited the base out of suspicion and saw only bodies lying scattered everywhere. Nasa grew angrier as she listened. She gnashed her teeth and muttered, Who dared to wipe out such an elite unit? Just then, the door was thrown open, followed by a loud scream. Startled, Natasha asked Aqualia, What is it? The demon immediately explained, The enemy is attacking again. Natasha frowned anxiously. If reinforcements are truly being sent, then this is unavoidable. It will be a long time before Leonhard arrives here. She continuously sobbed, covering her face. If her superiors heard that the dark unit had been annihilated, she would surely be executed, and her life would be over. The two henchmen looked at each other awkwardly. One hesitantly asked how they should handle it, while the other could only mumble a plan to comfort the woman. Before her subordinates could act, Natasha's face twisted and contorted. She gritted her teeth and swore, How dare those wretched humans and beastmen interfere in my affairs with Leonhard? I will crush them all. Witnessing that scene, the two subordinates panicked and quickly tried to reassure her, begging her to calm down. Sadly, her rage had consumed her reason, making Natasha unable to hear a word. Just as she went mad, a colossal column of water suddenly rose, sweeping away everything in its path. A furious torrent submerged the entire castle in a sea of water. It didn't take long before the chaotic deluge poured out. After the fit of madness passed, Natasha gradually regained her usual calm demeanor. Yet she was bewildered and couldn't remember anything. Confused, she wondered why this place was so terribly flooded. It was as if the cruel person from moments ago had nothing to do with her. Outside the front lines, the Beastman Alliance army was charging into battle with full momentum. The Demon Lord's army was forced to huddle defensively within Follett Castle, a passive fighting style completely different from the open skirmishes on the plains before. Realizing the enemy was trying to delay, the Beastman Alliance decided to launch a full-scale assault. As always, Arashi was the vanguard, charging directly towards the enemy. His fists, carrying explosive power, shattered bricks and stones and filled the battlefield with dust and smoke. Arashi roared excitedly, You bastards, if you're so good, come and catch me! Narumi and Reina also quickly immersed themselves in the tense atmosphere of the battle. With their superior strength, they easily defeated each opponent quickly and efficiently. Midu, on another flank, was also skillfully wielding his sword under its sharp blade. Countless demons lost their lives. However, Midu still felt it was strange. Why had no high-ranking demons appeared? If they had shown themselves, his side would have long since finished off Natasha. Suddenly, his face turned pale due to an ominous feeling. A fierce wave suddenly crashed down right in front of them, leaving everyone stunned. The crowd behind them screamed in panic. How could a tsunami appear in the middle of this mainland? The demons recognized this as Natasha's technique, only they didn't understand why she was attacking her own allies. Thus the tsunami carrying Natasha's destruction submerged everything. Midu's side was also caught in this disaster. This magic was too terrifying, crushing everything regardless of faction. Midu bit his lip, his eyes showing extreme tension. At the same time, on the distant city wall, the wardens were secretly observing their confrontation. Kai narrowed his eyes at the fierce waves and casually said that they should now see how the others would perform. Sina glanced at him and asked hesitantly, Kai, I don't need to get involved, do I? Kai nodded slightly and replied that yes, this time they needed to fend for themselves. The water magic from one of the great heavenly kings, Natasha, was truly terrifying. The tsunamis had swept away all enemies and their factions outside the castle. Even the warriors remaining in the castle fell into formation chaos due to the rushing water. After picking themselves up from the water, they immediately plunged into a fierce melee. From afar, Kai couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying scale of that magic. Isabel coldly replied that Natasa's area of effect control was indeed formidable, even though she had no interest in physical combat. The floodwaters had surged all the way to the base of their city walls. Cinna frowned slightly, wondering why she had swept up her own allies from the very beginning. Isabel calmly analyzed that perhaps she was acting impulsively out of anger, or she believed that melee combat would be more effective since humans find it difficult to coordinate. Kai softly added that the disparity in military strength could not be easily bridged with simple tactics. Furthermore, since no high-ranking demons had appeared yet, the hero candidates could not be stopped this way. Isabel firmly asserted that Natasa's high-ranking subordinates Aganda, Bright, and Elsa had all been eliminated by them. Moreover, the shadow units entrusted to Natasa by the Demon Lord had also been wiped out, so there were no more formidable trump cards left. Hearing this, Kai frowned and said seriously that it was only a matter of time. While the great Heavenly King was troublesome, his friends were also improving day by day. Isabel gave him a meaningful look and asked him to explain the pieces in his hand. Kai replied in a low voice that she already knew just by looking. But it didn't matter. Having finished speaking, he pointed toward Arashi, who was roaring fiercely in the north. He was the hero candidate with the most outstanding offensive ability and an extremely courageous nature. Next, Kai introduced Reina, a girl possessing evil eyes and burning flames. Her personality leaned towards a high-intensity fighting style and her power relied heavily on her emotions. Mayor didn't bother to care, pouting as she cut in to say that Reina was someone who inherently hated Kai. Kai ignored her and continued introducing Hashimoto Mirai, the girl commanding from the rear who possessed versatile object teleportation abilities despite having a somewhat rigid mindset. Next was Narumi, who utilized wind magic to fight in the air. A powerful support piece with broad tactical vision but lacking in firepower. Akira was the next name, an expert in using enhancement magic to provide support from the rear. He was extremely intelligent, calm, understood Kai very well, and was also someone easily exploited. The last person was Shuri, the girl who was devotedly healing all those who were injured. The muscular young man Ozaki Kao was taking on the role of the rear shield, possessing a guardian ability that allowed him to harden his body with impressive defensive capabilities. After looking them over, Kai turned toward Jin, the girl suppressing the demons in the west with a dominance ability that no lower-ranked opponent could resist. Once finished, he turned his eyes toward the last person standing in the distance. It was none other than Midu. Kai slowly said that as they could see, Midu was the group's core combatant, and he believed Midu would eventually reach the level of a heavenly king thanks to his innate swordsmanship talent and relentless training, though he still had a few limitations. And those were all the pieces he wanted to mention. Isabel frowned and asked again, "How many of us are there in total?" Kai softly and slowly explained 26 people. A total of 40 hero candidates participated, but 14 were unsuitable and withdrew. Isabel understood the matter. She nodded in agreement, knowing that even if one received extraordinary power from the gods, everything would be meaningless without the right attitude toward fighting. As she spoke, she frowned slightly and thought. A moment later, she spoke up, "Not bad. With everyone working together, our chances of victory are becoming wider." Just then, Isabel's gaze accidentally drifted toward the distant castle. She thoughtfully said, "Looks like Natasa is about to make her move." Kai also noticed this. He nodded slightly in agreement. "That's right. If things continue like this, our forces will gradually be depleted and we will lose. We need to counterattack before that happens." Almost at the same time, those familiar ripples appeared once again. This sight caused the battle to temporarily halt for a moment. Not long after, a figure appeared in the area outside the castle. It was none other than Natasa. As soon as the Alliance's army saw her, they looked astonished, while the demons were extremely excited. Midu also felt that high-level surge of power, and he immediately turned his head to look in that direction. Seeing Natasa, Midu pointed his sword directly at her and shouted loudly,
"You the Water Heavenly King!"
Natasa narrowed her eyes at Midu, snorted, and said, "Swordsman of the hero candidates, it seems you are the leader of this army." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately summoned magic. A series of surging streams of water transformed into giant pythons and rushed straight toward Midu. Not daring to be careless in the slightest, Midu concentrated all his focus. Then, he quickly created a protective shield to deal with it. The water pythons kept aggressively slamming against the shield. This caused Midu's expression to grow increasingly grim. But she did not stop there. Natasa continued her attack as sharp water blades rushed forward with tempestuous force. The shield Midu had created could no longer hold up. His entire body, along with the shield, was pushed backward. Midu frowned in anger, and the ground beneath his feet began to collapse, making it impossible for him to stand firm. With this thought, Midu transformed his sword into a long rope. He quickly latched onto an ancient pillar of the castle. Then he immediately launched himself into the air, creating a safe distance from Natasa. Seeing where Midu had just landed, Natasa muttered in annoyance, "That is my garden." With those words, she summoned surging waves, and the cold water quickly tightened around Midu's legs. That layer of water instantly turned into solid ice, trapping his feet right in that very spot. Witnessing this, Natasa wore a triumphant smile and spat out a challenge, telling him to go die. No sooner had she finished her sentence than she immediately summoned a powerful water blast. Fierce waves rushed relentlessly toward Midu, forcing him to quickly raise his shield in defense. However, the force of the water was so overwhelming that Midu began to show clear signs of exhaustion. Before long, red blood began to seep from the wounds on his legs. Sensing the danger, Midu gathered his strength to shatter the ice binding his legs. He took a few steps back, seizing the opportunity to catch his breath. Narrowing her eyes at Midu, Natasa sneered, mocking that he was quite impressive to block that move. But with those injured legs, how could he possibly move anymore? Watching from a distance, Mireille could not hide her anxiety, but there was nothing she could do to intervene. Natasha laughed maniacally, believing that victory was assured if she could just crush her opponent. Without hesitation, she continued to summon water serpents that lunged straight at Midu's position. In the distance, Isabelle took one look at the situation and sneered sarcastically that his main source of power seemed to be facing defeat. Shrugging nonchalantly, KB replied that there was no need to worry as he already had a plan of his own. Amidst the tense battle, Midu remained standing completely still. Even so, his eyes now blazed with a fierce determination, and then, in the blink of an eye, Midu moved with godlike speed, appearing right behind Natasha. His sudden appearance caught Natasha completely off guard, leaving her no time to react. Immediately, Midu raised his sword high and cried out, calling upon the sacred light to gather on his blade to unleash the power to vanquish demons. In an instant, crackles of electricity surged back and forth across the sword in his hand. Without hesitating for even a single second, Midu delivered the decisive strike. The Water Heavenly King Aqualia, her full name was Natasha Aqualia. She was the eldest daughter of the prestigious Aqualia clan, a family renowned for their supreme mastery of water magic. The four Heavenly Kings. These were the supreme commanders of the Demon Lord's army, titles inherited through generations, such as in the Stone Gaia or Wimbok clans. After losing their leaders, these clans fell into chaos trying to find successors, as there was not a single qualified individual, forcing them at times to make a compromised choice, even if the candidate's abilities were far from impressive. Natasha was the prime example of this. She was merely a forced replacement after her predecessor suddenly passed away from a severe illness. Simply put, Natasha held the seat of Heavenly King despite possessing none of the strength required for the position. As the head of the Aqualia clan, she was extremely sensitive and refused to tolerate being looked down upon by others. Natasha was actually skilled in enemy intelligence and covert military operations, as she always came up with ideas that went far beyond mere physical strength. Her engagement to the third prince, Leonhardt, was also a strategic move to consolidate her own position. Previously, Natasha had asked Leonhardt why he treated someone like her so well, a woman with no ability who only held the title of Heavenly King in name only. At that moment, Leonhardt reached up and gently stroked her cheek. He smiled sincerely and said that it was obvious simply because he loved her, Aqualia. Hearing those words, Natasha felt deeply moved. However, at this very moment, she was completely helpless, unable to do anything to aid Leonhardt, and she passed away beneath Midu's blade. Witnessing Natasha's fall, the demons were thrown into a state of panic. Aqualia was dead, and it was truly unbelievable. Conversely, the Holy Kingdom's faction was extremely excited. Mary cheered with joy that Midu had won. Iga also nodded in approval. It was just as he had predicted. On this side, Arashi appeared extremely irritated, muttering that his clan could have easily finished off that weak woman. Upon hearing that, Akira couldn't help but laugh, saying that Arashi had been very patient since he hadn't intervened in the battle. Arashi snorted in dissatisfaction and then spoke huffily. I didn't have any other choice, it was Kai who forced me to do that. Returning to an earlier time, when the group was still in the forest of demons. As their conversation drew to a close, Kai gave a few instructions and prepared to leave. The whole group looked a bit awkward at that moment. But in the end, they all still nodded in agreement. While Arashi was on his way back, suddenly a voice called out from behind to stop him. Arashi. Arashi asked back irritably, what is it now? The person who appeared was Kai. He said in a low voice, regarding the next battle with the Heavenly Kings, I want to let Midu handle it himself. Hearing this, Arashi raised an eyebrow in doubt and asked, are you telling me not to fight? Kai didn't answer immediately but glanced into the distance, and Arashi looked in that direction out of curiosity as well. Kai said softly, I want Midu to have a chance to grow here. To do that, he needs to have confidence. Hearing this, Arashi seemed confused and didn't understand Kai's point, so Kai explained slowly, Midu is always hesitating because he doesn't believe in his own decisions. You understand what I mean, right? Arashi pondered for a moment before speaking. Yeah, it is a bit complicated, but I get it. Kai spoke slowly. Perhaps it's because he has been saved by his teammates too many times. If he can defeat a Heavenly King on his own, Midu will gain a certain level of confidence. Arashi frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, but what if he loses? Wouldn't that destroy his confidence even further? Kai laughed teasingly upon hearing that. Are you worried about Midu? Arashi immediately retorted in frustration. That's not what I meant, I'm just pointing out the flaws in your training plan. Kai said seriously, if he loses, then he will die. And if he dies here, then that death will also define his worth. Hearing those words, Arashi froze in shock. After quite a while, he finally stammered, regardless, I have no reason to listen to you. Kai didn't bother and turned to walk away, not forgetting to drop an insightful remark. You understand that you hold the lives of your comrades in your hands, and you know well that Midu's growth is the key to defeating the Demon King, don't you? Arashi squinted as he watched his retreating back, clicked his tongue and said, in the end, everything is still going exactly according to his intentions. Returning to reality, Midu still couldn't believe that he had just won. That moment was indeed incredibly dangerous, but he had defeated a Heavenly King alone. He had clearly become much stronger than before. Midu fully understood that it was all thanks to Arashi's guidance. Recalling the night at Yang Demon, Kai once approached Midu and said, Midu, I want to talk to you privately for a moment. Midu rushed toward Kai looking skeptical. What is it? I saw you talking to Arashi earlier, but… Before he could finish his sentence, Kai coldly interrupted, I have some advice for you, stop hesitating and just be confident in your own decisions. Those words left Midu momentarily dazed. A long while later, he sighed and replied, I admit I am an indecisive person, but how can I gain confidence in myself? Kai indifferently responded, with a personality like yours, only practical results can create confidence. Go defeat the heavenly kings yourself. That suggestion left Midu stunned right then and there. Yet by today, he had actually accomplished it. Midu had feigned an injury to his own leg to catch Natasha off guard, a tactic he normally would never have dared to consider. And yet Midu had executed it. It was all because Kai had advised him to place faith in his own judgments. It was an incredibly risky gamble, but in the end it succeeded perfectly. Midu's judgment was entirely accurate. Thinking of this, he looked around at everyone. Immediately Midu raised his sword high and declared solemnly, the heavenly king of Aqualia has fallen. You demons, lay down your weapons. If you surrender, I promise to spare your lives. Hearing this, the demons were in an extreme state of panic. After some hesitation, they finally lowered their weapons to surrender. And so, the battle officially came to an end. The victory belonged to the citadel. On top of the nearby fortress wall, Kai's group also witnessed the entire event. Kai nodded with satisfaction and said, Midu naturally doesn't have the habit of trusting his own intuition. Mayo looked surprised upon hearing this and asked, what do you mean by that? Kai slowly explained. He often gets caught up in formulaic fighting styles instead of trusting his own instincts. Safe moves are often considered textbook styles, low in risk, but too easy for an enemy to read. That makes Midu lose ground in high-level battles of wits. The battle with the woman Leonora was clearly a display of intuition. Even though Kai only guessed based on Midu's strength at the time, that assessment was entirely correct. At this point, Isabin interrupted. I think he's being too reckless. If she had avoided that attack, the situation would surely have fallen into a stalemate. Kai offhandedly remarked that such balance was a good omen. Regardless, he has performed excellently for now. The whole group was overjoyed by Midu's convincing victory over Natasha. Elsewhere, deep in a certain forest, the demon army was marching in droves. Leonhardt sat in his carriage. The irritating noise made him grumble irritably. Could Aqualia have really perished? The subordinate outside immediately replied, yes, please restrain your grief, sir. He let out a cold snort and said crossly, I see. I didn't expect that woman to be so useless, even though I provided her with the shadow army of the demon lord's forces. This assertion made the subordinate freeze for a moment. Leonhardt didn't bother to explain further. He said indifferently, forget about the deceased. What matters is that Isabel is acting very strangely, and we must take action soon. The Beastman Alliance had defeated the Kingdom of Aqualia and gained control of Fallet City. They maintained the vital supply route stretching from Nutris City through the Demon Forest to Fallet. They finally captured a key stronghold, making the inhabitants of the Demon Kingdom begin to feel a sense of urgency. At the same time, in the center of Fallet City, the Beastman Alliance army was focusing on treating the wounded warriors. Ziori was diligently providing first aid when she suddenly heard a call from behind. She looked back and saw Midu approaching. He smiled in praise and said, You're doing a great job. How is the situation? Ziori replied calmly, those with minor injuries have been discharged in high spirits, while the severe cases remain for treatment but are recovering steadily. After speaking, she suddenly looked up, intending to say something more. Furthermore, before she could finish her sentence, Amelia stepped out and said with a smile, I'm fine now. Seeing her, Midu exclaimed joyfully, Amelia, thank goodness. Amelia replied sincerely, I've made you worry. Midu then patted Ziori's head and said with a smile, it's all thanks to your constant healing spells. Receiving the praise, Ziori waved her hands dismissively. No, I only did what I could. Amelia didn't pay it any mind and said sternly, I will return to duty tomorrow. I want to discuss future strategy with Hirik and Iga. Midu, please join that meeting as well. Midu nodded slightly and replied, yes, of course. Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, Midu, can you hear me? It was Jin using telepathy. Araji had just called and requested everyone to gather at the dormitory. Midu nodded slightly and replied, I understand. I'll head over right now. He let out a helpless sigh. Having a voice suddenly ring out in his head still startled him a bit. Seeing Midu's pensive expression, Amelia asked in surprise, is something wrong? Midu, of course, didn't dare tell the truth. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, it's nothing. I was just a bit distracted. Thinking he was tired, Amelia patted his shoulder and said, I understand. You fought very hard. Please get some rest today. Midu nodded hurriedly. Yes, I'll head back to the dormitory to rest today. Before long, everyone had gathered at the dormitory. The trio of commanders were, of course, also present there. Jin glanced at Kai before starting. As Araji instructed, I have summoned every member of the combat group. Kai nodded slightly and said, well done. Then, he placed the half-finished cup he was holding down on the table. He then turned his gaze towards Midu and asked, by the way, has the cooperation with the resistance army been disclosed to all of you yet? Midu frankly confirmed, yes, I have thoroughly informed everyone about this matter. Kai nodded with satisfaction, casting a warning gaze around the room. I'll keep it brief, but to be clear, anyone who leaks information will die. Don't expect me to go easy just because of our schoolmate bond. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew a gun from his person, like a silent threat. Witnessing that scene, everyone's faces clearly showed extreme bewilderment. Seeing Kai holding a gun for the first time, Satoshi and Heike turned pale. They were terrified of him. And furthermore, do firearms really exist in this world? Asushi and Kenta glanced at Araji for help, but only received the usual cold attitude from him. On the contrary, some people didn't care about the gun and instead fixated their eyes on Sina and Mir in the back, finding the two of them looking really adorable. Sensing the suffocating atmosphere, Narumi quickly spoke up to soothe the tension. Hey, who would ever go and leak confidential information? So what's the actual reason you gathered everyone? Kai took a deep breath, his voice low, and said, regarding our next target, thanks to the support and plans from the resistance faction, I want to directly target the third prince, Leonhardt. He informed that he is currently marching with a reinforcement army, but because the city of Follett has fallen, he is now temporarily residing in the adjacent town of Vernier. Kai guessed that Leonhardt was planning future strategies, therefore he wanted to lead a small, elite group, hoping to finish him off with a surprise attack while there was still an opportunity. Hearing this, Midu frowned, deliberating. Tomorrow there will be a strategy meeting with Amelia and others. It seems we need to give direction to the army. However, Kai shook his head in refusal. No, we don't need allied forces to intervene this time. Let them continue to enjoy their vacation. Akira proposed without hesitation. Then let me handle that part, because if Midu lies, it won't end well. The whole group nodded in agreement. That's right. At this moment, Akira turned to Kai and asked, but I want to confirm the real reason we are targeting Leonhardt. Kai patiently explained, the Celestial King of Aqualia originally belonged to the Third Prince's faction and was a shadow unit of the Demon Lord's army. Capturing Follett will surely weaken his advantage. He, along with Sina and another person, wants to eliminate Leonhardt before he can rebuild his army, while Isabel, fearing his information network, wants to deal with him quickly. Akira nodded in understanding after hearing this, so it's an intersection of interests. Arashi, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. What will the resistance army do for us? Those people are merely cleverly exploiting us. Kai frowned slightly and continued in a low voice. They will spread misleading information from within to set a trap for Leonhardt. Our plan is to take him down as soon as he falls into the trap. Hearing that, Arashi showed dissatisfaction. You're being too cautious. Are you scared? Just charge in and crush him, what's the big deal? Kai narrowed his eyes at him and replied coldly, those with the Demon Lord's bloodline are on a completely different level than the Celestial Kings. I believe our current strength can win, but I am compelled to be extremely cautious. He would announce the campaign details later. Saying this, he began pointing at each person. The list of members Kai nominated to participate in the fight against Leonhardt included Midu. The second spot, of course, had to be for Arashi. Next is the young man who controls the Narumi seal. Then there is the hot-headed girl with the blood of the fire god, Reina. Furthermore, there is Tao, who possesses a very sharp tactical mindset. You also need additional healing support from Shiori. Finally, there is Akira, who is both eloquent and has a sharp, calculating mind. After finalizing the list, Kai looked toward Mirai and gave assignments. In total, there are 7 of you. Hashimoto, you stay here to provide backup for Amelia and the others. Hearing this, Mirai looked displeased, pouted, and replied, it seems I have no other choice. Seeing Kai ignoring him, Jin, standing nearby, began to feel extremely impatient. On the contrary, Akira and Narumi both understood that it was the strongest lineup. They could only think of those people, as the other students would struggle to keep up with this tactic. A while later, the meeting concluded, and the trio from Kai's house quickly left the dormitory. However, they had only gone a short distance when a call came from behind. Kai and the other 2 immediately stopped and turned back to look. The person chasing them was Jin, and Kai frowned and asked quietly, Kanzaki, what do you want with me? Jin hesitated for a moment before shyly speaking up, why won't you let me join? Kai bluntly criticized him without any reservation. To be honest, you are just a burden. It is hard for me to trust your combat ability at this time. That statement caused Jin's face to turn pale in an instant. Mayo, standing nearby, was equally flustered and quickly spoke up, wait a second Kai, isn't that too harsh? Sina also spoke up to defend Jin, saying that in the previous skirmish, she had shown quite a bit of initiative. Kai narrowed his eyes and looked straight at the 3 girls standing in front of him. After a long pause, he sighed and explained, let me be clear, Kanzaki's crowd control skills are extremely overpowered against weak enemies. He is very formidable in group battles. However, high-level opponents will usually overwhelm opponents with massive amounts of magical power. With such limited binding abilities, Jin would not contribute anything in the battle against Leonhardt. Upon hearing this, Jin cried out in despair, no way, is my ability only meant for hunting down small fry? Kai nodded slightly to confirm, you know that well enough. But Jin was still not resigned and hurriedly replied, but I really want to help you. Kai sighed helplessly, you just need to act as a communication bridge between me and our classmates, that would be a huge help, understand? Jin did not think so. She recalled what happened the other day and muttered, I want you to trust me like you did that time. Kai did not reply, but Mayo quickly chimed in to encourage him. If she is no longer a burden, it would be good to let her come along. And Sina nodded in agreement. Why don't you just train her like you did with Tati? Hearing the 3 girls nagging incessantly, Kai began to lose his patience. He snapped irritably, listen, Kanzaki, if you want to be useful, then follow my advice, try harder to socialize more with your classmates. Jin stood stunned upon hearing this, her eyes filled with extreme bewilderment. She wondered vaguely, that thing, what do you mean by that? Kai calmly analyzed, thanks to the telepathic ability granted by the guardian deity, you are fully capable of taking on the role of tactical commander. If you truly do a good job, I am willing to take you with me. Jin looked at the other person with teary eyes and hesitated. Can I really command troops? Do you want me to be our class leader? Kai replied casually, it doesn't matter normally, but when it comes to battle, it's different. Only your special communication ability can help gather the entire class in time. Because Midu is inherently indecisive. As for Mirai, she is too conservative. Arashi, on the other hand, is only good at brute force, so if Jin can calmly lead the group, Kai will feel much more at ease. Seeing that she was valuable in his eyes, Jin happily nodded immediately. I understand. I promise I won't disappoint you. Witnessing that expression, Kai felt incredibly strange. He couldn't understand why this girl liked being his pawn so much, but since it was beneficial, he didn't mind. Meanwhile, deep within the city of Vernier, a demon was prostrating himself in the middle of the castle and timidly spoke. Sir, please allow your subordinate to express a few words. Leonhardt stood motionless before the crystal ball and coldly ordered, if there's something, speak quickly. The subordinate hesitated. 3 days have passed, yet you still linger here. Fallet has been occupied. We need to retreat quickly because Vernier is not an ideal location for battle. Leonhardt nodded slightly in confirmation. I understand, so why then? The henchman grew even more confused. He understood that his leader didn't want to surrender territory to those people, but the current situation didn't allow them to be at ease. They needed to cooperate with other princes. At that moment, Leonhardt casually explained, when the Demon King's Shadow Legion is defeated, they all leave unique magical traces. I can use those remnants to find the cause of death. Hearing that, the minion asked with a bewildered expression, what exactly do you mean, sir? Leonhardt merely curled his lips into a cold smile. It was a moment later that he spoke. I am gathering information. If I move away from the corpses of the Shadow Army, my magic will lose its effect. Isabel is betraying us. This statement stunned the subordinate, who couldn't believe what he had just heard. Leonhardt ignored the astonishment and continued to smile, just verifying that is enough. Let those people occupy the city of Fallet. At the same time, the surface of the crystal ball gradually revealed a scene of Isabel secretly conversing with someone. At another location where Kai and Isabel's group were rendezvousing, she had brought a light blue potion. Holding the item in his hand, Kai confusedly asked, is this the key to defeating Leonhardt? Is it an antidote? Isabel nodded in confirmation. Yes, it will definitely help because Leonhardt is exceptionally skilled in rare poison magic. Just one light hit will cause a potent poison to spread and take your life immediately. Kai still seemed a bit skeptical, wondering if they would have enough strength to resist, even with the antidote in hand. Therefore, he immediately used his appraisal skill to thoroughly examine the item he was holding. This type of medicine only serves to limit or neutralize magical toxins, meaning the success rate is only about 50-50. At this point, Isabel continued to instruct, the medicinal effect only lasts for 10 minutes after ingestion. We must defeat Leonhardt within that short time frame. Hearing that, Kai nodded slightly to signal that he understood the situation. Isabel was still worried, so she further warned, everyone must be extremely careful because there isn't much antidote. It was originally only used to rescue allied forces when they were poisoned. She presented the battle plan with the support of associates from the Revolutionary Army who were operating within Leonhardt's organization. We will use false information to lure Leonhardt into a spatial magic trap, then ambush him and Kai's accomplices at the transfer station to eliminate them all. After revealing the plan, she asked if he had any questions. Kai nodded and said, yes, I am also recruiting skilled fighters and will gather them at the designated location. A person with the blood of a demon lord like Isabel, and the one who specializes in poisons, Leonhardt, you truly don't know what level of power he has reached. Without further, Tire Team began preparations and even Midu actively participated. He was diligently training with Iga. Iga possessed superb close combat skills and remarkable speed. Midu would surely learn a lot from him. After a few rounds, Iga easily identified the flaws in Midu's fighting style. He immediately brought the tip of his sword right before his opponent's eyes. Not daring to be careless, he cast a teleportation spell to approach Iga from behind. Nevertheless, Iga managed to grasp the situation. He smirked and said, I've seen these tricks countless times before. Instantly, he unleashed a powerful sweeping kick. Midu flinched, hastily dodging and retreating a few steps backward. Refusing to be outdone, he swiftly transformed his blade into a rope, tightly coiling it around Iga's ankle. Iga was thus lifted into the air. The two continued to twist and somersault, fiercely battling in mid-air. After a period of struggle, both actively separated. The rope on Iga's ankle also quickly retracted to its original position. Iga smiled and commented, that's quite a complicated way to use a sword, but when you make it as flexible as a willow branch, its power seems to diminish slightly. However, Midu did not waver. A spark of determination lit up in his eyes. Immediately, a surge of energy from the sword shot straight towards Iga. For a brief moment, Iga momentarily showed a look of surprise. Nevertheless, he managed to react in time, raising his sword to parry the attack. At the same time, Hirik quietly observed the sparring match, his eyes filled with extreme bewilderment. In this fight, Midu's style showed no hesitation. He was significantly more confident after defeating a heavenly king. As he was deep in thought, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Hirik, making him immediately turn his head to look. The person who appeared was Zin, and he saw her standing there. Hirik asked in surprise, Kanzaki, what are you looking for me for? Zin hesitated for a moment, then boldly proposed, Hirik, please teach me the art of tactical command. After hearing this, Hirik's mind reeled with questions, thinking, why is everything so sudden? He narrowed his eyes, observing Zin, and suspiciously asked why she suddenly wanted to learn about the art of military command. Zin steadfastly replied that she wanted to become stronger and therefore hoped to receive guidance to optimize her guardian abilities. Hirik frowned in thought. Zin's abilities reminded him of sharing rather than dominating, a non-verbal communication skill reserved for hero candidates. If Zin could strategically command and operate the army's main squad, the group's coordination would surely improve dramatically. However, Hirik didn't nod immediately but instead asked suspiciously, tell me the truth, whose suggestion was that? Zin paused briefly, then avoided his gaze and stammered, Midu told me to. With his life experience, Hirik clearly understood Zin was lying, because if it were Midu, he would certainly insist on studying with her. Clearly, this was Kai's intention. The recent strange actions of the hero squad must also be related to him. Seeing Hirik's silence, Zin became even more uneasy. Even though Hirik understood Kai's situation and that revealing his identity wouldn't matter, she still had to keep their cooperation with the Revolutionary Army a secret. Catching Zin's worried expression, Hirik smiled reassuringly. Of course I'm willing. We also want to see you improve, don't we? Zin's mood immediately brightened and she excitedly said, "Thank you very much." In reality, Hirik harbored another objective. He wanted to use a sincere attitude to gain trust, in order to control this girl who was in command of the entire class. What made Hirik uneasy was Kai's presence, the one pulling the strings of the hero squad from behind. Was it because he didn't trust Amelia that Kai decided to go into hiding after his trip to the Beastfolk Alliance? Hirik knew well that Amelia would never forgive the one who murdered the Saintess, so he needed to take command of the Alliance army to gain Kai's trust. Jane, who was opposite him, observed and noticed Hirik's expression changing constantly. She asked somewhat bewilderedly, "Hirik, is something wrong?" Hirik started, regaining his composure. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing. I'm free today, so let's start learning tactics right away." Yes, Jean happily agreed without hesitation. After that, she immediately ran after Hirik to begin the lesson. By evening, at a small house located in the suburbs. Although it was late at night, Kai was still diligently working on something. Kai thoughtfully shared, "I've tried to thoroughly analyze the various poisons, but they are completely different from the knowledge we had in our old world. You were originally immune to more than 10 types of poison, but here they mean nothing." Ziori heard that and hesitated, saying, "My guardian abilities can heal illnesses, but for extremely potent poisons, it takes a very long time to recover. It would be terrible if I couldn't heal everyone in time." Kai shook his head, comforting him, "Don't worry, you are the healing support for the entire class, and your contribution is immense." Mayor, who was standing by the kitchen nearby, suddenly looked up and asked, "By the way, Sina still hasn't returned. I wonder if something went wrong." Hearing that, Kai also became worried and mumbled, "She really is later than usual." And in his heart, an ominous premonition about this matter began to stir. At the same time, in the outskirts of the forest, thousands of miles away, Leonhardt suddenly appeared, even though he should have been in another city. He slightly curled his lips into a cryptic smile. Why was everyone acting so astonished? Isabel and Smith were about to head back when he unexpectedly blocked their path, causing them both to be momentarily startled. At that moment, a flash of panic that was hard to hide crossed Isabel's eyes. She frowned and muttered suspiciously, why was he in this place? Stumbling upon Leonhardt in such a desolate area was absurd. Perhaps he had already gathered information about the Revolutionary Army. Witnessing that wariness, Leonhardt could not help but burst out laughing. Actually, something very interesting just happened. For some reason, one of my loyal henchmen suddenly tried to deceive me. Upon hearing that, Isabel immediately realized that she had likely fallen into a trap. Leonhardt paid no mind to her reaction. Poisonous gas gathered in his palm as he growled, "Out of curiosity, I gave him a dose of poison. This poison causes extreme pain without taking one's life, yet it was quite strange that the fellow revealed the name Isabel." Isabel realized her identity was exposed. If she fled, the secrets of the Revolutionary Army would be revealed throughout the Demon Kingdom, so she had to eliminate Leonhardt right now. Without any hesitation, she hastily summoned her magic wand. Without saying a word, she immediately swung her wand to unleash a strike. Suddenly, a sharp dimensional rift appeared in front of Leonhardt. Yet he still smirked nonchalantly. "Your space. Cutting magic is indeed terrifying, because there is no way to defend against it. That is why I have spent countless nights and days finding a way to deal with it." As soon as Leonhardt finished speaking, that dimensional rift was swallowed by a murky black mist. Isabel's pupils contracted. Her magic had completely vanished. It was Leonhardt's toxic gas that had corroded space itself. The area invaded by the poison could not maintain its structure and was immediately neutralized. She realized in shock that this was superior magic. Leonhardt was controlling the toxins to interfere with space, making it impossible for her to utilize her spatial abilities anymore. At this point, Leonhardt sneered sarcastically, "Isabel, you are very strong and that spatial magic is truly formidable, which is why I have always had to be on guard against you since we were children." He had hoped it was just a groundless worry, wishing that the long duration of his efforts to find a way to counter Isabel would not go to waste. Seeing her opponent's smug attitude, Isabel became furious and shouted loudly, "Even if my spatial magic is blocked, I am still capable of defeating you." After speaking, she immediately summoned a series of magic spells to launch a heavy attack toward Leonhardt. However, they were all dispelled by his layer of toxic gas in an instant. Leonhardt maintained his superior demeanor, haughtily declaring, "How unfortunate, my bad premonitions always turn out to be true." As soon as he finished his sentence, streams of toxic gas began to surround the area. Leonhardt gently raised his hand into the air. The flows of toxic gas, seemingly controlled by him, darted forward at high speed. They spread incredibly quickly throughout the surrounding space, engulfing the entire spot where Isabel and Smith were standing. Both quickly used their hands to cover their noses and held their breath, so as not to inhale the harmful mist. If she continued, her life would be hard to save. Isabel frowned in irritation, as the situation was not at all favorable, forcing her to withdraw immediately. At the same time, Leonhardt was still controlling the eerie toxic gas. He compressed it into a perfectly round sphere. A split second later, he threw the sphere. In the blink of an eye, countless toxic spikes shot out from the center of the sphere in all directions. Isabel was not negligent. She immediately raised a stone wall as a shield, but the toxic spikes pierced it, causing cracks to quickly appear on its surface. The crisp sound of cracking continued to echo, causing both Isabel and her companion to feel alarmed. Just as expected, the stone wall was soon engulfed by toxic gas and crumbled into tiny fragments. Smith hurriedly covered his nose with his hand, his face showing clear signs of unease. Just as the situation became critical, Isabel immediately grabbed his hand tightly. She hurriedly utilized her teleportation ability to transport them both out of that space. Almost simultaneously, the toxic spikes pierced the wall and lunged straight toward where they had been standing. However, the two of them had vanished, leaving only the toxic gas drifting lazily behind. Leonhardt clicked his tongue in admiration, realizing she still had enough strength to teleport even though the space was contaminated. He had been wrong to underestimate Isabel. Nevertheless, he was certain Isabel could not have gone far. To protect the Revolutionary Army's secrets, she would surely find a way to return and eliminate him. Therefore, Leonhardt simply stood and waited at that same moment. Sina, standing not far away, had witnessed the entire battle, her face pale with horror. A few minutes later, at a house located right next to a cliff, a spatial rift suddenly appeared. Isabel struggled to step out from within the rift. A feeling of suffocation still clung to her body. Cold sweat poured profusely down her face. Smith followed quickly behind. He anxiously asked Isabel if she was okay, and she only gave a slight nod in response. Using teleportation magic from the contaminated area had drained her magic power, leaving her exhausted. Smith stepped forward to support her, worriedly suggesting that the enemy might have caught wind of the Revolutionary Army, but Isabel immediately interrupted him, saying their recent actions had been too blatant to avoid it. However, Leonhardt was someone who trusted no one, so the likelihood of him sharing this secret with another faction was very low. At this mention, Isabel's eyes flared with murderous intent. She pursed her lips, vowing to herself to eliminate Leonhardt and his cohorts soon. Meanwhile, at the place where Kai was resting, he stood quietly by the window, waiting for Sina to return. Not long after, the window was slowly pushed open. Sina rushed inside from outside with great haste. Kai saw Ling step forward and ask urgently what had finally happened. Sina lowered her voice and explained, "I followed Isabel as you ordered. She was attacked by the third prince, but managed to escape using teleportation magic, so I'm not sure what happened next." Mayor, who was busy cooking, heard this and cried out in panic. Could it be that they have already caught wind of the Revolutionary Army's existence? Kai, on the other hand, appeared quite calm. He replied composedly, "No matter how skillfully we have hidden ourselves, we cannot rule out the possibility of exposure. That is why I sent Sina to monitor her." "Sina, do you have Leonhardt's scent?" Sina gave a slight nod of confirmation. "Yes, that scent was so strong and foul that I could recognize it immediately even from a distance." Kai understood clearly upon hearing that. "You mean the scent of poison, right?" Having finished his thought, he used God's Guard to contact Jin Kanzaki. "Can you hear me?" At the Holy Kingdom's camp, Jin was sound asleep when she suddenly heard a voice echoing in her head and jumped out of bed. "What is it, Araji?" This was truly terrifying. Although she was used to this form of communication, she sometimes couldn't help being startled. While Jin was still dazed, Kai gave orders to summon the Leonhardt task force within half an hour. This request left Jin extremely confused. Seeing her silence, Kai urged, "The situation is very urgent, so hurry up." Jin then came to her senses and asked suspiciously, "What's going on? This isn't exactly the time for favors." Nevertheless, Jin still used God's Guard to send a message to the Leonhardt team. "Can everyone hear me?" Midu, who was gazing at the night scene, was startled to hear it. The other members were also busy with their own work. But Jin's voice was transmitted directly into their minds, causing everyone to feel extremely bewildered. Arashi frowned in annoyance, clearly showing his impatience. 2 hours later, at the familiar forest, Isabel had gathered the entire Revolutionary Army in one place. Smith looked at Isabel and asked, "The troops have fully assembled, but what about contacting the hero candidates?" Isabel shook her head and replied, "No need, her cat ears have surely reported everything to Kai already." In the previous battle, she had seen Isabel nearby and believed that Kai would catch on soon. Besides, they knew of this base, so they would find their way here to assemble on their own. While speaking, Isabel looked at Fanko and asked, "In your opinion, how will Leonhardt act after my escape?" Fanko slowly explained, "Leonhardt is naturally cautious. The fact that he attacked so boldly proves he considers you a major threat. He might have already tracked down this location." "Precisely, you traitor." Before his words could even finish, a thunderous voice interrupted from deep within the forest as a silhouette silently stepped out. It was Leonhardt. Upon seeing him, the faces of Isabel's group immediately turned pale. Leonhardt smirked, "I've been waiting for you to return here, but you are slower than I expected. Are you waiting for someone?" As he finished speaking, a lethal cloud of toxic gas began to spread around him. The Revolutionary Army immediately rushed forward to stand in front of Isabel to shield her. Right away, those people pulled out the antidote they had prepared in advance. In just a few breaths, they tilted their heads back and gulped it all down. Isabel was no exception. She had prepared thoroughly for this life or death moment. Witnessing the scene, Leonhardt couldn't help but smile faintly. "An antidote, so you people have planned carefully to confront me, have you?" As he spoke, he threw his head back and laughed loudly, his face full of smugness. Isabel frowned slightly and thought, with this, she could hold out against the deadly toxin for 10 minutes, but since there were no hero candidates here, they had to fend for themselves. However, no sooner had the thought crossed her mind than everyone around her collapsed to the ground. Isabel's pupils contracted and her face showed clear signs of disbelief and shock. Leonhardt smirked mockingly. Just as expected, it had no effect on her. Isabel, the loyal guard of the Dark Lord, within the Demon Lord's bloodline, she and Alice were uniquely powerful individuals. Upon hearing these words, Isabel's expression turned grim, and she bit her lip, muttering, "Why, clearly everyone had already taken the antidote. Yet all of them had collapsed from the poisonous gas." Leonhardt kindly explained, "That antidote is only effective against the deadly poison created from high-level toxic magic. Did you think I would hand out something that could neutralize my own toxins?" And what he had just used was mid-level poison attribute magic, a specialized venom meant to paralyze the body. Before she could speak, Leonhardt quickly cut her off. "I want to control you and make you an offer. Fearing you might try to escape again, I'll say it up front, do you want to join my ranks to be part of the Revolutionary Army?" As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Isabel as an invitation. Hearing that offer, Isabel couldn't help but be stunned. Observing her expression, Leonhardt couldn't help but laugh with amusement. "Surprised, aren't you? My power is rapidly declining. The Shadow Army has been completely wiped out. To rise and become the successor Demon Lord, I need new trump cards." Isabel, having heard this, skeptically asked, "First of all, shouldn't you consider negotiating with the Allied forces? Your territory is being invaded after all." Shrugging indifferently, Leonhardt pouted and replied, "You understand too. To be frank, humanity is quite annoying right now. The hero candidates and their abilities are truly quite excellent." Even so, he believed they were still not skilled enough to compare to the Demon Lord's bloodline, so if they fought a serious, decisive battle, the country would not be destroyed. Isabel frowned slightly and retorted in a low voice, "You are underestimating the hero candidates too much. They are stronger than you think and are still constantly improving." Leonhardt didn't care in the slightest. He smirked. "You speak as if you know those people very well." Isabel remained silent, not answering. In her heart, she was calculating if the antidote was useless, the probability of winning this battle was zero. Even if the hero candidates arrived in time, the situation wouldn't change much. At that very moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, making Isabel jump in surprise. Even Leonhardt appeared bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Both hurriedly looked in that direction and saw a group of people approaching. Leading them was Midu, followed by her other companions. They had found their way here after receiving a request from Kaiti. Everyone gathered all their strength. A dramatic battle was about to erupt. Arashi narrowed his eyes at Leonhardt in the distance, his face burning with fighting spirit. Spotting them, Leonhardt seemed to have grasped their intentions. He smirked, mocking the hero candidates for plotting to overthrow him. Immediately, Isabel shouted a loud warning that the surrounding area was filled with paralysis toxins, so no one should come closer. Despite this, Sori and Akira remained determined to use enhancement magic and recovery skills. As they both summoned their guardians simultaneously, Holy Spirit shields were erected for protection. The entire group of hero candidates was protected by this barrier as they advanced. Seeing this, both felt extremely satisfied, as this coordination was enough to neutralize mid-tier poison magic while high-tier magic would be handled by antidote. At that moment, Jin also quickly activated her guardian. She urgently coordinated the formation, urging everyone to charge and fight Leonhardt according to Arashi's strategy. Midu's entire group was safely within the protective circle, without any concern about the poisonous mist. In addition, Aiza and Ben were also unharmed, forming a perfect coordinated formation to deal with Leonhardt. Seeing the subordinates writhing from the paralysis poison, Aiza and Ben silently hoped that a divine blessing could save the situation. If a miracle truly occurred, her plan would be considered to be on the right track. Not wanting to harm his allies, Leonhardt aimed directly at Aiza and Ben, and the difference in strength made it far too easy for him. However, Leonhardt's power completely exceeded Aiza and Ben's initial expectations. Meanwhile, Leonhardt was also surprised that the toxins were ineffective. He sneered, mocking the enemy for using anti-poison measures and wondering if such tricks would be enough to bring him down. After speaking, he immediately condensed a pitch-black sphere of toxic gas. Right after that, sharp, jagged spikes protruded from the surface of the sphere. Then those poisonous spikes shot out rapidly, tearing through the air at a dizzying speed. Midu witnessed that horrific sight with a wary gaze. He quickly erected a sturdy shield, stopping the oncoming toxic spikes. However, in just an instant, the wicked spikes began to weave through the shield. Sensing something was wrong, Midu's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and strained to hold firm. All of Midu's efforts were gradually becoming futile as cracks began to appear on the shield. Leonhardt showed a clear look of triumph, smirking as he looked in that direction. Immediately, another giant poisonous spike lunged forward to attack Midu's group. Within a short moment, Midu's defense was completely shattered. Witnessing that, the support trio behind Jin, Sori, and Akira were struck with absolute shock. At the critical moment, a cry rang out telling everyone to fall back, and he timely dashed forward to shield them, but his arm was also struck by a poisonous spike. Although the iron casing covering Cao's arm shattered the toxic spikes, the poison still seeped into his flesh and blood began to soak out. Cao gritted his teeth and muttered, "This guy really is formidable. I understand the trick now." Immediately, Midu turned sharply to look at Jin and shouted,
"Kanzaki!"
Jin understood the signal and nodded, "I understand." Immediately after, she used the psychic link to command Arashi and Narumi to join forces and attack from above. Hearing the command, Narumi immediately used wind manipulation to lift himself and Arashi into the air. Arashi roared with intensity.
"You don't need to remind us?"
Narumi did not hesitate and immediately activated his ability. In a flash, Arashi's body was propelled forward by a gust of wind. In just an instant, he had closed in right in front of Leonhardt. This sudden scene startled Leonhardt. His speed was unbelievably fast. Arashi was charging forward with intense murderous intent and shouted, "You're done for." With a loud boom, a terrifying explosion occurred, filling the air with smoke, fire, and thick dust. Midu was pushed back a few steps by the shockwave of the explosion. She bit her lip and wondered, I wonder if they caught him. Narumi, from high above, saw right into the center of the explosion and exclaimed in surprise, he's still standing firm. Without delay, Narumi unleashed a wind dart to continue the attack. Unfortunately, Leonhardt stood there nonchalantly. The wind dart didn't cause him the slightest bit of damage. Leonhardt smirked contemptuously. Not a bad move, I have to admit, that actually hurt quite a bit. Arashi saw him standing tall and said angrily. It had no effect at all. He doesn't even have a single scratch on him. Leonhardt smiled faintly with arrogance. I carry the blood of the demon lord. Don't compare me to those mediocre demons. Isabel narrowed her eyes seriously. She had recognized that power. It was a blessing from an evil god, the privilege of the Manhwa family, the lineage of the demon lord's vampire bloodline. In the demon world where the strong rule, this type of bloodline always holds a superior position. It provides the ability to maximize all powers including resistance, which is why Leonhardt was completely unharmed. Taking advantage of the fact that Leonhardt was being surrounded, Shiori seized the opportunity to rush over and heal Tao. Akira was different. He kept his eyes glued to Leonhardt with an annoyed expression on his face. While everyone was confused, Jin's voice rang out, everyone stay calm. Midu was startled by the unexpected voice. But Jin paid no mind and continued to reassure them. It has had some effect, keep attacking? Arashi looked dissatisfied with these instructions and huffed, Tech, don't give me orders. With that said, he dove in to attack once again. At the same time, Midu also gathered her strength to unleash a move. As for Reina, she was not idle either and unleashed a fierce torrent of fire. Narumi, suspended in midair, also contributed additional wind energy attack. In just a moment, the flames Reina created suddenly flared up intensely, appearing as though they could incinerate everything. A powerful stream of fire from the sword's radiance shot straight toward Leonhardt, enveloping him. However, in an instant, it all vanished upon contact with Leonhardt's poison gas shield. Leonhardt joked, that's terrible, this final attack was quite damaging. This time I will certainly defend carefully. Midu's group turned out to be even stronger than he had thought. After all, they were the ones who had defeated the 3 heavenly kings. In the blink of an eye, the battle returned to the same stalemate as before. Jin furrowed her brows slightly, her expression hardening. Leonhardt was truly powerful, but that was no reason for her to back down, so she began to give orders to everyone. Our plan will not change. Midu and Axie will be the vanguard. The middle position will be taken by Narumi and Rena. At the very back will be Jin, Akira, and Shiori. Kao will be responsible for protecting the rear. If the defensive wall is broken, everything will be over. Jin knew she could not hesitate any longer. The mission had been assigned, and she reassured everyone that everything would be fine because Araji was by their side. Turning the clock back 2 hours before the battle had even begun. Just as Kai requested, everyone had gathered together at a location. Even though they were summoned in the middle of the night, no one appeared happy. But for the sake of a common goal, they remained focused on listening to Kai explain the situation clearly. After finishing, Kai glanced at everyone and asked, so you all understand the situation clearly now, right? Hearing this, Asashi spoke up full of dissatisfaction. Hey, isn't it your fault that Leonhardt ambushed you? Kai was not bothered, he bluntly said. Whatever the reason, Leonhardt is clearly acting alone, and this is a great opportunity to finish him off. Furthermore, if you help Isabel this time, you can win her favor. It's truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Upon hearing this, Akira couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Arashi, don't tell me you're using the Revolutionary Army as bait. Kai shrugged indifferently, a smile touching his lips as he said, I never had that intention. It's clear that you have all considered every possibility thoroughly. Everyone became even more bewildered, looking at each other for answers, but no one dared to speak. After a long while, Narumi finally broke the silence. I understand what you mean, Arashi, but can we win? We are facing someone capable of crushing the entire Revolutionary Army with his power alone. Kai spoke calmly, his voice echoing through the night. That is indeed a cause for concern, Narumi. Leonhardt's power far exceeds our capabilities. Having said that, he narrowed his eyes at everyone and seriously declared, I will explain the plan to you. Kai had mapped out a battle plan for them. After finishing the assignments, he looked up and said, so, the mission briefing is concluded. Reina, after listening, asked suspiciously, is the plan really that simple? Damn, Mac nodded in agreement. Kai calmly replied that overly complicated plans often collapse due to a minor oversight, so he was leaving the rest to them. They should just make do with what they had and adapt as the situation required. He assigned Midu to take on the role of ground commander. Sina will be the guide to lead everyone to the correct location. Once everything was done, Kai squinted at Jin and suggested she return to the dormitory, which made Jin exclaim in surprise, wait a minute, Araji, aren't you giving me command? Kai subtly frowned, full of doubt, then spoke. Oh, it seems you're quite confident, aren't you? Jin reflexively nodded quickly. However, right after that she felt regret because she didn't understand why she had nodded so quickly. Contrary to expectations, Kai quickly agreed, alright then you can give it a try, which left Jin momentarily flustered. Kai squinted, adding a warning, you are only allowed to seek my help when you're cornered and have no other options. Having finished speaking, he turned to Araji and Midu to present his idea. Let Kanzaki take command this time because I want him to fully demonstrate his leadership qualities to assist in using the spirit guards. Midu immediately nodded in agreement if Araji wanted it that way, but before he could finish speaking, Araji interrupted irritably, I don't care who commands, as long as the orders are reasonable, I will comply. Kai didn't pay any attention and casually replied, alright, just let Kanzaki convince everyone. Hearing this, Jin confidently affirmed that it was of course. However, deep down, she was utterly at a loss because she didn't know if she could bear this heavy responsibility. Unaware of Jin's thoughts, Kai continued, saying, "Since Hano and Nanomi are here, I have already prepared a countermeasure for the toxins for the two of you." Akira and Shiori, upon hearing this, immediately looked extremely bewildered. Akira asked back in astonishment and intoxication, "Did you somehow get the antidote from the Revolutionary Army?" Kai slowly explained that, according to his observations, that kind of medicine only had a small effect, could prevent lethal toxicity but was powerless against other mutated toxins. Shiori mumbled with added worry, "As I've mentioned before, my recovery ability needs quite a lot of time to expel toxins, I'm sure you understand." Kai nodded impassively, and then frankly said that if Nanomiya cooperated with Hano, all situations could be resolved as long as the toxin concentration was only at a moderate level. Hearing that, Akira and Shiori looked at each other and then exclaimed in unison, "Combine? We've never thought of that option before." At the same time, Midu couldn't help but secretly marvel at Kai's evolved abilities, for he, despite always being close by, understood his friend's capabilities even better than they did themselves. Completely unaware of that thought, Kai continued, "This is just a prediction, but if Isabel and the others unfortunately fall, don't hesitate to use combined techniques with the Divine Shield." Returning to reality, recalling Kai's instructions, Jin suddenly realized he must have anticipated this scenario. Therefore, she only needed to focus all resources to command everyone in an all-out attack. However, Jin's biggest worry right now was that the antidote only had a validity of a mere 10 minutes. Furthermore, if Akira and Shiori had to cast spells for too many people, they would certainly consume an enormous amount of energy. Jin concluded that they had no other way but to launch a swift and decisive full-force attack. However, Midu and his teammates were also already fighting with all their might. While Jin was deep in thought, Midu suddenly used his telepathy to connect with her and said, "Kanzaki, I think I've realized it." He analyzed that Leonhardt's fighting style leaned more toward defense. This guy was employing two different types of protection. The first was a magical protection membrane, and the second was a highly toxic corrosive ability. It revolved solely around those two techniques. Midu discovered that Leonhardt was constantly switching between the two options because the barrier consumed very little energy, whereas on the offensive side he had only been firing poison spikes continuously. However, he still perceived them as extremely dangerous and incredibly difficult to approach. After listening, Jin frowned and observed intently. A long while later, she nodded in agreement. "It seems that really is the case. If this continues, the group definitely won't get anywhere. Leonhardt is clearly trying to stall for time. If this keeps up, as soon as the antidote wears off, the whole group will be guaranteed defeat." Akira currently only has about 70% of his mana reserves left. At this rate of consumption, I fear the whole group will run out of energy in less than 15 minutes. The more Jin heard, the gloomier her face became. Even at this distance, she could hear the commotion, but since everyone was talking over one another, she couldn't process or grasp any meaningful information. She wished everyone could communicate information directly to each other. Things would have gone much more smoothly if they didn't have to keep using her as a middleman. Just thinking of that, Jin instinctively clenched her fist. In this world, this was the key to linking everyone together, and she immediately released and expanded her stream of blessings. In just a split second, Midu sensed something. He shouted in surprise, "What? So Kanzaki can connect her mind with others now as well?" Jin nodded slightly and replied, "It seems so. It only applies to classmates. Whoever I choose can speak via telepathy." Hearing that, Akira chuckled. "Oh, that sounds like those group messaging apps." Narumi also chimed in, "It feels like we're creating an internet out of energy." Hearing the constant chatter in his ears,
Arashi yelled irritably, "Stop making noise! Shut up right now, it's a headache!"
Seeing this, Jin also spoke up to advise them. Arashi is right, group telepathy should only be used when reporting news. Everyone understood her meaning immediately. They obeyed in unison. Instantly, Arashi charged straight forward with aggressive force. At the same time, Leonhardt also fired off poisonous spikes. Midu rushed to the front, raising a shield to block the poison spike attack. Leonhardt couldn't help but be startled when he saw their actions. Before he could react, Rina suddenly struck. A giant flame erupted, rushing straight toward him with an increasingly frenzied heat. Leonhardt hurriedly used his other hand to create a magic shield to block Rina's flames. However, at that exact moment, Arashi immediately lunged forward. In an instant, he approached Leonhardt and dropped something to the ground. A deafening sound rang out, accompanied by a fierce explosion, and thick smoke and dust enveloped everything once more. Arashi quickly leaped away before the shockwave hit. However, his arm had turned completely black. Akira exclaimed in panic, "So that's it? If you directly touch the toxin, the antidote will be useless." Shiori said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I'll find a way to increase its effectiveness right away." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly treated Arashi. He remained standing in place, but mumbled irritably, "Task, that toxin-wielding scoundrel is truly a thorn in my side." Just then, Midu sounded a warning, "Everyone, be careful. The enemy seems to be completely covered in a layer of toxin." Arashi snorted coldly, "This is no time for fear. Our time is running out." Indeed, just as predicted, Leonhardt's entire body was completely enveloped by the toxin. He was now nothing short of a terrifying mobile poison container. Nevertheless, a sense of apprehension was stirring within him right now. Midu's group, without needing instruction, suddenly coordinated with each other perfectly. But never mind, their poison resistance wouldn't last long anyway, because Akira and Shiori were about to run out of energy to maintain that state. Thinking of this, Leonhardt smirked, "Let's see how many more minutes you guys can last." If the antidote and divine shield lost their effect, Midu's group would immediately perish from the poison gas. Even though they held the advantage, they were actually cornered. Midu frowned while fending off attacks. Thanks to Jin's support, their coordination had become smoother, but the situation remained incredibly deadlocked. Akira also said worriedly, each person's divine shield can only last for about 3 more minutes. We must quickly end this. Midu raised an eyebrow slightly and mumbled, it's not just the toxin, but his primordial power is also truly overwhelming. All normal attacks couldn't even scratch Leonhardt, and he completely intercepted all powerful technique. Midu finally couldn't hold back anymore and had to appeal to Kai. What should we do next?
Tell me, Kai.
Yet Kai's resolute voice unexpectedly echoed within Midu's mind. Midu, I place my trust in you, which made Midu gasp in surprise. He recalled the time before the battle, when he talked with Kai and Isabin. Midu had 2 choices, and he could have completely refused to join forces with the revolutionaries. But the warriors of the Sacred Kingdom were also fighting alongside them. That meant if he betrayed Hirik, Amelia, and Aiza, Midu would also become a traitor to them. Even so, the reason he decided to nod in agreement with Kai was because Kai believed that would increase the group's chance to return to their old world. Perhaps Kai also understood what he was planning. In fact, Midu wasn't at all eager to return to that old life. In real life, Midu's family was extremely wealthy, with meals consisting entirely of delicacies. However, his biological father could never stand him. Since his early childhood, he had always been relentlessly shunned. Even his younger sibling often mocked him, saying that Midu was the product of his mother and her secret lover. That matter was like a scar that haunted Midu's mind forever. In that world, he had no voice and felt as if he were confined in a cramped box. Midu usually goes along with his friends' wishes, so if everyone wanted to return, he would comply. He fights for the trust of his teammates because they make him feel that his own existence is truly worthwhile. He does not allow himself to disappoint them and must reciprocate that precious trust. Suddenly, Midu realized that it wasn't coercion but his own desire, and he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Midu swung a fierce slash without any hesitation whatsoever. Blinding streaks of sword light instantly flashed into existence. Leonhardt's magical barrier shattered under the powerful attack. Traces of blood began to seep from his arm. Not daring to be careless, Leonhardt hastily erected a new shield, sensing that the destructive power was steadily increasing. Midu's aura had completely changed, accompanied by sword strokes that were becoming increasingly sharp. Leonhardt secretly admired that fierce fighting spirit, but at this rate, even in close combat, recovery would not keep up and the poison would eventually cause Midu to collapse. Unaware of his opponent's calculations, Midu continued to charge forward and attack frantically. The sword strikes from his hands rained down in rapid succession. This caused Leonhardt's shield to waver, making him curse inwardly and wonder if this kid considered his own life worthless. Leonhardt took a deep breath to regain his composure, believing he would win if he simply focused on defense. Only 2 opponents truly put pressure on him, Midu and Arazi. As for the others, no matter how much they bothered him, Leonhardt didn't care to pay them any mind. He never expected that Narumi had already guessed his intention, so she quickly told Akira that he must be thinking exactly that and asked for his help. Focus all your strength on enhancing my attack. Akira nodded slightly, indicating that he understood the situation. At that moment, Narumi unleashed powerful spears to seal off the area. Akira stood behind, continuously boosting his teammates' attack power. Leonhardt was currently preoccupied with dealing with both Midu and Arazi. Suddenly, he felt sharp gusts of wind frantically rushing toward him. Unable to react in time, his defensive layer was torn apart by those winds, which pierced straight into his arm, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Leonhardt was forced to stagger back several steps. It was only then that he realized Narumi was launching attacks from mid-air. He frowned in annoyance because this group was still hiding their true abilities, thinking he had to be cautious of the wind magic user. Witnessing him still standing firm, Narumi's expression turned grim. Right then, a violent roar echoed and the poison user Arazi attacked again upon seeing multiple openings appear. A magic cannon shot was immediately fired, aimed straight at the target. In just the blink of an eye, it rushed right up to Leonhardt's face. Leonhardt knew all too well that his current magic shield could not possibly withstand Arazi's attack. Although it consumed a lot of mana, he was forced to use his super-grade poison intent blade to neutralize it, because the duration of the antidote would not last much longer. While Leonhardt was still struggling to deal with Arazi's magic cannon, the shout of the Holy Knight Midu made him jump in surprise. Midu swung the sword in his hand and rushed forward in a fierce attack. The sword strike came down as fast as a flash, forcing Leonhardt to hurriedly raise his shield to block it. In an instant, the sharp blade collided directly with Leonhardt's poisonous vapor. His expression became terrible because light magic naturally countered toxicity, rendering his poison-intent strike completely useless. While he was preoccupied with calculating his next move, Midu used all his strength to press the sword down. The tip of the sword swept past, quickly slicing a clean wound across Leonhardt's arm, causing blood to flow steadily. Despite this, Midu still found his opponent incredibly tough. He had exerted all his might yet still couldn't manage to overpower him. At that same moment, Midu's body suddenly became frail, losing all its strength. Leonhardt quickly assessed the situation and smirked triumphantly, thinking that it was all over now that the antidote's effect had worn off. A thick cloud of poisonous mist began to surround Midu's body. He stumbled and then collapsed to the ground in utter helplessness. Midu's entire body fell into a state of total paralysis, unable to move even an inch. Seeing this, Leonhardt laughed smugly, saying that he had almost been done for, but in the end, he was still the winner. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than Sina suddenly appeared right behind his back. Leonhardt felt a terrifying wave of murderous intent descending upon him and started in fright. Sina's razor-sharp claws swung out unexpectedly without any warning. Leonhardt had no time at all to dodge, and his flesh was torn apart by the scratches. He gritted his teeth and swore, realizing that this woman had been stealthily hiding in the shadows all along. Before he could finish his sentence, Leonhardt's body was pierced through by a dagger. His pupils contracted violently and his face showed clear signs of shock. Kai was the one who had just struck the blow, seizing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to ambush him. Leonhardt Valora, the third prince of the demon realm, is famous for his innate talent for controlling monstrous toxins. The faction supporting the third prince is primarily composed of cunning merchants and small-time nobles. All the people in the kingdom are terrified of Leonhardt. He dislikes direct combat, preferring instead to spread poison everywhere, which is why the military doesn't care much for him. Leonhardt's lack of military competence was clearly exposed before the Beastman alliance, causing him to be unable to defend himself and lose his territory entirely to the enemy. The fall of Fallout City and the death of the Water Sky King Natasa, the pillar of Leonhardt's power, were the fatal blows that pushed his faction to the brink of collapse. The petty merchants and nobles who once supported Leonhardt have now turned their backs on him, and the residents are flocking to migrate to other lands. Even so, Leonhardt remains unfazed because due to his inherently suspicious nature, he doesn't trust anyone other than the fearsome toxic power in his own hands. Those useless followers were never worth worrying about. It's fine to have them, but it doesn't matter if they are gone. He was confident that with the power of the Valoran royal lineage, as long as he was alive, there was nothing that couldn't be resolved. That was what Leonhardt firmly believed. However, what Leonhardt has always been wary of are the other 5 princes and princesses. The first figure is Isabel, and the fact that he must act with caution is an indirect admission of the talent of the other royal family members. Leonhardt is more than capable of destroying the Beastman army on his own, so he still maintains the habit of acting alone, even though the current situation is far from favorable. Yet, at this very moment, Leonhardt is completely at a disadvantage, his body covered in wounds. A blade is even plunged deep into the center of his chest. Leonhardt could not help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Don't you dare preach to me." Hearing that he could still stubbornly argue back, Kai could not help but be stunned. However, what Leonhardt just pulled out made him even more horrified. It was a sword. Surrounding the blade was a layer of lethal toxin. Leonhardt turned fiercely and swung the sword, slashing towards Kai. Kai quickly dodged, so he shifted his attack towards Sina. But she also managed to sidestep and avoid it in time. Seizing that opportunity, Kai rushed over to catch Midu, who was in a state of paralysis. The two quickly retreated to create a safe distance from Leonhardt. Despite his body being covered in cuts, Leonhardt still tried to maintain his usual arrogant demeanor. He shouted wildly, "I am the third prince of the demon kingdom. You scum will never be able to defeat me." Witnessing that scene, Midu couldn't help but gasp in shock. To suffer such a severe wound and still be standing, his endurance is truly astonishing. In the distance, their teammates were also lying on the ground in agony. Narumi ground the toe of her shoe into the dirt and muttered, "How on earth are we supposed to defeat him?" Arashi looked extremely frustrated and grumbled, "You bastard, what the hell are you doing? You couldn't even finish the simple task of killing him, even though I've prepared everything so carefully up to this point." However, Kai maintained a calm attitude, supported Midu, and gently said, "Everyone, please calm down." This made Arashi even angrier. He yelled in confusion, "What?" Even Leonhardt was in a state of total bewilderment, because before his eyes now was only a hazy mist, and his vision kept wavering continuously. Clearly, he had cast a spell to stop the bleeding, yet his body remained limp and he collapsed to the ground. Leonhardt, unwilling to accept it, glared at Kai and questioned, "What the hell is happening? What tricks have you bastards played on me?" Kai calmly replied, "It's poison. Perhaps your body is reacting to the toxins from the Divine Guardian." Upon hearing this, Leonhardt couldn't help but let out a sarcastic laugh. He arrogantly said, "First of all, poison means nothing to me. I myself am an expert in the use of toxins." Before Leonhardt could finish his sentence, Kai nonchalantly interrupted, "Even if you are immune to all kinds of poisons in this world, what about poisons from another world?" The dagger he held in his hand was coated in a highly potent poison, concocted from ingredients completely foreign to Leonhardt's body. Hearing that, Leonhardt exclaimed in shock, "How can that be? How could such a thing affect me?" Kai clicked his tongue a few times, drew his gun, pointed it straight at his head, and said coldly, "It's a pity. Now, goodbye to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately fired. The energy bullet tore through space and pierced through Leonhardt. At this moment, Kai's brow finally relaxed. The battle had finally come to a successful end. But to be sure, he remained standing there, keeping a close watch next to Leonhardt. Only after the status bar changed from near death to dead did Kai truly breathe a sigh of relief. At that very moment, Midu scrambled up from the ground and slowly spoke, "So that's how it is, in other words." Hearing the noise, Kai immediately turned his head to look back. He nodded and smiled at everyone. "The mission is complete. You all did a great job." Hearing this, Narumi cheered excitedly. "I really want to celebrate now." The expert nearby also quickly replied, "The venom has paralyzed my whole body." Narumi didn't care and sat down on the ground, looked over at Shiori and said, "I just used the wind to blow away the poisonous mist. We'll be fine soon." Shiori also nodded and replied, "I'll use my remaining magic to gradually detoxify everyone." Sina then ran over to Kai and said, "Great job, Kai." Kai also smiled in praise, "You were truly excellent at distracting him." Hearing this, Sina asked hesitantly, but was I really necessary in this plan? Kai scanned his eyes around at his comrades being treated on the other side. After a long while he replied, in terms of pure strength he truly outclasses us. I needed more certain moves to ensure victory. It was necessary to use a surprise attack that Leonhardt completely failed to anticipate, making him firmly believe he had dodged his opponent's trump card. The moment he let down his guard and breathed a sigh of relief was actually the most fatal opening. A moment later, gradually regained control of his body, he curled his lips slightly. The paralyzing poison finally has no effect anymore. Looking towards him, the other person nonchalantly thanked him for coordinating so perfectly with the sudden instructions just now. Hearing this, Akira could not help but give a wry smile, admitting he had been extremely flustered by such an abrupt and important conversation. Going back in time a few minutes, when Akira and Shiori were focusing their strength on creating the protective shield, Kai's voice suddenly echoed in Nanomiya's and Hano's minds, ordering, when I signal, immediately remove the divine barrier from Midu and the others, then shift protection to me and Sina. Kai said he wanted to lure Leon into singing so the opponent would lower their guard as much as possible. Thus he believed the risk was necessary. Hearing this, Narumi marveled that it was truly Araji's style, but Reina immediately snapped that he wasn't the one taking the risk, Tsujima was. Kai only slightly curled his lip and asked in return, so what? Reina shouted irritably, so what can never be considered a satisfactory explanation. Witnessing their exchange, Midu could not help but giggle. At that exact moment, Sina suddenly grabbed Kai's hand and whispered, hey Kai, there she is. Hearing this, Kai looked over. It turned out Jin was sitting there dazed. Furthermore, she was even sobbing and shedding tears. Seeing the situation, Kai spoke up with concern, is something wrong, Kanzaki? Jin lowered her head and said with a voice choked by despair, standing in the center like this yet achieving nothing, I should have been the one in command. Kai could only sigh and reassure her, don't think too much, commanding like that for the first time is fairly decent, you will gradually get used to the pressure. Upon hearing those words, a spark of hope returned to Jin's eyes. Right at that moment, a strange sound echoed throughout the forest, causing a suspicious Jin to turn her head and look back. It was Mayor, who smiled as she stepped out and said, in the end, I didn't need to get my hands into anything at all. Jin looked at her questioningly, asking where she had been, to which Mayor nonchalantly replied, I was busy deploying purification magic to clear the poison corroding the space. It was actually almost finished, but before the sentence was finished, Isabel hastily interrupted, I sensed the presence of a soul here. If the space did not return to its original state soon, she intended to use space magic with her remaining scant energy. Hearing this, everyone was left in a daze, no one understanding what was happening. Seeing everyone's reaction, she explained that it was only a backup plan, so that if she failed, they would still have a way to defeat Leonhardt. Isabel replied gratefully, thank you Kai, it is thanks to you guys that we were saved. Kai chuckled softly and nonchalantly replied, it would be troublesome if you were eliminated so soon after starting an alliance, besides I will definitely make you repay this debt of gratitude. Without hesitation, Isabel immediately nodded in agreement. If it is within my ability, feel free to make whatever request you wish. Kai kept that promise in mind, looked intently at Isabel, and asked suspiciously, what do you plan to do next after this battle? Isabel pondered for a moment before speaking up, we'll head towards the garden. Leonhardt's close associates might possess information about the Revolutionary Army, and she wanted to persuade them to remain neutral before they could flee. Hearing that, Kai asked doubtfully, will there still be time for that? Isabel answered firmly, it is possible Leonhardt wants to recruit us to his side. If that is truly the case, he will surely keep that information secret from other forces or even the Demon Lord. Her words made Kai unable to stop himself from chuckling, playfully teasing that her way of thinking was strangely optimistic. Isabel was unfazed. She continued her analysis, explaining that their exposure was due to being too flamboyant, and that it would have been much more effective had they managed to avoid detection. Leonhardt's solo appearance indicated that he was acting alone, as it was impossible for a prince to be left unaccompanied by his subordinates. Vernier must be in complete chaos right now. Kai nodded in understanding, signaling that he followed her logic, and then asked if they needed any assistance. Isabel shook her head slightly and replied that it wouldn't be necessary. Currently, Leonhardt's faction has absolutely no high-ranking demons, and the people present here can easily suppress them. Saying this, Isabel could not help but let out a long sigh, helplessly exclaiming that they were completely unable to do anything against Leonhardt. Kai nodded gently in agreement, acknowledging that their countermeasures were not yet effective enough and that they must act much more cautiously next time. Isabel smiled faintly and replied, that's right, it seems I am still naive and clumsy. Kai understood this perfectly. Despite possessing incredible abilities, she was still just an immature 15-year-old girl, and as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, she would inevitably be pushed into even more difficult situations, but everyone has to grow up eventually. At that very moment, Fanko hurried over. He eagerly proposed, if it concerns suppressing and clearing out the remnants of the Third Prince's faction, please allow me to take command. I will use all available information and experience to complete this mission quickly. Kai squinted at Fanko, examining him skeptically. He knew well that the man was a member of the shadow unit belonging to the Demon Lord's army. It was on that very day that Isabel had personally invited and recruited him into the team. Rumor had it that Fanko was once the leader of a revolution that erupted in one of the cities within the Demon Kingdom. After a moment of contemplation, Kai proposed, Isabel, just let him do it. Isabel turned to look at him, asking curiously, I was planning to do that, but why exactly? Kai smirked and said, "You recruited him because you wanted to attract intelligent and capable people to the Revolutionary Army, didn't you?" This remark startled Isabel, and she muttered nervously, "How did you know that? That's a bit scary." Shrugging indifferently, Kai pouted and replied, "I was just making a wild guess. Besides, Fanko didn't manage to show much during the recent fight against Leon Hart, so perhaps he wanted to do something to restore his honor." Isabel nodded slightly and replied, "I understand. If Kai says so, then fine." Finishing her sentence, she looked at Fanko, who was kneeling on the ground, and ordered sternly, "I entrust you with the command of the operation to wipe out the remnants of the Third Prince's faction." Fanko was immediately overjoyed and replied firmly, "Thank you, I will definitely complete this mission brilliantly." Seeing that there was nothing left for him to do, Kai turned to leave. Before disappearing from view, he left a final remark, "Learn from him, Isabel." Isabel nodded slightly and replied, "I understand." Late in the evening, Midu's group lit a flickering campfire to rest in the dense forest. Seeing that Kai had returned, Midu immediately looked up. Following closely behind Kai were Jin, Mei, and Sina. Midu frowned slightly puzzled and asked, "Have you finished discussing everything with the Revolutionary Army?" Kai nodded gently and replied, "Yes." He then asked, "Are you planning to report all of this to the Allied forces?" Midu was stunned for a moment, and after a long while, she spoke up, "I will be discovered sooner or later, but for now, we will keep silent." Kai did not think so. He stated bluntly, "This only happens tonight. If we return to the dormitory before dawn, no one will discover us." Akira interrupted, warning, "You never know, Hirik is a very cautious person." Kai frowned slightly and suggested, "If Iga or Hirik has any suspicions, just say that I was the one who asked you to do it. However, you must never let them realize we have any connection to the demons." He also instructed them not to reveal the relationship between him and the others to Amelia, as that would severely damage the reputation of the heroes team. Because if Amelia heard the news, she would surely fly into a rage and interrogate them until the end. Akira also felt that way and could only offer a wry smile in agreement. It really was the only way. Kai looked around and spoke gravely, "In the near future, you should spread rumors that the Third Prince has disappeared from the demon territory. Make sure the Allied military intelligence also gains access to this information, then you can convince them to deploy their forces according to your plan." Akira nodded slightly in agreement. "I have a clear grasp of the plan." He continued discussing, "The ideal scenario is to occupy the Third Prince's territory within a month, though it depends on the actions of the Demon King's army. This time I will personally go to gather information." As soon as he finished speaking, Narumi stood up abruptly and suggested, "It's almost dawn, let's head back quickly." However, Arashi remained seated, munching on a piece of meat while saying, "Hey Kai, let me ask you something first." Kai frowned slightly and asked curiously, "What is it?" Arashi glared at him, his voice filled with annoyance. "The unique poison from another world that finished off Leon Hart. Where did you get it?" Hearing this, Akira and Narumi couldn't help but be surprised. This had been a common question for the whole group, and finally, someone had spoken up. Kai didn't hide anything and answered nonchalantly, "It's quite simple. I had the poison hidden in my tooth beforehand. I just needed to spit it out and smear it on the blade. I anticipated early on that Leon Hart would have no way to resist a poison from another world." Kai sighed with regret. This trump card could only be used once, now it's completely useless. After hearing that, Arashi didn't show a hint of doubt and nodded understandingly. "So that's how it was." Narumi was astonished to hear that. Is it possible everyone is believing that reason so easily? Akira had similar thoughts. Shouldn't they have questioned why Kai would implant poison into his own body in the first place? Right at that moment, Jin blurted out, "I see, it's because Arashi was originally an assassin." After speaking, she realized she had let it slip and her expression immediately turned heavy. Midu and Rena's jaws dropped in shock upon hearing that. Even Shiori, who was bandaging Kao, stopped mid-motion. Narumi and Akira still wanted to uncover the truth, but the revealed truth shocked them both so much they couldn't believe their ears. Knowing she had messed up, apologized profusely to everyone. Kai, on the contrary, didn't care much and said calmly, "It's fine. Since the subject of the poison has been brought up, I didn't intend to hide it anymore anyway." He shared that his family was originally in the assassin trade, and he had been strictly trained since childhood to become a professional assassin. Akira muttered in disbelief at such an absurd story, while Narumi's eyes widened in surprise. "But since it's Arashi, we have no choice but to believe it." Reina narrowed her eyes at Kai and asked hesitantly, "Are you really an assassin?" Kai calmly nodded in admission, "Yes, as long as there is a request, I will carry out the murder of the target, sparing no one." Upon hearing that, Rena's eyes filled with clear contempt, and she spoke irritably, "Such a disgusting person is in our class, isn't he just a criminal?" Midu couldn't help but counter her, "Rena, you're speaking so strangely, we've received so much help from Arashi." Mentioning this, his voice suddenly lowered, "Furthermore, we ourselves are already stained by the act of killing." Reina pouted and replied unsubmissively, "Demons are not humans. Even if I incinerate countless of them, my mind will not waver." Upon hearing that, Midu was momentarily stunned. She hesitated and mumbled, "That seems to have gone too far." He, not bothering in the slightest about the dissenting opinions, calmly replied, "Midu, let's just drop it. What Naga said is completely reasonable." After speaking, he glanced at Reina, curled his lips into a slight smile, and asked, "You must be telling yourself that to maintain your sanity, aren't you?" As if hit on a raw nerve, Reina stammered, "That's not true. Everything I said is the truth." At this moment, Shiori hesitated before speaking. "Can I just ask one question? Do you truly long to return to our old world?" Kai frowned upon hearing that and asked in return, "Why do you ask?" Shiori calmly explained, "Because even if you return, you will still have to continue shedding blood for your clan." Kai hesitated for a long while before speaking. "What you just said is completely accurate. The Araji clan is nothing more than an assassination organization hiding in the shadows of society. In short, they are just scum." His answer further astonished Shiori. She asked, full of doubt, "If that's the case, then what is the reason?" In an instant, Kai's eyes blazed with murderous intent. He firmly declared, "My goal is to completely eliminate every member of that family, so I absolutely must return to the real world." After defeating Leonhardt, the revolutionary forces quickly swept away the remnants of his faction in Vernier. Afterward, they retreated to the 5th princess's territory thanks to Isabel's spatial teleportation skill. As for Midu and her companions, they also quietly returned to Follett dormitory before dawn broke. The next morning, Midu's group still feigned complete innocence when greeting Hirik and everyone else, as if nothing had happened. A few days later, guided by Kai, they received news of the 3rd Prince Leonhardt's disappearance. Following Akira's suggestion, they immediately implemented their plan with lightning speed. As a result, the Beastmen Alliance easily occupied Leonhardt's territory. Now the Demon Kingdom's capital, Eisenhart, was within their sights. When the grim news reached the Holy Nation homeland, its people were overjoyed, firmly believing that the era of demons was about to end thanks to their heroes. Conversely, the residents of the Demon Kingdom were living through days of extreme panic. The reason, of course, stemmed from Leonhardt's disappearance and the 3rd Prince's loss of all his territory. Currently, the Beastmen Alliance is keeping secret the fact that they hold Leonhardt's life in their hands. Therefore, although the full truth is not yet known, he is considered as good as dead. The royal Vendora family was once blessed by an evil god with an unwavering belief in their invincibility. But as that premise crumbled, the demon people finally understood that they were being driven into a corner by humans and beastmen, whom they had once disdained as slaves. The demon lord who ruled Vandora assessed the situation as an extremely serious threat. He immediately ordered his subordinates, "Summon all my children here at once. The game has reached its end." In another development within the 5th princess's territory, Isabel also received a summons from Sylvester. She frowned and mumbled, "Is my father summoning everyone?" Smith nodded slightly in reply, "Yes, he requests your immediate presence at the demon lord's castle." He said that because Isabel has the ability to control spatial magic, her presence is a mandatory requirement for today. Upon hearing that, Isabel grumpily sighed, "Well, that's certainly troublesome. Have the rebels' whereabouts been exposed yet? If they've already caught wind of something, this isn't the time for me to reveal myself carelessly." Fanko stood by, replying with a stern look, "In my assessment, that probability is extremely low. We have certainly cleaned up the remnants of the 3rd Prince's faction." Isabel glanced at Fanko and questioned, "How do you think we should handle this, Fanko?" Fanko pondered for a moment before responding, "I believe refusing the Demon Lord's order now would be no different from suicide, as it would be tantamount to showing our hand and revealing that we are hiding a secret." Smith frowned anxiously. "Then what if the affair with the Revolutionary Army is exposed?" Fanko stated decisively, "It is highly likely they have realized someone is sabotaging them from within, but I do not believe they would pin those incidents on Isabel. Wimbog, one of the 4 heavenly kings in charge of internal intelligence, has passed away, not to mention that the Demon Lord's army currently has no appetite for dealing with trivial internal matters." Isabel listened in silence, lost in deep thought. A moment later, she nodded slightly and said, "I understand. If the situation takes a turn for the worse, I will use spatial magic to escape immediately." 3 days later, at the magnificent palace of the Demon Lord. Right in the main meeting hall, the Demon Lord Sylvester was present in all his authority. The other princes and princesses had also gathered in full. Fogger, the first prince of the demon race, spoke up, "Finally, everyone is here." Upon seeing them, Scarlet pouted, "Let's get this over with. I'm sick of having to sit with these people." Hearing this, Roto smiled faintly. "Sister Scarlet, don't you find it strange to speak like that in front of father?" This remark made Scarlet blush with anger, leaving her speechless. Isabel sat there watching the group, thinking to herself how long it had been since all the siblings had reunited, since the ancient evil god festival. The magic power radiating from each of them was still as terrifying as ever. Just then, the Demon Lord Sylvester spoke up, "We are still missing someone." He announced that he had summoned one more person. As soon as they heard Sylvester's announcement, everyone fell completely silent. Everyone was still full of doubt. Fogger could not help but ask, "One more person? Isn't that Leonhardt dead already?" Having said that, he turned his gaze toward the empty chair not far away. Roto slowly shook his head. "Leonhardt is currently missing. Whether he is alive or dead remains a mystery." Scarlet frowned and muttered, "The 3rd Prince's territory has already fallen to the enemy. Even if that guy survived, I would be the one to send him off myself." Fogger spoke up mockingly, "I don't fear a strong enemy, only an incompetent teammate." "Do you even have the right to say that, Scarlet?" Provoked by those words, Scarlet gritted her teeth and cursed. "If that's what you think, then you should be the one to go first." Fogger knitted his brows with disdain. "Are you implying that I'm incompetent?" Isabel sighed in wariness. These two bickered every time they opened their mouths, and she truly just wanted to go home right away. Paying no attention to the pair, Roto turned to Sylvester and asked, "Father, is the guest you mentioned Alyssa?" Hearing this, Isabel was shocked. "No way. That girl is just a vessel for the evil god. Even if she were summoned to a meeting like this, she wouldn't know anything to discuss." As predicted, Sylvester gestured toward the door and said, "It is not Alyssa, they are here." Hearing these words, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look towards the entrance. They saw a man whose entire body was engulfed in flames. It was the Fire Heavenly King Fermaris. He smirked and said, "It's rare to see the royal family gathered in such full force." Scarlet glanced at the newcomer, subtly furrowing her brow with suspicion. Is it this guy, she wondered, while Fogger muttered under his breath, "It's that rogue again." In contrast to that atmosphere, Isabel's expression immediately darkened with displeasure. Fermaris was originally the most powerful warrior among the 4 heavenly kings, a man always loyal to the demon lord. It was rumored that his power was strong enough to contend equally with the entire Pandora royal family. While everyone was still murmuring, Demon Lord Sylvester ordered in a stern voice, "Sit down. The meeting begins now." "All right." Fermaris nodded casually and unhurriedly sat down. He asked blandly, "What is the purpose of gathering all these demon beasts here?" Sylvester subtly furrowed his brow, then replied in a deep voice, "I don't want those low-level beings to continue causing trouble, so I will end everything with a decisive blow." Upon hearing this, Fogger looked suspicious. "Just one decisive blow? What trick you planning, father?" Sylvester calmly replied, "We will launch a surprise attack on the human capital to take the head of the Pope who rules over them." Rodo frowned in thought and muttered, "The Beastman Alliance forces are bogged down on the front lines, but striking at the enemy leader is truly a dangerous move." Fogger chimed in, "Father means to cut off the snake's head first. If successful, the front lines will surely collapse on their own." Fermaris still looked skeptical. He questioned, "How do you plan to get there? Those ignorant low-level beings won't just let me infiltrate from afar like that." Sylvester nonchalantly pointed towards Isabel and declared, "My daughter can cast spatial magic." That statement immediately made Isabel's face darken. She quickly protested, "That's not good, Demon Lord. Spatial displacement consumes a lot of magic power depending on the distance and the number of people." She explained that the distance to the Holy Kingdom's capital was too great, and with such a large number of troops, teleporting from one end to the other was impossible. Yet Sylvester merely smirked. "Don't worry, daughter," he said. "Even though the distance is great, I only need to send an elite squad there. I've already prepared a backup source of magic." Isabel was stunned upon hearing this, unsure how to properly respond. She subtly furrowed her brow and thought, if the magic theory has been meticulously prepared, then it truly could be possible. Under the flickering candlelight in the enclosed room, Sylvester's solemn voice resonated again. "This is a pivotal mission to reverse the situation. I will not permit any errors and expect excellent performance from all of you." That evening, at his castle, Kai listened as Isabel recounted Demon Lord Sylvester's attack plan. He exclaimed in surprise, "Attack the Holy Kingdom's capital." Isabel took a sip of tea and indifferently said, "That's right. My father, the Demon Lord, devised this audacious strategy." She explained that the plan was to use spatial magic to transport an elite group to infiltrate the capital, eliminate the Pope, and destroy the human command system. Upon hearing this, Kai nodded in understanding. "I see. So your side intends to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's operational brain." He analyzed that if this plan succeeded, the front lines would descend into chaos, but wondered if such a difficult task was feasible. Isabel subtly raised her eyebrows and said seriously, "Magic crystals. Have you ever heard of them?" Kai pondered, saying that they were rare items capable of storing magic power. Indeed, he had read about them somewhere before. Isabel nodded slightly, then she began to explain that the Demon King had been continuously infusing magic power into a giant magic crystal just in case it was needed. If the Demon King, who possessed unparalleled magical power, also regularly stored magic in this crystal, then naturally a massive amount of magic would be generated. Isabel received orders to use that magic crystal to perform a spatial teleportation spell. She had also personally witnessed that magic crystal and felt an extremely high density of magic power radiating from it. At this point, Isabel's voice became much more formal. She stated that with that magic crystal, theoretically, instantaneous teleportation across vast distances was entirely within reach. Hearing this, Mayor asked in surprise whether Isabel needed to use the magic power of others because she had heard her master say that controlling magic power is extremely difficult. Yet, Isabel interrupted Mayor before she could finish, explaining that, because she was the Demon King's daughter, they shared the same magical attributes. Due to genetic similarity, she could control it without any obstacles. Mayor frowned and muttered doubtfully, "Even if the teleportation is successful, can you return? What magic have you prepared to get back?" Isabel calmly explained, "I intended to bring the magic crystal with me, but it is too bulky, and if this magic crystal were destroyed, we would never be able to return. That is why, from the beginning, you said you would keep the spatial portal open." Hearing this, Mayor seemed to suddenly understand the issue. She nodded in comprehension. "So you can ensure both the departure and return with just a single spatial teleportation spell. This magic must be incredibly complex, right? Furthermore, it has a time limit." Isabel frowned, but she firmly asserted, "I have not failed in using spatial magic. However, as Mayor said, I cannot avoid being restricted by a time limit." Kai frowned slightly and asked specifically how long it would be. Isabel calmly replied, "That time depends on the balance with the amount of magic stored in the magic crystal. I am still in the testing process, but I think the maximum will be about 1 hour." Sina leaned against the wall for a moment before speaking. "In such a short time, are you sure you can take down the leader of the humans? If it is the head of the entire human race, how tight must the defenses be? The elite forces of the Holy Knights are protecting the capital. Ordinary forces would find it difficult to deal with them." Isabel nodded, but she emphasized, "Of course, these are not ordinary troops. I believe 1 hour is enough to turn the capital of the Holy Kingdom into a wasteland." These words made Mayor exclaim in horror, "Do you mean an army of hundreds, or even thousands of people?" Isabel shook her head slightly and explained, "No, the capacity of the magic crystal is also limited. In this campaign, I can only send a maximum of 15 people." Kai seemed to guess something, and his voice deepened as he spoke. To be able to level the capital of the Holy Kingdom with such a small force, the elite army of the demon race. The answer is already quite clear. Isabel nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Perhaps everything would happen exactly as Kai predicted. That army would include the first Prince Fokker, the demon princess Scarlet, and alongside them the fourth Prince Dodo. And naturally Isabel herself will also participate. Finally, the Fire Heavenly Chimeras. In addition, Isabel planned to select several more high-ranking demons, each of whom is a confidant of one of them. Mayer heard this and exclaimed in horror, the demon king's bloodline, even a heavenly king. Sina was equally panicked. She couldn't believe it and muttered, people that powerful. It's unbelievable. Isabel nodded and said reluctantly, that's right, with this lineup, the capital of the Holy Kingdom will surely be leveled. Mayer became increasingly panicked and asked, what are you going to do, Kai? Kai smirked slightly and said that he didn't really care if the Holy Capital was leveled. However, what bothered him was the series of repercussions that would arise. The first problem was that the Beaskin Alliance's front line would certainly be destabilized, and if attacked at this moment, the losses would be absolutely horrific. Another concern was that Alpha Temple City, located near the capital, surely housed many non-combatant groups, and if the capital fell, Medu and the others wouldn't be able to stand idly by. While Kai was still deep in thought, Isabel spoke up, saying that they only revealed this because they were partners with the hero candidates, but she herself couldn't refuse the campaign. Smith, standing nearby, also chimed in, saying that this was a secret order from the Demon Lord, especially at such a sensitive time. If they acted without caution, the princess would be considered the instigator and the army would intervene immediately. Sina frowned slightly, asking if everything would be alright if they were discovered at this very moment. Fanko calmly explained that of course, it would eventually be exposed because they were planning a revolution, but honestly they had no legitimate reason to back out. He emphasized that the revolutionary army's goal was to help Isabel reclaim the Demon Lord's throne to bring lasting peace to the Demon Kingdom. At that very moment, Kai abruptly interjected, asking what if the Holy Kingdom's capital were to be destroyed in this campaign, a question that stunned Fanko. Kai paid no mind and continued, saying that even if it weakened the Beaskin Alliance's power, she had no reason to take such a risk. Isabel nodded in agreement, saying that was her thought as well, but how did the hero candidates intend to handle it? Kai pondered for a moment, then slowly replied, I greatly appreciate this information as knowing beforehand allows us to pivot our strategy. However, I have a proposal for the Revolutionary Army. Upon hearing this, Isabel looked up at him intently. Kai calmly explained that although there were risks, the rewards would be substantial, and she should decide for herself whether she wished to proceed. 3 days after Kai and Isabel's reunion in Castiglian City, located in the former territory of the Demon Kingdom's third prince Vandora, Kai had summoned the hero team and presented a draft outlining the campaign to attack the Holy Kingdom's royal capital. Upon hearing that, Midu was startled and aghast. Zumi anxiously mumbled, we have to inform the non-combatant group immediately, isn't it already too late? Seeing everyone agitated, he quickly reassured them, calm down, Alpha Temple City isn't the one being attacked. The chances of our non-combatant friends being harmed are very low. However, Reina vehemently protested, arguing that even if low, there was still a risk. The distance was very short, and it wouldn't be surprising if their classmates were working in the royal capital. Midu thought it made sense, so she pursed her lips and suggested, that's right, perhaps we should return to the capital. No sooner had Midu finished speaking than a voice from behind rang out, hey, don't say such cowardly things. Midu was startled and immediately turned around. The one who spoke was Arashi, who smirked and said, if you're worried, just text your classmates. More importantly, this situation was rather convenient for him, as he could easily dispose of the Demon Lord while he was at it. Upon hearing this, Mireille immediately shouted in indignation, are you still in your right mind? The people in the royal capital will suffer horrific losses. Arashi shrugged indifferently and pouted, saying, we've already allied with the revolutionary army, so we are traitors by definition. Why bother pretending to be benevolent? Mireille immediately became flustered, stammering, but innocent civilians in the royal capital have no reason to die. With a cold snort, Arashi cruelly stated, your ideals are truly ridiculous. After speaking, he shifted his gaze towards Midu and asked, Midu, what are your thoughts? Midu answered without hesitation, I will prioritize my classmates first. I don't have the capacity to save everyone. This answer astonished Mireille, her eyes filled with skepticism as she looked straight at him. Yet Midu maintained a resolute attitude. But I also don't believe Arashi's plan is the right course of action. Arashi glared at Midu full of displeasure. At this moment, Kai, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke, I agree, Midu. The attack on Kindle by the Demon Lord's elite legion, thanks to Isabin's spatial magic, will only last for a few short hours. He explained that if the enemy sees that opportunity, they could return at the most critical moment when no one expected it, so we need to prepare as thoroughly as possible. No matter how elite they are, the number of enemy troops is still quite small. Kai assessed, this is a surprise attack, but we can perfectly pinpoint their departure time thanks to Isabin. Akira understood the problem immediately upon hearing it. He nodded in understanding, I see. If we make countermeasures early, they will be practically throwing themselves into the fire. Kai continued to explain, with support from the revolutionary forces, we will crush the Demon Lord's main forces in a decisive battle. From this point on, the hero candidates will leave the front lines and return to the capital of the Holy Nation. And the next day in Daguerres, the imperial capital of the Holy Nation. This was indeed the prosperous center of the Holy Nation, bustling with a dense population. The pace of shopping and commercial life on the streets was incredibly busy. At that very moment, Kai, Sina, and Mayer quietly entered the city. Mayor sighed in relief. We finally reached our destination. Even though we borrowed horses, the journey was still incredibly long. Hearing this, Sina raised an eyebrow and teased, Mayor, you're too weak. Mayor retorted indignantly, don't impose the physical standards of a beastkin on me. Kai paid no mind to the argument. He scanned the surrounding scenery and couldn't help but exclaim, it's hard to believe this is a country that was just on the verge of destruction, given how clearly peace is present here. Honestly, everyone here looked incredibly leisurely and carefree. Mayor nodded in agreement with the lifestyle of the imperial capital's residents. Perhaps the front lines are now just a strange world to them. Sina, however, thought differently. She pouted and retorted, I think a little liveliness is good. We can't keep the people submerged in gloom indefinitely just because of the war. Mayor didn't answer. She turned to look at Kai and asked, by the way, Kai, aren't you wanted in this country? Is it really okay to just ride around so brazenly? Kai smirked. Of course it's not okay at all. That's precisely the problem. Even though I gathered information from nearby towns, I truly didn't expect to encounter absolutely no vigilance. Hearing that, Mayor also laughed cheerfully. Even though our records aren't exactly clean, we still slip through smoothly with just a little bribe. Sina nodded in agreement. Security here is truly lax. All three had now arrived at a rather secluded area. Kai dismounted from the carriage. He lowered his voice. As expected, security will be tighter the deeper we go into the center. I'll choose an inn on the outskirts as our base. Midu and everyone else must be arriving soon. I need to gather more information about the imperial capital. Mayor frowned and asked again, this place lives in such complacent luxury. Is it really worth our effort to investigate? You're not wrong, he said. The people here are overly carefree, while their compatriots on the front lines are facing an utterly devastating war. At this moment, Kai spoke in a serious tone. There are a few things that are making me feel concerned. That holy knight Zenith is actually a prominent figure on the demon lord's side. If he were to stab us in the back, that would truly be big trouble. In another development in the city of Castiglion, which was the personal territory of the Demon King's third prince, the alliance of humans and the Beastkin tribe was gathering in full force, and even Run had appeared there. After she recounted the demon's attack plan, Amelia asked in astonishment whether they truly dared to target the Holy Kingdom. Bun nodded slightly to confirm that secret intelligence from spies indicated the Demon King was about to deploy elite troops to the capital via teleportation magic. Amelia exclaimed in shock, asking if the Demon King was really reckless enough to use such a bold tactic. Iga looked skeptical. He himself found it hard to believe. But Vun had no reason to lie, and besides, that seemed to be a rumor circulating within the demon race. Vun lowered his head, unable to help but feel guilty toward Iga. All of that had been orchestrated by Sina. It was entirely a fabrication and nothing more. Midu was the one who knew the whole story. She understood perfectly well that Vun was a close friend of Sina, and trusted by Kai, which was why he used the guise of a scout from the cat tribe to deliver the message. Akira was also calculating a plan to return to the capital without revealing Kai's whereabouts. He had heard that the facilities were ready, and they were just waiting for their group to lead the way. While everyone was deep in thought, Amelia suddenly voiced her suspicion that such sensitive information was not something lower-class demons would know, and it could very well be a diversionary tactic. Harik did not think so and firmly retorted that if it were true, the capital, with its weak defense system, would be completely wiped out. Feeling that his point was valid, Amelia sighed helplessly because she could not ignore it, and reporting it to her superiors would certainly lead to an order to retreat. Another person spoke up, questioning whether she intended to put her own safety above the overall situation on the battlefield. Amelia scoffed coldly and told them not to misinterpret her words. If the capital fell, the entire Holy Kingdom would fall into chaos, which was a strategic imperative. Akira then interrupted to state that his group had allies in the temple city, and furthermore, someone was undercover in the capital, so staying on the front lines at this moment was illogical. Midu also agreed that returning to the capital would help them gain the initiative by having prior information, thereby preparing for a decisive battle. Amelia frowned hesitant and muttered about the low reliability of this information source. But before she could finish, Hirik calmly spoke up and interrupted her. In his view, Midu's words had some merit, and besides, the current army was tired and not strong enough to continue penetrating deep into the Demon King's territory. He reminded them that the soldiers were exhausted after the recent campaign to pacify the Leonhardt territory. His gaze suddenly shifted toward Akira as if to probe him. Given the unusual urgency from their group, Hirik guessed that this news came from Kai, so the probability of the capital being raided was very high. After weighing the options, he continued to advise everyone that preventing them from leaving now would bring no benefits. Amelia frowned and thought for a long while before reluctantly agreeing. If they deserted on their own like Arashi, it would become a major issue, so it was best to let them return to support the capital's defense. Hearing this decision, Midu breathed a sigh of relief. Amelia added that the front lines still needed guards, they would remain, and they would mobilize a team of heroes to the capital to satisfy their superiors. Iga also agreed that the Beastkin Alliance would continue to hold the front line, as there were other units better suited to take on the mission in the capital. Murray raised an eyebrow, wondering if, apart from their group, the main force would still remain on the front lines. Amelia nodded slightly, agreeing to keep the plan as is, because they could not mobilize more troops based on unverified intelligence. Akira thought that it was completely reasonable. If the front line collapsed, defeating the Demon King would surely become even more difficult, and furthermore, infantry facing off against the Demon King's kin wouldn't mean much. Amelia looked at everyone's expressions and gently reassured them. Don't worry too much. No matter how weak the imperial capital's defenses are, the commander-in-chief of the night forces is always by the Pope's side. Hearing this, Midu's jaw dropped in surprise. The commander-in-chief of the night forces. Amelia slowly explained, the head of the Holy Knights and also someone with extraordinary strength. If he and the hero candidates cannot stop them, then all these efforts will be in vain. In another development, the scene shifts to the imperial palace of the Holy Kingdom of Digrist. Inside the study, Kiichi, a male student from the non-combatant group, was focused on reading a book. He unexpectedly received an uninvited guest and asked with a skeptical frown, "You believe I have something for you, Araji?" The person who entered was Kei. As he expected, he had come there to seek information. Previously, Ki had visited two other people, and they both claimed that Kiuchi was the one who understood the situation inside the imperial capital best. Kai narrowed his eyes at him and lowered his voice. "While we were fighting on the front lines, you rose to become a personal researcher for the king." Sensing a hint of irony, Kiichi pouted, "Are you mocking me?" Having said that, he put his book down and declared frankly, "I only share knowledge from our world with the people of the Holy Kingdom. It's the fastest way to make money." Kai didn't think so and asked blankly, "Is that really the only reason you became a researcher?" These words made Kiuchi's gaze turn wary, and he pursed his lips, muttering, "You're still as unpredictable as ever, aren't you?" Kaichi shared that he simply didn't like war, which is why he joined the non-combatant group, and he was looking for other ways to return to their original world. Upon hearing this, Kai asked skeptically, "Have you achieved any results?" Kaichi sighed and shook his head. "Not yet." Leonora's words seemed more credible. "There is only one way to return to the original world, and that is to destroy the Demon King." Kai frowned slightly in thought, and after a while he spoke up. "So you've come to the same conclusion as I have?" Kiuchi did not answer but instead asked back, "Did you return just to confirm that?" Kai shook his head slightly and replied, "No, I have something else to do. There will be a major battle taking place in the imperial capital soon." Hearing these words, Kiuchi's face clearly showed an expression of extreme panic. Kai paid it no mind, slowly approached him, and said coldly, "I will explain everything in detail now. I need you to pass it on to the non-combatant group for me, but first, I want to know about the internal situation of the imperial capital." He figured that with his position as the king's personal researcher, Kaichi would surely know something. Keiichi understood upon hearing this and nodded insightfully. Saying so, he picked up a book from the table. Kiuchi stared at Kai and declared forcefully, "I understand why you've come to me. It's about the Demon Lord cult, isn't it?" The next day, at the imperial palace of the Holy Kingdom of Digrist, at the headquarters of the church, a meeting was taking place. The Pope sat on a high platform. Below was a group of people. The woman standing at the front was Emily, a member of the moderate faction. She raised her voice and asked, "Are the rumors about the demon monarch attacking the imperial capital true?" The Pope sat upon the high throne, remaining quiet and pensive for a moment. It was a long time before he spoke, saying that while the truth was not yet clear, prevention was better than cure. His trusted bodyguard Oscar, standing beside him, echoed the sentiment, "To prevent any unforeseen events, we need to dispatch hero candidates to protect the imperial capital for a period." Hearing this, Emily frowned and replied coldly, "Even if that hypothesis were true, isn't your presence alone enough? Oscar, the strongest knight of the human race." Oscar brushed it off without hesitation. "Absolutely cannot allow the demon race to defile this sacred land, please understand." Emily nodded slightly. "I understand, your holiness. I have a proposal." The Pope gazed intently at her and demanded sternly, "What is your proposal? Speak." Emily smiled faintly and stated frankly, "Taking this opportunity, why don't we consider negotiating peace with the demon nation?" The words had barely left her lips when they startled the entire audience. Someone who couldn't contain themselves immediately uttered a criticism. "What nonsense is she talking about? Have the moderate faction finally lost their minds?" Emily remained calm and retorted coldly, "We have reclaimed our territory. What reason do we have to continue sweeping through the demon nation?" The Pope glared intensely at Emily. He growled, "Exterminating the demon race is the will of the creator god Digrist. They are an unclean, blasphemous race. Peace with them is unthinkable." Emily remained firm in her stance, calmly continuing, "As the scriptures teach, I merely yearn for peace for this world." She donned a facade of feigned righteousness, smiling gracefully. "No matter which deity one worships, as long as we breathe the same air and understand each other's voices, instead of hatred, we should learn to love. Isn't that precisely the most beautiful teaching from the creator god?" The Pope frowned slightly and replied slowly, "The scriptures do indeed speak of peace, but that does not include peace for those unclean beings." Oscar added, "The moderate faction is full of unrealistic dreams. From the very beginning, the demon lord would never accept such negotiations." Emily, undeterred, continued to persuade, "We have a voice, just dialogue will lead to understanding. Sowing hatred and demanding blood for blood are acts of savages." These words were too outrageous. The Pope could no longer contain himself and roared, "Enough, Cardinal Emily! If you continue to speak such nonsense, I will accuse the entire moderate faction of treason." Hearing this, Emily tossed, "What a pity for you, your holiness, but I believe sooner or later we will find common ground." With that, she turned on her heel and left. The Pope silently watched Emily's retreating figure disappear. The surrounding crowd was also filled with indignation, glaring at her. A moment later, the Pope and Oscar strode along the corridor, and Oscar grumbled discontentedly, "That woman must have gone mad." Nodding gravely, the Pope replied, "Indeed, summoning the hero candidates is the will of the gods. Emily's ideology goes completely against divine will." Oscar then wondered why a faction could gather such widespread support around a single woman like that. The Pope pondered for a moment before replying. Her eloquence and charisma, Emily's words, while sounding merciful and saintly on the surface, are in fact utterly extreme and irrational. Upon hearing this, Oscar frowned, his eyes revealing suspicion. The Pope concluded, the moderate faction's proposals are not worth our concern. Even though their influence is spreading, it is still negligible compared to the overall situation. He affirmed that he was forced to listen to the opinions of fellow believers, as that is the responsibility of a pope. However, today's statements went too far and could even be classified as treason. This time Joshua spoke up to give a warning. Oscar watched him intently, then spoke up hesitantly. Your Holiness, while I'm at it, I'd like to ask about the situation of the Demon Lord cult. Joshua sternly questioned him in return. Are you referring to those heretics whose minds are being manipulated by demons? Has something happened with them? Oscar replied gravely, recently their activities have become frantic, causing chaos throughout the holy nation and forcing us to split our forces to deal with them. He believed they were intentionally thinning the defenses at the royal capital just as news of the Demon King's army arrived. Pope Joshua sighed warily upon hearing that. That should have been a state secret to avoid causing panic among the citizens. Oscar nodded in admission. It's possible they received information from the Demon King's army, although it's hard to believe. Suspicion of a traitor within the church is growing. Joshua agreed and said calmly, I think so too. No wonder their true whereabouts have remained so elusive. Immediately after, he ordered Oscar to continue the investigation. Oscar accepted without hesitation, then suddenly remembered something. What about the culprit? Pope Joshua asked questioningly if he had been found yet. Oscar simply shook his head slightly, saying they still hadn't tracked down any clues. Hearing that, Joshua sighed helplessly. I understand. Don't blame yourself for Leonora anymore. This isn't your fault. Oscar was still not content. He pursed his lips and replied, Sir, I swore to protect your daughter. Please allow me to punish that person with my own hands. The one who took Leonora's life. At this point, Oscar's eyes burned with murderous intent. Then Pope Joshua said in a low voice, Indeed, Araji is a stranger who infiltrated the hero summoning. We must hunt down and destroy him at all costs. Oscar nodded decisively. Yes, I will conduct this investigation alongside the Demon Lord cult case. In another development, deep within the dark cellar of the royal capital, a torch flickered dimly. Two cloaked figures silently moved inside. Not only that, but quite a few others had already gathered in the space. One of them spoke up in confusion. How should we handle this matter? After a moment of silence, an elegant female voice echoed from above. The hero candidates are on their way back to the royal capital. With our current forces, we cannot confront the hero candidates who have grown stronger in a head-on battle. But if it is at a time when they are exhausted from fighting the Demon King's army, the situation will change completely. Emily was the one who just spoke. She smirked calculatingly. We will ambush them from behind while they are busy fighting and use that achievement to join the Demon King's army. At the same time, on the trail leading to the royal capital, two figures leisurely rode their horses forward. They were Midou and Akira. When the familiar scenery appeared, Midou immediately cheered in excitement. Before them stood the towering royal capital. Akira then suggested, Midou, how about we stop and rest for a bit before entering the royal capital? Midou nodded slightly in agreement. Yeah, Araji must have arrived there already, right? At the private residence, Kyuchi looked up at Kai and asked in a flat tone, Is it about those Demon Lord cultists? Kai frowned, expressing his skepticism. Judging by that reaction, you must have already faced off against those creatures quite a few times, haven't you? Kyuchi gave a slight nod and answered calmly, The logistics team is frequently harassed by the Demon King's minions, so I issued an order that no one is allowed to move alone. Although they aren't combat specialists, they aren't novices either and can still defend themselves temporarily thanks to the Divine Guardians, but everyone is feeling extremely unsettled right now. After hearing this, Kai asked curiously, Why haven't you reported this to Midou and the others? Kyachi let out a sigh and replied helplessly, I didn't want to add more pressure to those already shedding blood out there. I originally thought the logistics team could easily handle these insignificant cultists. He further explained that even though they had coordinated with the Holy Kingdom, they still couldn't trace them, and the reason was… Before Kaichi could finish his sentence, Kai interrupted. Could it be that the demonic cultists are hiding right in the heart of the Holy Kingdom? Kyuchi nodded nonchalantly and frankly admitted, That's right, I have been targeting a suspect. Startled, Kai asked in surprise, Who is that person? Kyuchi slowly explained, Cardinal Emily of the Digrist Church, the person with the most power after the Pope, who is currently leading the moderate faction. Kai furrowed his brow and asked skeptically, What on earth is that moderate faction? Kyuchi pouted and replied, A bunch of dreamers who want to shake hands with the devil. They specialize in using flowery language to seduce those tired of war with hollow ideals. Kai nodded as if he understood. That's nothing more than a perfect cover for the demonic cultists. Kyuchi shrugged indifferently. I think so too, and I've decided to bet on this deduction. Emily is definitely a high-ranking member of their ranks. But the problem is, foreigners like you can't just touch Cardinal Emily, otherwise, you might end up making this entire kingdom an enemy. Kyuchi continued. Doing so would negatively affect the front lines, which is why we have to remain stationary and wait for concrete evidence. After hearing this, Kai pondered for a moment and then declared, I will handle her myself. We must eliminate the source of the trouble before the battle at the imperial capital. Kyuchi's eyes widened as he looked on, protesting in a panic.
You say that so lightly!
That is a cardinal of the Digrist Church. The security system protecting her is no joke. Kai smiled confidently. Assassination is my specialty. Besides, if I happen to be exposed, it won't implicate the hero candidates. I already have a reputation as a saint killer anyway. Even hearing this, Kiichi hesitated, but Emily is still just one link in the chain. The mastermind behind it all might be someone else entirely. Kai squinted his eyes, observing him closely and probed, judging by your attitude, it seems you have already guessed who that is, haven't you? Kiichi nodded firmly and asserted, the leader of the demonic cult is one of the knight captains stationed in the imperial capital. The next day, Midu's group, the first people to set foot in the imperial capital, officially had an audience with the Pope. Pope Rotz narrowed his eyes as he observed them, then spoke slowly after a moment. I have heard about the Demon King's army's raid on the imperial capital and those bizarre attack methods. It's truly unbelievable. However, his tone suddenly shifted, becoming as solemn as if he were interrogating them. How reliable is that information? Midu remained calm and replied steadily, the attack will definitely happen, even if I cannot provide concrete evidence at this moment. Pope Rotz frowned and asked again, is this the intuition of a warrior from the front lines? This issue is truly not to be taken lightly. Oscar, standing beside him, chimed in, the primary objective of the hero candidates is to defeat the Demon King. Lingering in the rear at the imperial capital only delays that mission. He questioned Midu's group about their reasons for returning to the imperial capital, noting that while it might have been an order, it seemed more like they had requested it themselves. Pope Joshua seemed to suddenly realize something. He spoke slowly. Are you worried about your comrades still trapped on the battlefield? I see, surely these people believe that an attack is about to take place. Midu nodded straightforwardly in admission, yes, that's right. Furthermore, regarding the timing of the enemy's mobilization, we have obtained far more detailed information than the previous report. Upon hearing this, Joshua's pupils involuntarily contracted. He asked suspiciously, then when will they take action? Midu stared intently at the Pope and replied decisively, 3 days from now, in the middle of the night. After hearing these words, the faces of those present immediately became heavy. A moment later, at the headquarters of the Holy Knight Order, Midu had been transferred here to be introduced to the captains of the Knight Squads. Midu slowly introduced himself. I am Midu, captain of the Hero Squad, also known as Squadron 11. I look forward to working with you all. A burly man snorted coldly upon hearing that. So you're a hero candidate? I am Theon, captain of Squadron 2. Remember this name well? Another person with a long scar beside his left eye also spoke up. I am Freetham, captain of Squadron 3. It must have been hard for you all to return from the front lines. A silver-haired young man followed up cheerfully. I'm Gray, captain of Squadron 9. Usually I specialize in hunting demon spies, but I'm here because of the emergency summon. Let's cooperate well. Next was a beautiful girl. She introduced herself calmly. I am Sarglot, captain of Squadron 10. I specialize in rear support. I hope we can coordinate smoothly. The last one was Oscar. He raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Commander-in-Chief Oscar. I apologize for testing your patience earlier. He mentioned that he had heard about the exploits of the hero candidates on the front lines and hoped everyone would join forces to protect the royal capital. Midu shook Oscar's hand and replied with a smile, of course. That is exactly why we had to return. The moment their hands touched, Midu managed to realize something. This man possessed truly extraordinary power. The commander-in-chief of the Holy Knight Order. If he were on the front lines, defeating the Demon King would surely be much easier. However, it was somewhat unusual for the knight captains who were usually stationed in various places to gather in such full force. Even though they still doubted the news's accuracy, they were ready for battle, showing just how important protecting the royal capital was. Theon asked with a look of dissatisfaction, do we really need the participation of these hero candidates? He asserted that their forces alone were more than enough to guard the capital, while the hero candidates were just redundant people who would get in the way. Hearing that, Oscar spoke up in disagreement. Don't say that, Theon. They have survived a series of life and death battles on the front lines and have matured much more than since the day they were summoned. Theon curled his lip in disdain. What's so great about the front lines? Midu was fed up upon hearing this and couldn't help but wonder, does he really deserve to be a knight captain? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Gray suggested, if you're so concerned about his strength, why not try a duel? Seeing is believing after all. Theon mused for a moment and then nodded in agreement. That suggestion is quite decent. Of course, I don't mind at all. Midu also spoke up casually. He truly couldn't fathom where that man's blind confidence came from. However, Midu told himself he could not be complacent. Who knows, maybe this guy was hiding some formidable power. While he was still on guard, Theon had unsheathed his sword, tilting his chin provocatively. Come at me, kid. Let me teach you some manners. Midu frowned slightly but still calmly replied, if you are so inclined. Before he could finish his sentence, Theon frantically charged. There's no way I'm letting you have the first strike! Yet, his blade was blocked by Midu all too easily. Unfazed, Theon curled his lip and sneered at Taka's recent stab. You did quite well. Meanwhile, Midu felt utterly speechless at this guy's childish behavior. Conversely, Theon still showed sky-high confidence, shouting that this was not over yet. Midu just gently raised his arm. Then, he dealt a powerful blow to the back of Theon's neck. With just that, he collapsed and fell into unconsciousness. Midu won amidst astonishment, wondering how this guy could be so delusional about his own power. Witnessing that, Gray couldn't help but double over laughing, while Freetime sighed and commented that everything went exactly as predicted. Oscar, standing nearby, saw Gray laughing nonstop and subtly reminded him, you're laughing a bit too much, Gray. As for Loth, she was worried sick about Theon, hurriedly running over to check on him. She began using magic to heal him. Midu, utterly bewildered, asked, forgive me, but is this guy really the captain of the Knight Order? Ray smiled and nodded, confirming that nominally he was the captain of the 2nd Division, while Free Time slowly explained further that the 2nd Night Division was full of incompetent fools, a place with nothing but spoiled rich kids who knew nothing but how to spend money. Ray curled his lip and explained that Theon was the second son of a duke, and thanks to his noble status, he was able to take the commander's seat despite having no actual ability. Hearing this, Midou asked skeptically, but how can he be so overconfident when his ability is so mediocre? Oscar calmly replied, he's just like a frog at the bottom of a well, knowing nothing about real combat. But then again, we aren't much better since we haven't stepped onto a battlefield in a long time. Free Time nodded in agreement, noting that the first 3 night divisions were all banned from leaving the capital, so if they actually had to fight, the situation would be very bad. Although the situation seemed serious, the 3 of them burst into hearty laughter together. Midou observed quietly, he believed they weren't lying, and that they must have gone through many ups and downs to reach their current positions. As night fell, they left the castle together. Midou walked slowly on his way back. As he walked, he was deep in thought, glad to have gained more reliable allies, and truly wanting to ask them to support him on the front lines. However, before he had gone very far, Midou's eyes suddenly narrowed with vigilance. Out of the pitch-black darkness, a group of people suddenly appeared and surrounded him. They wore all covering black outfits, hiding their faces under wide-brimmed hats. Midou frowned slightly and asked inquisitively, "Who are you people?" They didn't answer at all. One of them only coldly retorted, "Are you Midou, one of the hero candidates?" Midou glared at the strangers and warned in a sharp voice, "I advise you not to be foolish enough to attack. Although I don't like using threats, no matter how many of you there are, don't dream of defeating me." These words seemed to sting the pride of the other group, making them extremely furious. Seeing his companion lose his temper, the other guy quickly calmed him down, saying that he was absolutely right, and that the guy's strength now far exceeded what it used to be. Hearing this, Midou immediately caught the main point of the opponent's words. Panic-stricken, he exclaimed before, "Could it be that you are henchmen of the Demon King?" He smirked mockingly, "Exactly. Hearing that you have just returned from the front line, we decided to send you to the afterlife right here." Midou tightened his grip on his sword hilt warily and asked suspiciously, "For what reason do you want to eliminate me?" He replied nonchalantly, "We will present your head to the Demon King in exchange for a position as his subordinates." Midou was somewhat surprised and continued, "Even though the Demon King's army has been backed into a corner by me, you still recklessly pull a stunt like this." The other man replied arrogantly, "Many weaklings in the group fled out of fear of you. Naturally, those who betrayed their faith must pay for it with their lives." He asserted that only the loyal ones remained now, and they were acting with the sole purpose of serving the Demon King. As he spoke, his tone grew even more triumphant. He sneered, "You must have heard the news that the general offensive will begin in 3 days, so we cannot miss this golden opportunity." Hearing this, Midou frowned in silence. Had the confidential information leaked? After thinking for a moment, he coldly declared, "If you want to die so badly, I will have to show no mercy." Midou said he didn't care whether they were still human or not. At this moment, he only focused on his own goal. Hearing that, the other guy laughed out loud. "Impressive. In that case, you surely won't be able to ignore this, will you?" The moment he finished his sentence, he snapped his fingers to give a signal. Midou felt a brief moment of confusion and asked cautiously, "What trick are you trying to play?" In just an instant, a female student was dragged out by those people. That girl was a student from the non-combat group, whom Midou secretly loved. Seeing her, Midou cried out in panic, "Tsukiro!" Seeing him about to rush forward, the man immediately shouted,
"Don't move. You want her to stay alive. End your own life."
Hearing this, the girl struggled violently, but she was still held tightly by the person behind her, with a cold, sharp blade pressed against her neck. Worried about her, Midou froze. He silently calculated whether he had the ability to rescue her. Seeing Midou standing still, the man screamed again to urge him, "Hurry up, or you know what her tragic end will be." Little did those bastards know, Kai was quietly watching from not far away. He raised his gun and aimed straight at the man holding the girl hostage. Without a second of hesitation, Kai immediately pulled the trigger, the energy bullet piercing through the man's head, causing him to collapse and die instantly. At the same time, Midou used his teleportation ability to pull the girl into his arms. He had successfully rescued her. Witnessing this scene, the group of people in black were immediately terrified. Midou rushed to Kai's position at extremely high speed. He put the girl down and asked anxiously, "Tsukiro, are you okay?" She shook her head slightly and replied, "I'm fine, thank you so much, Midou." Kai coldly ordered Midou take Tsukihiro back to the dormitory. "I will clean up this crowd and we will talk later." Contrary to his wishes, Midou shook her head vigorously in refusal. "I will stay and fight. I must wipe out anyone who dares to threaten my classmates." At that very moment, a thick bloodlust erupted in his eyes. This majesty made the group of people opposite him tremble in fear. Kai nodded in agreement without hesitation. "All right, I'll leave this group to you. Tsukihiro, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for the girl to resist, Kai scooped her up and prepared to leave. However, before he could step away, Midou suddenly spoke up, "Araji, let me ask you something." Kai frowned slightly, mumbling with a suspicious look, "What is it?" Midou took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, "You're not using Tsukihiro as bait to lure the Demon Lord's cultists out, are you?" Laughing, Kai immediately replied, "You're overthinking it. I care a lot about my classmates too, you know." After hearing that, Midu nodded without the slightest doubt. "I believe what you just said." In the very next instant, his silhouette vanished from the roof. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in the middle of that group's encirclement. That sudden sight caused them to panic intensely. Before they could even compose themselves, a powerful surge of energy exploded. Sword light danced in mid-air as Midu quickly purged them in a flash. At the same time, Kai was still carrying the little girl on the way back. He was still concerned that the leader had yet to appear. As expected, they were truly cunning. After finishing off the cultists, Midu went to meet her classmates at the dormitory. Midu explained slowly, "We captured a few of them alive and handed them over to the knights." Hearing this, Kichi frowned and muttered, "I don't think we'll get any information out of them, and even if we do, it'll all be covered up anyway." Midu didn't mind much and asked worriedly, "How is Sukiro's current situation?" Kaichi sighed, "She's putting on a brave face, but this incident is exhausting her spirit. She's resting in her room with Araji now." He spoke apologetically, "This is my fault. Sukiro's kidnappers were very professional. I should have trusted the combat team more." Akira shook his head in disagreement. "They might be targeting the non-combat group. I just went to call everyone, but Anno is currently missing." Kichi frowned, his tone becoming serious. "It's highly likely that she was also snatched by another group." He determined that the Demon Lord's cult is operating on a large scale. The previous harassments were likely just the tricks of fanatical followers. Akira also nodded in agreement. "This is clearly an extremely professionally planned kidnapping. The scale is definitely not small." Before he could finish his sentence, Midu gritted her teeth and added, "It's the fact that we returned to Kindle." Kyuchi looked at the two of them helplessly and sighed. "In the royal capital right now, besides me and Sukiro, only Anno from the non-combat group is here. The other members are all busy at the Anfa temple." Midu grew more and more furious the more he listened. He grumbled that at this rate, they wouldn't make it in time and had to immediately deploy members of the combat team to protect everyone at the Anfa temple. Akira quickly spoke up to reassure him that Narumi had already set off earlier. Thanks to her ability to blend into the wind, Narumi was the most agile person right now. Hearing this, Midu finally sighed with relief. He believed that the top priority was still to rescue Anno, and to do so, they had to wipe out the Demon King's cult hiding in Kindle. Kiichi nodded in agreement, noting that if they didn't hurry, there was no telling what danger Anno would face. He hoped that if they used her as a hostage like Sukiro, she would still be safe. Akira looked at the two of them engrossed in making plans and couldn't suppress a sigh. There were less than 3 days left before the Demon King's army attacked. And yet this was not even the most urgent matter. Having to deal with both internal and external threats was exhausting. Regardless, they had to eliminate the traitor in their ranks first. Meanwhile, at the girls' dormitory, Midu was in Yuko's room, nodding in satisfaction. "You did a very good job." Yuko curled up on the bed without moving, and after a while she pouted and muttered, thinking she had finally been of help to the combat team. Seeing that Yuko was still sad, Kyuchi comforted her, telling her not to overthink and to rest to regain her strength. Yuko looked up at him, her voice filled with worry. "Hey Araji, is Anno safe?" With a pensive face, Kiichi nodded and calmly replied, "Yes, she is still alive for now. The enemy is just leaving her with a bit of freedom." At that very moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Kiichi's mind. "Araji, can you hear me?" Kiichi immediately frowned, realizing it was Jin. After a moment of thought, he replied and asked to connect with Tsukihiro as well. Jin agreed without hesitation. "Sure, here's the connection to Sukihiro." Very soon after, Yuko also heard Jin's voice echoing in her head. "Sukihiro, can you hear me clearly?" Yuko happily replied, "I hear you clearly, it's been so long." Understanding her anxiety, Jin quickly revealed Anno's situation. "We've found the place where Anno is being held." Sure enough, Yuko's face lit up in an instant. "Is that really true?" Kiichi suddenly spoke up. "Before being taken by the Demon King's cult, she made telepathic contact with Kanzaki, didn't she?" Yuko nodded slightly in confirmation, and he calmly explained, "It was thanks to that Kanzaki was able to trace her." Yuko felt much more relieved, sighing, "So Anno is still alright." Jin immediately replied, "That's right, I can even let you hear her voice directly right here." As soon as he finished speaking, Anno's voice came from the other side. "Uko, are you safe?" Hearing her close friend's voice, Uko was deeply moved and quickly replied, "I'm doing fine." Anno said she was being kept in a room in Salem, but hadn't been mistreated by them yet. Hearing this, Uko firmly reassured her, "Don't worry, we'll come to rescue you soon." Kaichi, who had been listening silently until now, finally asked, "Hey Kanzaki, exactly where is Anno being held?" Jin quickly replied, "If you're also connected with us, she must be close by. She's actually at the Kendo Center, in the basement of the 3rd Knight's barracks." By this time, the three on Jin's side had also approached that location. Hearing these words, Kai immediately raised his eyebrows in surprise. It turned out that Kiichi's assessment was entirely accurate. The leader of the Demon Lord cult was actually one of the knight commanders guarding the imperial capital. After a long silence, Kai spoke slowly, "You did very well, Kanzaki." In other words, the ringleader of the Demon Lord cult was none other than Freetime, captain of the 3rd Knight squad. After speaking, Kai ordered Jin to relay this news to Midu, and Jin immediately followed the order. Once everything was arranged, Kai said firmly, "I will rescue Anno first, and you have Midu's squad level the 3rd Knight squad's base. As it is the cult's hideout, do not show any mercy." At the same time, deep within the secret basement under the jurisdiction of the 3rd Night Squad, Elvin, the vice captain of the Night Squad, spoke thoughtfully. Is that true, Captain? Freetime bit his lip in irritation and replied, the situation is not looking good at all. I still cannot establish contact with the demons. Could it be because Aquilier has perished? Emily said nonchalantly, in any case, information about the Demon Lord's army's attack has been leaked. I wanted to report it, but I couldn't connect, so I had no choice. Elvin then added, moreover, there are rumors that Tsukiro has been successfully rescued. Hearing this, Freetime became even more frustrated. Useless fools, they even botched such a simple capture mission. Emily was not the least bit worried and said calmly, we need to ensure the true identities of the captured followers aren't revealed. Acting too openly lately has started to make people suspicious. Freetime bit his lip in agitation and replied, I know that well, but what better choice do we have? Natasha once promised them that if they eliminated the hero candidates, she would grant them the power of the demons. Emily frowned slightly and muttered suspiciously, is that promise still valid now that Aquilier is dead? The important thing is that we still haven't been able to contact our spies on the demon's side. Elvin said anxiously, even without those promises, we are still loyal to the Demon Lord. That is the highest ideal for a follower, isn't it? Freetime nodded in agreement, that's right. Besides, if the Demon Lord's army actually lands, we will have a chance to reunite. As long as we clear out the hero candidates before then, we will certainly be highly regarded. Elvin suddenly had a thought and said worriedly, but the current hero candidates are terrifyingly strong. Only those at the official level are capable of withstanding a few moves. What do you plan to do? Freetime sneered arrogantly. He replied confidently, they still haven't realized who the real enemy is. Besides, I still have the hostage in my hands. There is still plenty of work to do. Yet, Freetime did not suspect that, just as they were plotting, the chains of the hostage he mentioned had already been cut. Kai had successfully sneaked into the dungeon and rescued Anno. All the guards had been slain by him, even though the place was heavily guarded. After finishing, Kai quietly put away his knife. He looked at Anno and signaled, hurry, we must leave this place immediately. But as soon as he spoke, Kai sensed something and hurriedly raised his hand to shield Anno. He stared intently ahead where a figure was slowly approaching. It was Freetime, who had discovered Kai and sneered, I was just stopping by to check on the hostages. I didn't expect a little mouse to crawl in here. Kai narrowed his eyes, looked straight at Freetime, and questioned in a low voice, Captain of the 3rd Night Squad, so you are the leader of the Demon Lord cult. Freetime confirmed it frankly without hesitation. That is exactly right, and I realized your true face a long time ago. You are the cold-blooded person who took the life of the Saintess, aren't you? Listening to those words, Kai could not help but click his tongue in admiration. That name, Kai, really brings back many memories. So, let me ask you a question. What was your motive for doing this? Curving his lips slightly into a smile, Freetime leisurely replied, is there even a need to ask? It is quite obvious. A world ruled by the Supreme Demon Lord absolutely cannot be stopped by anyone. Kai gave a soft snort, pouted, and replied, so that is how it is. It seems my question was indeed redundant. Highly vigilant, Kai stood protectively in front of Anno, the dagger in his hand already in a position ready to attack. Freetime smirked mockingly. I do not know how you managed to find your way here, but once you have entered my sight, it is truly the end for you, you murderer who dared to attempt to assassinate the Holy Maiden. Hearing those words, Kai narrowed his eyes and asked cryptically, are you sure this is the right time to be worried about me? Slightly bewildered, Freetime immediately asked back with suspicion, what exactly do you plan to do? But before he could even finish speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently, giving him quite a start. He exclaimed in panic, Kai, what on earth is going on? Immediately, several torch-bearing soldiers rushed in frantically, calling out loudly, Captain. Freetime turned to look at his subordinates and hurriedly pressed, just what exactly is happening? They reported in a panic, the 3rd Night Order's camp on the surface is under a surprise attack by the hero candidates. Upon hearing those words, Freetime's expression immediately became even more unsightly. He gnashed his teeth and muttered, what? Seeing his shocked reaction, Kai smirked mockingly and replied, is it really that surprising? My presence here already meant that information had been leaked long ago. These words caused Freetime's rage to surge to its peak. He roared in fury, you bastard! You are the one who caused this horrific mess? Kai clicked his tongue twice and smirked mockingly. Instead of wasting time lingering here with me, you should quickly deal with those hero candidates on the surface. Because now they know about the existence of this underground bunker, which is the only path for you to survive. Freetime's expression once again became gloomy and unsightly. After a moment of hesitation, he finally charged forward frantically, growling, who do you think you are? Release that girl immediately if you do not want to die. Seeing this, Kaisel stood calmly in place, completely unfazed. At that same moment, a strange crack suddenly appeared in space. Freetime took one look and was immediately stunned with astonishment. Midu had appeared right there at some unknown moment and used his sword to block his strike. At this moment, his eyes were filled with intense bloodlust. Midu had already taken down every single one of Freetime's subordinates. Kai narrowed his eyes at Midu, smirked, and said, you got here pretty fast. Midu cheerfully replied, it is thanks to Kanzaki showing us the way down to this underground bunker. Kai did not say another word. Gently picking Anno up, he said casually, I will take Anno back first. As for the rest, I will leave it all to you. Having finished speaking, he left the dark cellar as quick as lightning. Seeing that, Freetime yelled out in panic, wait a moment. Unfortunately, Midu's sword held him fast, not giving him any chance to move. Free Time frowned slightly, realizing that Midu's sword was so powerful that it caused him to suddenly become flustered. At that moment, Midu gently waved her hand, pushing Freetham back with an unexpected force. He narrowed his eyes at him, thinking to himself that it was another familiar act, using hostages as bait to lure the Demon Lord's cult into a trap. Everything was proceeding exactly according to Araji's plan. While Midu was still deep in thought, Freetham spoke up, calling his name Midu, right? Midu was slightly startled but remained silent. He glared at him and commanded in an arrogant tone, daring to attack our headquarters, how reckless of you. Midu still said nothing, only sternly issuing a warning, I hope you will surrender, Freetham. We already have enough evidence to confirm that this is the headquarters of the Demon Lord's cult. Freetham was completely unconcerned. He roared, that is easy to deal with, we are far more reliable than you otherworlders. Eliminating the hero candidates was his #1 priority. While the loss of communication made the situation somewhat tense, the primary objective remained unchanged. He believed that Elvin was holding his ground up there. The immediate task was to eliminate Midu, then wipe out the hero candidates once they had lost their coordination. Freetham could definitely do it, all for the Demon Lord. With that thought, he lunged forward to attack. Midu still stood there, maintaining a very calm attitude, showing no signs of panic at all. In another scene, on the ground above, countless soldiers of the Night Order lay scattered across the ground. Arashi on this side was fighting frantically. His direct opponent was Elvin. Arashi nimbly dodged Elvin's dangerous attack. Immediately he unleashed a powerful leg sweep. Elvin also hurriedly retreated backward to avoid the blow. Arashi narrowed his eyes and looked straight at him. He spoke up and asked, at least you have some skill, Captain of the Night Order. Hearing those words, Elvin retorted immediately, I am Elvin, Vice Captain of the Third Night Order, and you must be those hero candidates. Arashi shrugged lazily, picked his ear, and said impatiently, why we broke into your base, I don't even know. He answered casually, they told me to charge in, so I charged in, there's nothing to question. Elvin, hearing those somewhat defiant words, could not help but feel confused, so such a thing actually happens. Right at this moment, a voice echoed in Arashi's head. It was Zin. She urgently announced, Araji has successfully rescued the hostages, and Midu is engaging a sword-wielding leader underground. If we stay tied up here, it will only be a hindrance. Everyone, focus on dealing with the Third Night Order present on the surface. Hearing Zin say that, Araji cracked his knuckles and said coldly, if the hostages have been rescued already. Then Elvin could not help but be astonished. What is that massive, overwhelming manosaurus? While he was still in a panic, Araji rushed forward. So that means now we can blow everything up, right? Just as he finished his sentence, an earth-shattering explosion echoed everywhere. The force of the explosion made Elvin stagger backward. Araji remained determined to unleash a bombardment. Intense streams of fire slammed directly into the wall, causing it to begin cracking. In the blink of an eye, the barrier was completely shattered by Araji. However, his pupils suddenly constricted in shock. Another solid wall appeared before him, and from behind it Elvin's voice echoed, mocking his avoidance of a direct confrontation. Araji frowned and muttered about such rigid earth element magic. Elvin smirked defiantly, saying he didn't expect to be forced to show his face. It seemed the opposition had some capable people after all. Araji calmly retorted that they were done for, as even if they won, their base had already been exposed. Furthermore, he had completely leveled their headquarters. Elvin was not the least bit worried, confidently asserting that they had long prepared a backup for such a situation. Hearing this, Araji frowned, his impatience evident. Meanwhile, in a deep, dark basement, Emily was being escorted by her guards as they made an urgent retreat. She ran while muttering curses about this mess, noting that even with all her influence, it would be hard to cover up. No sooner had she finished speaking than the two guards collapsed, and the stench of blood began to fill the air. Emily could not help but tremble in terror at the sight. Even the two guards didn't know how they had met their end. The only person capable of silently taking lives like that was Kai. He didn't say a word, stepping closer to Emily with each move. Immediately after, the blade in his hand sliced across her throat, causing blood to gush out, with just a few fatal slashes. Emily's henchman had been neatly dealt with by Kai. Anno, standing nearby, tremblingly asked if she was also a follower of the Demon Lord. Kai nodded, confirming that she had used the title of Cardinal to manipulate all the data. Now that Emily had lost her influence, the Demon Lord cult's base hidden under the Third Night Squad would certainly be exposed. Anno nodded in understanding and asked Kai what his next plans were. Anno slowly explained that he had moved to a non-combat group to provide expertise for the infrastructure project in the imperial capital. Many others were doing the same. As modern knowledge was the revolution here, she asked what he intended to do without weapons. The days spent living in the imperial capital had made Anno grow fond of this land. She yearned to build this place to be more perfect. The work brought her a purpose in life and abundant happiness. However, the upper class treated the slum as if it didn't exist, causing Anno's infrastructure upgrade proposal to be outright rejected by them. Only Emily was the sole person who showed an enthusiastic attitude towards charitable work. Upon hearing this, Kai immediately understood the problem and nodded, saying it was a trick to increase followers for the Demon Lord, because the less knowledgeable the people were, the easier they could be brainwashed. Anno sighed warily. She confided that she herself once wanted to believe Emily was a good person because so many people were still indebted to her. Kai replied frankly, perhaps she truly believes that serving the Demon Lord is the only solution to save the wretched. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Midu and Freetham was still extremely tense. Both were still fighting fiercely, equally matched, with neither willing to yield to the other. As Midu defended, he thought to himself, although I had anticipated the situation, this guy is still truly formidable. Freetham sneered mockingly, don't be quick to equate me with the likes of Amelia or Hirik on the front line. Don't put me in that group of knave kids. Midu raised an eyebrow slightly and asked suspiciously, possessing such terrifying power, why did you accept to side with the Demon Lord's army? Freetham involuntarily snorted coldly and replied in a deep voice, what do you think forged my power today? In just a flash, Midu was forced to retreat far back by Freetham. He said coldly, I survived countless death matches, my battlefield experience is far more extensive than that of you heroic candidates. Hearing these words, Midu couldn't help but ask in shock, wasn't it all for the purpose of protecting this country? Freetham nodded in acknowledgement. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, growling, before people like you appeared, this nation was already on the verge of destruction. The nation-state repeatedly tasted defeat, its territory was gradually eroded, and the strength of the Holy Knights was less than half of its glorious era. The comrades who had faced life and death with Freetham successively fell on the battlefield. The country was engulfed in the fires of war and devastation. The seniors more talented than Freetham all disappeared, and it was unknown when Gata had to step up to assume the role of knight captain. Despite this, Gata still fought with all his enthusiasm, and they tried to hold on to the last line of defense. But a terrifying figure suddenly appeared. An arrogant shadow strode amidst the smoke-filled battlefield. The Demon Lord had finally set foot in this place. Freetham once thought he merely visited the battlefield out of temporary curiosity. In reality, there was absolutely no intention of direct combat between them. Yet the Demon Lord merely swung an arm indifferently, and the commander-in-chief at that time died instantly in battle. It was a tragic end, as his upper body was completely crushed. At that time, Freetham asserted firmly that no one was capable enough to defeat the Demon Lord. Just like ants daring to challenge humans, this is no longer a matter of swordsmanship or magic, but a complete difference in level. As soon as Freetham finished speaking, he lunged forward to attack. Gata roared in madness, yet our battle line still managed to push the opponent back significantly. Hearing that, Midu defiantly replied that they had already defeated 3 of the 4 heavenly kings, and the front line had even spotted the demon capital. Freetham reflexively snorted coldly, his voice heavy. This battle had been decided from the start, and victory, defeat, strength, or weakness were now meaningless. Midu's anger grew as he listened. He fiercely questioned whether, even if he knelt before the Demon Lord, he would ever offer salvation to humanity. Freetham shook his head in frustration and clicked his tongue, replying that through coordination with the Demon Intelligence Network and the elimination of hero candidates, they would be transformed into demons and become citizens of the demon realm under the pact with the Qualia. He became more deranged as he spoke, his rapid-fire sword strikes continuously aiming at Midu. Under that overwhelming pressure, Midu was forced to retreat. Undaunted, he stood his ground calmly before coldly retorting that he had dispatched a Qualia, dealing a heavy blow to the Holy Kingdom's intelligence network. Hearing that, Freetham gritted his teeth and growled that it was you hero candidates who had caused them so much misery. Midu narrowed his eyes at his opponent and asked coldly whether humans could truly be transformed into demons even if that pact remained valid. Freetham shrugged indifferently with a mocking smirk, saying they had already seen an example, the monster researcher who had been human before becoming a spy for the Demon Lord's army. At those words, Midu could not help but be shocked, his eyes wide in surprise. He recalled the early days when the group had first set foot in this place. They had gone through a life or death encounter with Steady. Witnessing his expression, Freetham grew more triumphant, noting that he had once used himself as a test subject, even if it was just a failed case of demon transformation. Even after Steady had perished, his research findings were inherited by the Demon Lord's army, and they finally succeeded in developing a completed demon transformation serum. Midu listened with a heart full of horror, his eyes brimming with shock. Freetham gritted his teeth and continued, saying they would have received the samples if you hero candidates hadn't killed a Qualia. As he finished his sentence, flames erupted around Freetham's body. In an instant, his sword blade was enveloped in a stream of blazing fire. Freetham narrowed his eyes at Midu and threatened in a low voice, saying that hero candidates like them were decent but still too weak, and it was a waste of life to challenge the Demon Lord with such ability. Midu kept his eyes fixed on every move Freetham made. His gaze was now full of high alert. In another direction, a massive fire was also breaking out above the basement. That was Arashi's attack, with ear-splitting explosions ringing out incessantly. Amidst those rapid and brutal attacks, Elvin could only crouch behind the defensive barrier. Nevertheless, cracks had already begun to appear in that defensive layer. Arashi gave a cold snort and spoke sarcastically, saying the defensive technique was impressive, but questioning if it was enough, for if they hesitated, all their comrades would be wiped out. Sure enough, just as that man had predicted, the hero candidate was beginning his massacre of the soldiers. The power of those people could easily wipe out our army in the blink of an eye. Arashi sneered, saying he didn't know what gave him such confidence, but if they failed here, it would be the end of them. The provocative remark made Elvin's expression darken. Even so, he tried to act tough, thinking he could hold out longer, but it was clear that the hero's combat forces were steadily growing stronger on the front lines. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Arashi dashed forward in a flash. In an instant, he reached Elvin, mockingly saying that those cowards hiding in the royal palace could never stop them. Immediately, Arashi swung his hand, thrusting straight toward Elvin's face. A thunderous boom echoed as a violent explosion erupted. But when the dust settled, Arashi found he was only punching thin air. At that very same moment, a sharp, cold blade unexpectedly struck out. Fortunately, Arashi managed to react in time, reaching out to grab the blade. Without a hint of mercy, he snapped the sword into pieces. This terrifying sight left Elvin in a state of extreme panic. The metal fragments fell with a clatter onto the cold ground. Arashi roared in anger, asking what tricks he had left now that he had lost his weapon. Beneath the dark basement, Freetime stood with a sword blazing intensely. He was facing Midou, who held a demon-slaying sword in his hand. Without hesitation, the two charged at each other like arrows. They immediately fell into a stalemate, neither willing to give an inch. A harsh clanging sound rang out as the two sharp blades collided violently. Just then, the sword in Freetime's hand suddenly erupted into searing flames. This strange phenomenon left Midou frowning in bewilderment. Before his opponent could recover, the heat transformed into a massive pillar of fire that lashed out directly at him. Not daring to be careless, Midou hurriedly retreated to dodge the attack. Seeing this, Freetime laughed scornfully, asking if he really thought he would let him escape so easily. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward frantically, swinging his sword in a relentless flurry of attacks. Freetime's entire body now glowed as if covered in a layer of red fire. Midou was extremely shocked. He hadn't expected a grazing cut to cause such severe burns, let alone the fact that his opponent could control the fire around his sword. Realizing that close combat was too disadvantageous, he decided to keep his distance to launch long-range attacks. Freetime dodged lightly, cleanly evading Midou's wave of sword energy. He snorted coldly in disdain. "Do you think keeping your distance is enough? My flames follow my blade and sweep toward you." In the blink of an eye, Freetime swung a sharp sword stroke. Midou did not dare to be careless, hurriedly erecting a protective shield. However, those burning flames continued to attack relentlessly. Making Midou struggle to resist, he gritted his teeth in pain, wondering what kind of devilish power this was. Right at that moment, the mass of fire began to explode violently. Simultaneously, Midou's shield shattered into pieces without a single fragment remaining. He was knocked backward, with sizzling sparks of fire still clinging to his body. Looking at Midou's miserable state, Freetime sneered triumphantly, "So you have already sacrificed your left arm." Just as he predicted, Midou's left arm was severely seared by the flames. Freetime mocked again, saying concentrating mana into the left hand was clever, but with only one hand left to hold the sword, how could he fight back? "I am starting to worry about you. Let's finish this." Having finished his sentence, he once again swung his sword horizontally. Immediately after, he rushed towards Midou as fast as the wind. Without any hesitation, Midou had no choice but to take a desperate gamble. Suiting action to thought, Midou immediately cast Hun, and in an instant, countless clones appeared, confusing Freetime. He frowned anxiously. Isn't this the continuous movement technique? Realizing this, he stopped, not daring to advance, straining his eyes to observe the shadows before him. In this dire situation, he would surely attack from a blind spot, so Freetime swung his sword behind him. Unfortunately, it was just a distracting illusion. He could not believe it, staring wide-eyed at the scene before him. Instantly, Freetime coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His chest had been pierced through by the blade of a sword. The pungent smell of blood quickly spread through the air. Midou seized the opportunity and claimed victory. Freetime collapsed and died right there on the spot. Midou smiled with satisfaction. The mind game lessons with Iga had truly paid off, and he was becoming stronger by the day. Meanwhile, up on the ground, returning to the battle between Arashi and Elvin after shattering the opponent's sword, Arashi laughed triumphantly, as if victory was already in the palm of his hand. However, right at this moment, a strange event that left him in astonishment occurred. Suddenly, a blade protruded from inside Elvin's sturdy rock wall. Startled, Arashi immediately leaped back. Just as Elvin emerged from the rubble, he gripped his sword tightly and smirked, saying that it was indeed his sword. Witnessing that sight, Arashi could not hold back and scolded him for being stubborn. Having finished speaking, he looked around to observe the surrounding situation. He coldly spoke up, saying that everything should end here because this conclusion was not interesting at all. The reason was that all members of the Third Knight Order had been wiped out by Arashi's faction. Sao approached Arashi and smiled meaningfully, saying that this was indeed a surprise. Arashi snorted coldly in annoyance. "Fighting this guy is just a waste of time. Stalling until the opponent runs out of mana is not my style." Realizing the situation had spun out of control, Elvin pursed his lips and muttered, "Damn it, what on earth is the captain doing down there?" Hearing this, Jin slowly approached and calmly replied, "If you are still hoping your captain will return from underground, I advise you not to waste your time." Elvin could not help but be shocked, his eyes full of doubt as he looked at the girl. Maintaining a cold demeanor, Jin declared, "Our leader has already sent your leader on his way." Upon hearing this news, Elvin cried out in panic, "There is no way our captain would fall at the hands of people like you." Just then, an anxious voice sounded from behind, making Elvin quickly turn his head to look. Leon saw Midou carrying a corpse walking toward them. Seeing that sight, Elvin's legs went weak, the sword in his hand fell to the ground, and he muttered in shock, "This is impossible." Looking straight at him, Jin continued in a stern voice, "We have just received word that your reinforcements have also been wiped out. That was Emily's group, right?" Elvin finally had to accept the bitter truth. He laughed self-deprecatingly. "So this is it? Is this what it feels like to be completely defeated?" Arashi snorted softly and said mockingly, "How utterly foolish. If you had stayed on the front lines, you would have had some value, but instead you chose to side with the Demon King." While they were still arguing, a terrified scream suddenly echoed, asking, "What on earth are you doing?" making the whole group startle and look back. It was Gray hurriedly running over with his subordinates. Observing the chaotic scene before him, Gray's face clearly showed extreme panic. No one could have imagined that in just one short night, the base of the Third Night Order would be devastated to this extent. Midu and Akira had intended to give a detailed explanation. However, Gray's attention was completely drawn to something else. It was the lifeless body of Free Tam lying motionless on the ground. Seeing this, Midu quickly shouted to stop him. "Calm down, Gray, there is a reason for everything." Before he could say another word, Gray screamed aggressively,
"Don't mess with me!"
and so the young man rushed forward and attacked relentlessly. Midu was caught off guard and could only step back under Gray's intense pressure. Gray lashed out in anger. Free Tam had perished and the Third Night Legion had been scattered, leaving no room for reason in such a situation. Arashi saw that he wouldn't listen to reason and spoke up irritably, "Just step back and let me handle this." Akira noticed and tried to intervene. "Wait, Arashi, you're no match for him." Unfortunately, Arashi didn't care at all. In an instant, he charged forward and shouted coldly, "One punch to the head to wake him up will settle this." Boom, an explosion rang out and debris flew in every direction. But as the dust settled, Oscar had already stepped in to block the two of them. Arashi was startled, his eyes wide with astonishment. Gray was no less surprised, holding his own as he looked toward Oscar. Oscar reached out both hands, gripping the spear that was aimed at them. He spoke in a serious tone, "That's enough, both of you, calm down." Thanks to Oscar's arrival, everyone gradually regained their composure amidst the ruins. Afterwards, they began clearing the scene, collecting the bodies of the Third Night Legion soldiers, while the survivors, such as Elvin, were tied up. Midu, representing the hero candidates, recounted the entire story to Oscar and Gray. Upon hearing it, Gray realized how rash he had been. Oscar glanced at Gray and said, "I apologize for remaining silent. I received the report from Midu. I never expected you all to storm the barracks like that." Midu hesitated before explaining, "I truly apologize for acting without thinking, but our friends were kidnapped, so we had no time to wait. With enemies inside, I didn't know where the information might have leaked from." Oscar nodded in agreement. "That is true." At this moment, Ray sighed reluctantly. "I never expected the leader of the demon cultists to be a former comrade of mine. It's truly ridiculous." Oscar also sighed heavily. "When I received the report from Midu, I couldn't believe my ears either. It's truly tragic. She wasn't even on my list of suspects." However, the results showed that under the guise of the Third Night Legion lay a secret base for the Demon Lord cult. Oscar explained slowly, "According to my subordinate's investigation, Hong Emily is involved in this." Ray exclaimed in surprise, "She is the leader of the Fire Phoenix Guild, isn't she?" "Don't tell me that the entire guild is supporting the Demon Lord cult." "It seems so." Oscar sighed helplessly. Just then, Salat approached and spoke hesitantly. "Lately, the Demon Lord cult has been acting very strangely. I had assumed all information was being suppressed." But she added that if the Third Night Legion, which is responsible for defending the royal capital, was colluding with a guild led by Emily, then hiding the information would indeed be very easy. The more Ray listened, the angrier he became, gritting his teeth as he cursed. "So this is the true face of the Demon Lord cult. No wonder we haven't been able to completely wipe them out all this time." Midu, standing nearby listening to their discussion, couldn't help but interrupt. Well, we have captured the leader?" Oscar nodded slightly and replied calmly,
"That's right."
"Hong Emily is currently neutralized, but surely there is nothing more she can do now." He thanked Midu's team for eliminating a long-standing threat. However, he asked how Midu had discovered the identity of the Demon Lord cult. Midu paused for a moment before replying that they had a friend who understood such matters, and furthermore, the Demon Lord cult was targeting their group, the hero candidates. Ray embarrassedly apologized for jumping to conclusions, but Midu didn't mind at all, shaking his head with a smile and saying it was just a natural assumption. Ray didn't say anything more, only staring intently at the burns on Midu's arm. He asked suspiciously whether those scorch marks were caused by Fleetham. Only now did Midu realize he was injured. He glanced down and nodded slightly in confirmation. Midu remarked that the man's fire-infused swordsmanship was indeed extremely cunning. Hearing this, Ray sighed warily. "I think so too, he really is highly experienced." He assessed that Fleetham's strength was probably second only to Asta. Charlotte had been lost in thought all this time. She suddenly stammered, "Where did we go wrong, I wonder?" Seeing her worry, Gray reassured her not to stress herself over it. Oscar didn't care much and turned to praise Midu, saying his strength was truly formidable to face Fleetham and only suffer a few burns. Midu nodded in agreement, then resolutely suggested that they no longer needed to worry about their rear and should start preparing a plan to stop the Demon King's army. Meanwhile, in the Demon Kingdom. After reading the report sent back, Floker frowned and muttered, "Did the enemy disappear without a trace?" Luke, the first prince's guard, nodded slightly and replied that the Demon King was acting with extreme caution. Alan also chimed in, saying that since they were using a rare type of magic crystal, shouldn't they just crush the enemy's head and get it over with? Snorting coldly, Floker threw the documents onto the table. He growled that just because that fool Leonhardt was defeated, his father had become a coward, whereas he alone had more than enough power to raise the capital of the Holy Kingdom. Hearing this, his two close aides hastily tried to dissuade him, saying they knew well that His Highness was matchless in strength, but going alone was far too dangerous. As soon as those words were spoken, a fierce surge of magic power suddenly erupted around them, terrifying them to the core. Behind Floker's back, a giant magic circle suddenly appeared. He glared at his two subordinates, coldly questioning whether they truly understood his strength, and how the likes of them dared to judge his power. Seeing Floker in a towering rage, the two quickly bowed their heads and apologized profusely. He snorted disdainfully, coldly stating that this insolence deserved death 1,000 times over, then raised his hand to crush them. Just then, a voice rang out, "Floker, they are both valuable military assets, stop it." The one who had just spoken was Isabel, stepping out from her own magical space. Floker narrowed his eyes at her, suspiciously asking what she wanted from him. Isabel casually replied, "Lord Floker, you are the commander-in-chief of the raid on the Holy Kingdom's capital, right? Shouldn't we discuss strategy?" He snorted coldly and said, "No need for any of that. The goal is to destroy the enemy's imperial capital, and that's enough." Unconvinced, Isabel argued back, "At least I need a specific strategy." Before she could finish, Floker bellowed, "How annoying! I'll lay waste to it however I want, you all will just have to adapt." Realizing she couldn't reason with this man, Isabel could only bow and take her leave. Her expression was quite grim, and Scarlet also shared the thought that at this rate, they would just have to play it by ear, unsure whether such a sketchy plan would be a blessing or a curse. Left with no other choice, Isabel had to hide herself in space to depart. In the blink of an eye, her figure appeared at another castle. However, as soon as she arrived, Isabel frowned slightly and paused upon encountering someone. The person who appeared before her was the fourth Prince Dodo. He spoke leisurely, perfect timing. "Isabel, walk with me for a bit, I want to finalize a few details regarding the raid the day after tomorrow." Isabel nodded slightly and silently walked alongside Dodo. As they walked, she hesitantly spoke up, "Lord Fokker and Lord Scarlet said that wouldn't be necessary." Dodo seemed to have anticipated this. He sneered and said, "Ignore those two. Letting them do as they please will only bring more trouble." As he spoke, he drew his jagged sword and confidently declared, "I will personally take the Pope's head." Isabel narrowed her eyes as she observed Dodo. This fourth prince, who was also the finest swordsman of the demon kingdom of Andorra, seemed to be the one truly in charge. After finishing their discussion, Isabel stepped into space once more to return to where she had been. Smith had already been waiting there for a long time. The moment he saw her appear, he immediately said respectfully, "Welcome back, Lady Isabel." Vanko then spoke up as well, "I have a message here from Lord Araji." Hearing this, Isabel could not hide her astonishment and gasped, "What did he say?" Smith replied calmly, "Everything is to proceed according to plan. It seems they have fully prepared on their end." Isabel frowned in thought, and only after a long silence did she murmur, "A perfect ambush plan to take down the main force of the demon army, or I have passed on all the information, but I don't know if things will go smoothly." Vanko also looked worried. Even without Lady Isabel, there are still 3 members of the royal family and one of the 4 heavenly kings. No matter how prepared they are, this battle will be extremely brutal. Smith nodded in agreement. "That's true. Just taking down one of them would already be a victory." Vanko was silent for a moment, then said hesitantly, "The best-case scenario is for both sides to suffer heavy losses. Please keep that in mind when you act, Lady Isabel." Isabel nodded slightly, signaling that she understood the situation. The countdown to the moment the demon army's elite forces would attack the Holy Kingdom was now down to exactly 1 day. With the arrival of the Demon King's army drawing near, Midu and the others were racing against time to prepare. The citizens had been evacuated along with the military forces of the neighboring regions and the capital's personnel. Naturally, the Pope and the leaders of the church were among them as well. All those targeted by the enemy had already left the city early on. Furthermore, Kiichi and his group in the royal capital had evacuated and moved the non-combatant members to Alpha. By exposing the venomous snake hiding in their midst, all preparations were proceeding smoothly. At the cathedral, numerous key figures had gathered to discuss crucial decisions. Theon spoke first. "We cannot let the capital turn into ashes. Isn't there still some way to move the battlefield?" Akira calmly replied, "According to intelligence, the enemy plans to land in the capital through a portal, so changing the battlefield is, I'm afraid, extremely difficult." Charlotte stood up and proposed, "We can mobilize mages to set up a magic shield enclosing the entire capital area." Greater spoke up, "Standing by with folded arms is not an option, but doing that will put the church and the citizens in grave danger." Oscar calmly analyzed, "Necessity breeds ingenuity. Although the evacuation is complete, if we can lure the enemy outside, the outcome will certainly be much better." Midu immediately retorted, "I'm afraid we don't have the luxury to hope for such an ideal scenario. We have no other choice but to fight to the death, and we must accept that losses are inevitable." Hearing these words, Theon retorted mockingly, "Inevitable losses? Would you say that if this were your own homeland?" The sarcasm made Marie fly into a rage. She slammed her hand on the table and yelled, "You people already stole our homeland. How dare you say anything more?" Seeing this, Midu hurriedly calmed her down. "Come on, Marie." Oscar couldn't keep his cool either. "Stop it, Theon! Are you planning to start a civil war right after we just crushed the Demon Lord's cult?" Hearing that, Theon could only sigh helplessly. What a pitiful bunch. Seeing the other party fall silent, Oscar continued, "Everything so far was just the prelude. From now on is the main content of this strategy meeting. Simply put, who fights whom? That is what they need to decide right now." Akira frowned in thought, so the time had come. Could he lead them according to the designated plan? Recalling the events of the previous night, Kai had gathered everyone together. He solemnly declared, "I have learned the enemy's abilities and weaknesses from Isabin, and since I am the one who fully understands our own army's strength, I will directly command the operation." After saying that, he looked at Akira and suggested, "Nanomiya, convey my strategy to mobilize the national forces." Akira nodded but still asked hesitantly, "I will do my best, but isn't this request a bit too unreasonable?" Unconcerned, Kai asserted, you can do it, just go ahead with it. Akira sighed again, isn't that pushing it a bit too far? Ignoring Akira's concerns, Kai began to lay out the battle plan. First of all, Fogger is the most dangerous card on the enemy's side, a specialist in gravity manipulation. To face this formidable opponent, Kai specifically named Arashi. Arashi laughed triumphantly. Oh, so you finally admitted that I'm the strongest in this class, not Midu. Kai was speechless. He sighed and said, I only chose the person suited for the job. Win against him first before you gloat. Next, Kai assigned tasks to Akira and Kakao respectively, and both of them immediately nodded seriously to accept their orders. The next target is the second Princess Scarlet, a witch specializing in blood magic. To deal with that woman, Kai wanted to appoint Oscar, the commander-in-chief of the Azure Knights. Akira nodded in confirmation. I will convince them to execute this mission well. Having received agreement, Kai continued with the list, and finally the fourth prince, Jodo, the #1 swordsman of the Demon Kingdom. Kai instructed carefully, once they realize the target has been moved, they will immediately escape, so absolutely do not leave them any opening. Midu nodded, indicating he fully understood the mission. The last character was the Fire Heavenly King Flameris, known as the Child of Fire and the Heavenly King who wielded the most terrifying power in history. Kai proposed assigning the Dew Grey and Scarlet the task of confronting him. Additionally, Zumi would use water magic to support the two of them. There were also about 7 or 8 high-ranking demons, and the remaining people would be responsible for dealing with them. Kai turned to look at Jin and requested, Kanzaki, you should take command. Jin could not hide his surprise. Am I truly being entrusted with such an important responsibility? Kai nodded slightly in confirmation and reminded him, don't rely too much on the knights. The only people whose true strength we can trust are the knight captains. He said that even though a plan had been drawn up for each battle, they shouldn't be too rigid. They should know how to adapt to the situation on the ground. As soon as Kai finished speaking, Midu asked curiously, what role will you take on then? Kai answered frankly, I will circle around the enemy's back to finish off their commander, because amidst the chaotic battlefield, darkness is always an ideal hiding place for an assassin. Returning to the present after recounting Kai's entire plan, Akira looked at Oscar and asked, I propose this strategy, what do you think? Without waiting for Oscar to reply, Tian pouted in disapproval, don't you think you're too arrogant? More importantly, there's no position for me at all. Ray, on the other hand, smiled and said, I think this arrangement is very reasonable. The enemy's entire army is elite, sending weak soldiers and would only lead to useless deaths. Hearing this, Tian looked displeased. Are you saying I'm weak? Ray smiled meaningfully. That's not what I meant, but it would be better if Tian commanded from the rear. Seeing them start to argue, Oscar slowly spoke up. That's enough? He agreed with Akira's strategy and instructed everyone to prepare thoroughly to handle any unexpected situations. The meeting ended as night fell, and Midu went to stand on the city wall, gazing at the moon. Suddenly, Oscar quietly appeared right behind it. He sighed, I apologize for making everyone meet for so long. Midu didn't mind, shaking his head and smiling, it's fine, I think this is normal. After all, this is a war that will decide the fate of the nation. Oscar narrowed his eyes, looking at Midu for a long time before hesitantly asking, can I ask you something? Midu, full of doubt, replied, what is it? Oscar asked in a deep voice, do you know where Tenkai is currently? Midu was momentarily surprised but quickly composed himself, shaking his head and replying, no, I don't know anything. He's our common enemy, but now is not the time to worry about him. Hearing this, Oscar sighed, I was once the fiancé of Saint Leonora. If we win this battle, I want to find her again. After hearing this, Midu fell silent, completely flustered and unsure how to respond. He could only avoid Oscar's gaze, unable to utter a word about the cruel truth that Leonora was no more. After expressing his feelings, Oscar fell into silence, his eyes filled with an indescribable unease. However, that silence did not last long as a giant rift suddenly appeared in the sky above. Both Midu and Oscar were stunned by this horrific sight. Oscar could not hide his amazement upon sensing the magic power, muttering whether this was happening faster than anticipated. Midu's face became extremely serious. He focused intensely, staring toward the pitch-black rift. In the blink of an eye, the Demon Lord's subordinates came pouring out in droves. Just as predicted, Fokker's group led the formation. Accompanying them were Scarlet, Roto, Heavenly King Flameris, and other high-ranking demons. Having just cast large-scale energy, Isabel broke into a cold sweat. She pursed her lips and told herself the coordinates were accurate and the space beneath their side had been reinforced. Flameris looked down and smirked mockingly. So, it turns out we have arrived? Feeling slightly dizzy, Scarlet rubbed her temples and grumbled that the sensation was truly unpleasant. Standing nearby, Roto calmly explained that it was likely a side effect of the magic, as they had consumed a vast amount of energy for the recent teleportation. At the same time, Fokker quietly observed the royal capital and sneered, so this is the capital of the inferior humans. It looks decent enough. The presence of the Demon Lord's elite generals and troops created immense pressure. The space above the royal capital's sky was quickly enveloped by waves of dense, dark magic power. While resting, Arashi sensed a strange aura and jumped up, looking at the group and shouting excitedly, they've arrived. Akira quickly warned, calm down Arashi, cause if we don't lure them in deeper, I'm afraid they might flee early. Hearing that, Arashi couldn't help but click his tongue. Those guys aren't the type to retreat in fear, just because they see us waiting. Maire, standing nearby, also advised it will be very troublesome if they discover the Pope has evacuated. At that point, the enemy would have no reason to continue the battle. Being nagged, Arashi lost his patience and yelled for her to shut up, which infuriated Mirai, who irritably told him she was explaining things thoroughly to him. In another development, Midu was appearing extremely panicked. Seeing this, Oscar immediately reassured him to stay calm, saying that although everything had arrived early, it was still under control, helping Midu gradually regain his composure and stop trembling. Oscar smiled with satisfaction and then ordered, "Get into battle positions now, I'm putting all my trust in you." Midu only gave a slight nod in confirmation, his eyes now showing a clear sense of iron determination. Immediately afterward, he turned and dashed inside. From another side, Kai was quietly observing the situation and said with a faint smile, "Finally, they've appeared." Standing beside him, Mirai asked hesitantly, "How should we handle this?" Kai responded nonchalantly, "Just observe the current situation for now, then we will adapt our support based on the progress of the battle in the royal capital's sky." Roto looked down from above and immediately noticed something unusual. He frowned and muttered, "Why is this place so unusually quiet? Not a single human figure can be seen on the main roads." Scarlet disagreed, casually replying that everything was normal for the middle of the night, asking if he didn't know that human night vision is very poor. On the contrary, Isabel understood all too well that reality was not that simple. This silent atmosphere was proof that the evacuation process had been completed. She had been very worried because the schedule was moved up by Fokker's order, but now everything was ready for a fierce battle. And now they have officially set foot in the royal capital. Flamorous also chimed in at this moment, wondering if the enemy boss was hiding in the massive, towering castle over there. Roto shook his head slightly and replied, "That's not the case at all, Flamorous." Then he pointed in another direction and explained, "That is the great cathedral located next to the church headquarters where our target, Pope Joshua, is hiding." Upon hearing this, Flamorous muttered somewhat confusedly, "Wasn't the king the target? Human power is indeed a troublesome and incomprehensible thing." Roto sighed in frustration. "I recall explaining this dozens of times, but unfortunately Flamorous still cannot grasp it." At this time, Fokker also began to notice something unusual and casually remarked, "A massive defensive barrier has been activated." Scarlet nodded slightly in agreement. "Completely covers the city despite being in the rear. The capital's defense system remains as solid as expected." Snorting coldly, Fokker replied disdainfully, "Solid, don't be ridiculous. This thing won't protect anyone, Flamorous." Flamorous nodded in understanding with a confident smirk. "Leave this to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately drew a strange magic circle. A brilliant stream of flames suddenly erupted. Without a word of warning, it surged directly toward the barrier covering the royal capital's sky. The ground inside immediately shook violently, causing the soldiers to panic immensely. In the blink of an eye, the barrier was incinerated, revealing a large hole. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers of the Holy Kingdom were stunned, muttering in disbelief that such a solid barrier could be broken with just a single strike. This development did not escape the eyes of the three guardians watching from afar. Mei could not help but exclaim that it was great magic and that he used the burning concept of fire perfectly, while Sina chimed in that it was indeed a terrifying sight. Ka recognized this magic and whispered, "This is the incredible power of the Fire Heavenly King Flamorous." High in the sky, Fokker saw the hole and smirked, "I will sweep through the human capital. Roto, I will leave the Pope's head to you." Having finished his sentence, he strode out of the safe space. Then he let himself free fall downward. Scarlet narrowed her eyes, watching Fokker's back for a long time. Afterward, she also jumped down, hoping to find some eye-catching decorative loot. Flamorous was no exception, saying with a playful laugh, "All right, I'm eager to see which enemy I will encounter." Seeing their behavior, Roto spoke helplessly, "Then let the campaign begin. Fokker and Scarlet, feel free to act as you please." He then led the core force of the campaign and departed. Only Isabel remained at the gate. Her responsibility was to watch over this place, but if the human side gained the upper hand, she would have to block the passage to provide support. This meant that Fokker and his accomplices would have their retreat cut off. Although this betrayal would be exposed sooner or later, she did not care in the slightest as long as she could eliminate those people. Meanwhile, Fokker had landed in the area beneath the royal capital. The surrounding landscape was eerily deserted, with only his lonely figure trudging down the road in silence without a single sound. At that very moment, Fokker waved his hand. A powerful surge of magic surged toward the distance. With a loud crash, the surrounding buildings were instantly reduced to piles of debris. Yet there was not a single sign of life, only a scene of desolation and ruin. Fokker frowned and muttered, "Just as predicted, I cannot sense anyone's presence. This place has been completely abandoned. Could information have been leaked, or did they discover us early?" While lost in thought, his foot suddenly struck something and he immediately stopped. Fokker narrowed his eyes to observe every nook and cranny around him. Just then, the ground beneath his feet suddenly exploded and smoke, dust, and fire billowed high into the air. The one who launched the attack was Arashi, who was standing on top of a nearby building. He laughed gleefully, "You fool, this time you have taken my attack head on." However, as the smoke gradually cleared, the figure of Fokker still stood tall on the spot without a single scratch. He smirked arrogantly, "Excellent, let's see what else you can reveal." Witnessing this scene, Arashi's face changed instantly. He gritted his teeth in frustration, "You bastard, how are you still unharmed?" On the other side, Scarlet, having just landed, found herself in a similar situation. She was ambushed unexpectedly but did not panic, instead mocking, "Your reaction is quite sharp." The person blocking Scarlet was Oscar. He pointed his sword at her and spoke coldly, "Second Princess Scarlet of the Vandora Demon Kingdom, leave your head here." As for Flamorous, after landing he wandered aimlessly, muttering to himself, "I have lost the trail of Zoto and those people." Flamorous wandered down the street, and before long he was blocked. He frowned and asked, Do you intend to become my opponent? The two blocking his path were Gray and Sackcloth. Gray said in an icy voice, "Long time no see, Flamorous." At the same time, at the church's castle, Zoto had led a team of high-ranking demons deep inside. But before they could go very far, a stern voice suddenly rang out, "I will not let you pass here," making Zoto startle and stop in his tracks. Upon closer inspection, the person was Midu, who was leading a group of people blocking the path right in front of him.